Chapter 1, The 7-Year Itch, Living in Separate Houses for 3 Years. The cooling-off period for divorce is 30 days. Please consider whether to insist on the divorce during this period. If you decide to continue the divorce, please come to me to formally handle the divorce procedures after the cooling-off period. The staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau handed the marriage certificate and cooling-off period certificate back to the young couple in front of them. Lu Xiao took the document, secretly glanced at his wife beside him, and felt relieved. Fine. There is a cooling-off period for divorce now, and the marriage between the two is not really over yet. Chu Yuhua next to him also breathed a sigh of relief and loosened his clenched fist slightly. But after she glanced at Lu Xiao beside her, her expression turned cold again. I will pick up NINI now, and I will stay at my mother's house during this period. You should think carefully about it. After saying this, Chu Yuhua turned around and walked out. Her pace was slow, as if she was waiting for something. But several seconds passed, and she still didn't wait for the sound. This made her heart feel cold and her eyes became misty. In fact, Lu Xiao behind her was ready to say something when she turned around. Only. Ding. The perfect life system has been bound and activated. Host, Lu Xiao. Spouse, Chu Yuhua. Couple intimacy level, 7. Warning, the current intimacy level of the couple is less than 10. If the intimacy level drops to 0, the relationship between the couple will be completely broken, and there will be no chance of saving it. What? System? Couple intimacy? What is this? My own golden finger? Before Lu Xiao could think about what was going on with this system, suddenly, 2 prompts popped up. The host did not answer what Chu Yuhua thought was important, and the intimacy level was -1. The host did not stop chasing Chu Yuhua, and the intimacy level was -1. Hiss. Lu Xiao took a breath of cold air. He saw the most critical warning on the panel. If the intimacy between husband and wife becomes 0, then the relationship between him and Chu Yuhua will be completely broken, and there will be no chance of saving it in the future. At this moment, the couple's intimacy level on the transparent panel was only 5. Anxiety flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes. No. He didn't want to be like that. So, what should he do? Lu Xiao became a little anxious. And when his eyes focused on the 2-point deduction reminders that just popped up, it dawned on him. Without any hesitation, Lu Xiao chased after him and reached out to stop Chu Yuhua, who was about to speed up and leave. Wait a minute, Yuhua, I will go with you to pick up NINI. Lu Xiao said. Chu Yuhua trembled slightly and turned his head away. She didn't look at Lu Xiao, and paused for 3 or 4 seconds before humming. Successfully stopped Chu Yuhua, intimacy +3. Lu Xiao was stunned. He didn't understand the system's intimacy algorithm. It was obvious that my previous behavior had reduced intimacy by 2 points. Why did it increase by 3 points after I made up for this behavior? Lu Xiao didn't understand. Neither of them said anything else. They walked to the parking lot and got in the car one after another. However, Lu Xiao sat in the driver's seat and drove. Chu Yuhua did not sit in the passenger seat, but sat in the back seat, then turned his head and looked out the window. The atmosphere in the car was very quiet, except for the rumble of the engine. There was no other sound. Ring. The mobile phone in Lu Xiao's pocket rang. He took it out casually, looked at the name of the caller, and then put it back. The screen said, Mom. He didn't need to think about it to know why his mother was calling. It's just that I don't have the time or the mood to explain to my mother now. However, my mother's phone calls come one after another and I can't stop calling. How about I pick it up for you? Chu Yuhua in the back row said. Lu Xiao originally wanted to say that he didn't need to answer, but when he thought about the intimacy points being deducted just now, he still said, I'll do it. After saying that, he answered the call on his mobile phone and amplified it. It is unsafe to talk on the phone while driving, and more importantly, if caught on camera, you will be deducted 3 points and fined 200 yuan. Xiao, tell Mom where you are now. You won't really go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you, he. If you dare to go, I will take the train and break your legs right now. Lu Xiao wanted to take the lead and say we would talk later, but as soon as the call was connected, her mother shouted angrily. Don't give him a chance to speak at all. Mom, who did you listen to? It's all nonsense. He and I had a fight 2 days ago, but we've made up now and are planning to pick up NINI from school. Lu Xiao explained quickly. Road. Regardless of the outcome of divorce, he didn't want his family to worry. Ha? Reconciled? Who are you lying to? Mom doesn't believe it. Whenever you quarrel now, you always have a cold war for days. It's only been a few days. Xiao Xiao, let me tell you, you must. Listening to her mother's nagging, Lu Xiao felt helpless. He doesn't want to either, but the current situation is not optimistic. The host's explanation made Chu Yue feel a little better, and the intimacy level was +2. Lu Xiao was stunned. What's the situation? What did he explain? It seems that he hasn't spoken to his wife much since he got in the car. The couple's intimacy level breaks through 10, and they will receive a reunion gift package. The prompt that popped up immediately made Lu Xiao's eyes shine with a light. Reunion? Hope it can be done. It seems that when the intimacy level reaches a certain value, you can get additional rewards. Moreover, it seems that this reward will help harmonize the relationship between husband and wife. What could that be? In fact, his marriage to his wife Chu Yue is very ordinary and dull. This year is their 7th year of marriage, which means they have the 7-year itch. It has been 10 years since they met and fell in love. At first, friends around him were envious of the fact that they could get married together since they were students. But only those who have truly experienced it know. This kind of marriage is more difficult and the journey is more bumpy. At first, the married life of the two was indeed full of sweetness, and they promised to work hard together and face the future together. But the pressure faced by reality has begun to erode the ordinary life bit by bit invisibly. Both of their families are working-class people and do not have much savings. In order for Lu Xiao to get married smoothly, Lu Xiao's parents used their life savings to pay the down payment for a house in the city. Only then did the woman's family reluctantly agree to marry Chu Yue. Lu Xiao also took on a mortgage of more than 1.5 million yuan at such a young age, spread over 30 years, with a monthly payment of about 5,000 yuan. The two of them didn't even have a wedding. They just received a certificate and had a simple dinner on the wedding day. Chu Yue comforted Lu Xiao at that time, saying that she didn't care about this kind of thing at all. Instead of wasting this money, you might as well be saving up to pay off your mortgage. Lu Xiao was very touched and felt that she must be good to her wife wholeheartedly in this life. Readers, please take these past experiences as the author's autobiography. In a word, the world of adults has never been simple. That's all. The two spent what was considered a wonderful 3 years of marriage together. In the 4th year, Chu Yue became pregnant and gave birth to a lovely little girl. The two named her Lu Xinyue, which means that all their wishes will come true and they will be happy. However, during the 4 years of marriage, the two knew each other too well. The enthusiasm has already cooled down, and the marriage has begun to enter a period of fatigue. The arrival of the little girl has added a lot of color to life, but with it comes greater pressure. To raise a child from childhood to college graduation is estimated to cost 1 million in a third-tier city. With a little girl, it is obviously inconvenient to go out and take the subway and take the bus. Lu Xiao and Chu Yue discussed it, gritted their teeth and used most of their savings in the past few years to buy a mobility car worth more than 100,000 yuan. This decision was very helpless and there was no other way. Life has become tight again, and the little girl has just been born. Lu Xiao's parents have their own jobs and cannot come to take care of her. The mother-in-law has refused to help after several times of shirk. Chu Yue resigned decisively because he was afraid that he would not be able to take good care of his daughter. While I was concentrating on raising my baby at home, I found a part-time job at home to supplement my family income. Days like this passed day by day. Lu Xiao's pressure began to increase. He has had rhinitis since he was a child, but it didn't get better after many treatments, so he would snore a little bit when he went to bed at night. Adults can get used to this, but the newborn girl is very sensitive to this sound. From time to time she will be woken up by the snoring, and then start crying, which makes both of them unable to sleep and rest normally. With no choice, Lu Xiao had to move to the next room and sleep in separate rooms. I have been sleeping in this separate room for 3 years. Under the same roof, the couple lived separately for 3 years. The relationship between the two people, who were already in a period of emotional fatigue, declined rapidly. In the past, the little quarrels were from the head of the bed to the end of the bed. But after the separation, these small conflicts turned into a cold war, deepening the rift between them. In this way, no matter how strong the steel is, it will be corroded and perforated one day. Finally, after an ordinary little quarrel a few days ago, the fuse was ignited, and the opinions, fears, prejudices, etc. that had been accumulated for many years burst out. I don't know who of the two mentioned the word divorce. As a result, on impulse, today's scene happened. According to big data statistics, impulsive divorce accounts for 72.49% of the total number of divorces. Lu Xiao put his thoughts back from the past memories and sighed silently. He made mistakes, and so did He, but the biggest mistake happened now. It's fate. The first good memories are now in the past. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao's eyes showed unwillingness. He didn't want to compromise with his fate. At least, he now has the possibility to change all that. System, open the big gift package of reunion. Lu Xiao said silently in his heart. Chapter 2 Unimaginable Pictures of the Future. While driving, Lu Xiao opened the reunion gift package with some anticipation. What is it that can be called a reunion? The host obtains physical attribute points +3. Host acquires skills, Shuaba. Host gets Sims opportunity x2. Lu Xiao felt a warm current flowing through her body, and her whole body seemed to have a little more strength. Attribute points? It seemed that there was no such physical attribute on the transparent panel just now. He recited a panel in his mind. The previous transparent panel appeared in front of my eyes. Host, Lu Xiao. Physique, 19. Strength, 17. Agility, 16, normal value for adults is 20. Skill, Junior Academic Master, 0 out of 100. Props, Sims Opportunity x2. Spouse, Chu Yuha. Couple Intimacy Level, 10. There really is something more. Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw that his 3 basic attributes were all smaller than normal people. I have been under too much pressure in the past few years, and my mentality is close to depression. Apart from work, I just go home and take care of my children, there is almost no other entertainment, and my life is not very satisfactory. If things go on like this for a long time, it's amazing that my health will be better. Lu Xiao thought for a moment that he had not gone to the hospital for a physical examination in 2 years. It's not that there is no time. But he didn't dare to go. Going to the hospital for just a few tests will cost you $1,000 or $2,000 less. If something goes wrong during the inspection, you don't know how many times the price will increase. My family's financial conditions do not allow for such a large expenditure. Lu Xiao moved his gaze downwards and saw the skills he had acquired. Scholarship skills, greatly increase learning progress, strengthen willpower, thinking logic ability and execution ability in learning. The higher the level, the faster the learning efficiency. Straight A student? The corners of his mouth twitched. This skill cannot be said to be bad, but it came at the wrong time. If you acquire academic master skills in high school, it will undoubtedly be a desperate comeback, and your future will be limitless. But now, what use does he need from this academic master? Start studying again? Postgraduate entrance examination? Examination? Forget it. Now he just wants to win back his frustrated wife and live a happy life as a family of 3. That's all. Lu Xiao finally focused on the last reward in the reunion gift package. What about the promised reunion? Didn't see it. Sims props, based on the current state of the host, everything in the next 30 years can be simulated completely realistically. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. The introduction of this prop is a bit extraordinary, maybe it will really help in reuniting the old man. Anyway, we are still some distance away from kindergarten. My wife didn't know if she was still angry, and she had no intention of talking to her. In this case, let's maintain the status quo for the time being. It's better than saying the wrong thing and deducting intimacy points. Use the Sims once. Lu Xiao thought to himself. The next moment, something magical happened. Lu Xiao felt that her perspective and spirit were divided into 2 parts. One part is continuing to drive, and the other part is watching his future from a god's perspective 100 times faster. Although it was fast-forwarding at such a high magnification, the things inside were clearly presented in Lu Xiao's mind. At the same time, information records of some important life nodes will also appear on the transparent panel. On the first day, you sent your wife and daughter to your husband's house, but were ridiculed by your mother-in-law. You were irritated but you held it back. On the third day, you and your wife separated from each other. There was no further communication and the relationship stagnated. You got a little anxious and started to think of ways, but the results were not good. On the 5th day, when my mother-in-law went to pick up NINI, she failed to keep an eye on NINI because she was chatting with others. As a result, the trafficker took notice and coaxed her away. On the 8th day, after 3 days of joint police pursuit, NINI was found. Because of this incident, you and your wife had a big quarrel, and your relationship dropped to a freezing point. On the 10th day, after this accident, NINI's inner shadow lingered, and her personality became introverted and lonely. You and your wife felt very distressed and uncomfortable, so they decided to move back to their home and take care of NI together, and their relationship improved. On the 30th day, under your full care, although NI's condition has improved slightly, this matter has become the biggest barrier in your hearts. The divorce cooling off period is over, please choose the host. 1. Divorce. 2. No divorce. The fast-forwarding scene stopped abruptly, and a choice popped up. Lu Xiao's hand holding the steering wheel trembled slightly. Panic, pain and anger flashed in his eyes, and he wished he could drive to his parents' house right now and scold his mother-in-law. Human trafficker. This kind of criminal who only appears on TV and novels actually appears around us? Lu Xiao couldn't calm down. It wasn't until he remembered that those scenes were all simulations that Lu Xiao took a deep breath and calmed down. Ever since he was upgraded to dad, he has hated to see this kind of scene the most. Even if he saw similar videos, he would gnash his teeth at those people, let alone if such a thing happened to his daughter. However, Lu Xiao is fortunate that these are all simulations and have not happened yet. Now, knowing that this could happen. As long as you wait until that day and pick up NI yourself, you can completely avoid it. After thinking about this, Lu Xiao felt a little relieved. He focused his attention again on the options in front of him. 1. Divorce. 2. No divorce. Is this still a choice? I choose 2, stay together. Lu Xiao answered decisively. After selecting, the simulation continues. But the scene that seemed like being there in person before did not appear. It's just that the information on the transparent panel is constantly refreshing. In the first year, you gave up on the divorce and seem to have returned to your old life. My wife found a new job, and life at home seems to be gradually getting better. In the second year, you found that NI's personality became more and more introverted, she didn't like to communicate with others, and she even hated going to kindergarten. You and your wife were worried about this and had many quarrels. In the third year, NI began to anorexia, her physical condition gradually weakened, her personality became withdrawn, and she became irritable. You quit your job and took your family to the next city, thinking that a change of environment might make NI's condition better. But after a few months, you and your wife realized that all this was in vain. In the fourth year, NI's character became even worse and various problems became more and more serious. When I reached the age of elementary school, I stayed behind closed doors and often locked myself in my room alone. You've been running around here and there and seen a lot of psychiatrists, but nothing has worked. In the fifth year, my wife began to suffer from depression, poor mental health, and was fired from her job. The relationship between husband and wife can only be maintained barely, with no room for improvement. In the sixth year, the family's financial expenses were serious and they had no choice but to sell the house. In the seventh year, NI was hospitalized for gastroenteritis many times. At the end of the year, she discovered a shadow in her stomach. After further examination, she was diagnosed with mid to late gastric cancer. Squeak. The screeching brakes sounded. Chapter 3 Cruel Simulation Results. Lu Xiao's body leaned forward violently. Fortunately, he had a seatbelt, so it was not a serious problem. But Chu Yua, who was in the back row, suddenly hit the front seat and groaned in pain. What's wrong, Lu Xiao, are you okay? Chu Yua rubbed his forehead, which was already a little red. I'm sorry, I don't know why my eyes suddenly flashed and I felt a little dizzy. But, it may be due to hypoglycemia. How are you? Are you injured? Lu Xiao lowered his head and apologized, then asked. Fortunately, there were no cars on this road, otherwise there would have been a traffic accident if he braked so suddenly. I'm fine. I told you to have dinner in the morning, but you always didn't listen. Come on down quickly. There is bread in the basket in the back. You go and eat it, and I'll drive. Chu Yua checked that there was no car behind him and hurriedly opened the door. Got the car. Lu Xiao responded, opened the door, and moved to the back row. The car drove back to the kindergarten. Chu Yua asked Lu Xiao to eat again and then said nothing more. She didn't notice Lu Xiao's face, which was very ugly and pale. Cancer. Mid to late stage? What the hell kind of plot is this? Can it be more poisonous? His daughter is so cute and healthy, how could she get such a terrible disease? Impossible. Switching to Lu Xiao in the back row, her fists were clenched so tightly that her nails were almost embedded in her flesh. Fake, this is just a simulation, this is not real. Lu Xiao kept comforting herself like this in her heart. But that ray of chill seemed to have penetrated into his bone marrow, making him shiver. When Lu Xiao looked at the transparent panel again, all the information on it had ended. In the 8th year, NINI underwent several rounds of chemotherapy, but the results were not good. The family was short of funds and began to borrow money from relatives and friends, and my wife's mental state began to deteriorate. In the 9th year, NINI died. In the 10th year, you got divorced. Chu Yuha left the city and never appeared again. In the 11th year, you start to become decadent. In the 12th year, it was ruined. In the 13th year, it was ruined. In the 14th year, it was ruined. 30 years, ruined. End of simulation. Lu Xiao took deep breaths several times, but still could not adjust her mentality. Although in the later simulation, there is only text information. But these words were so heartbreaking that he almost collapsed. After suppressing his inner discomfort, Lu Xiao reread the simulation record. Finally, he stopped at the information on the 5th day. NINI was abducted, and this was the culprit of everything. If this incident had not happened, NINI's character would still be so cheerful and lively. In this case, then he must prevent this from happening no matter what. 10 minutes later. The car parked next to the kindergarten. There were still 2 minutes until school was over. You rest in the car, I'll go pick up NINI. After Chu Yuha finished speaking, he got out of the car without waiting for Lu Xiao to answer. But as soon as she took 2 steps, she found that Lu Xiao had also followed. Why are you here? Chu Yuha asked a little dissatisfied. I just had something to eat and I'm fine. I just miss NINI and want to see her as soon as possible. Lu Xiao said. Chu Yuha frowned, feeling that Lu Xiao's attitude today was a bit strange. I just sent NINI to the kindergarten in the morning. I usually find NINI noisy. Why did she change her gender today? She even said she missed NINI. Could it be that he was afraid that he would choose to divorce and take NINI with him? Snort. Really thinking too much. Dad, Mom, NINI is coming out. Why did you all come to pick up NINI together today? You are still the first one, hee. NINI is very happy. A cute figure jumped over and ran over. Because NINI behaved very well in kindergarten, your parents will take you to eat delicious food today, and then we will go to Grandma's house to play for a few days. Chu Yuha squatted down, opened his hands and shouted with a smile. But before NINI could pounce on him, another figure took a step forward, hugged NINI into his arms, and spun around in circles a few times. So, what do you want to eat, NINI? After dinner, how about Daddy picking out a toy for you? The person who moves one step faster is naturally Lu Xiao. After hugging NINI, the panic, fear and other negative emotions in his heart were completely gone. The whole person felt relaxed. There was even a little smile on his face that looked like he was surviving a disaster. I, for sure, will not let the simulation make the same mistake again. Lu Xiao roared in his heart. And his abnormal behavior did not make Chu Yuha at the side understand. Lu Xiao is really weird today. How could it be that it was like a separation between life and death? They were just in the cooling off period of their divorce, not really divorced. To put it bluntly, even if there is even a slight chance of divorce, you are still NINI's father, and she cannot stop her father and daughter from meeting. Nervous. But NINI, who was picked up and spun around, didn't notice anything unusual. She just felt that her parents were very nice to her today, and they wanted to take her to eat delicious food and buy her toys. Today is such a happy day. Well, then NINI wants to eat an ice cream first. NINI opened her mouth and made her first small request. No. Lu Xiao and Chu Yuha shouted in unison. NIMI. The reason why they refused at the same time. One person was reminded of the gastric cancer seen in the simulation. Ice cream can easily hurt the stomach and cause diarrhea if eaten by children, so it cannot be given to children. The other person was thinking that the ice cream was too sweet and the girl would cough a little every time she ate it, so she wouldn't give it to her if she could. NINI pouted, calling her a liar in her heart. He just said that he would buy her delicious food, but after 3 rounds, he refused to admit it. By the way NINI, I just saw that the pizza shop we often go to has a new style. It seems to be strawberry and pineapple flavor. Lu Xiao quickly changed the topic. Really? Then NINI wants to go to eat pizza. NINI suddenly smiled again on his face, forgot about his worries, and pulled Lu Xiao to leave quickly. After the family of 3 finished eating and bought a small toy, they returned to the car. NINI chatted with the 2 of them from time to time, but did not notice that the atmosphere in the car was different from usual. More than half an hour later, the car drove to a community on the outskirts of the city. Chu Yuha took NINI out of the car first, while Lu Xiao followed behind pushing the suitcase. Mom, why don't Dad come and live together? Ni asked curiously. While in the car, Chu Yuhua told the little girl the arrangements for these days. Dad is busy with work. We will stay at Grandma's house for a few days before going back. Chu Yuhua made up a reason to explain. Oh, but I don't like Grandma. Grandma always talks bad about Dad. Ni muttered softly. Chapter 4. This mother-in-law really deserves to be beaten. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Yuhua knocked on the door of her parents' house. Here we come. A familiar middle-aged woman's voice came from inside. Lu Xiao, who was standing behind, had his eyelids trembling a few times. Wang Huangping, my wife's mother. Lu Xiao's evaluation of her mother-in-law can only be described in 3 words: snobbish. The mother-in-law had been opposed to it ever since she knew he was in love with Yu He. The biggest opinion is that Lu Xiao's family is ordinary and they don't need a house, a car, let alone a deposit. Even for the wedding house, I only paid a down payment. Marrying your daughter to such a person will definitely take a lifetime of hard work. Later, Chu Yuhua insisted on marrying Lu Xiao with an extremely strong attitude. The family couldn't resist, so they reluctantly agreed. But over the years, almost every time Lu Xiao came to her mother-in-law's house, she would be ridiculed and complained about by her mother-in-law. Oh, it's Ni here. Have you missed Grandma? Grandma has been missing you for a long time at home. After Wang Huangping opened the door, she saw Ni standing in front and said with a smile on her face. I didn't think about it. Ni pouted and said. Ni, talk to Grandma properly. Chu Yuhua rubbed the little girl's head and said with a bitter smile. It's okay, it's okay. I haven't seen you for 2 months. I feel like Ni has grown taller again. Wang Huangping didn't pay attention to Ni's words. Only when she looked up and saw Lu Xiao behind the mother and daughter. The enthusiasm in his eyes suddenly cooled down, and most of his smile disappeared. Why are you here anyway? Just give me your luggage, right? Wang Huangping said calmly. She naturally knew why her daughter came back today. The implication is to ask Lu Xiao to give her the luggage, and then go do whatever you have to do and don't be an eyesore. Okay, Mom. Lu Xiao responded and handed over the suitcase. But he himself had no intention of leaving. Huh? What's wrong? Is there anything else? Do you still want to stay for dinner? Wang Huangping frowned and said. Mom! Chu Yuhua couldn't stand it anymore and shouted quickly. What the two of them didn't expect was. Instead of leaving in anger, Lu Xiao picked up Ni with a smile and stepped into the house with one step. Mom is so polite, then I'll just eat and leave. Wang Huangping? Her expression froze on her face and her brows furrowed. This man is so arrogant that I can't understand him, right? But seeing that the other party had already carried Ni into the house, she couldn't chase them away anymore. Chu Yuhua next to him looked at Lu Xiao, also a little surprised. She thought Lu Xiao was going to leave just now. That's fine, eating is better than being hungry. Who knows if Lu Xiao will be able to eat when she goes back alone. Ni and Lu Xiao are here. Are you hungry? Wash your hands quickly. Grandpa has one more dish to finish and we can eat. A middle-aged man in an apron came out of the kitchen and said with a smile. Chu Xinghua, Yu He's father. He is honest about his duties, has good cooking skills, and works as a chef in a large restaurant. So in her parents' house, Chu Xinghua did all the cooking. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. Lu Xiao said hello very politely. Look at what you said. It took a lot of effort to come here. Let us have a drink. Chu Xinghua said with a smile. Okay, Dad, you go ahead and I'll take Ni to wash her hands. Lu Xiao said. This father-in-law was quite good to him and never tried to push him away. Even when he got married, he respected his daughter. As long as his daughter liked it, he had no objection. When Lu Xiao took Ni to wash her hands, Wang Huangping also walked to the kitchen and started chanting inside. Whatever you want to drink? Maybe we won't be a family in a few days. I still have the nerve to stay here today. It's really. How can you, a mother-in-law, say that? The couple is just having a conflict, it's not as exaggerated as what you said. The house was not big, and Wang Huangping's voice was not quiet, so Lu Xiao could hear her clearly even in the bathroom. After he and Ni washed their hands and packed up, they came out. A table of dishes was also served. Without saying anything else, dinner started. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and most of the topics revolved around Ni. Divorce is a rather disappointing thing, and no one has brought it up. As for the wine, Wang Huangping let it pass directly. She glanced at Lu Xiao a few times while eating, thinking that the other party would finish his meal quickly and leave quickly. How could Xu Jinghua and Lu Xiao be allowed to drink? Lu Xiao didn't say much from beginning to end. But at the end of the meal, Lu Xiao spoke. I'm not so busy at work these days. I'll pick up NINI from school when I get off work. As soon as these words came out, except for NINI who was eating with gusto, the other three were stunned. Especially Chu Yuhua. She felt that Lu Xiao's attitude today was too weird. Obviously the two of them had such a violent quarrel yesterday that they would usually have to stay in the Cold War for at least 5 or 6 days. During the Cold War, neither of them wanted to see each other. But now Lu Xiao still wants to take the initiative to pick up NINI? Oh, now you know you were wrong? Why did you go earlier? You don't need to pick up NINI. I'm free in the afternoon, so I'll just pick him up. Wang Huangping said sarcastically. This made Lu Xiao, who had just taken a bite of food, glance at the other party without leaving any trace. Now he wanted to stand on the table and give the mother-in-law a few hard slaps. Are you picking up NINI? You pick up NM. It's because of you that the simulation is falling apart. Hey! NINI doesn't want grandma to pick her up, NINI wants dad to pick her up. NINI swallowed the food in her mouth and shouted loudly. The little girl's eyes were filled with tears, and she had the attitude that if you don't agree, it will rain down. She really did this a lot. Therefore, after Wang Huangping saw her granddaughter's attitude, she quickly agreed, saying that she would not answer the call and would just let Lu Xiao take the call. Your company has a big project recently, are you very busy? Chu Yuhua also asked doubtfully. It doesn't matter, that project has little to do with me. Don't worry, I will definitely receive NINI on time. Lu Xiao said. Chu Yuhua was even more confused. She was a little uncomfortable with Lu Xiao like this. Are you really afraid that she will choose to divorce and take NINI away? That's really too much to think about. But forget it, this is fine. Let this guy calm down for a while. Chu Yuhua was surprised by the host's sudden positive attitude, and the intimacy level was +1. Lu Xiao, who was cooking rice, paused. Unexpectedly, this can also increase a little intimacy. It seems that after returning home today, I will have to think carefully about ways to increase intimacy. The meal ended quickly, and Lu Xiao no longer shamelessly stayed at her parents' house. He was worried that he would not be able to help but attack his mother-in-law, which would definitely lead to a significant decline in the intimacy between the couple. Chapter 5 Experience Value +1? After leaving her parents' home, Lu Xiao felt empty in her heart as she drove back alone. During the Cold War, this was the first time that my wife took her daughter back to her parents' home. I'm really not used to it. After arriving home, Lu Xiao looked at the couple's intimacy level on the panel, which was only 11, and couldn't help but fall into thinking. How can you quickly restore intimacy? He didn't have any good ideas for a while. After searching on the internet, there are many answers, all kinds of different. Kiss her, the more passionately the better. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes, the relationship between the two was so tense now. After a real kiss, I'm afraid it's not to get slapped or make the other person angry. Absolute deduction of intimacy value. We are already married, where is the Cold War? Just draw your gun. Conquer her. Lu Xiao skipped it directly. There's a high chance that even a kiss will be useless, let alone a step forward. After she's out of the shower, blow dry her hair and give her a nice hairstyle. Lu Xiao nodded, this idea is not bad and can be decided. But you need to find the right opportunity. Now that my wife and daughter are at home, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. After reading some netizens' ideas, Lu Xiao rejected them all. Until I saw one. Actually, maintaining a relationship between husband and wife means paying more attention to the little things in life, and the details will determine some. For example, when she is tired, rub her shoulders. When she is greedy, buy her what she likes to eat. And when she is in a bad mood, give her a warm hug. When Lu Xiao saw this suggestion, he was stunned. The little details in life? Thinking about it this way, he was indeed negligent. After 2 years of marriage, the passion for love between the two began to decline. He no longer always prepares small surprises and gifts for each other like he did when he was in love. Mutual care and concern have become commonplace. Especially after the little girl was born, both of them focused their energy on NINI. This leads to less interaction with each other. The more Lu Xiao thought about it, he couldn't help but feel guilty. What was my original intention? Has it been obscured by time? By the time Lu Xiao came to his senses, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He took out his mobile phone, opened his wife's dialog box, and started typing text. Yuha, I'm sorry. After typing a few words, Lu Xiao deleted them all, which felt wrong. It's really inexplicable to apologize like this. It feels like the effect is not good. So Lu Xiao changed it to a tactful version, but it still didn't work. Just changed, deleted, and changed. No way. The intimacy between the two is too low. The kind of solution after a quarrel between a young couple is obviously not suitable. At last, Lu Xiao hesitated again and again and sent out one message. Go to bed early tonight, good night. I really thought about it for a long time, but couldn't think of anything suitable. Then simply say good night. Just treat it as an experiment. Just seconds later, the phone and system received the message almost at the same time. On the phone is a message from my wife replying. You too, good night. The good night sent by the host warmed Chu Yuha's heart and increased the intimacy level by 3. It really works. Lu Xiao was surprised. 3 points of intimacy? So many. It seems that there is nothing wrong with paying more attention to details. Lu Xiao seemed to know what he should do tomorrow. After taking a quick shower and lying on the bed, Lu Xiao was in a good mood. It can be said that things have taken a turn for the worse today. I don't know whether I'm excited or looking forward to tomorrow. After closing her eyes for a long time, Lu Xiao didn't fall asleep. He picked up the phone again and opened his wife's dialog box. Saying good night can increase intimacy by 3 points. Then if you strike while the iron is hot and say a few more words, can it still rise a bit? Just do it. After thinking about it, Lu Xiao sent another message. Is there anything you want to eat recently? Can I bring it to you tomorrow? Send. This can be regarded as a kind of concern. But this message was sent for a minute, but there was no reply, and the system did not sound any prompts. No? Or is it that the intimacy has just been gained from good night, and now it is a cooling off period? Lu Xiao didn't understand. But the next second, my wife's reply and the system's prompt once again arrived at the same time. Lu Xiao looked over quickly. Did you send it to the wrong person? The host's message made Chu Yuha wonder if the host had sent the message to the wrong person, or if there was someone outside? Intimacy -1. Lu Xiao's eyes popped out. What the hell? My wife's brain circuit is really. He quickly replied and explained. That's right, I just wanted to ask if you want anything to eat? This time Chu Yuha responded quickly. No, go to bed early and won't come back. Lu Xiao sighed deeply. Somewhat helpless. I just paid more attention, but was misunderstood. The relationship between the two of them is indeed the same as the intimacy value, and it is in danger. Lu Xiao stopped sending messages and fell asleep with her eyes closed. A night of silence. Early the next morning. No one pulled his quilt and called Daddy to wake up. No one made breakfast for him either. A determined look flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes, and she got up with a roll. Get dressed, wash up, buy breakfast downstairs, and go to work. This class is a must. Otherwise, where would the money come from to pay off the mortgage and various living expenses? Lu Xiao works in a software company. He is not an IT coder or an engineer. He is just a user researcher, responsible for basic work such as big data reporting and scheduling. With a monthly salary of 8,000 plus, he is the kind of person who will starve to death and not have much left after paying off the mortgage. When he arrived at the company, Zhang Hongxiu, his best friend and colleague, came over and asked in a low voice, Brother Lu, what did my sister-in-law say? They are still in the Cold War? The two were considered to be the lowest employees in the company's publicity department, and they had similar interests, so they naturally became friends. Is that okay? I went back to my parents' house yesterday. I'll try to persuade her to come back as soon as possible. Lu Xiao said nothing about the divorce cooling-off period, and the family scandal should not be made public. Why did you return to your parents' home? If your mother-in-law says a few more words, your sister-in-law will have a bigger objection to you. Brother Lu, please hurry up and persuade your sister-in-law to come back. Zhang Hongxiu suggested. Lu Xiao nodded, understanding this. By the way, this box of books was put at our doorstep by the R&D department next door. Brother Lu, please see if there is anything we can use. If not, I will throw it to the logistics department at noon. Zhang Hongxiu pointed to a large box of books at his feet. There are at least 40 or 50 books. Okay, I get it. After Lu Xiao agreed, he curiously pulled out a book from the box. Data-intensive application system design. His eyes widened. What is this? It's a book that I don't understand at all just by looking at the name. Then, he opened a page at random. It's obviously a Chinese title, but the entire page is basically filled with letters and numbers. Just when Lu Xiao subconsciously wanted to close the book and throw it back into the box, he suddenly noticed that the letters and numbers on the page began to shake, and then some related explanations appeared in his mind inexplicably. What happened? Are you hallucinating? Lu Xiao rubbed his eyes, but the letters and numbers were still shaking. He frowned and continued reading, wondering what was wrong with him. At this time, a chime sounded in my head. Elementary academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 1 out of 100. Chapter 6. I really like learning. Lu Xiao, who was holding the book, was stunned for a moment. Has the progress bar of Shueba skills been increased? Is this okay too? Thinking about it, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Isn't he just reading a book now? Lu Xiao also deliberately rechecked the introduction of Xia Shueba's skills. Shueba skill, it can greatly increase the learning progress and strengthen the willpower, thinking logic ability and execution ability in learning. The higher the level, the faster the learning efficiency. Don't tell me yet. This skill is really something. The program book he is holding now must have been like reading a Bible before. But with the help of Shueba's skills, he can understand a little bit now. You know, he only watched it for about a minute. With this discovery, Lu Xiao became more attentive in reading. Elementary academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 2 out of 100. Elementary academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 3 out of 100. Almost every minute, a system notification sounds in my mind. Lu Xiao was not distracted, he was completely absorbed in it. Brother Lu, let me tell you, that project of our company, Zhang Hongxiu was only halfway through speaking when he was surprised by Lu Xiao's state. What book is Brother Lu reading? Are you looking so seriously? Wasn't this book taken out of the box? Have you found any novels? Driven by curiosity, Zhang Hongxiu approached. At this sight, he was dumbfounded. What kind of novel is this? This is clearly an engineering book on intermediate programming languages. Brother Lu still understands this? Didn't see it. Zhang Hongxiu saw that Lu Xiao was looking at her seriously, so he didn't bother him. Half an hour passed. It wasn't until the morning meeting time was almost up that Zhang Hongxiu pulled Lu Xiao out of her reading state. Brother Lu, let's go, it's time for the morning meeting. Lu Xiao twisted his sore neck, but his eyes were particularly bright. It was the first time that he felt the joy of learning. If it hadn't been for the early interruption, he would have read all day long. Lu Xiao took a look at his academic skills, and while he was engrossed in reading, he ignored the notification sounds in his mind. Elementary academic skills, current progress, 35/100. This growth rate is quite good. On average, 1 minute can add a little experience value. Then if you read the book for another hour, you can get 100 experience points for upgrading. Lu Xiao was in a very good mood. For such skills, the higher the level, the better. Moreover, after reading the book for more than half an hour, Lu Xiao felt that he had a great understanding of programming languages. If he hadn't gone to the morning meeting now, he would have thought of trying his hand at the computer. At this time, Lu Xiao looked at the panel data and suddenly found that in addition to the junior academic master, there was an extra skill in his skill column. Elementary programming, current progress, 9 out of 100. Strange. When did you learn this programming skill? Lu Xiao thought about it and checked the previous system prompt information records. Really? While reading a book for more than 10 minutes. The system popped up. After studying hard, the host understands the skills and is a beginner in programming. So that's it. Skills are not only available in the intimacy function. You can also understand yourself. Lu Xiao knew that this had nothing to do with his understanding, it was all due to his academic skills. Otherwise, he would not be able to read even one page of such a book. The morning meeting lasted for half an hour. Lu Xiao was immersed in his upgrade plan and had no idea what the leader was talking about. Anyway, he is just a bottom employee in the propaganda department. What the leader talks about cannot be said to be related to him. It can only be said that 8 poles cannot be compared. Moreover, with Zhang Hongxiu listening, he could just ask when the time comes. Lu Xiao doesn't have a lot of work on weekdays. If you hurry up, you can finish it in half a day. Why is there such a rush in work? After Lu Xiao returned to his workstation, he picked up the engineering book and read it again. This made Zhang Hongxiu beside him unable to bear it. Brother Lu, do you really understand this? Zhang Hongxiu asked in surprise. I know a little bit, I learned it before, now I just take a look. Lu Xiao didn't explain much. That's right. If Brother Lu was proficient in programming, why would he come to the publicity department? He must have gone directly to the R&D department next door. Zhang Hongxiu said with a smile. Lu Xiao ignored him and continued reading. Anyway, they don't have much to do. If the supervisor comes, he won't say anything if he sees him reading a project document like this. Elementary academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 36 out of 100. Elementary academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 37 out of 100. Elementary programming skills, experience value +1, current progress, 10/100. Basically, every time 2 academic skill prompts pop up, there will be a junior programming skill prompt. Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile as he felt the increasingly rich programming information in his mind and his ever-improving academic skills. These are all things that can be eaten. Although I don't know what level of beginner programming skills can be achieved. But once you learn programming, you might be able to be transferred to a position with a higher salary. Who would mind having too much money? What's more, I am very short of money. Lu Xiao watched it carefully for more than an hour. Ding, congratulations to the host, the skills of the academic master have been upgraded. A louder beep sounded. When Lu Xiao was shocked, he felt a cool current pouring down from the top of his head. He suddenly became energetic. The fatigue I felt after reading for an hour disappeared in an instant. This feeling is really great. Intermediate academic skills, current progress, 1/200. The name of the academic skill has changed from elementary to intermediate. The introduction of skills has not changed. But when Lu Xiao looked again at the program book in his hand, he was startled again. The elementary academic skills seem to make the words in the book jump into your mind. Then this intermediate academic skill has been upgraded to a scanning machine, which can directly absorb all the knowledge in the book into the brain at a glance. Lu Xiao gave it a try. It originally took 40 to 50 seconds to read and understand one page. Now words. 3 seconds. It takes 2 seconds to input the content and 1 second to convert it into complete understanding. The efficiency of the two differs by 10 or dozens of times. It's such an exaggeration. Lu Xiao was shocked and couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if this golden finger awakened in high school, even in the 3rd year of high school. What 211,985 is not for him to choose. Lu Xiao read several pages in a row. The effect of the intermediate academic skill is confirmed, it is too powerful. Elementary programming skills, experience value +3, current progress, 51/100. Experience value +3? Lu Xiao blinked. The improvement of Shueba skills, as well as the experience points given by learning other skills, have increased? Chapter 7. Is this vulnerability transmitted by mistake? All morning long, Lu Xiao was immersed in the ocean of learning. Learning makes him happy, learning makes him confident. After studying for most of the day, he also gained a better understanding of the skills of intermediate academic masters. The original junior academic skills can be increased by just reading a book for 1 minute. But now, upgrading intermediate academic skills not only requires 200 experience points. And you need to read the book for 10 minutes to gain a little experience. Calculating this way, if you want to acquire the skills of an intermediate academic master, you need to read 33 hours of books. Excluding sleeping time, even if I keep reading, it will still take 2 days to finish the whole calculation. But Lu Xiao's good mood was not affected. This was what he expected. The higher the skill level, the harder it must be to upgrade. Today, Lu Xiao's biggest gain is not academic skills, but programming skills. Intermediate programming skills, current progress, 189/200. Yes, not only the academic skills have reached the intermediate level, but also the programming skills have reached the intermediate level. Moreover, programming skills can be upgraded again with only 11 more experience points. The reason why the progress is so fast is due to the skills of Shueba. After the Shueba skills are upgraded, in addition to increasing the experience points gained when learning programming, the learning speed is also greatly accelerated. Programming is a difficult skill to get started with, but the more you learn, the better you become. Therefore, when Lu Xiao read the first few books, he was still a little jerky and stumbling, and he had to pause and think from time to time. But after reading a few books, his speed and inertia were simply. Brother Lu, what are you looking for when you flip through the book so quickly? Is there money in the book? Zhang Hongxiu looked at Lu Xiao's behavior with a confused look on his face. Indeed. Lu Xiao flipped through the book so fast that everyone looking at it was looking for something instead of reading. I'll be ready soon, just a moment. Lu Xiao replied without raising his head. Zhang Hongxiu was even more confused. Could he really be rich? 5 minutes later. Lu Xiao closed the book in his hand, closed his eyes at the same time, and took a few deep breaths. Finally. Nailed it. Ding, congratulations to the host, your programming skills have been upgraded. Advanced programming skills, current progress, 1/500. Lu Xiao felt an even colder current wash away his fatigue. In addition, all the knowledge received today has been integrated. Especially those little knowledge points related to it are engraved in my head out of thin air. This feeling is very wonderful. What a pity. Why not give him such incredible skills in the college entrance examination? My 985, my 211, my perfect life. Brother Lu, let's go. If you stay later, there will be no food in the cafeteria. Let's go. Eat and eat. I'll treat you today. The two hurried to the canteen. Fortunately, there were still many dishes. In the process of solving the problem of food and clothing, Lu Xiao was thinking about what level his advanced programming skills are equivalent to in reality. This is related to what position you can choose when you apply for transfer with HR. If you can join the R&D department as a software engineer, your base salary will be 15,000. Coupled with various benefits and performance, it is easy to break 20,000. It seems that I have to test my programming level. How to test it? Lu Xiao didn't have a clue for a while. He really didn't know much about this aspect. Hongxiu, do you know where there is a programming level exam? Lu Xiao asked as he took a bite of rice. I know, there is one next to the gymnasium. There are domestic certificates and international certificates. There are public examinations in March and September every year. Zhang Hongxiu explained. March and September, it's only April now, that's a bit late. Lu Xiao felt that this method was too slow. After Zhang Hongxiu took a few mouthfuls of food, he suddenly thought of something else. What's wrong, Brother Lu, you don't want to try it? It is said that the passing rate of this exam is not high, and it is very strict, comparable to the English Level 4 and Level 6 supervision. If you really have confidence in your own programming, you can go to our company's external outsourcing section. The R&D department and engineering department often put some unsolvable vulnerabilities on it for bounty. Anyone who can solve it will be given a cash reward. When Lu Xiao heard this, he immediately became energetic and said, send me a link and I'll take a look. Zhang Hongxiu looked at the eager Brother Lu in surprise, and couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Brother Lu, are you serious about this? Forget it, those loopholes were posted only after the engineers couldn't solve them. It's all in vain. I sent you the link as soon as I asked you to, and you haven't shown it yet. Lu Xiao scolded with a smile. Zhang Hongxiu didn't think much and sent the link to the outsourcing section. This link is already on the company's official website, but most people turn a blind eye. Lu Xiao didn't even eat anymore, so he took out his phone and clicked in. Apache Fineract Path Traversal Vulnerability. Reward, 30,000 yuan, will be paid on the first day of the next month after the solution is approved. OpenSSL Security Vulnerability, reward, 25,000 yuan, paid on the first of next month after the solution is approved. SQLite Input Validation Error Vulnerability, remuneration, expedited, 50,000 yuan, paid on the same day after the solution is reviewed and approved. BCEL Buffer Error Vulnerability, reward, 35,000 yuan. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. There are a total of 14 or 5 bounty loopholes in this outsourcing section. The lowest salary starts at 20,000 yuan, and the highest one even reaches 100,000 yuan. However, most of them are paid on the first day of the next month. There are only 2 expedited loopholes, which are resolved on the same day and paid on the same day. Hongxiu, you eat first, I'll leave first. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, he walked away. Zhang Hongxiu was left confused and had no idea why Brother Lu was in a hurry today. Lu Xiao returned to his workstation directly. It's lunch break now, and there may be people working overtime in other departments, but he is the only one in their propaganda department. Lu Xiao logged into the outsourcing section using a computer and downloaded 2 of the accelerated vulnerability codes. After a quick glance, he knew why this thing had such a high price. These 2 vulnerability codes come from 2 high-level software of the company. The development of these 2 software cost millions. However, after being put into operation for half a year to a year, due to updates and the alternation of some versions, some unstoppable loopholes appeared. At first these vulnerabilities will not affect anything, but when the number of users increases, a certain vulnerability can cause some users data leakage and use security risks. It is as difficult to completely solve this stubborn vulnerability as to develop a new software. It is for this reason that these vulnerabilities are placed in the outsourcing section for bounties. However, this bounty approach is basically ineffective. A truly powerful master doesn't care about such 10 or 20,000 at all. Lu Xiao's eyes were bright. That is the light of money. I just don't know if my advanced programming skills can solve these loopholes. Even if one of them is solved, it will cost 20,000 yuan. Lu Xiao took a deep breath and opened the full code of one of the expedited vulnerabilities. The moment he focused on the code, a familiar feeling came. The letters on the computer screen jumped. Lu Xiao knew that this was the effect of Shuabe's skills. Unexpectedly, solving code vulnerabilities can also trigger academic skills. But when Lu Xiao read the vulnerability code from beginning to end, there was a look of confusion in his eyes. It's not too difficult, and it's not impossible to solve. But that's it? Is this too simple? Could it be that someone from the company made a mistake and sent the vulnerability code to the wrong person? How can I describe this feeling? For example, I originally thought it was the difficulty of the last math question in the college entrance examination, but unexpectedly it was the difficulty of the paper for elementary school students. It's outrageous. How could a company make such a mistake? Lu Xiao thought for a while and decided to pick up the phone and call the contact information on the outsourcing link. Chapter 8 10 minutes? 50,000 yuan? Outsourcing Department. Hello? Hello, this is Weilan Software Company. What can I do? The employee on duty in the outsourcing department answered the phone and asked. I just downloaded your expedited SQLite input validation error vulnerability. I would like to ask if you sent the wrong code? I feel like there is something wrong, said the other person on the phone. Please wait a moment, I'm going to check now. The employee on duty was shocked. If this is really a mistake and someone discovers it, then their entire department will be deducted money and a lot of performance points will be deducted. The company severely punishes such mistakes. But after he checked all the vulnerable software twice, he still found no problems. There was no miscommunication, especially the SQLite input validation error vulnerability mentioned on the other end of the phone. That was what he personally sent up this morning, how could it be wrong? After the inspection, the employees on duty were obviously speechless. He picked up the phone again and said to the other end, Hello, I just checked everything and there was nothing wrong. Do you think there is anything wrong? The other end of the phone paused for a few seconds before replying, I think the difficulty of this vulnerability is different from what I imagined. The employee on duty rolled his eyes and thought the other party was here to cause trouble, so he replied. The bounties for our bugs are all set according to the bounties on regular forums. If you think the difficulty of the bug is too high, or the price is not suitable, you can try it at someone else's house. After saying this, the employee on duty hung up the phone. They always receive several such calls a month. I didn't expect to be hit by him today. The employee on duty made a sound and reopened a certain TV series. Lu Xiao looked at the hung-up phone and was speechless. No error? Is it really this difficult? He frowned and gradually realized something. Is it possible? Is it because my programming level plus academic skills are much higher than the difficulty of this vulnerability, so I have this misunderstanding? Do not care. Since there is no wrong code passed, then give it a try. Lu Xiao thought of this, and his hands began to dance on the keyboard. The speed was a bit slow at first, but slowly, his hands danced faster and faster. After only 15 minutes, he stopped. Not stuck. But the first expedited vulnerability fix is completed. Lu Xiao blinked, with some disbelief in his eyes. Nailed it? An expedited vulnerability worth 50,000 yuan was solved? 15 minutes, $50,000? Is this true? At this time, a prompt sounded. Advanced programming skills, experience value plus 10, current progress, 11/500. Lu Xiao was a little confused. Have your programming skills increased with experience? And gave 10 experience points at once? This is the most I have given since I acquired the skill. Doesn't that mean that you can get corresponding experience points by fixing programming vulnerabilities? Looking at another expedited vulnerability on the desktop, Lu Xiao clicked in again without hesitation. His hands continued to dance on the keyboard. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiao stopped again. Got it done again. Maybe because I got into the state, this expedited loophole was more difficult than the previous one, but in the end it only took 10 minutes to solve it. The bounty for this vulnerability is 70,000 yuan. Lu Xiao held his breath and concentrated, as if waiting for something. Advanced programming skills, experience value plus 12, current progress, 23/500. I'm coming. The experience points came to him. Lu Xiao smiled. Really? As long as the programming loopholes are repaired, corresponding experience points will be given. The experience value should depend on the difficulty of the vulnerability. Lu Xiao looked at the time and saw that there was still a full hour left for lunch break. Other departments were not at work, so even if I sent the solution to the vulnerability, it would not be reviewed until work hours. In this case, Lu Xiao dragged the mouse on the computer to the screen and clicked a dozen times. Then he downloaded all the remaining 13 vulnerabilities in the outsourcing department. An hour? Enough. Lu Xiao casually opened a loophole, and without even looking at it, his hands were already dancing on the keyboard. With his current programming level, it is really not difficult to fix these, as vulnerabilities are fixed one by one. The system prompts also sounded one after another. Advanced programming skills, experience value plus 9, current progress, 32/500. Advanced programming skills, experience value plus 7, current progress, 39/500. Advanced programming skills, experience value plus 8, current progress, 47/500. Experience points for advanced programming skills skyrocket. Although it now requires 500 experience points to upgrade again, Lu Xiao, who has found a quick method, is not worried at all. Although my company only has a dozen outsourcing loopholes, what about other companies? You know, there are too many software companies like them. He doesn't have to worry about finding the bounty loophole on his own. In this way, you can quickly earn experience points and make money. It was almost like a dream. When the lunch break was over, Lu Xiao typed the last few keys. All bugs have been resolved. Advanced programming skills, current progress, 127/500. Looking at what he had gained in one afternoon, Lu Xiao was still satisfied. The main reason is that other vulnerabilities uploaded by the company are too simple, and only after the repairs are completed, so little experience points are given. If there are a few difficult programming vulnerabilities, the experience points must be considerable. After Lu Xiao relaxed, he found that his hands were constantly shaking. This is not caused by excitement, but numbness. The nerves in both hands are numb. When the Shueba skills were added, he didn't feel it yet. But when that state disappeared, he felt as if his 10 fingers were cramping, and it became difficult to even make a fist. My own physique still needs to be strengthened. Brother Lu, it turns out you are in the office. I sent you a message but I didn't reply. I thought you were asleep somewhere. Zhang Hongxiu and several colleagues walked in. When Lu Xiao heard this, he looked at his phone. Sure enough, there were several unread messages. He was so focused on work that he didn't notice it. I was just busy and didn't pay attention. Lu Xiao explained. What are you doing during your break? Let me see. These seem to be those programming loopholes in the outsourcing department, right? Brother Lu, why did you download these? Do you really want to fix them? Zhang Hongxiu asked in surprise. This also attracted the attention of two colleagues passing by. They caught a glimpse of several files on Lu Xiao's computer desktop and couldn't help laughing. Hey, Lu Xiao, do you know how to program? However, these loopholes cannot be solved by just a little bit of programming. The last time I came to a professional studio, it took half a month to fix any of them. We laughed to death. That's right, Lu Xiao, don't think too much about it. We have to release the company's recent publicity plan this week, so you should hurry up. The two colleagues returned to their workstations while chatting and laughing, not paying any attention to the programming vulnerability. TCH, look, what makes them proud is that the company is more advanced than ours. The salary is not much higher than ours. Zhang Hongxiu muttered. Ignore them, work, work. Lu Xiao really ignored those words. It was finally time to go to work, and it was time for him to do his business. Chapter 10. Sorry, I can't bear it anymore. After seeing the other party's reply, the director of the outsourcing department became more confident. This should be a newly formed team of great masters. Otherwise, I have never seen any established studio be so anxious for money. The director of the engineering department also came over at this time and saw the chat record box. His eyes became weird. What's wrong? They've helped us so much, and you still haven't settled the bill for them yet? Old Zhang, I'm going to talk about you. A great team like this is hard to come by. Others are trying their best to keep them. It's better for you. With this kind of efficiency, it seems that I have to go to the boss to complain. It's all you need to do. Lao Lin from the engineering department became excited as he spoke. This is related to the performance of their engineering department. If there is such a great team that can work together for a long time, let alone the loopholes that usually occur, they can also ask for advice next time when designing software. That's definitely a good thing with both pros and cons. But now it's good, this outsourcing department doesn't take them seriously at all. Old Lin, you can't say that. In fact, this is what happened. Lao Zhang from the outsourcing department quickly explained the cause and effect of the incident. The more Lao Lin from the engineering department listened, the brighter his eyes became. The newly formed great team. Their company can actually encounter such a good thing. No wonder. Then you must have a good relationship with the other party. Just wait, I'm going to find the treasurer now and ask him to transfer money immediately. Lao Lin from the engineering department didn't hesitate anymore, turned around and quickly left the outsourcing department and moved to the finance department. The other side. Lu Xiao received a message from the outsourcing department, asking him to wait a moment. They are working hard to apply for the bounty and are guaranteed to get the money today. After seeing the news, he stood up and walked to the supervisor. Supervisor, I want to take a day off this afternoon. What's the reason for asking for leave? Didn't you just ask for leave 2 days ago? Lu Xiao, let me tell you, if you ask for leave like this again, your performance points will be deducted. Don't come to ask me for help then. The supervisor after glancing at Lu Xiao, he had no intention of approving the leave. You ask for leave today, and he asks for leave tomorrow. Everyone has to ask for leave, so why work? He really doesn't take the company seriously and doesn't take him as a supervisor seriously. Lu Xiao glanced at the other party and chuckled. Whether you want to approve it or not. I'm just here to inform you, not to apply. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, he walked out of the office without looking back. This supervisor usually likes to use chicken feathers as arrows. In the past, he would have to endure hardships for a salary of 8,000 yuan. Now. Pooh. Who do you think you are? Everyone in the office was stunned by this scene. What happened? What's wrong with Lu Xiao today? He's so angry. Good guy, I just quarreled with the supervisor. Lu Xiao is in trouble. I'm sorry everyone, Brother Lu may have had trouble at home these past 2 days and is in a bad mood. Supervisor, don't be angry. I will send him a message to persuade him. Everything is said in the office. Zhang Hongxiu first apologized to everyone, and then quickly sent a message to Lu Xiao. Only the supervisor's face turned black, he gritted his teeth, and his anger was about to burst out of his head. As for the person involved, Lu Xiao was already in his car. Dee. Lu Xiao looked at her phone. It was from Hongxiu, saying that the supervisor is furious now, so he should come back and apologize to the supervisor, otherwise that guy will be petty and will definitely give you little shoes to wear in the future, so you can endure the calm for a while and so on. Lu Xiao didn't reply, started the car and drove out of the company. He's had enough. If you can't stand it anymore, it's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. As the car drove out of the company, the phone vibrated again. This time it was not the message from Hongxiu, but the bank's arrival information. The amount transferred to your account with the last number 8,415 is 520,000 yuan. Lu Xiao glanced at it and couldn't help but smile. The efficiency of the outsourcing department is really fast. All the money was transferred so quickly. Moreover, the original bounty for fixing the vulnerability should have been more than 510,000, but they directly paid 520,000, which makes people feel very comfortable. Lu Xiao stepped on the accelerator and drove out. He has not forgotten that starting from today, he will have to do the task of picking up an INI from school personally. When Lu Xiao thought of the previous simulation results, a chill ran down his back and he shuddered a little. I looked at the time, it was just 2 o'clock. The little girl gets out of school at 4 o'clock. There are exactly 2 hours left to prepare. In order to ease the relationship between husband and wife, Lu Xiao studied for a long time last night. I hope today can restore the intimacy between the two of them a little more. Have to say. When preparing today's plan last night, I expected that there might be some difficulties and problems. But today, with the power of money, everything was arranged very smoothly. The price is just a little extra money. 350. Lu Xiao had already parked the car and walked to the entrance of the kindergarten. In 10 minutes, kindergarten is over. He touched a white round button on his collar. This is the latest thumb camera from Dajiang that I just bought in a specialty store. It is small and easy to carry. Lu Xiao certainly didn't buy this thing for secret photography or anything. Instead, I wanted to record the beautiful life of a family of 3 and give you a surprise after editing. However, after waiting for a few minutes, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. He saw the other party, and the other party naturally saw him. Lu Xiao, when I asked you to pick up NI before, you were always busy with this and that. Now that I'm divorcing my daughter, why are you so active? Do you want to snatch custody of our NI? His mouth was filled with ridicule. Who could it be if it wasn't his mother-in-law? Lu Xiao was sure that the mother-in-law was having a lot of trouble with her husband. The reason why the two of them have such a big conflict. Except that the mother-in-law despises him. There is another indirect reason. In addition to my wife, my natal family also has a biological sister who is also married and has children. Her sister married very well. Her family had tens of millions of assets, a company, and several apartments. There is nothing wrong with being a rich second generation. If we compare him to a poor boy like him, the gap is not as big as usual. Therefore, even though Lu Xiao visited her natal family several times a year and gave many gifts, she did not get any good treatment or good reputation. This mother-in-law will always praise her little daughter for how good she is, how filial she is, etc. when meeting people. Everything is so realistic. When Lu Xiao heard Wang Huangping's sarcasm, she couldn't bear it anymore and directly attacked him. Mom, don't think about NI's custody rights, because it's impossible for you he and I to get divorced. I don't need to bother you to pick up NI from school. I'll save you the pain in your legs and feet from walking too much. It's best for you to have a good rest at home. Lu Xiao's tone was extremely calm, and there was no emotion on his face. Wang Huangping glared and became angry. She pointed at Lu Xiao and her voice became sharp. Okay, Lu Xiao, you're not big or small, what's wrong with me saying a few words to you? You dare to go up against me. My daughter has been wronged and followed you, and you do this to her and your mother-in-law? Wang Huangping said a little anxiously. Don't worry. From now on, I will be kind to you he and will not let her be wronged again. After Lu Xiao said this, he was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. After checking the time, he walked towards the entrance of the kindergarten. Wang Huangping behind him was so angry that she wanted to jump. This Lu Xiao is usually honest, but he didn't expect that today he would be the opposite. It seems that this is his nature. Originally, she wanted to go up and scold Lu Xiao, but she saw that the kindergarten was over. He had no choice but to hold back the anger in his heart for the time being, turned around and walked towards home. As she walked, she had already taken out her mobile phone and sent a 60-second voice matrix to her daughter. Chapter 11 Mother-in-law turns out to be here to assist. When the little girl saw Lu Xiao, she ran directly into Lu Xiao's arms like a little white rabbit. Dad, look, this is the sticker that NI was rewarded today. The teacher also praised NI for her best performance. She proudly showed off the sticker in her hand. Lu Xiao picked up NI and stood up. Dad knows that NI is the best, so he bought you a gift as a reward. As soon as the little girl heard that there was a gift, her little head started to move and she looked around. Where? Dad, you are lying. NI didn't see the gift. The little girl curled her lips. Who would be walking around with gifts? Of course they are in the car. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Really? Dad is not allowed to lie. Really, what should you say? Thank you, Dad. This is not enough. Hee, mua. That's enough, your saliva is all on my face. The whole family returned to the car laughing. When the little girl saw her gift, she screamed excitedly. Wow, it's Aisha's princess dress. Dad, you're the best. Nini wanted it before, but her mother never let her buy it. The little girl hugged the gift box tightly and was extremely happy. Seeing that Nini liked it so much, Lu Xiao also became happy. Really? Money is a good thing. This kind of Aisha skirt can be copied by a certain store for only 100 yuan, but the quality is rubbish. It wears out for a few days and then fades. This is the reason why my wife doesn't buy it for Nini. The set he bought was an official one and cost a total of 3,000 yuan. When both father and daughter were happy, a notification sounded in Lu Xiao's mind. The host was framed, and the intimacy level was -3. The current intimacy level of the couple is 10 points. Fark. Lu Xiao subconsciously uttered one word. Dad, don't say bad words, hit me. Nini pretended to frown and lightly hit Lu Xiao's hand. Mine. Lu Xiao suppressed his anger and forced a smile to say. Framed? What's happening here? He was completely confused for a moment and didn't understand what was happening. But soon, a message came on the phone. It's from my wife, Chu Yua. Text information. Lu Xiao, what's wrong with my mother? Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. All right. Although they were words, he seemed to have felt the tone of these words. He finally understood. The mother-in-law must have confused right and wrong again and smeared him everywhere. When I picked up Nini just now, I met your mother. What did your mother tell you? Maybe the truth is not what she said. Lu Xiao sent it over helplessly. Even if the system didn't send the 4 words framed, he could guess the truth. This mother-in-law. How about putting a sack on her in the dark one day? Let her calm down. Lu Xiao thought a little maliciously. She said that you were at the entrance of the kindergarten and criticized her in public, which made her unable to step down. Then you threatened divorce or something, and she looked very aggrieved. My mother has a bad temper, and she really treats you. She has opinions, but she is an elder after all. Lu Xiao clenched his fists when he saw the message from his wife. A good thief shouts catch the thief and beats him up. This old guy, you have the final say whatever you say. No wonder my wife was a little angry. Although she didn't say anything to herself in the message she sent, the intimacy level -3 was a real and genuine reaction. Wait a minute. After Lu Xiao replied a message, he put his phone into Bluetooth mode and pressed the white button on his collar. Yes, connect the button camera of the master. It took Lu Xiao 2 minutes to export the video just now and cut it slightly. Only the meeting with the mother-in-law was left, and the chat between the two ended. He then sent the video to his wife. Fortunately, he had a whim today and bought a button camera to record his beautiful life. I wanted to gather the materials and find an opportunity to prepare a surprise for my wife in the future. I didn't expect to use it on the first day. For 3 whole minutes, there was no reply from my wife. The host was wronged and Chu Yua was ashamed. The intimacy level was +8. My wife's message didn't arrive, but the system prompt rang first. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. +8? That includes the 3 points just deducted. He made a net profit of 5 points this time. Okay, this is a big gain. Mother-in-law, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It turns out you are here to assist. Please continue your naughty operation. At this time, a message from my wife came. This time, it was not a text message, but a voice message lasting more than 10 seconds. No, I'm sorry, Lu Xiao. I was too reckless just now and misunderstood you because I didn't distinguish the facts. How could my mother be like this? She was just gossiping. It's too much. I just called her to say something. I'm furious. A smile bloomed on Lu Xiao's face again, and it felt good to be apologized by his wife. But these words seemed a bit polite after all. Keep it up. Don't be angry, I'm fine. By the way, when do you get off work? I will pick you up. Nini is also in my car. I have reserved a restaurant and we will go out to eat later. Lu Xiao sent it over. After 10 seconds, there was a reply. Okay, I get off work at 5 o'clock today. The host's invitation to take over from get off work has a significant effect, and the intimacy level is +1. Lu Xiao hummed a little tune and lamented in her heart that the methods on the internet were somewhat effective. Dad, change the song, this one doesn't sound good. Okay, what do you want to hear? The car started, and the father and daughter were chatting and laughing, and drove towards the place where Chu Yua worked. After arriving at the place, the little girl took Lu Xiao and waited at the door early. And she was wearing the Elsa princess dress I just bought. That's what kids this age are like. I can't wait for anything, especially what I like. And he has a fresh attitude towards all kinds of things. Like picking up mom from get off work. Not seeing each other for a day seems like an eternity. So, as soon as she saw her mother's figure, the little girl swooped over. Nini, who is already cute and has delicate facial features like a doll, with the blessing of gorgeous clothes, has turned heads immediately. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chu Yue saw it, hugged Nini directly, and praised her affectionately. Wow, whose little princess is this? She's so beautiful. It's Nimi. Mom, isn't Aisha's princess dress beautiful? It's a gift from Dad to Nini. The little girl started to show off her daily routine. When Chu Yue heard this, he was slightly stunned. She touched Nini's skirt carefully and glanced at the trademark at the neckline of the skirt, doubts flashing in her eyes. Chapter 12. What kind of sky-high price is this dish? Why does this brand new princess dress seem to be genuine? She remembered that a set cost 3,000 yuan. That's half a month's car loan. Chu Yue felt pain in her body. Most importantly, where does the money come from? The couple's money is stored in a fixed account. She also has the living expenses left every month. How can Lu Xiao have the money to buy such an expensive dress? Chu Yue wanted to ask Lu Xiao, but she held it back. She just misunderstood the other party today, and she didn't want to misunderstand him again. Maybe it's a bonus from the company? Soon, Lu Xiao's family of 3 returned to the car. Along the way, the lively and cute Aisha and Nini attracted countless eyes. Chu Yue and Nini were in the back row. The little girl was in a particularly good mood today and kept talking. Lu Xiao, what happened to my mother just now is my problem. Chu Yue took the time to say. It's okay, I don't blame you. Lu Xiao replied. Seeing that the other party did not explain the matter of the princess dress, Chu Yue couldn't help but become more curious. And when Lu Xiao drove the car to the place and stopped, Chu Yue was even more surprised. This place. Lu Xiao, are we going to eat here today? Chu Yue asked in surprise. Queen's Restaurant? They are the only Michelin restaurant in Jiangbei City. When the two were not quarreling, Chu Yue told Lu Xiao several times that if they didn't have mortgage pressure and were waiting to receive their year-end bonus, they would definitely come here for a meal. Wow mom, this hotel is so beautiful, just like a small castle. The little girl Nini said excitedly with her eyes shining brightly. Mom and Dad will take you in for dinner today. Lu Xiao said, rubbing Nini's head. Chu Yue came close to Lu Xiao at this time and whispered, let's find another restaurant. The cost here is too high. She was a little confused. Lu Xiao must know that a casual meal for a family of 3 here costs 2 to 3,000. You may not be able to eat enough. Although she wanted to go in and try it. But obviously the family's economic conditions do not allow them to waste like this. This is it, and I've already paid the bill. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Seeing his wife like this, he felt a little guilty. After so many years, the two of them have never had a luxurious dinner. Ah? Have you paid the bill? Where did you get the money? And the Aisha skirt Nini is wearing, it must be at least 3,000. Including this meal? Chu Yue's eyebrows were furrowed, and her eyes were full of doubts. Don't make random guesses. You know, I have never saved any private money. I will explain to you after dinner. Lu Xiao said in a gentle tone. Seeing Lu Xiao's mysterious look, Chu Yue rolled her eyes at him and felt a little angry. I didn't think about it any further. The 3 of them walked to the Queen's Restaurant together. It's dinner time now, and the per capita consumption at Queen's Restaurant is very high, but the taste is really good. So every time it's meal time, it's always overcrowded. Like right now, there's a long queue outside. When Chu Yue saw the team, he thought the meal was over. That's just right, you can save money. Don't worry, I've paid for the bill, and I've already made a reservation. There's no need to queue. Lu Xiao explained to himself as if he could see what his wife was thinking. This made Chu Yue look at Lu Xiao a few more times. Why does Lu Xiao feel a little different? It seems, a little more confident than before, a little bit like before marriage. The host's new state made Chu Yue's eyes light up and his impression changed. Intimacy +1. After receiving this reminder, Lu Xiao became more confident. He knew that the current relationship between the two suddenly dropped so low because of the quarrel a few days ago. Therefore, it is faster to recover from the upgrade. And when the intimacy reaches a certain stage, that's the real problem. Arriving at the entrance of the Queen's restaurant, Lu Xiao reported her mobile phone number and entered the restaurant smoothly. This made the people around who were still queuing envious. Some people kept complaining about their companions, why they didn't come over earlier to get their numbers. Look at the house, you can enter it as soon as you come over. Lu Xiao and the other three followed the waiter to a VIP seat at the end of the restaurant before stopping. Dear guest, we have prepared your dishes. Do you want to serve them to you? The waiter was very nice. Let's serve. Lu Xiao nodded. Then I wish you a pleasant meal. The waiter said and withdrew. Lu Xiao carried the little girl who was looking around into the children's dining chair, and at the same time prepared the children's tableware. Xu Yuha next to him also looked around in surprise. It was also her first time to enter the Queen's restaurant, and it was indeed different from other restaurants. The overall design is not particularly luxurious, but every detail is exquisite and the atmosphere is quite good. There was even a performance stage just behind them, with a resident singing team preparing their instruments. The world of rich people is just different. And when Xu Yuha picked up the menu on the table and flipped through it, he was shocked by the prices of the dishes on it. Crispy deep-sea hairtail, 888 yuan a plate. What kind of flour-headed abalone, 1,899 yuan a plate. This is such an outrageous price. Going to the wet market to buy a pound of hairtail only costs 30 yuan, and abalone costs 5 yuan each. If you add more processing, you can sell it at double the price. This Queen's restaurant is a money steal. What fool would order such a dish? While Xu Yuha was sighing in his heart, two waiters had already brought the dishes. Distinguished guests, your dishes have arrived. This is crispy deep-sea hairtail, and the other one is flour-headed abalone. The waiter softly introduced the dishes. Xu Yuha. Lu Xiao and the little girl couldn't wait to pick up the knife and fork and started eating. Dad, this hairtail is delicious, even better than what Mom makes, the little girl praised with wide eyes. Lu Xiao also picked up a bite, put it in his mouth and tasted it. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fresh and delicious, with a compelling taste. Moreover, this hairtail fish has been carefully processed, leaving only a row of large spines in the middle, so it is completely fine for children to eat. That's because you're hungry. Your mother's hairtail is definitely no worse than this. Lu Xiao corrected him. He couldn't admit the truth even to death at this time. There were 6 small pieces of hairtail in total, and the little girl took care of 2 pieces in the blink of an eye. Yuha, are you eating? What's wrong? Don't you have an appetite? Lu Xiao asked Xu Yuha knowingly. Of course he knew why his wife didn't eat yet. She must have been shocked by the price of the dishes. Not to mention her, even when I came to order food this afternoon, I was shocked. But now after tasting it, I found that if the expensive factor is removed, the taste of this dish is really good. Lu Xiao took a piece of hairtail and placed it in front of Xu Yuha. Xu Yuha frowned. Such a small piece of hairtail cost more than 100 yuan in total. This is only a few tails of meat. There is only 1 or 2. Lu Xiao, are you going to sell your kidney? Xu Yuha asked suspiciously. Chapter 13. When did he learn this trick? Selling a kidney. He also wants to have a second child. I didn't dare to think about it before. You can think about it now. Lu Xiao saw that his wife was determined to break the casserole and asked the question, otherwise she would not eat. He could only reveal a little. The bonus from the company has arrived. Lu Xiao stopped talking and didn't say much. Xu Yuha had an expression that I knew was like this. She glared at Lu Xiao and uttered 2 words. Prodigal. However, after complaining, Xu Yuha picked up the crispy hairtail fish in front of him and put it into his mouth. Now that you understand the reason, let's eat it. After all, the money has been paid, so if you don't eat, you will be taken advantage of. Xu Yuha tasted the delicious food in her mouth and let out an exclamation of surprise. Is this what 3 Michelin stars taste like? With the blessing of money, it really tastes good. It would be nice if it could be cheaper, such as 88.8, so they could come here to eat once in a while. At the current price, she wouldn't come here a second time even if I beat her to death. Mom, this is delicious. Eat it and see. It's even more delicious than hairtail fish. The little girl came to Xu Yuha carrying a small plate. On the plate was a palm-sized abalone, which was brown in color. The thick soup was poured on it, making it look very attractive in color. It's just that there is a row of small tooth marks on the abalone, and only 2/3 of it is left. Okay, let Mom give it a try too. Xu Yua took the fork and put the remaining 2/3 of the abalone into his mouth. It is said to be 2/3, which is as big as half an egg. Yeah. Xu Yua's eyes lit up. It is soft, glutinous and sweet in the mouth, and the soup makes it even more salty and delicious. No wonder this Queen's restaurant has always had such a high reputation. It's not without reason. After praising the abalone in his heart, Xu Yua found that his daughter kept looking at him with her big eyes open, looking aggrieved. What's wrong, Ni, keep eating? Xu Yua asked in confusion. Ni still wants to eat, but, Mom, there is only one piece of this, and you have finished it all. Ni curled her lips and said. Xu Yua was stunned. She looked up and looked inside the earthen pot containing abalone. Sure enough, there was only soup and no abalone. Etc. If she remembered correctly, this dish was called flower-headed abalone, and a plate costs 1,899. Is it possible that there was only such a small piece of abalone in 1899? Just one piece, she murmured. Yes, Ni likes to eat, then I will order another one. Lu Xiao said. After eating a piece of hairtail, he quietly watched his wife and daughter eat. I have always been under pressure, my spirit was always tense, and I had no time to think about anything else. Now that I am relieved, I find that watching the two people I love deeply eating is more satisfying than anything else. This is real life. No, don't order, that's enough, aren't there other dishes? Xu Yua quickly wanted to stop Lu Xiao. It's just a bonus, it can't be wasted like this. Lu Xiao had already placed the order while Xu Yua was talking, and said to a waiter passing by, Waiter, I ordered another piece of flower-headed abalone, please serve it faster. Lu Xiao. Xu Yua shouted to Lu Xiao in a low voice. Let's eat first, and I'll explain it to you after we finish. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Xu Yua frowned and looked at Lu Xiao. Why haven't we seen each other for just one day? This guy has really changed a lot. Just eat and see what explanation you can give after eating. She picked up a piece of crispy hairtail and put it in her mouth. Dear guest, here is your charcoal grilled M9 beef, and black truffle vanilla cod. After the three of them finished 2 dishes, the waiter brought out 2 more dishes. This made the hairtail on Xu Yua's fork almost fall off. If I remember correctly, the 2 new dishes cost another 3,000 yuan in total. What exactly happened? Lu Xiao's bonus is given out every year, but in previous years it was only about 10,000. Is it possible that you have gained a little this year? Even if it happens multiple times, it can't be like this. Really? The little girl Ni next to her didn't think so much. She was originally waiting for her flower-headed abalone to return to the dinner table. But now that I see new dishes coming, I can't wait to grab them. When Xu Yua saw Ni starting to eat, she didn't think about it for the time being and started eating first. So which dish should you eat first? I have to say that every dish here is beautifully presented, but the portions are too small. At this time, a person from the resident singing team behind the 3 people came and stood next to Lu Xiao. Thank you, we don't need it. Xu Yua took a quick step and rejected the other party before he could speak. She had heard that on such an occasion, it would cost hundreds of dollars to order a song. A song only lasts a few minutes. With this money, I might as well buy 2 sets of clothes for Ni. When the resident singer heard this, his expression was a little strange. He looked at Xu Yua and then at Lu Xiao, not knowing what to say. Lu Xiao nodded to him and said, It's okay, just follow what I said before. Okay, distinguished guest. The resident singer responded and trotted back to the group. Xu Yua blinked and reacted. Lu Xiao, you even ordered the songs? She said, even more surprised. I ordered it for you. I told your mother that from today on, I won't let you be wronged. Lu Xiao looked at his wife with sincere eyes. When Xu Yua saw this, he subconsciously averted his eyes. She felt her heart beat faster. If it's so stupid, I don't know where Lu Xiao learned it. The last time I spoke like this was when I was getting married. She felt uncomfortable again when she thought that Lu Xiao had become less and less caring about herself in the past few years. Xu Yua was slightly moved by the host's warm words, and the intimacy level was +2. The host's words reminded Xu Yua of the ups and downs of the past few years, and the intimacy level was -1. Lu Xiao sighed slightly. Yes. He has been under a lot of pressure in the past few years, and he has indeed ignored his wife's feelings. The couple's intimacy level breaks through 20, and they will receive a gift package for continued efforts. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, if the intimacy level reaches 20, you can get a gift package. But he didn't open it now. At this moment, his mind was on his wife. Then, he raised his hand and made a gesture to the resident band behind him. Next moment. The music started, the drums intervened, and the handsome guy who was the lead singer picked up the microphone and sang a cappella. And the strange thing is, this song does not start from the beginning, but enters the climax of the chorus as soon as the voice opens. My heart starts to tremble. I understand your discomfort. Your expression is already cold. It's all my fault. Is there any use in admitting my mistake now? The moment Chu Yua heard this song, her eyes widened. She immediately recognized that it was Admit Mistake by Su Song. Think again of what Lu Xiao just said. This is the song requested for her. Snort. This stinky guy, when did he do this? Chapter 14. The relationship between husband and wife finally breaks through the freezing point. Chu Yua felt a little dazed as she listened to Admit You're Wrong, sung by the resident band behind her. Although she was a little moved, she couldn't show it now. Humph, when the car hits the wall, you know how to turn, and when the snot runs in your mouth, you know how to dump it. Can't you do it earlier? Chu Yua muttered in a low voice, looking like a little resentful woman. Lu Xiao was sitting on the side and naturally heard his wife's muttering. Mom, who's got a runny nose? If Nini has a runny nose, she will snort it away with paper. The little girl cut the steak unskilledly and retorted while eating. Eat your food and remember to drink some water. Chu Yua glanced at the little girl and brought a glass of water to her. Lu Xiao did not speak, but raised his hand to gesture to the resident band. The music stopped abruptly. Chu Yua was stunned. Why did it stop? Don't stop. A song is so expensive. Once you order it, you must listen to it to the end. She thought Lu Xiao didn't want to hear it anymore, so she deliberately stopped the other party. Just when I was about to say something, the music started again. However, the song has been changed. The lead singer of the band adjusted his condition and started singing. I blame me for not being able to follow the direction you are going. The more you love, the more passive you become, the more generous you must be. What else do you want from me? What do you want? When Chu Yua heard this song, she almost burst out laughing. This song is What Else Do You Want From Me by Xue Qian. She seemed to understand what Lu Xiao wanted to do. Childish. Chu Yua curled her lips and complained. Unexpectedly, as soon as she said these words, Lu Xiao made another gesture to the resident band. This time the music did not stop, but changed directly to another song. Please forgive me for being immature, the lead singer sang affectionately. This is Forgive Me by Rain God. Pfft, Lu Xiao, there's something wrong with you. Chu Yua couldn't hold back this time and laughed out loud. It was so infuriating and funny. Lu Xiao looked at Chu Yua tenderly and gestured again. The music changed again in vain. This song fits exactly what he wants to say now. You look so pretty when you smile. Like spring flowers. Blow away all your worries, all your sorrow. Chu Yua was amused again, and couldn't take a breath for a while. When the little girl Nini heard this song, she shouted happily that she could sing it too, and started singing along. For a moment, joy filled the entire restaurant. The other guests didn't know the meaning of the song, but they just mentioned that today's song medley had some characteristics. Ah, sneeze. Chu Yua hurriedly lowered his head and used paper to block his sneeze. Mainly because she hadn't completely swallowed what she had just eaten, so she was amused by Lu Xiao's combo, causing him to choke. Just when Lu Xiao was about to hand over a piece of paper, the live music changed again. This time it was Lu Xiao's turn to be surprised. It seemed like he just clicked on the songs he just mentioned. How come there is more? Or are other guests requesting songs normally? If you suddenly sneeze, then it must be that I'm thinking of you. If you are woken up by your mobile phone in the middle of the night. Lu Xiao looked at the band's lead singer in surprise. This song really suited the occasion. The lead singer raised a gesture to him while singing. Said everything went well. Bang! Chu Yua had moved to Lu Xiao's side and punched his arm with her little fist. Let's just let this quarrel be over. From now on, let's not quarrel again, you know. Chu Yua said with a serious look. The host's series of attacks broke Chu Yua's inner defense, and the intimacy level was +10. The couple's intimacy level exceeds 30, and you will receive a gift package for moving forward bravely. Lu Xiao smiled. It's not easy. The relationship between the two finally got out of the freezing point. I got it, Yu He. I keep my word. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Okay, let's eat quickly. The food is almost cold. This meal is so expensive. I'll settle the bill with you later when I get back to the car after dinner. Chu Yue snorted, returned to his seat, and began to enjoy the feast. She found that the food in her mouth tasted better than before. Lu Xiao no longer just watched, but joined in and tasted the sky-high price dishes. It tastes really good. You can come often in the future. He gave his own assessment. As a family of three, the atmosphere became harmonious. After dinner, Chu Yue and the little girl were eating dessert. Mother and daughter had no resistance to desserts and liked them very much. Lu Xiao just took one bite and stopped eating. He focused on the reward he had received today. A gift package for keeping up the good work, and a gift package for moving forward courageously. Judging from the name, it has one less big character than the previous gift package. Are the things inside there different? Open the Go Forward gift pack first. Lu Xiao thought in his heart. The host gains physical attribute points +2. Host acquires skills, parkour. After opening the gift bag, Lu Xiao first felt a warm current flowing through her body. Then there was a slight tremor in the body, like an electric shock, which lasted for more than 10 seconds before disappearing. Fortunately, the amplitude was not large and no one noticed anything unusual about him. At this time, Lu Xiao felt that he had a lot more knowledge, methods and experiences about parkour in his mind. It was as if he was already proficient in this sport and it was not his first experience. But what puzzles Lu Xiao is that although he has only added 2 points of physical fitness, the effect seems to be much greater than the first time he added 3 points of physical fitness. It wasn't until he opened the parkour skill introduction that he explained his doubts. Elementary parkour, current progress, 1/100. Basic parkour, you have mastered certain parkour skills and gained 5 points of physical fitness, 3 points of speed, and 1 point of strength. Note, each time you upgrade, additional attributes will also be improved again. Lu Xiao felt happy. No wonder my body has changed so much. He just quietly touched his belly. The belly that was originally caused by sitting for a long time has almost disappeared. Then if you practice more and upgrade this skill to another level, will you be able to have abdominal muscles? Those are abdominal muscles. I ran away from home since my second year of high school and never came back. The effect of this skill is really good. The future is promising. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao was also full of expectations for another gift package. Open the Keep Up the Good Work gift pack. The host gains strength attribute points +2. The host acquires a skill, throwing stones. The same warm current entered the body. What Lu Xiao clearly felt this time was that his muscle strength had increased a lot. The excess fat on the lower belly has completely disappeared. It just made him frown. What the hell is this stone throwing skill? Chapter 15 Husband, tell me the truth, what did you do? Lu Xiao checked out this new skill. Elementary stone throwing, a special attack technique that increases hit rate by 30% and 3 points of strength. Note, each time you upgrade, the additional attributes will also be improved again. Good guy. Seeing this skill introduction, Lu Xiao was a little surprised. The first thought in his mind was hidden weapons. Throwing stones, attack, hit rate, strength. Putting these 4 words together, it is easy to think of some kind of wounding weapon during ancient wars. Lu Xiao smiled in her heart and put aside this outrageous idea. His second reaction was darts. This kind of sport has many professional competitions at home and abroad. If you can win the championship, the prize money can range from hundreds of thousands to millions. My stone throwing skill comes with a 30% hit rate at the basic level. Then if you upgrade to intermediate, advanced, or even higher, will you achieve 100% hit rate? It's really a 100% hit rate, that's simply terrifying. Lu Xiao shook his head and put the skills in the back of his mind for the time being. He must practice these 2 skills frequently. If nothing else, just the fact that upgrading skills can increase the attached attribute points is enough for him to make up his mind. The body is the capital of struggle. Who would think that he is strong? Dad. NINI is so full after eating. Today is the happiest time for NINI. The little girl patted her bulging belly with satisfaction. Whenever NINI wants to eat, Dad will bring you over to eat. Lu Xiao pinched NINI's pouty face. NINI pushed Lu Xiao's hand away, her eyes shining. Really? Dad, NINI will come here to eat every day. NINI said happily. If you could really eat so many delicious foods every day, your dreams would definitely be sweet. Just when Lu Xiao was about to agree, he felt a sharp look from beside him, suppressing his words. It's Chu Yuha. She glared at Lu Xiao fiercely, then forced out a smile and said to the little girl, "Ni, you can't eat food from outside often. Mom can make it for you whatever you want to eat." Lu Xiao then remembered the consumption level of Queen's restaurant. Even a well-off family could not afford to eat here every day. Ni listened to her mother's words and became a little reluctant. My father obviously agreed, so why didn't my mother agree? Moreover, the dishes my mother cooks are really not as delicious as those here. The little girl glanced at her mother and was about to retort. At this time, Lu Xiao quickly interrupted the little girl's speech. Ni, Dad thought about it again, and he really can't come here to eat often. Think about it, if you eat something often, you will get tired of it and it won't taste good. Ni used to like to eat braised pork, but then he ate it continuously. Will the braised pork not taste good in a few days? The little girl tilted her head and thought about it, as if it was exactly what her father said. Then Ni doesn't come over often to eat. Ni wants to eat delicious food all the time. The little girl nodded seriously and said. Ni is so good, how about Dad take you to find other delicious food next time? Lu Xiao said. Okay Daddy is the best. Ni also finished eating and jumped directly on Lu Xiao and hung on. When Chu Yuha saw that his daughter had stopped talking, she gave Lu Xiao a look. That means, you know the truth. The family of three left the Queen's restaurant after finishing their meal. Before leaving, Chu Yuha went to the front desk to ask for the bill for their meal. The moment she saw the amount of the bill, Chu Yua's eyes widened. She didn't speak up on the spot. Instead, he held it in until he got in the car. Along the way, Lu Xiao felt as if the resentment around him wanted to drag him into the abyss. Once in the car, Chu Yuha first threw a toy to the little girl and let her play with it. Then he photographed the consumption bill in front of Lu Xiao. This meal cost more than 9,000 yuan. Come on, explain, I'm all ears. Chu Yuha resisted the urge to bite Lu Xiao twice and questioned. This is 9,000 yuan. More than a month's salary, just for one meal? She thought the meal would be expensive, but she didn't expect it to be so expensive. Lu Xiao smiled bitterly. But not bad. I did not receive any reminder from the system to deduct intimacy. This means that the wife is still enduring it and is still waiting for his explanation. Once this explanation fails, the degree of intimacy may be at risk. Yuhi, don't be angry, wait a moment. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and started operating it. This behavior made Chu Yuha frown even more tightly. If you don't explain it properly, you will take out your phone and click on something randomly. DD. At this time, the mobile phone in her pocket rang. It's the sound of a text message. But Chu Yuha just stared at Lu Xiao, with no intention of taking out his phone to look at it. Yuhi, please look at your phone first. If you look at it, you won't be so angry. Lu Xiao pointed at her pocket and said. When Chu Yuha heard this, he glared at Lu Xiao before reaching out and taking out his phone from his pocket. Is there anything I can't say in person, but I still need to say it via text message? Lu Xiao, even if a bonus is given, it can't be wasted so much. Our mortgage repayment, eh? Why so much money, 50,000 yuan? This bonus is too much. Chu Yuha shouted in a low voice. The text message on the mobile phone was clearly a transfer from Lu Xiao to himself. In the past few years, the highest bonus was no more than 30,000, maybe 24,000 to 50,000. There were 50,000 this time? Then plus the small 10,000 that we just spent, it's not 60,000. Chu Yuha looked at Lu Xiao in surprise and wanted to know why. But Lu Xiao laughed and said, Yuhi, if you count again, it's not 50,000. Huh? What does that mean? When Chu Yuha asked, he had already looked at the text message again. I just glanced at it and was shocked. Now that she took a closer look, she really noticed something different. There are a lot of zeros after the 5. This 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. This is 500,000? Chu Yuha was stunned, and her mouth opened unconsciously. A full minute passed. She just recovered from the shock. The first thing she did was quickly look around the car. No one. Then he stared at his husband. From head to toe, especially at the kidneys, he paused for a few seconds and then moved away. The market value of one kidney is 200,000 yuan. Even if 2 kidneys are taken together, the market value is only 400,000 yuan. That's certainly not the case. Husband, tell the truth, where did this money come from? Chu Yuhua lowered his voice and his tone was particularly gentle. Even her husband's nickname was used. It shows how uneasy she is inside. Should you listen to the truth or lies? Lu Xiao lowered his voice due to the atmosphere and asked very cooperatively. Chapter 16. When will you come home with me? Let's listen to a lie first. Chu Yuhua looked at the transfer information several more times to make sure that she had read it correctly. She wanted to give herself a buffer time and wait to hear the truth later. When I passed by the lottery shop yesterday, I scratched 2 scratch cards on a whim. I didn't expect dash. Lu Xiao was interrupted by Chu Yuhua just halfway through speaking. I didn't expect that I won 500,000 yuan right away, she guessed. But after she finished speaking, she remembered that it was a lie. That means that the 500,000 yuan was not obtained by scratching lottery tickets, but how did it come from it? I didn't win. It's outrageous to win the first prize by scratching a lottery ticket. In fact, a lottery player next to me won the first prize. My eyes turned red and I snatched his lottery ticket away without saying a word. Lu Xiao said seriously. Chu Yuhua grabbed Lu Xiao's hand and asked nervously, You are breaking the law. Where is that person? He didn't chase you? Didn't he call the police? Lu Xiao blinked. Do you believe this? What do you think of yourself in the eyes of your wife? But as soon as the thought came to his mind, he felt a pain in his hand. Chu Yuhua had already pinched a piece of flesh on Lu Xiao's arm with one hand and turned it 180 degrees. Will this not hurt? It's time to tell the lie, here's the truth. She glanced over coldly. It seems that he didn't believe what Lu Xiao just said. It hurts, I said, can't you just say it? Lu Xiao immediately begged for mercy. But he was a little happy in his heart. This kind of fight also proves that my wife is no longer angry as before. The ice-breaking operation has a remarkable effect. After hearing Lu Xiao begging for mercy, Chu Yuhua let him go, raised his ears, and looked serious. Actually, I helped the company solve several urgent programming vulnerabilities, and the money was the bonus for those vulnerabilities. Lu Xiao said truthfully. Ha! This truth is worse than the lie just now. Chu Yuhua snorted and tried to repeat his old tricks. Lu Xiao guessed that the other party wouldn't believe it, so he handed over the phone directly. On the interface are chat records and transfer information with the outsourcing department. Chu Yuhua looked suspiciously. Seeing this, she was stunned again. Real. Is what Lu Xiao said true? These dollars are really bounties for programming bugs. But, this truth made Chu Yuhua feel even more incredible. Although her husband has worked in a software company for so many years, this is the first time she knows that her husband's programming level is so high? Doesn't make sense? But, when did you know how to program? And when did you become so good at programming? Chu Yuhua asked in confusion. Lu Xiao has already thought about how to answer this question. I have always been good at programming, but at the beginning of this year, there were several boxes of programming-related books from the engineering department placed in our office, and I studied them when I had nothing to do. Maybe it's because I have a relatively high talent, and I got through it as soon as I learned it. Furthermore, several of the loopholes in our company just happened to happen. Maybe if I change a few, I don't know how to fix them. Lu Xiao forcefully explained what happened to him. No way. It can't be said that he has awakened the system, acquired academic skills, etc. Really? Chu Yuhua still couldn't believe it. Otherwise, the witnesses, physical evidence, and money are all here, how can we still make false claims? Lu Xiao said with a smile. Chu Yuhua took a few deep breaths and checked the account balance again to confirm that 500,000 yuan had actually been received. She also had to believe the truth. Suddenly, she stood up and came to Lu Xiao, giving him a tight hug. Thanks for your hard work. It seems that her husband has not deliberately neglected her feelings in the past few years, but he is just under too much pressure, and with the arrival of the little girl, plus he is learning these things. How can one person have so much energy? Chu Yuhua started to think for himself. The host's big lie made Chu Yuhua believe it to be true, and he was moved. The intimacy level was +5. After Lu Xiao saw the system prompt, he secretly rolled his eyes at the system. Hello. What is a big lie? It was a white lie at best. Just as Lu Xiao was about to hug him back, Chu Yuhua had already sat back down. This made him smile bitterly. It seems that the estrangement between husband and wife in the past 2 years will not disappear all at once. Couple intimacy level, 35. Lu Xiao was very excited when he looked at the intimacy value between the two. It was almost completely shattered yesterday, and so much has been restored in just 2 days. If this trend continues, you will be able to pass the exam within a few days of hard work. With this money, the pressure on the mortgage will be much lessened. And I can also buy the little girl some new clothes and shoes. The ones she wears recently are leftovers from friends' homes, so it's time to buy new ones. Xu Yuhi began to calculate in a low voice. Lu Xiao naturally heard what his wife said, so he said, "Then when the little girls get out of school tomorrow, I will pick you up to go shopping. By the way, I can also buy you a few sets of skincare products, some good ones." When Xu Yuha heard about shopping and skincare products, her eyes lit up several times. If you have money, you can't spend it recklessly. Those big-name skincare products are too expensive, and their effects are almost the same as those of ordinary brands. However, I have run out of eye cream a long time ago, so I can really buy one. Lu Xiao, yours the razor can also be replaced. It has been used for a long time. I remember it was bleeding last time. When it came to how to use money, Xu Yuha suddenly became energetic. On the premise of saving, plan consumption plans. Lu Xiao started the car and felt mixed emotions as he listened to his wife's excited chatter. There is joy, shame, happiness, and sadness. My wife has indeed worked hard these years. Many other women of the same age are beautiful and radiant. Due to family finances and taking care of the children, my wife no longer has the previous meticulous grooming and care, and gradually loses the shine she should have. What woman doesn't love beauty? It's just that time, energy and financial resources don't allow it. Just as the car was approaching her parents' house. Yuhi, when are you going home? Lu Xiao asked. After Xu Yuha was stunned for a moment, he said, "I'll be back this Saturday." Lu Xiao nodded. There are still 3 days left. I thought that after reaching this level of intimacy, I could get my wife to agree to go home directly. Don't think too much, I just want to mediate your relationship in front of my mother. Especially what happened today, you insulted her in front of so many people, she must be furious. If I go home with you now, I'm afraid she doesn't even recognize me as my daughter. Xu Yuha said helplessly. When Lu Xiao thought about it, it seemed that this was true. I misunderstood my wife. He had seen too much of the mother-in-law's petty nature. As long as I feel comfortable this afternoon, who cares whether the mother-in-law is angry or not? Then I'll trouble my wife. Lu Xiao said. Xu Yuha was slightly stunned when he heard Lu Xiao's address, and then replied, "Don't worry, leave it to me. This stinky guy hasn't called her that for more than 2 years." Xu Yuha was slightly touched by the host's sudden nickname, and the intimacy level increased by 1. Lu Xiao's eyes blinked rapidly. It doesn't seem difficult. Chapter 17. The charm of parkour is a bit irresistible. Arrive at the gate of my parents' community. As soon as Lu Xiao got off the car, the little girl hung on her and spun her around several times. He didn't let go until he promised to be the first to pick her up after kindergarten tomorrow. The little girl turned around 3 times and was pulled into the community by Xu Yuha. Lu Xiao can only tell herself that there are still 3 days. From now on, he will be twice as kind to these 2 girls. After Xu Yuha took Ni back to her parents' home, she heard a cold snort coming from the living room. That Lu Xiao doesn't dare to come? If he comes, I'll kick him out too. Wang Huangping shouted with resentment. Okay, Ni is here, don't talk nonsense. Xu Jinghua scolded in a low voice. Why, no one can talk anymore. How can a junior talk to me in public? I think back then, if you hadn't insisted on going your own way and secretly took out the household registration book, I would definitely not have married my daughter. For people like this. Wang Huangping became more and more outrageous as she spoke. Xu Jinghua rolled his eyes at his mother-in-law, knowing that he could not calm down the other party's anger. He then stood up and came to the little girl. Ni, would you like Grandpa to play 1 2 3 wooden figures with you? Xu Jinghua squatted and said with a big smile. No, Grandpa, your reaction is too slow, but Ni can play house with Grandpa. Ni thought for a moment and said. Okay, whatever Ni wants to play, Grandpa will play with you. Xu Jinghua didn't mind the little girl's dislike at all. The old and the young held hands and went to the small toy room to play house. In the living room, Wang Huangping and Xu Yuha were the only ones left. Yuhi, let me tell you, when the divorce cooling-off period is over, you can just divorce him. People like Lu Xiao have been doing better recently. After the divorce cooling-off period, he will definitely not change his attitude. Wang Huangping had a hateful face and was gesticulating. She wanted to rush out to settle the score with Lu Xiao right now. Are you done? Xu Yuha looked at Wang Huangping quietly. I'm not done yet. Let me tell you, stay away from men like Lu Xiao. This man. Wang Huangping didn't notice anything was wrong with her daughter's eyes at all. That's enough. Mom. Don't worry about Lu Xiao's affairs from now on. Chu Yuhua directly interrupted Wang Huangping's endless scolding of Lu Xiao. This is a matter between us as a couple. If you get involved, it will only cause chaos and affect our relationship. Wang Huangping was stunned. She couldn't understand why her daughter, who had patiently listened to her words when she moved back yesterday, suddenly turned against her today. Causing trouble? Why am I making trouble? Mom is doing this for your own good. Look at your sister, how kind Zhang Xin is to her. He bought 2 houses and a car, and they were all registered in your sister's name. Other bags, not to mention cosmetics and skin care products. Look at that Lu Xiao. The more Wang Huangping compared, the more she felt that Lu Xiao was not worthy of her daughter. It's best to stay away. Mom, I'll be honest with you. I will definitely not divorce you from this marriage. Not now and not in the future. Also, don't always use money to compare others. I never married Lu Xiao for money. Chu Yuhua shouted angrily towards Wang Huangping. She now sees clearly that her mother is really a stumbling block to their marriage. When she goes back this time, she has no plans to come back except for the New Year and the holidays. The two of them didn't like each other. Wang Huangping wanted to say something else, but Chu Yuhua stopped talking to her and walked directly into the toy room where Ni was. This made Wang Huangping gnash her teeth with hatred. This resentment is not for his daughter, but for Lu Xiao. The other side. Lu Xiao drove home and parked the car in the community, then walked to the park next door. He was still thinking about the 2 skills he had just acquired. The clothes I wore today were loose, so it wouldn't have any impact on my exercise. After doing a little warm-up activity for 2 minutes and stretching. Based on the parkour experience in his mind, he headed towards the steps 2 meters ahead, jumped over with all his strength. In midair, Lu Xiao instinctively adjusted his body to maintain balance. Boom! He stood steadily on the steps 2 meters away. Success! A little surprise flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes. Such an action would have been impossible for him to do a day ago. Even if it could barely be done, it wouldn't be so stable. Elementary parkour skills, experience value +1, current progress, 2 out of 100. The system's beep also popped up after he stood firm. After his first taste of success, Lu Xiao couldn't wait to continue trying. Parkour training officially begins. Jumping from a 2-meter-high wall, the moment he landed, he first landed on the balls of his feet, and then landed on his hands to relieve some of his strength. Finally, his legs glared, sending other strength into the earth, and the whole person rolled around and stood up. Elementary parkour skills, experience value +3, current progress, 5 out of 100. Then a quick run up the wall. Run up to the wall, put one foot on the wall at a 45-degree angle, and use your strength to jump. At the same time, when the whole body reaches a high point, grab the upper wall with both hands, and then pull up with force to turn over. Elementary parkour skills, experience value +3, current progress, 8 out of 100. Lu Xiao discovered that although parkour skills are only rudimentary, but he can basically perform many of the parkour moves he has seen on TV without a hitch. Just a little unskilled and incoherent. Moreover, after doing a few big movements, he only breathed heavier and did not feel very tired. It seems that the physical attributes that come with parkour skills are very effective. This made him very motivated and treated it as exercise. After checking that it was still early, Lu Xiao continued to practice. Roll forward and jump to get up. Elementary parkour skills, experience value +3, current progress, 11 out of 100. Grasp the horizontal bar and do a side flip. Elementary parkour skills, experience value +3, current progress, 14 out of 100. The average physical fitness of a normal person is 20 points. After Lu Xiao opened the Keep Up the Good Work gift pack and took out parkour skills and 2 points of physical attributes, his physical fitness reached 26 points. Now his physical fitness is equivalent to that of an amateur fitness enthusiast. There is absolutely no problem in supporting half an hour of parkour. So handsome, young man, just like acrobats. It's great to be young. If you let me do this, I won't be able to get your waist. His movement is simply too dangerous. If someone fails to stand firm, he will go to the hospital directly. Everyone has practiced it. This is a sport for young people. What do you know? While Lu Xiao was immersed in his parkour practice, a lot of people gathered around him. At this time, the park is full of uncles and aunties, who like to walk in the park after eating. After seeing Lu Xiao's parkour practice, his attention was immediately attracted and there was a lot of discussion. Lu Xiao was not affected by them, he didn't even realize that he was being watched. Every time you finish a parkour move, you start thinking about the next move. The classification of parkour is very complex, with hundreds of basic moves, advanced moves, and difficult moves in total. After he tried several advanced movements and failed, he started practicing basic movements honestly. I practiced like this for more than half an hour. Until... Ding, congratulations to the host, your parkour skills have been upgraded. At this moment, Lu Xiao felt a cool current pouring down from beginning to end, and all the fatigue quickly dissipated. That feeling. So sour and refreshing. Upgrading the skills of a top student brings a feeling of soreness in the skull. Upgrading parkour skills makes your body sore. Lu Xiao closed her eyes, feeling the changes in her body, and at the same time opened the panel in her mind. Intermediate parkour has mastered certain parkour skills, increased by 10 points of physical fitness, 6 points of speed, and 2 points of strength. Pretty much what I thought. The attributes attached to parkour skills have all been doubled. His physical attribute also reached 31 points. My current physical fitness is considered to be at the level of a sports student. Not bad. When Lu Xiao opened his eyes, he realized why there were so many uncles and aunties around him. Young man, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? How about I introduce you to one? Young man, can you tell me your height, weight, and occupation? My daughter likes young people who play this kind of sport. I think you will definitely be suitable. Didn't you just say that this sport is too dangerous? Why did you introduce your daughter? Why don't you tell Auntie about it? Auntie has much better resources than this old man and his daughter. Seeing Lu Xiao stop practicing, many uncles and aunties stepped forward and asked various questions. Most of them want prestige or contact information, and even directly take out the photos of their daughters on their mobile phones. Lu Xiao had never seen such a scene before. He was a little afraid of society and immediately felt uncomfortable. Sorry, I have a wife. After saying that, Lu Xiao performed an advanced side flip and jumped over the surrounding adults. Then, he quickly followed up with a reverse cat jump and jumped to the steps nearly 3 meters away. Just leave without looking back. This makes the uncles and aunts who want to sell their daughter and the resources in their hands sigh, what a good young man, what a pity. Lu Xiao ran until he reached the small lake and stopped only after making sure that no one was chasing him. It seems that when practicing parkour in the future, you should not choose a place with many people. Being too handsome is also a trouble. But thankfully, the parkour skills have been successfully upgraded to the intermediate level. When he just ran over, he tried a few times and found that some advanced moves could be used smoothly. There were not many people by the small lake. Lu Xiao did not intend to continue practicing parkour, but squatted down and picked up a few stones. Time to try another skill. Chapter 18 Surprising Stone Throwing Skill. The parkour skill mainly comes with physique and speed, while the stone throwing skill comes with strength. Lu Xiao prefers strength to physical fitness. One force can bring down 10. There are many benefits to being strong. The basic parkour upgrade only took more than half an hour. This basic stone throwing skill shouldn't be too difficult. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao clenched a stone and threw it toward the lake. Da-day-day. The small stones floated on the water for 7 or 8 times and then sank to the bottom of the lake. Lu Xiao waited for a few seconds and blinked rapidly. No response? No prompts popped up. Could it be that my posture is wrong? Lu Xiao changed a few more positions and threw stones one after another. But it was still at the bottom of the lake, with no response. This. Strange. Lu Xiao frowned. Whether you are a master of science, programming or parkour, the results are immediate and prompts will be answered in seconds. But throwing stones, there was no reaction at all. He rechecked the skill description of throwing stones. Elementary stone throwing, a special attack technique that increases hit rate by 30% and 3 points of strength. Note, each time you upgrade, the additional attributes will also be improved again. Hit rate? Lu Xiao seemed to understand something. He picked up a few stones again and glanced around the lake. Soon I discovered that there were many half-meter thick iron pillars standing on the lake. This is the water gauge, which measures the depth of the lake. Lu Xiao locked his eyes on the iron pillar closest to him, felt the stone in his hand, and then threw it hard at it. Missed. The stone sinks to the bottom of the lake. Still no response. But this time Lu Xiao's expression didn't change at all. He continued to take out a stone and threw it again. Boom! There was a muffled sound. The stone finally hit the water column. Elementary stone throwing skill, experience value +3, current progress, 4/100. Sure enough. Lu Xiao muttered happily. Just as he thought. For the stone throwing skill, you must first select a target, and experience will be generated after hitting it. After knowing the technique, Lu Xiao directly picked up a handful of stones on the ground and started practicing. The key is to choose the target, from big to small, from far to near, from static to dynamic, etc. Lu Xiao kept experimenting. Elementary stone throwing skill, experience value +1, current progress, 5/100. Elementary stone throwing skill, experience value +5, current progress, 10 out of 100. Elementary stone throwing skill, experience value +3, current progress, 13/100. After trying dozens of times, Lu Xiao has gained some experience in practicing the stone throwing skill. As long as you can successfully hit the farther target, the more experience points will be given. In the same way, the smaller, moving, and fast-moving target that can be successfully hit, the more experience points will be given. Moreover, the primary stone throwing skill has a guaranteed hit rate of 30%. What does that mean? For any target, as long as Lu Xiao throws it a few times, he will definitely hit it once. Simple goals like those are even more certain. This one throw made Lu Xiao die addicted. Who hasn't had a martial arts dream as a child? Picking leaves with flying knives, injuring people with wooden chopsticks, taking the enemy's head from 100 meters away, and so on. Dusk is approaching and the sun is setting. Ding, congratulations to the host, the stone throwing skill has been upgraded. A distinctive system prompt interrupted Lu Xiao, who was still throwing stones. Upgraded so quickly? He hasn't lost all his fun yet. Lu Xiao closed her eyes and felt a cool flow of enlightenment. The slightly sore right hand suddenly returned to its original state. The muscles all over my body seemed to have grown a little bigger, and my body was full of strength. This gave Lu Xiao the illusion that he could kill a cow with one punch. Well, it's really an illusion. This is just an illusion after a sudden increase in power. Lu Xiao quickly checked the upgraded stone throwing skills. Intermediate stone throwing, a special attack technique that increases hit rate by 60% and 6 points of strength. Note, each time you upgrade, the additional attributes will also be improved again. Lu Xiao was a little surprised. The hit rate increased directly from 30% to 60%, which was much better than he imagined. In order to verify the effect, he randomly picked up a few stones from the ground and aimed at a water level column more than 10 meters away on the lake. Swish, swish, swish. 3 stones were thrown out in succession. The moment he took action, Lu Xiao had an inexplicable intuition in his heart. Can hit. Not just one piece. Boom. Boom. Really? 2 stones successfully hit the water column more than 10 meters away. Intermediate stone throwing skill, experience value +2, current progress, 2/200. Intermediate stone throwing skill, experience value +2, current progress, 4/200. Cut. What a buck. Hitting the water column just now added at least 5 experience points. But now it can only increase by 2 points. The difficulty of obtaining is increased, and the experience points required to upgrade are doubled. Although in this situation, he expected that he would inevitably complain. However, what surprised Lu Xiao was besides the 60% hit rate. There is also that magical feeling when you throw a stone and take action. It's very subtle, hard to describe. It was getting dark. Lu Xiao did not continue to throw stones. He still had things to do when he returned. Make money. I finally earned more than 500,000 yuan today and gave it to my wife, leaving me with only a fraction of it. And he also wants to earn more and prepare a surprise for his wife. At that time, the level of intimacy will definitely increase. Just do what comes to mind. After Lu Xiao returned home, he turned on his computer and searched the web pages of several software companies he was familiar with. Soon, he found what he was looking for on the web pages of 2 of the software companies. Bounty bugs. Without any hesitation, Lu Xiao downloaded all the bounty vulnerabilities. Fixing such programming loopholes can not only gain experience points for programming skills, but also make money. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? With advanced programming skills, it took Lu Xiao just over half an hour to fix all the nearly 20 programming vulnerabilities in the first wave. The speed is unbelievable. According to the bounty price on the website, you can get a total of about 600,000. Lu Xiao is satisfied with money. But the experience points gained made him roll his eyes several times. There are only 80 experience points in total, plus the experience gained in the company during the day. Lu Xiao took a look at the current progress of programming skills. Advanced programming skills, current progress, 207/500. The main reason is that the programming loopholes of these two companies are too simple at night. The vulnerability is much less difficult than that of our own company. How dare you take the bounty? Waiting for work time tomorrow, he would contact these companies and collect all the bounties immediately. Chapter 19. If a woman doesn't want it, she just wants it. Lu Xiao looked at the time and wanted to continue looking for bounty bugs from other companies. But when I saw the time, it was already 21:30. It's getting late. This point is still very early before he goes to bed. But there is one thing that needs to be done. Lu Xiao picked up the phone and opened his wife's chat window. The daily good night part, the small details that maintain the relationship between husband and wife. Go to bed early, good night. Lu Xiao typed these words and felt that something was missing. He added two more words. Yuha, go to bed early, good night. Something is still wrong. Lu Xiao deleted it again and typed it up again. Wife, go to bed early, good night. Lu Xiao nodded. That's it. Send. 3 seconds later. Chu Yuha replied. Lu Xiao, can you please stop being so disgusting? Something's not right with you lately. The host's sweet good night, Chu Yuha quietly accepted it, and the intimacy level was +1. Lu Xiao. Is this a woman? Don't ask for it with your mouth, but ask for what you accept in your heart. Lu Xiao chatted with Chu Yuha for a few more words and then ended the chat. He didn't dare add more sugar or go deeper. He has not forgotten the lesson he learned yesterday when he was deducted 1 point for superfluous things. After taking a shower, Lu Xiao sat back on the computer and searched for bounty vulnerabilities of other companies again. Keep searching, download them all, and fix them one by one. Listening to the experience value prompts that kept popping up in my mind, I thought about another big sum of money arriving tomorrow. Lu Xiao never tires of it. This busy work lasted until 12 o'clock before everything was solved. In total, 39 bounty vulnerabilities were found on the extranets of nearly 20 companies. Converted into money, the total is about 830,000. This is quite a gain. What makes Lu Xiao helpless is that the growth rate of experience points in advanced programming skills is getting slower and slower. During the day at the company, he solved 16 bugs and gained 120 experience points. The first batch just solved 20 vulnerabilities and gained 80 experience points. And now, the second batch solved nearly 40 loopholes and only awarded 70 experience points. This proportion is getting lower and lower. At first, Lu Xiao thought these bounty vulnerabilities were too simple and low-level. But after dealing with more than a dozen loopholes, he suddenly realized. It's not that the difficulty of these bounty bugs has become lower, but that every time you solve a programming bug, your programming level will increase a little bit. A little adds up to a lot, and quantitative changes gradually lead to qualitative changes. A junior high school student and a graduate student will naturally look at the same problem from completely different perspectives. Advanced programming skills, current progress, 284/500. Looking at the experience bar that was just over halfway, Lu Xiao closed the computer. If this continues, by the time a bounty bug is solved, it's hard to say whether there will be any experience points. Forget it, just take your time. You can't become a fat man with just one bite. Feeling sleepy, Lu Xiao fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the working dogs all got up as usual, rushing to catch the morning rush hour, eating a few bites of breakfast, and getting ready to start the day's work or busy work. The Weiqiangbai market in Pingxin City can be said to be one of the places with the highest concentration of people during the morning peak. In addition to the endless supply of various electronic products here, there are also countless major software companies. Penguin Headquarters, 360 Headquarters, Ksoft, Yashin, etc. Wutu Science and Technology Innovation Company. It is also a first-class software company in China. Other departments have gone to their regular morning meetings, but everyone in the outsourcing department is sitting at their respective workstations with sad faces. Can our 3 programming loopholes be solved? The end of season assessment is coming soon. If it doesn't work, just contact the expert team. You haven't thought about being a supervisor. I approached 2 companies, but they didn't take the job at all. Why, the price is not right? Increase the price. It's better than deducting all our bonuses. Skills have specializations. The last 3 programming loopholes in our family are big folk remedies. Unless the price is doubled and 2 more expert teams are hired, ordinary expert teams cannot fix them. Doesn't that mean that our bonuses are about to end? Sigh, I was originally thinking of changing to a high-performance laptop, but I'm so confused. Outside the window there is noisy excitement, but inside the office it is dull and melancholy. Suddenly. I believe it. I believe it. An employee in the outsourcing department stared at the computer and stood up excitedly. The sudden excitement made everyone look over. Xiao Zhang, is there a team of experts to take over the task? Don't be too happy. Someone takes over the task and whether the loophole can be solved are 2 different things. Yes, there are only 7 days left before the end of season assessment. What do you think can be solved in 7 days? The newly ignited hope was extinguished by rational colleagues. There are only 7 days left, and time is too tight. Usually it takes about 10 days for a master team to solve a vulnerability of this difficulty. 7 days, I'm afraid I have to rush the work. By the way, which vulnerability among the 3 is this team solving? One of the colleagues asked. Everyone also looked over curiously. Xiao Zhang, who was staring at the computer, calmed down his excitement and said slowly, 3. This team has taken away all 3 programming vulnerabilities. What? Everyone was stunned. Then some people thought they had figured it out. I'm afraid that this team of experts will take over all 3 tasks, and then compare them with each other to see which one is easier and choose which one to do. That must be the case. Thinking of this, the hope in everyone's hearts weakened again. Isn't this a sign of lack of confidence? A confident team wouldn't do this. Others originally wanted to get closer to see who Feng Sheng had taken on the mission, but now they suddenly lost their sense. However, the next second, Fark. Xiao Zhang, who was staring at the computer, exclaimed again, looking a little shocked. It's not Xiao Zhang, please don't be so surprised. It's not like that team gave up on the mission. It's really possible. After all, this task was thrown back by several great teams. Everyone sighed. They thought this team had taken over the task, but when they saw it was too difficult, they gave up. No, they didn't give up, but they have repaired the loopholes, all 3. Xiao Zhang swallowed hard and murmured. Aha! At this moment, everyone in the outsourcing department stood up. They all immediately gathered in front of Xiao Zhang's computer. There is a task chat window open above. The other party sent 3 documents and 2 brief sentences. Nailed it. Please pay as soon as possible. Hiss. There were constant gasps from the outsourcing department. No way? Real or fake? Isn't this team kidding? Have all 3 programming vulnerabilities been resolved? Chapter 20 Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkeys, today? Wutu Technology Innovation Company, Outsourcing Department. When everyone was in shock and disbelief. Outsourcing supervisors are the quickest to respond. He quickly forwarded the 3 files sent by the other party to the director of the engineering department and left a message for him to check quickly. Then one of the files was opened. Their company's defense system is very comprehensive. If the file sent by the other party is a Trojan horse or virus, it will be intercepted and deleted immediately. After reading the entire document, the outsourcing supervisor nodded silently. His programming level is average, but he can also see some of the tricks. It seems, it's really solved. A few minutes later, the outsourcing supervisor's cell phone rang. Okay, Comrade Liu, all these loopholes have been repaired perfectly. I thought your outsourcing department was going to deduct bonuses from all, but I didn't expect that in the last few days, it was actually done. A congratulatory voice came from the other end of the phone. Because it was broadcast externally, everyone in the outsourcing department could hear it clearly. They cheered loudly. The bonus was saved. It's time to get a good laptop. The outsourcing supervisors were also very lucky. They were so lucky and finally caught up. By the way, which expert team are you looking for? The programming level is quite high. It seems that we have never cooperated before. The other end of the phone asked doubtfully. The outsourcing supervisor then looked at the name of the task chat window on the computer. Called, he and I? This is the first time I've seen this name. The outsourcing manager said in confusion. River Mud? A strange name. This team's programming level is no problem if it is called Mudslide. I'll ask on the forum. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. At the same time, this scene not only appeared in Wuta Science and Technology, but also happened in dozens of software companies across the country. The plots are similar, but the common point is that everyone is shocked by the high efficiency of He and I Studio. They wanted to contact He and I's team again to discuss future cooperation, but there was no response. This allowed many programmers to immediately join the largest programming forum in the country, Tianya Haijiao. They wanted to find out any news about He and I Studio. The Tianya Haijiao Forum is also the only officially certified programming forum in China. In addition to the experts from various parties, there are also well-known bachelors and professors from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and other real gods. But after these people searched the forum for a few times, they were even more surprised to find it. In this forum covering almost the whole country, there is no historical news about He and I Studio. It's like, this is a studio that appeared out of nowhere. Could it be a newly formed team of great masters? Some people started posting questions. Does anyone know about the He and I team? Today we helped our company solve a big problem. They are so powerful. He and I's team? We are too. This morning, I saw that all the loopholes in our company have been successfully repaired by them. Fark. It's real or fake, are you guys too? +1, it's the same in our house, all loopholes are solved perfectly, without exception. The strength of He and I's team is definitely the best among the great teams. We just released a new programming vulnerability yesterday, and they solved it this morning. Darn. Where did this great master come from? It couldn't be a team of 100 people. It's strange, why hasn't such a great team been certified in the forum? They are probably newly formed, but they are so powerful. For a time, the Tianya Haijiao forum was full of discussions about He and I's team. This also caused many passers-by to join the discussion. Only those in the senior team and the master team sneered at this. They think this is the campaigning behavior of He and I's team. This team is probably a reorganized team of great players who want to make a comeback, so they create some buzz. After copying the popularity, find a suitable opportunity and make a high-profile comeback. Purpose? Naturally, they want to attract customers, grab resources, and compete for fame and fortune. Otherwise, why would this team only solve programming vulnerabilities in those software companies? If you have the ability to directly challenge the top 10 problems in the forum. Ha, childish. Lu Xiao on the other side. After passing on the solutions to all the vulnerabilities, I came to my own company. He didn't come to work. He didn't even go to his own department, but went directly to the Human Resources Department and submitted his resignation report. The Human Resources Department asked him to communicate with the Finance Department so that the remaining salary could be transferred as soon as possible. Lu Xiao disagreed. He signed a formal labor contract, and the remaining salary after resignation must be paid to him within 1 month at the latest. It's only a few $1,000s, so there's nothing to be anxious about. After leaving the Human Resources Department, Lu Xiao came to the department where he worked. There is no rush for salary, but all his personal belongings will be taken away today. Brother Lu. You've come to work. I thought you were going to ask for leave today. When my supervisor saw you didn't come early in the morning, he got mad again. How about we go over there to apologize and say a few nice words? A good man will not suffer the consequences of his immediate life. When Zhang Hongxiu saw Lu Xiao coming, he quickly ran to the door, stopped him and whispered. Lu Xiao felt that her only friend in the company cared about her, and she was in a good mood. He patted Zhang Hongxiu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've thought about it." Zhang Hongxiu nodded. The two have been together for so many years and know each other's tempers well. It must have been because his sister-in-law had been at odds with him in the past 2 days that what happened yesterday happened. Otherwise, with Brother Lu's calmness, he would never be so reckless. No way. In the office, you must never contradict your supervisor, otherwise you will definitely be given the boot. The two of them walked into the propaganda department again with different thoughts. The supervisor at the workstation immediately saw Lu Xiao, and his face immediately darkened. But he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he acted like a boss, waiting for someone to come over and apologize to him. He had already thought about how he would give Lu Xiao a beating today. It's been too long since I've shown off my power. Even a small employee like Lu Xiao dares to make mistakes. If he doesn't train the other person well today, there will definitely be others who dare to contradict him next time. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, today. Chapter 21 Lu Xiao, am I like a soft persimmon? When Lu Xiao and Zhang Hongxiu walked into the office, everyone except the supervisor looked over at them immediately. Other colleagues also focused on the two of them. The look in these people's eyes shows that they are gloating over others' misfortune, and that they are just trying to get things done that have nothing to do with themselves. Only no one wanted to speak for Lu Xiao. This is the norm in the office. Zhang Hongxiu secretly gave Lu Xiao a look, meaning to go find the supervisor quickly, otherwise it will be too late when the guy gets angry. Lu Xiao returned a look of understanding, but instead of walking over, he took out his phone and pressed a few times. Then, he raised a 666 gesture towards the supervisor. This gesture usually means answering the phone and looking at the phone. Upon seeing this, the supervisor glanced at Lu Xiao, then lowered his head and looked at the mobile phone on the work desk. Sure enough, the phone showed that it had received several messages. You have received a red envelope from Lu Xiao. You have received a red envelope from Lu Xiao. You have received a red envelope from Lu Xiao. The supervisor was stunned for a moment, then his eyelids lifted up. When did Lu Xiao become so sensible? Then you have to see if your sincerity is enough. He unlocked the phone seemingly as if nothing had happened, and 5 big red envelopes were displayed. The word apology was printed on the cover of each red envelope. TSK TSK TSK. Yes, 5 were issued at once. If each red envelope costs 200 yuan, then it is not impossible for him to forgive the other person this time. The supervisor raised his head and glanced at everyone. Seeing that no one cared about him, he quickly opened one of the red envelopes. Aha! The screen of his phone went black for an instant, and then a line of red words appeared on the phone. Apologize, sir. Eat shit, you. This sudden scene startled the supervisor. When he reacted, the anger in his heart was suddenly ignited. Got fooled. This Lu Xiao dared to scold him in public for playing tricks on him, and he was embarrassed, right? He walked over angrily and yelled. Lu Xiao! Not only did you leave early and be late, you also dared to insult your superiors. Do you really think that you are an old employee and the company can't do anything to you? The supervisor gritted his teeth and became fierce. Other colleagues were a little stunned. What's going on? Why did the supervisor suddenly get angry? Lu Xiao did leave early and be late, but he never scolded anyone. Zhang Hongxiu on the side was also frightened by this formation, just when he wanted to stand between the two to mediate. Lu Xiao looked like he didn't know anything. Supervisor, it is illegal to slander others. I accept leaving early and being late, but what about scolding others? Did I scold you? Or did I scold you? Or did I scold you? Lu Xiao's 3 consecutive questions shocked everyone again. No one expected that Lu Xiao, who had always been honest and responsible, could be so sharp-tongued. You, the supervisor was speechless for a moment. But when he thought about the complete evidence on his mobile phone, his eyes became fierce again. I'm going to take this thing to the manager now. In addition to your bad behavior these 2 days, just wait for me, the manager said angrily, showing his cell phone to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao smiled. The smiling supervisor was a little confused. Supervisor, what are you referring to? Lu Xiao asked. Lu Xiao, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, right? I have enough evidence here, how dare you? What's going on? Why is it gone? There was clearly just now. Lu Xiao, you dare to play tricks on me? The supervisor roared. When he was mid-sentence, he suddenly discovered that all the red envelope information he had just received on his phone was gone. There was no retraction of the message, as if there was no such thing. As a department head of a software company, he didn't know that he was being treated like a donkey. Lu Xiao stopped pretending at this moment and showed a sneer, saying, Supervisor, retire as soon as you get old. The province is in a big disaster and you don't know anything yet. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lu Xiao continued. Also, I have resigned from the Human Resources Department. So, please be polite. This is the latest thumb high-definition 4K recorder. You don't want to be exposed by the internet. Lu Xiao pointed to the small patch on his collar. The camera said. The supervisor was confused. Others in the office were also confused. Only Lu Xiao calmly returned to his workstation and put all his things into the cardboard box. When he walked to the door with the carton in his arms, the others still hadn't come to their senses. Lu Xiao, the salary settlement process after resignation has to go through my hands. The supervisor whispered, suppressing the anger in his heart when Lu Xiao was about to leave the office. Threaten. Yes, he is going to threaten Lu Xiao with his resignation salary. Really? Lu Xiao stopped and turned around. But he didn't want to talk to the supervisor. Instead, he patted Zhang Hongxiu on the shoulder. Hongxiu, if you don't want to work anymore, just come to me. I will definitely give you a job that is 100 times better than what you have now. After Lu Xiao said this very seriously, he turned and left the office. Being in this company, that is, this friend, made him feel a little nostalgic. After closing the office door, he heard the supervisor's roar rippling inside. The words were so unpleasant that they came close to spitting out filthy words. Lu Xiao sneered. That was just interest just now we have to start settling the accounts. After muttering something, he wrapped the box with his left hand and picked up the phone with his right hand. Lu Xiao opened a white-framed applet on his phone, and then the phone interface jumped to another screen. If a supervisor were here, he would be surprised. This picture is clearly his mobile phone interface. Advanced programming skills are really useful. A few minutes later. Lu Xiao was originally in the company's general chat group. This group is basically used by company executives to issue notices. At this moment, someone suddenly started sending messages continuously. It's Director Zhao of the propaganda department. Manager Zhao, let me tell you, the general manager's wife is so why. The last time I came here, I was so excited that I even went to the club in the evening to vent my anger. Director Zhao, don't believe it, I even took several photos specially. The angles are very interesting. Director Zhao, how about it? My photography skills are good. Director Zhao, looking at her coquettish look, I think she can win. Even though she is the wife of the general manager, she seems to be very frugal at ordinary times. Watch me take her down this month. Manager Zhao, money? Am I a man who is short of money? After working in the propaganda department for so many years, I made more than 300,000 yuan during the last provincial event alone. Engineering manager? Finance manager? Development manager? Director's secretary, and general manager of the company, please solve this problem quickly. Chapter 22: A surprise for my wife. Within the propaganda department. Manager Zhao is still furious because of Lu Xiao's matter. No one dared to answer the call at this time, not even Zhang Hongxiu. If you answer the call now, it is very likely that you will get angry and cause a lot of trouble. This, supervisor. Suddenly, a female colleague in the office stood up and wanted to say something. When Director Zhao finally saw someone answering the call, he became angry. Jingjing, I'm going to tell you now, don't always fish for fish at work. Besides, how many times have you left work before you finished your work? It's best to finish today's work today. Manager Zhao began to lecture. The female colleague named Jingjing wanted to kindly remind the supervisor. Who knew that in exchange for such treatment, he immediately lowered his head and went about his own business. As for this supervisor, soon she would be unable to protect herself, so she didn't bother to pay attention to what the other party was saying. Manager Zhao saw Jingjing ignoring him, and his anger started to boil again. A resigned Lu Xiao, he has nothing to do now. But you are a small employee on the job, and he still can't deal with it? Bang! There was a huge muffled sound. The office door was knocked open. Who is it? Don't you know how to open the door and come in? I thought it was your home. Mr. General Manager, hello, what kind of wind has brought you here? Sit down. I thought it was our department. Where is that ignorant guy? Manager Zhao's expression changed drastically, and he broke into cold sweat. The person who came was the general manager of their company. Doesn't this company belong to him? Sit? I'm sitting on my A***. Zhaozhen, get out of here, hurry up, the general manager shouted with an angry face. Manager Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Have absolutely no idea what's going on. But he didn't hesitate at all and ran directly to the general manager. This is his immediate boss, the one who feeds and clothes him, the one he must not offend. Snapped. Without saying a word, the general manager slapped him in the face, taking the lead. General manager, why are you hitting me? What did I do wrong? Manager Zhao covered the right side of his face that was about to swell, his eyes filled with confusion. Wrong? You still don't know what's wrong? Okay, come on, look, what is this? What do you want to do? The general manager pulled Director Zhao's hair and put the phone in front of him. A little supervisor secretly takes photos of his wife and has evil thoughts in his heart. A man can't bear this. When Director Zhao saw the information on the other party's mobile phone, his heart was instantly filled with fear. This is the company group? What happened? He had obviously deleted these conversations and pictures, so how could they appear in the main group? This. Manager Zhao's face was ashen, and his whole body seemed to have been drained of strength. The other side. Lu Xiao put all his things in the car. He drove away from the company. Last night, he was already lying on the bed ready to sleep. But when I thought about coming to the company in the morning, I would definitely meet this disgusting supervisor, so I got up and wrote a temporary small program for my mobile phone. With advanced programming skills, it was not difficult for him to write some spoof Trojans. When Director Zhao clicked on the red envelope he sent, the Trojan program was successfully implanted into the other party's mobile phone. What surprised Lu Xiao was, he didn't expect that the other party's mobile phone contained more violent material than he imagined. Jingle. He received a text message on his phone. Lu Xiao took a look and saw that it was the bank's arrival information. I have received many messages today. It's the money that various companies paid for bug bounties yesterday, and the efficiency of making money is very fast. If you include this payment information, almost everything has been received. He thought it would take a day or two. Lu Xiao checked his bank balance, which was 1.597 million. I also checked the total remaining amount of my mortgage, which was more than 1.513 million. Call. Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, enough was enough. He paid off the remaining mortgage loan of more than 20 years in 2 days. Thinking about it, it still feels like being in a dream. Before the system was awakened, the mortgage was a huge stone, weighing him down so much that he could hardly breathe. After all, ordinary people only have one apartment in their busy lives. Half an hour later, Lu Xiao drove to the bank. The remaining mortgage loan was paid off. Holding the big red notebook in his hand, his mood gradually calmed down. Now he is no longer an ordinary person. There will be a second and third set in the future. Take it easy. Lu Xiao said to himself in his heart. But when I think about my wife's expression and reaction when she sees him getting the red book. Lu Xiao is full of expectations. If the 500,000 transferred yesterday is an appetizer, today's big red book is the first surprise officially prepared for my wife. After getting the red book, Lu Xiao drove the car to the kindergarten and parked it. What are you having for dinner tonight? Where can I go to play with my kids? Lu Xiao thought about it. Not long after, it was time for the little girl Ni to finish school. Lu Xiao was naturally the first one in Ni's class to pick up someone. This made Ni very happy. Before leaving, he said a few words of pride to the other friends before running over quickly. Dad is awesome. Ni likes the feeling of being picked up first, so can Dad be the first to pick up Ni in the future? The little girl hugged Lu Xiao's neck and said happily. Of course, as long as Ni is obedient, Dad will be the first to pick her up every day. Okay Dad, you have to keep your word. Count. Then pull the hook. Okay. After the father and daughter pulled the hook with their little fingers and stamped it with their thumbs, the little girl returned to the car with satisfaction. What does Ni want to eat today? Lu Xiao asked. This is a question that needs to be thought about. Let Ni think about it. Ni looked like a little adult and started to think. After a few seconds, the answer came. Ni wants to go to the snack street, where you can get cold noodles, steamed buns, and marshmallows. Lu Xiao tilted his head and asked with some confusion, don't you want to eat yesterday's big meal? No. Dad, we have to save money and we can't spend it randomly when we have money. Ni said seriously. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes, the tone of these words was really familiar. Did my mother tell you last night? Lu Xiao said. Dad found out, but Ni thinks the snack street is also good. The little girl said with a silly smile after being exposed. Okay, let's pick up Mom first, and then go to the snack street. Lu Xiao said. Go, pick up Mommy, the little girl shouted loudly. Chapter 23. Just tear it into pieces and burn it tonight. What did Ni learn in kindergarten today? Lu Xiao asked while driving. Teacher Zhou taught us how to sing. Ni has learned half of it. I will definitely learn it all tomorrow. After the little girl finished speaking, she hummed the children's song she learned today as if she were offering a treasure. Lu Xiao's mouth filled with a happy smile. Especially since he paid off all his mortgage today, he felt like he was breathing more vigorously. After the system awakened, he naturally knew that $1 million was not a big problem for him. But only those who have actually shouldered a mortgage will know the feeling of despair that boils a frog in warm water. Good thing. Everything is over. After the father and daughter drove to the door of Chu Yua's unit, they waited for half an hour until it was time to get off work. Mom, you were so slow, and I is going to starve to death. The little girl opened the car window and shouted to her mother. Chu Yua immediately found Lu Xiao's car and ran over quickly. You're a greedy little cat, you just know how to eat. Chu Yua ticked Ni's nose and got in the car. After the mother and daughter interacted for a while, the little girl picked up the toy and started playing with it. Seeing that they had finished interacting, Lu Xiao said, "Wife, thank you for your hard work. Are you tired from work today?" Details. Daily care is the best way to maintain a relationship between two people. During the past 2 days, Lu Xiao had been practicing methods of repairing relationships when he had nothing to do. After being married for so many years and having wronged my wife for so many years, now that I am capable, it is time to slowly make up for it. However, the first words of concern when I opened the door today were ineffective. Lu Xiao, what's the next line to please show your courtesy for nothing? Chu Yua looked at the other party suspiciously and asked. She always felt that in the past 2 days, the 2 days at the beginning of the divorce cooling off period, Lu Xiao seemed to have become a different person. Not only did Chi make a lot of money, but his attitude towards her also changed 180 degrees. This sudden change surprised her, but at the same time she felt very unreal and insecure. She was very afraid that this was an illusion. If after she accepts it, she discovers that everything is false and deceptive, she will probably have a mental breakdown and be unable to accept it. After all, so many years have passed since the neglected and suppressed life before. As he thought about it, Chu Yua clenched his fists unconsciously, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. The host's concern for details made Chu Yua worry about gains and losses, and he was afraid to accept it. His sense of security was reduced, and his intimacy level was -1. Lu Xiao was stunned after receiving the prompt. There are big question marks in my mind. What's going on? Why did the promised attention to detail have the opposite effect? Lu Xiao, who was full of doubts, roughly understood the reason after reading the system's prompt several times. Woman. What an incomprehensible creature. If you treat her badly, she will think too much about it. Treat her well and she will think more about it. The journey is difficult, the road to loving your wife is even more difficult than reaching the blue sky. Yuhi, don't think too much, I have really realized it in the past 2 days. I am not just suddenly nice to you now, I will always be like this in the future. And I can supervise daddy. If daddy makes mommy angry again next time, you will punish daddy. Lu Xiao said with emotion. Okay, and I will supervise daddy. The little girl heard the second half of the sentence and immediately responded. Chu Yua trembled at the sudden confession, and a little mist filled her eyes unconsciously. I didn't think too much about it. Drive your car properly. Chu Yua turned his head and looked out the window. But the hands she had clenched just now were now loosened. The host's sweet words directly hit Chu Yua's heart, and the intimacy level was +2. Lu Xiao blinked. It still depends on sincerity. Doing it deliberately always means nothing. By the way, Yuhi, I prepared a gift for you. Lu Xiao said. Chu Yua was not the first to react to this sentence. A gift? Dad, what gift is it? Is there any from Ni? The little girl stretched her neck and looked around the car. It's a gift for Mom. I'll show it to Ni when I go to the snack street today. Lu Xiao explained. Ah, okay then. When the little girl heard that there was no gift for her now, she started playing with the toys again. Lu Xiao, even if we have money, we can't spend it randomly. Yesterday's meal, although delicious, was too expensive and really unnecessary. As for gifts, I don't lack anything now, so don't buy them blindly. Chu Yua, who had regained her mood, began to complain on a daily basis. The gift is in the mezzanine of the passenger back seat. Lu Xiao interjected while his wife was breathing. Chu Yua rolled his eyes at the back of Lu Xiao's head, but his hand had already reached into the mezzanine. Ha! Isn't this our housebook? Why did you take it out of the bank? Chu Yua asked doubtfully. The property mortgage to the bank can, in some cases, be loaned out temporarily. Open it and take a look. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Chu Yua, who didn't know why, opened the housebook. There was a piece of paper stuck inside. Mortgage settlement certificate. The settlement amount was 1.513 million. Settlement time is 2 p.m. today. Chu Yua was dumbfounded. He just held the house book, his hands trembling slightly. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that she came back to her senses slightly and exclaimed. What? Paid off? Our mortgage is paid off? How is this possible? Lu Xiao, where did you get the money? Yesterday it was 500,000, today it is 1.5 million, and the 2 days add up to 2 million. Xu Yue really couldn't think of any way to earn 2 million in 2 days. In her mind, this was simply a fantasy. Lu Xiao did not explain aloud, but handed over his mobile phone. Xu Yue took the phone in a daze. I saw that it was the same as yesterday, with chat records and transfer information from the software company. It's just that yesterday it was just a company. There are many chat records today. Xu Yue flipped through it roughly, and the more she flipped through it, the more surprised she became. Yesterday she thought her husband was a blind cat who met a dead mouse. But now I look at it, especially the way these companies address their husbands, master. Boss? The tone was full of respect. This. When did her husband become so capable? After 7 years of marriage and 10 years together, she didn't notice at all. Could it be that I don't care about my husband too much? Xu Yue was sure that in the first 5 years of getting along with her husband definitely did not have this ability. That means that her husband learned this skill and reached this level in the next 5 years. As for why it wasn't revealed for so long, she didn't know why. But all she knows now is that her husband may have worked harder for this family than she imagined. If this is the case, then she can't continue to lose her temper. When I get back today, I will make it clear to my mother and don't have such a big opinion against Lu Xiao. Then, the two of them will move back tomorrow. As for the divorce cooling off period agreement, just tear it into pieces tonight and burn it to ashes. Chapter 24. The intimacy level breaks through 40, setting a trap. After Xu Yue was sentimental and made a decision in his heart, Lu Xiao received a prompt from the system. Xu Yue's heart changed and she apologized to the host, and her intimacy level was +3. Current couple intimacy level, 41. The couple's intimacy level exceeds 40, and they will receive a gift pack. Lu Xiao is still confused. He guessed that his wife would be in a good mood after receiving the gift of house ownership. When you are in a good mood, intimacy is likely to increase. But what does Dihua mean? Why are you apologizing to him again? The system didn't explain it clearly, and it was hard for him to ask his wife directly. Lu Xiao could only sigh in her heart again. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Unless you have the ability to read minds, you can never figure out what a woman is thinking. Lu Xiao shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. Anyway, as long as the relationship between the two of them gets better and better. By the way, Yuha, I resigned from the company. Lu Xiao was not in a hurry to open the gift bag, but revealed the news of his resignation. Xu Yue was only slightly surprised before accepting the news. I made 2 million in 2 days, and I really don't need to work anymore. Yes, the environment in your company is too depressing, and our mortgage has been paid off. It's time for you to take a good vacation and relax. Xu Yue agreed. Then why don't we find some time to go out and play? Didn't you and Nini want to go to Disneyland before? Lu Xiao made a suggestion. Disney. Nini wants to go to Disney. There is Snow White and a big carousel there. The little girl with pointed ears immediately cheered up. Xu Yue thought for a while and realized that the family of 3 had indeed never gone out to have fun, so it was time to go away. Then I'll ask for a few days off from work tomorrow, and then we'll set off. Xu Yue said. As for whether to resign like her husband, she has not yet decided. Great. Nini likes her father and mother the most. Disney, Nini can also go to Disney. The little girl became silly and happy. Lu Xiao and Xu Yue looked at each other and smiled, and the atmosphere in the car was warm. Lu Xiao, if we go out to play together, will the repair of programming loopholes be affected? Xu Yue suddenly asked again. After all, there is so much money in one day. If it really affected her, she would have to reconsider whether to go out. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. It doesn't matter. In fact, I have almost wiped out all the programming loopholes in those companies in the past 2 days. Unless they have new loopholes, I can make 500,000 or 600,000 by solving the remaining loopholes. I should be able to get it all done tonight. Without the bounty bug, what should I do? Develop software independently? With his advanced programming skills, he believed that he would also be able to make money. It's a direction. Xu Yue, who was in the back seat, rolled his eyes when he heard Lu Xiao's words. That is 5 or 600,000? Half an hour later. The family of 3 came to the snack street next to the pedestrian street in the city center. This is the busiest street in Jiangbei City. It's crowded especially after get off work. There are all kinds of small stalls. Some popular milk tea shops have dozens of people lining up to buy a cup of milk tea. On the way over, Lu Xiao opened the newly obtained gift bag. Gained primary cooking skills, plus 1 point of strength, 1 point of constitution, and 1 point of agility. Plus a systematic piece of encouragement: if you want to capture a woman forever, you must first capture her stomach. This made Lu Xiao curl her lips. Don't these words usually grab a man's stomach? The family of 3 walked around for half a circle, everyone ate a lot, and even took some delicacies that they wanted to eat. The little girl is meat buns and marshmallows. Chu Yua is fried tofu and a box of octopus balls. Lu Xiao was holding a snack bucket with more than a dozen skewers of bobo chicken. Dad, that giant panda doll is bigger than me. It's so cute. Can we buy one back? The little girl's eyes were attracted by a big doll prize on the stall in front. Before Lu Xiao could agree, Zhu Yuan next to her grabbed the little girl who was about to run over. That is the prize of the trap game. It can only be given to you if you win the trap. Others will not sell it. Xu Yuhai explained in a low voice. Then, let's go get him too, the little girl said innocently. Ni, look at how many people have fallen into the trap, but none of them have succeeded. Even if they have succeeded, they are only the smallest dolls. So, let's look at the others. Xu Yuhua persuaded. To her, the ring game is like throwing money into the water. With the money for the ring, you can buy several dolls from a certain treasure. The little girl didn't speak anymore, but her eyes kept staring at the big baby. Boss, how do you play with the trap? Lu Xiao suddenly asked the boss. 15 yuan, 10 hoops. If you hit the doll's hands and feet, it doesn't count. Only if you hit the whole set, or if you hit the big doll's head, the trap boss said skillfully. Lu Xiao, you can't catch this at all. If Ni really wants it, she might as well buy one. Chu Yua held back Lu Xiao, who wanted to scan the QR code and pay. It's okay. The important thing is to participate. What you enjoy is the process of roping. Lu Xiao said disapprovingly. The trap boss was most happy to hear such words and hurriedly echoed, yes, the important thing is to participate. The game of trap is about feel. Once the feel is good, you can really try to trap whichever one you want. Give me 30 laps. Lu Xiao scanned the QR code to pay and showed his phone to the boss. Okay, the hoop boss directly handed over a basket full of hoops. Seeing that Lu Xiao had paid, Chu Yua quickly brought the basket. Then I threw them away one by one with the little girl. Laughter and laughter are nothing but joy. Lu Xiao shook her head helplessly. She was not allowed to play just now, but now she is having more fun than the little girl. But all the baskets of hoops were thrown away, and the mother and daughter did not find a doll in their nests. How are you, customers? Are you still coming? Maybe you can catch the next trap. Seeing that they had lost the trap owner hurried over and continued selling. Chu Yua waved his hand, indicating that he would forget it and wouldn't come. The little girl also lowered her head and stopped talking. She finally understood that what her mother just said was not a lie, but the truth. This trap couldn't catch the baby at all. Even the nearest little baby, she and her mother didn't catch it. Guests, I think you were about to hit the trap just now. In this way, you try to set a few more traps. If you don't get the trap, I will give you a little doll. The trap owner started to fool. When the little girl heard this, her eyes flashed. Can there be a baby even if the condom fails? This is too good. Xu Yua rolled his eyes. She really didn't want to talk. You can buy one of your little dolls online for only $1 through wholesale. But these circles cost $1.50 each. If you make sure profits without losing money, you will be able to do business. Drop. After paying the boss, you can get me 30 more circles. Lu Xiao showed the scanned phone to the boss and said. The little girl grabbed the corner of Lu Xiao's clothes very sensibly and said, Dad, don't buy it. Chu Yua frowned and asked, Boss, my husband accidentally scanned too much, can I withdraw it? Although they have made a lot of money in the past 2 days, they cannot waste it like this. The ring boss smiled and shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I really can't retreat. Lu Xiao then asked again, You really can't retreat? The trap boss nodded in affirmation. I really can't retreat. Chapter 25 Husband, how can you be so accurate? Shu Yuha was a little depressed. Why can't you retreat? They didn't start the trap, so why couldn't they withdraw? This is not a question of money, but a question of character. She still wanted to argue, but Lu Xiao had already taken the basket containing the circles. It's okay, honey, I believe he will change his tune soon. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Ah? Shu Yuha didn't quite understand what this meant. Lu Xiao didn't explain, picked up a circle and threw it away. The circle flew in the air for 2 seconds and drew a parabola. Then, it hung on the ear of the big doll at the far end. Wow! I got it! Daddy is so awesome, the little girl jumped up happily. Shu Yuha also blinked with beautiful eyes. Her husband is so lucky. The passers-by who saw this scene also stopped and marveled. However, the ring owner used a long pole to remove the rings from the big doll's ears, and said with a smile, I'm sorry, guest, the biggest doll only counts if it has a small hat on its head. What? I've obviously been fooled, but this doesn't even count. This boss is a bit evil. TSK, I knew it wasn't that simple. It's gone. I originally wanted to play with a few hoops, but now I think about it. The passers-by heard how shameless the trap boss was, so they complained and left. When the trap boss heard what they said, he was not at all relieved. Don't care at all. The stalls are made of iron and have a steady flow of customers. After this wave of customers has gone, there will be another wave, the next wave will be better, the next wave will be fatter, don't panic. Shu Yuha was really a little angry. How can anyone do business like this? It's such a shame. The little girl even pouted her lips and glared angrily at the trap boss. Lu Xiao smiled, patted the two women and comforted them. Then, he asked the trap owner, is it enough to just hit the hat on the big doll's head? Of course. With so many people watching, I can't rely on you, the trap boss said with a smile. Then if I hit it once, can I still keep this big doll? Lu Xiao asked again. Why not? Just try whatever you want. I will give you as many big dolls as you want in the trap. The boss of the trap responded loudly. He was smiling in his heart. He spent more than 200 yuan to purchase this big doll. But after running the stall for more than a year, I have always made a steady profit without losing any money, and I have only lost $7 or $8 in total. Okay, this is what you said. Lu Xiao showed an inexplicable smile. That's right, I said, guest, just, Ha? The ring boss was only halfway through his words before he stopped abruptly. His proud smile froze on his face. The scene was filled with exclamations of surprise. Shu Yuha and the little girl both had their eyes widened. Because, just as the ring boss was talking, Lu Xiao had already thrown a ring. This circle once again drew a beautiful parabola in the air. Then it landed firmly on the head of the big doll, and it happened to hit the little hat. Hit! Darn it! This guy is so awesome. He won the first prize in 2 circles. This guy made a profit. I just checked out this big doll at a certain store. It's indeed a quality product. It costs 300 yuan a piece. Look at the boss's expression. He's slapped in the face at the speed of light. It's so funny. Many people at the scene exclaimed. This scene is really too dramatic. Mom, did Dad get caught this time? The little girl had a long memory and didn't dare to be happy. She turned to her mother and asked. Yes. I'm trapped. Shu Yuha kept staring at the trap boss as he spoke. She wanted to see what other reasons this man had this time. The boss of the trap was stared at by so many people, and he coughed twice and said, it counts, this must count. I told you before, their touch is good, if you try 2 more traps, you might get it, you see what I say, that's right. Passers-by rolled their eyes when they heard this. Everything can be blamed on him, this boss is not ordinary thick-skinned. Kid, which big doll do you like? Uncle will give it to you. The boss of the trap asked the little girl Ni with a smile. Giant panda. Ni said what she liked without any hesitation. The trap owner responded and took a new giant panda doll from the car behind. After all, so many people have seen it with their own eyes, so there is no way to lie. It's so big, Ni likes this giant panda so much. The little girl hugged the giant panda that was about the same height as herself and couldn't stop laughing. Boss, actually you don't have to be in such a hurry to get it. Lu Xiao said lightly. Ha? What do you mean? The trap boss was confused by these words. What does it mean not to be so anxious? I still have 28 circles here. After Lu Xiao said this, he threw a circle out again. Circle it. Fly in circles. Encircled. The originally noisy scene seemed to have been pressed on the mute button for a second. Fark. Fark, fark, fark. Hit again. This guy has something. However, without any education, he can make his way in the world with just one word. When Lu Xiao casually threw it away, it hit the hat on the big baby's head again. Now everyone started to scream and scream. Once is luck, twice is coincidence, and 3 times in a row is a problem. Lu Xiao ignored the surprise and comments of others. He began to throw the circle in his hand towards the head of the big doll. Basically, every time you throw 2, a reminder will appear in your mind. Intermediate stone throwing skill, experience value +1, current progress, 5/200. Intermediate stone throwing skill, experience value +1, current progress, 6/200. Lu Xiao sighed in his heart. This stone throwing skill is really easy to use, but it's a bit difficult to improve. Darn it, I lost 5 circles and won 4 jackpots? This guy is here to purchase goods, right? The boss's expression is so funny. You can't hide the look in his eyes that wants to kill someone. This boss deserves it. I have been watching the scene. That brother's family of 3 didn't get anything in the first time and were about to leave, but they were tricked by the boss into buying 30 more rings. Pfft, there's this story. That's really your own fault, there's no way you can save it. There were more and more people watching. Lu Xiao won one of each set, and these people screamed one after another. Finally, when Lu Xiao hit the big doll 10 times, there was still a handful of hoops left in his hand. The trap owner had a sad face and quickly ran to Lu Xiao's family and took out his wallet. Brother! Brother! I call you brother, just stop it. This time, it's mine, it's my fault. Brother, here is 2,000 yuan. I only made a total of 600 or 700 yuan today. I will give these to you. Please don't come to my place to cause trouble in the future, okay? This is also a small business. I can't stand you. This great god is taking action. The trap owner put 2,000 yuan into Lu Xiao's hand while crying and complaining about the misfortune. This scene naturally made everyone around him laugh and cry. The ring boss no longer looked as tough and arrogant as before. Honey, what do you think? Lu Xiao asked. Chu Yuhua also calmed down and did not ask her husband why he was so accurate today. We don't want the money anymore. Just give the dolls in the car and on the ground to the children around you. Don't be so cunning in doing business in the future. This time you encountered us. If you encounter someone who is ruthless, you won't have to do business anymore. She warned earnestly. Although such cunning traitors are hateful and irritating, there is no need to kill them all. Suffer a loss and let the other party learn a lesson. I believe this boss can change his ways. Okay, I will definitely change it, I will definitely change it. The trap boss nodded repeatedly after hearing Chu Yua's words. He looked at Lu Xiao again, as if begging for mercy. What my wife says is whatever she says. Lu Xiao threw the remaining hoop in his hand to the boss. After thanking the boss again, he quickly gave away all the dolls on the stall and in the car to the onlookers. Only 3 jackpot dolls were left. That's for a family of masters and bosses. In fact, the dolls he brought today are only worth 800 yuan in total. These 3 jackpot dolls accounted for 600. Lu Xiao originally didn't want to accept it. When these 3 big babies are squeezed into the car, it is overloaded and cannot be accommodated. Too much in the way. But when the little girl looked at the 3 big babies, her eyes were full of little stars. Lu Xiao saw that the little girl liked it so much, so he let her go. Just squeeze in as much as you can. Ship it home. After the small episode, the family of 3 was ready to go home. I ate and played. The point is that each of the 3 of them is holding a big baby, so it is really inconvenient to continue shopping. Lu Xiao, you have changed. After getting in the car, Chu Yuhua stared at Lu Xiao closely and said. Have you become more handsome? Or have you become more attractive? Or have you become more attractive? Lu Xiao asked with a smile after starting the car. Bah! You have become so shameless. Chu Yuhua spat. The corners of her mouth curved in an arc unconsciously. Lu Xiao seems to be more charming and attractive like this. Chu Yuhua was slightly moved by the host's shamelessness, and the intimacy level was +1. Yo ho! Lu Xiao laughed. Confidence really makes people handsome. Without the pressure of money, the relationship between husband and wife began to warm up, and everything was getting better. Be confident, that's for sure. Lu Xiao, why are you laughing? Tell me, when did you learn how to set a trap? Why didn't I know about it before? Chu Yue stared at Lu Xiao and asked. As the relationship between the two warmed up, their interactions also increased. In Lu Xiao's view, this is a good thing. When it comes to looping, just throw it a little more and you'll get a better feel. Don't be too surprised, because there will be many things about me that will surprise you, wife. Lu Xiao didn't explain too much. He couldn't explain this kind of thing clearly. Chu Yue rolled her eyes at her husband and did not continue to ask. I'll go to work to ask for leave tomorrow, and then you'll pick me up at noon. I'll pack my things and move home with Ni. Chu Yue said softly. When Lu Xiao heard this, she felt her heart beat violently. Finally, hard work pays off. Moreover, his old problem of rhinitis seemed to be completely cured as his physical fitness and strength improved in the past 2 days. Without rhinitis, he would naturally stop snoring. Whoops! It's time to share the same bed with a big quilt. Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel a little excited when he thought of this. The driving speed was 20 or 30 yards faster than usual. We arrived at the gate of my mother-in-law's community. When Chu Yue got out of the car, he also took the real estate certificate and mortgage settlement certificate. She wants to prove to her mother that her husband is no worse than others. After saying goodbye to Chu Yue and the little girl, Lu Xiao drove back to the community. The same as yesterday. Instead of going home, he came to the riverside in the park next door. Practice throwing rocks. Compared with yesterday, Lu Xiao was in a good mood today and was full of excitement. Throwing stones is even more exciting than yesterday. After being lost for 2 whole hours. His intermediate stone throwing skill has finally been upgraded to advanced level. Advanced stone throwing, a special attack technique that increases hit rate by 90% and 9 points of strength. Note, each time you upgrade, the additional attributes will also be improved again. Okay. The advanced stone throwing skill directly increases the hit rate to a terrifying 90%. This is equivalent to being sure of success and almost hitting the mark with every shot. Lu Xiao now has the urge to go to a darts hall to play, or sign up for a darts tournament to win a gold medal or something. He smiled and put away the outrageous thoughts in his mind. Get ready to practice your parkour skills. However, that's when Lu Xiao's phone rang. Yes, my wife Chu Yue. Do not know why. After Lu Xiao saw Yui's call, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He frowned and answered the phone. Moment. Chu Yue came over with a crying and desperate voice. Lu Xiao. Ni is lost. Chapter 26 Mutation, the early arrival of human traffickers. When Lu Xiao heard Chu Yue's words, his whole mind was in a daze, and his eyes seemed to go dark. Yuhi, don't cry yet. What happened? How did Ni get lost and how long has she been missing? Please tell me carefully first. Lu Xiao forced himself to calm down and asked. He thought of something in his mind. On the day he got the system, he used a bonus life simulation feature. After the life simulation unfolds. The 5th day of the divorce cooling off period. The mother-in-law went to pick up Ni from school, but because she failed to watch Ni while chatting with others, the traffickers took advantage and kidnapped Ni. This was also the beginning of the disaster of that life simulation. Although with the cooperation of the police, Ni was rescued 3 days later. But her severe psychological trauma led to a series of subsequent tragedies. That's why Lu Xiaokai insisted on picking up Ni from school every day, and then worked hard to improve the intimacy, hoping to bring the 2 girls home as soon as possible. He believed that after he did this, tragedies in the life simulation process can be completely avoided. Today is the 3rd day of the divorce cooling off period. The 2 of us can take her home tomorrow. Everything seems to have completely avoided the original simulation results. But against all odds, Lu Xiao never thought that that terrible thing would happen to them 2 days early. After all, what went wrong? Could it be said that all causes and effects cannot be stopped? Impossible. Lu Xiao doesn't believe it. Listening to Chu Yue's tearful narration, he finally understood the cause and effect. After the couple entered the community and returned home, Chu Yue's work unit called to tell her that there was something wrong with a document and asked her to make temporary changes. Chu Yue left Ni to her parents to take care of her, and went back to her room to modify the files on her computer. After she finished it, she found that only her father was watching TV at home, and her mother and the little girl were not there. She didn't think much about it, because after dinner these days, her mother would take the two of them for a walk in the community. But Chu Yua saw that it was getting dark at that time, so he went downstairs to look for someone in the community. However, when she arrived at the community square, she only saw her mother learning to dance from other ants, but the little girl Ni was not seen. Chu Yuha was a little anxious and quickly asked her mother where Ni was. Her mother opened her mouth and said that she had just seen Ni playing with other children and that she might have gone to play elsewhere in the community. But after several people searched the community twice, they could not find Ni. Only then did everyone panic. Calling the police, asking for property management and monitoring, more people began to look for Ni in and outside the community. Chu Yua immediately found the property and checked the surveillance video in the square. The video shows that Ni was indeed playing with a little boy before. But slowly, the two children played farther and farther away from the sight of adults. And what's even weirder is, I don't know why. There were obviously more than a dozen cameras installed in the community, but the two children completely disappeared from the surveillance after passing by two cameras. No matter from the gate of the community or elsewhere, the two children were never seen again. It's like disappearing into thin air. After Chu Yuha concluded that Ni was really lost, her mentality almost collapsed and she immediately called Lu Xiao. Is your mother sick? She can't even look at a child. I shouldn't have let you and Ni go back to your parents' home on the day of the cooling off period. That way this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Lu Xiao couldn't help but curse out. At the same time, he regretted very much. Why did he let the two of them go when he had clearly seen the results of the simulated life? Lu Xiao, stop talking. What should we do now? Ni is so smart. She not only knows our phone number, but also knows which floor and unit we live in. It is impossible for her not to know the way home. Do you think she can? Did she forget to go to another child's house to play, such as the house of the little boy she played with? Chu Yuha guessed anxiously. After all, it can be determined from the community surveillance video that Ni did not leave the community. It's possible that they went to someone else's house to play, so they searched the neighborhood but couldn't find Ni. Whose family is that little boy playing with Ni? Does anyone know him? Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked an important question. Chu Yuha replied, no one who watched the surveillance video with me recognized the little boy. I have already sent the screenshot to the community group, and no one knows him yet. Lu Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The bad premonition deepened. He had seen a new method of abducting children. It is a human trafficker who raises a child and takes advantage of the lack of vigilance between children to commit crimes. They first ask the children to approach the target and play with it. Then when the adult's attention is no longer on them, let the children take the target away from the adult's supervision little by little, so that the crime is successful. This method of abduction has a very high success rate and is difficult to prevent. Who would have thought that the playmates around their children would be accomplices of human traffickers? Are the police here? Lu Xiao asked again. It should be there soon, Lu Xiao, please come here quickly. Today is all my fault. If I had followed them down, this wouldn't be the case. Woo woo. Chu Yuha cried uncomfortably. Yuhi, don't cry. Trust me, I will find a way now and I will definitely find Ni. Lu Xiao promised. Yeah, Ni must be fine. The police are here. Let me tell the police about the situation first. Chu Yuha stopped crying and said. Okay, you go ahead. The two hung up the phone. Lu Xiao put down the phone, and the knuckles of his left hand were already bruised by himself. If it had been before, he must have felt like Chu Yuha that Ni might have gone to someone else's house to play. But after using the life simulation function that time, this happened again today. His first instinct told him. Ni was probably abducted by human traffickers. Lu Xiao didn't drive to find Chu Yuha immediately. Instead, it opened its own properties panel. Host, Lu Xiao. Physique, 32. Strength, 31. Agility, 28, normal value for adults is 20. Skills, beginner cooking skills, intermediate academic mastery, intermediate parkour, advanced programming skills, advanced stone throwing. Props, Sims Opportunity X1. Spouse, Chu Yuha. Couple intimacy level, 42. After practicing his parkour and stone throwing skills, his attributes have surpassed those of ordinary people. Now Lu Xiao's physical fitness is no worse than those of amateur athletes. Naturally, he didn't want to show off when he opened his attribute panel. Lu Xiao's eyes were fixed on his only prop. Use Sims opportunity. Lu Xiao shouted in his heart. Chapter 27 Unacceptable Simulation Results. This Sims prop was given by Lu Xiao when he opened the gift pack for the first time. One is used up, but one remains. The reason why I am using this prop now is because there is a very peculiar feature of the Sims. It can simulate the general situation of Lu Xiao in the next 30 years. The most important thing is that everything that happens in the next 30 days will be presented in Lu Xiao's mind from a high-speed fast-forward God's perspective. What Lu Xiao wants is this magical function. Next moment. The simulation begins. On the first day, you rushed to your mother-in-law's house quickly. You didn't even have time to get angry with your mother-in-law, so you joined the team looking for NINI. Together with the police, you investigated the entire community and found no trace of NINI. The next day, after careful investigation, you got several results. The little boy who played with NINI was not from this community at all. And he also appeared in a previous missing child case, so your case was officially defined as an abduction case. Following this clue, you discovered that a suspicious van appeared in the community when NINI went missing that day. Unfortunately, after investigation, this car is a decked vehicle. On the third day, the police stepped up their investigation and searched the city for this cunning human trafficking gang, but there was still no news about NINI. You, Chu Yua, and both parents are almost collapsed. On the fourth day, you and Chu Yua stayed at the police station, waiting for the latest news. Overnight, your hair turned a lot whiter and you felt haggard. At this time, the good news came. After a one-by-one investigation by the city's road supervision system, a fugitive human trafficker was finally discovered. The police did not alert the snake, but secretly followed the trafficker's movements and prepared to follow the clues. On the fifth day, after unremitting efforts, the police took action to close the net and finally eliminated all the traffickers and rescued 4 children, including NINI. However, the moment you saw NINI, you couldn't stand still. Because NINI's eyes were only filled with blood holes, which was horrifying. On the 6th day, you took NINI to the largest and best hospital in the country, but the result was unacceptable to you. NINI was blind and there was no possibility of regaining his sight. On the other side, the police conducted a comprehensive interrogation of the group of traffickers. They were a vicious group of crazy people who disabled children and engaged in begging and trafficking. On the 7th day, you hacked into the police system and learned all the information about the human trafficking gang and the crime process. On the 8th day, NINI was severely psychologically stimulated, unwilling to speak, and her personality fell into darkness. You and Chu Yua tried their best but couldn't bring the little girl out of the haze. Boom! Lu Xiao punched the wall hard. He paused his Sim's life, his whole body gloomy. When he thought about what he had just seen in his mind, his eyes were filled with anger and hostility. I wish I could pick up the knife right now and kill those gangs of human traffickers. Darn it! His mood was almost uncontrollable at this time, and he had to force himself to calm down. Lu Xiao rushed into the bathroom, turned on the ice water and poured it directly on his head. It took him 2 full minutes to calm down. Lu Xiao's eyes were extremely cold, and his mind searched for various clues he had just obtained when simulating life. Among them, the biggest clue is that he already knows where NINI is imprisoned. This is also news that makes Lu Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. Secondly, after the police interrogated the human trafficking gang, Lu Xiao also learned the entire process of NINI's eyes being gouged out. That happened the day after NINI was abducted. Because NINI has been resisting in their den and does not listen to the traffickers at all. After trying to escape several times but being caught, the human trafficking gang brutally blinded NINI and planned to train him to be a tool beggar in the future. In addition to these clues, there are also the number and appearance of the human trafficking gang, the division of labor of each person, and the controlled knives they hold, etc. The time is now 8:30 p.m. Only 2 hours had passed since NINI was abducted. According to the entire crime process finally explained by those human trafficking gangs, NINI was probably still on the way to the den of the human trafficking gang, and was in a state of unconsciousness after her mouth and nose were covered with an anesthetic. That potion can put a child to sleep for a whole night. The above are all clues that Lu Xiao has mastered through the Sims. It stands to reason that with so many real and reliable clues, it is definitely more than enough to take down a human trafficking gang. But the point is, how to notify the police and tell them these clues? How to convince the police that these clues are true? The police will definitely ask where these clues came from, and how will he answer? This is the most troublesome part for Lu Xiao. According to normal logic, even if the police receive such information, they will not dare to alert the snake, but will use various methods to verify the authenticity of the clues. This will delay the process for a long time. During this period, if the little girl's eyes were gouged out, even if she could be rescued 2 days earlier, it would be meaningless. He couldn't accept this result. What can we do about it? How can an ordinary person influence the police's decision? Thinking of this, Lu Xiao also realized the importance of identity and power in this society. If he is a big boss now, or a person with a big say, then he doesn't have to think about this at all. As long as the clues are handed over to the police will be dispatched immediately without any hesitation, let alone the origin of the clues. After thinking about it for a few minutes, Lu Xiao changed into all black clothes, left home quickly, and found her car in the parking lot. He is not going to find Xu Yuha now. Instead, he planned to go alone and go deep into the human trafficking gang's den alone. Since there was no way for the police to launch an arrest operation immediately, he would find a way to rescue NINI first. As long as NINI is rescued, it will not matter whether the human trafficking gang is caught a few days earlier or a few days later. Chapter 28 Preparation Before Rescue, Small Breakthrough. Lu Xiao opened the navigation and entered an address. This human trafficking gang's den is in the suburbs, more than 60 kilometers away, and is a sparsely populated place. From here, it will take at least 2 hours based on current road conditions. Lu Xiao stepped on the accelerator and rushed over. Under the condition of ensuring his own safety, Lu Xiao drove at full speed, and any violations of traffic regulations and fines were not considered. The little girl NINI is the most important. Lu Xiao knew that NINI was in a dazed state now. That meant that her personal safety was safe, at least until she woke up. Human traffickers are not perverted murderers, and they will not attack a 3-year-old child who has passed out. They wish that the children would be quiet and silent. Calculating this, Lu Xiao still has at least 4 or 5 hours of action time. If the little girl can be rescued before she wakes up, it will undoubtedly be the best result. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao's speed increased again, and he kept overtaking and rushed towards his destination. Even so, he still felt it was too slow. After successfully rescuing NINI this time, we must change cars. Get a faster car. The 2-hour journey was completed by Lu Xiao in just over an hour and 10 minutes. He did not drive the car directly to the den of the human trafficking gang, but parked it in a small forest 2 kilometers away and hid the car. Lu Xiao is not a fool. This is a large suburb, where you can't see your fingers and there are no streetlights. Not to mention that it was already past 9:40 p.m., very few people or cars passed by here even during the day. If a car suddenly appeared at this time, it would be a waste of 300 taels of silver. Once the trafficking gang notices something, Lu Xiao is not sure whether the other party will take action against NINI. But as long as there is such a possibility, he will not try it. Lu Xiao got out of the car and ran towards the location coordinates on the navigation system. Dressed in black, and in the dark night, it can be said that he is almost invisible to the naked eye. This is an abandoned site of an old campus. It should have been a primary school before, but it has long since been abandoned. It may be demolished or bulldozed this year or next year. After arriving at the outskirts of the old campus, Lu Xiao found that there were lights on in several classrooms. Through the lights, he vaguely saw a white van parked on the playground. Although he hadn't seen the license plate clearly yet, he was sure that this was the car that abducted NINI. Lu Xiao first looked at the time. It had been 2.5 hours since NINI was abducted, and there was still plenty of time left. He did not choose to rush in directly, but temporarily retreated and left the vicinity of the old campus. After walking 1 kilometer, Lu Xiao started running after making sure that he would not attract their attention. Then he jumped between the abandoned buildings. That's right, Lu Xiao is practicing his parkour skills. In order to increase the success rate of rescue, he must upgrade his parkour skills from intermediate to advanced. Intermediate parkour comes with 10 points of physical fitness, 6 points of agility, and 2 points of strength. According to this ratio, advanced parkour should come with 15 points of physical fitness, 9 points of agility, and 3 points of strength. Coupled with the stronger agility of advanced parkour, it is definitely a necessary skill to save people. While thinking about it, Lu Xiao had already flipped sideways and successfully landed on a 2-meter platform. Intermediate parkour skills, experience value +5, current progress 7/200. Lu Xiao felt a little confused. When this skill is used in elementary parkour, it only adds 3 points of experience. Why do I get more experience points when I make it at the intermediate level? When Lu Xiao took a look at the surrounding environment, he seemed to understand. In the park before, it was an extremely suitable environment for parkour, so it was not difficult. But now, the abandoned buildings in this suburb are not suitable for parkour at all. Coupled with the dark sky and no streetlights, the view is seriously obstructed. Invisibly, the difficulty is greatly increased. Dare I ask, what kind of lunatic would practice parkour in a ruins in the middle of the night? Therefore, a simple side somersault usually adds as much as 5 experience points. A sneer appeared at the corner of Lu Xiao's mouth. This is better, he needs to save time now and quickly increase his experience points. Didn't think twice about it. Lu Xiao stepped up her parkour practice. Intermediate parkour skills, experience value plus 13, current progress, 20/200. Intermediate parkour skills, experience value plus 16, current progress, 36/200. Intermediate parkour skills, experience value plus 18, current progress, 54/200. With several times the experience bonus, Lu Xiao always performed some difficult parkour moves. Although this made the experience value very objective, the dark environment and complex terrain also caused Lu Xiao to fail several times and fall hard to the ground. Fortunately, with his current physical fitness which is much higher than that of ordinary people, even if he fell a few times, he would only have a few bruises and no other injuries. With such hard practice, it only lasted less than 20 minutes. Lu Xiao was already covered in sweat and very tired. Of course, the effect is also very good. Ding, congratulations to the host, your parkour skills have been upgraded. A cool current, greater than before, poured down from beginning to end. For a time, Lu Xiao felt that all the fatigue in his body was quickly fading away. The body is gradually changing and seems to be 2 centimeters taller than before. His strength has also increased a lot, and his entire body shape has been optimized. Advanced parkour, having mastered proficient parkour techniques, all parkour actions will not fail. Added 15 points of constitution, 9 points of speed, and 3 points of strength. Lu Xiao was very satisfied with the introduction of advanced parkour skills. Each attribute point is calculated by itself, and there is an additional feature that will not fail. This undoubtedly increased his success rate of rescuing NINI by a few percentage points in a dark night environment. At this point, Lu Xiao stopped practicing. If you want to upgrade advanced parkour, you need 500 experience points. Having experienced advanced programming and advanced stone throwing skills, he has discovered it. After reaching advanced skills, it becomes very difficult to obtain experience points. It will be impossible to upgrade again for a while. After Lu Xiao adjusted her breathing, she quickly ran towards the old campus. His steps were very light, silent, and fast. Even if there are people 3 or 4 meters away, they may not be able to detect Lu Xiao's presence. It can be seen from this that after reaching advanced parkour skills, the coordination of the body is not improved at all. NINI, Daddy is here. Lu Xiao's eyes were a little cold and he said lightly. Chapter 29. When the rescue is in progress, the expected and the unexpected. When Lu Xiao was approaching the old campus, he took out his phone and pressed 3 numbers. Hello, this is the 110 alarm center. How can I help you? Said the other end of the phone. I found a group of suspicious people at the location of the former Wanfu Primary School in the southern suburbs. I feel like they are human traffickers. I am asking for your help. Lu Xiao said. Ah. What's the address of the original Wanfu Primary School in the southern suburbs? May I ask who you are? Dash. Lu Xiao hung up the phone directly, and then quickly sent a text message to Chu Yuhua. Yuhi, I have something to do and I can't come over for the time being. I'll contact you later. After doing this, Lu Xiao turned off the phone directly. Otherwise, it would be a bad thing if your phone vibrates, rings, or even shines brightly when you are moving. Be cautious in everything. And the reason why he chose to call the police was to leave himself a way out. It took at least an hour from the time the police were called and the police arrived in the suburbs. Then if he was discovered and trapped by the human trafficking gang when rescuing an INI, the police would be his hope of escape. Just when Lu Xiao came to the edge of the old campus, the message sent by the host made Chu Yuhua feel confused, angry plus suspicious plus confused, and the intimacy level was -2. Lu Xiao was a little surprised. He was already prepared for his intimacy to be greatly deducted. Maybe 10 or 10 points. After all, he disappeared for no reason at the critical moment when the little girl was kidnapped. Anyone else would be angry and furious. Unexpectedly, I was only deducted 2 points in the end. It seems that my wife still believes in me. After Lu Xiao smiled, his expression returned to coldness. He first picked up some stones from the ground nearby and put them into his clothes pocket and trouser pocket respectively. After making sure he wouldn't fall out, he grabbed the wall in front of him with both hands, kicked off his right foot and climbed over the low wall. Then he jumped slightly, touched the ground to relieve his strength, and quickly hid behind a big tree. Successfully entered the old campus. The reason for not going through the gate of the old campus is simple. Someone was guarding the place. Based on memoirs of a human trafficking gang in The Sims. There are 9 people in this group of traffickers, 7 men and 2 women. In the past few days, 4 children will be successfully abducted in Jianbei City. NINI is the 3rd one. Therefore, apart from the guards at the school gate, there were 8 human traffickers and 3 children in this abandoned teaching building. Lu Xiao's head was thinking at high speed as he walked around to the back of the teaching building. He did not choose to enter through the stairs of the teaching building because he wanted to avoid encountering human traffickers as much as possible. This abandoned teaching building is 4 stories high. The 2 bright classrooms are on the left side of the 3rd floor, 1 mile away and 1 away. The classrooms inside hold abducted children, and there should be 1 or 2 traffickers guarding the children. The rest of the traffickers will rest in the classroom outside. In this way, whenever someone enters or exits the classroom where the children are held, they can immediately see it. Human traffickers are also very cautious in what they do. Behind the old teaching building, Lu Xiao used the faint light from above to look up and take a look at the structure of the entire old wall. He quickly determined the best route in his mind. Then, he stuck to the wall and started climbing. The whole person is clinging to the wall like a gecko, slowly moving upward by using a few cracks, breaks, or some protrusions in the wall. During this process, not a single sound was made. Lu Xiao felt happy. Fortunately, I didn't act recklessly and chose to upgrade my parkour skills to an advanced level. Otherwise, he would never be able to do what he is doing now. As for why they didn't wait a little longer, wait until the traffickers fell asleep in the middle of the night before taking action. In that case, the success rate will definitely be much higher than now. The reason is simple. The little girl's anesthesia was still working, and she only had 1 hour left since she was abducted. Once the little girl wakes up, she will definitely cry and fuss, and then she will either be drugged again or given a lesson. This is what Lu Xiao doesn't want to see. Therefore, after much deliberation, taking immediate action is the best solution. Relying on advanced parkour skills and strong body coordination, it took Lu Xiao 15 minutes to climb outside the wall of the bright classroom inside. This is speed efficiency that guarantees absolute silence and undetectability. If he didn't care about anything else, he dared to say that he could climb up in a minute. After taking a deep breath to adjust the breath, Lu Xiao very carefully stuck his head out and checked the situation inside the classroom. The classroom was in a mess, with old tables and chairs piled aside. There were 3 children lying on the ground in the center of the classroom, their hands and feet tied, and their mouths sealed with tape. Lu Xiao saw his daughter at a glance, still unconscious and sleeping. Lying next to the girl were 2 little boys. One was also sleeping, while the other had his eyes open but was not struggling. Lu Xiao recognized that the little boy who was awake was the little boy who was playing with his daughter in his mother-in-law's neighborhood. She should be 2 years older than my daughter. Judging from the treatment, I am afraid she has just been raised. Otherwise, his hands and feet would definitely not be tied. 2 meters away from the 3 children, a middle-aged woman was lying, not asleep but playing with her mobile phone. Why are you opening your eyes so wide? Go to bed quickly. You have other things to do tomorrow. Don't worry, as long as you listen to us, your aunt and uncle will never beat you, and they will buy you a lot of delicious food. Middle-aged woman. After glancing at the boy, he said calmly. Hearing this, the little boy seemed to have thought of something, his eyes showed fear, he quickly closed his eyes and his body shook slightly. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman was very satisfied and continued to play with her mobile phone. Lu Xiao, who was outside the window, had already retracted his head when the woman spoke. Then, Lu Xiao started to get up again, bypassed the 3rd floor, came to the classroom on the 4th floor and climbed in. He walked to the front of the teaching building and without much hesitation, he took out a stone and smashed it against the window inside the classroom on the 2nd floor. Crack! A loud noise cut through the silent night. Ha! What's going on? What's this movement? Old Chen, is there anything going on at the gate? Turn out the lights. Turn out the lights in both classrooms. Fat man, are you being followed? Impossible, boss, we circled outside several times to make sure there were no cars following us before we came back. Yes, boss, this is not the first time we have done this. How could we make such a mistake? Let's go out and have a look. You guys go this way, shall we, and I will go over there. There were bursts of panic from the 3rd floor below, and the lights in the 2 classrooms were all turned off at this moment. There were several more flashlight beams in the corridor, shining everywhere, as if they were looking for something. Seeing this, Lu Xiao knew that he had succeeded in attacking in the east and in the west. He immediately ran back to the back of the teaching building, jumped out of the fourth floor, clung to the wall, and quickly climbed down. At this time, there is no need to consider what is happening or not. The faster the better. Pull, release, and pedal. All the movements were done smoothly and took only 10 seconds. Lu Xiao successfully climbed into the classroom on the third floor below. The woman who was playing with her mobile phone just now has disappeared, leaving only 3 children. This was expected by Lu Xiao. Even if the woman is still there, with his current attribute points, if he wants to knock out a middle-aged woman, it shouldn't be too easy. Lu Xiao walked into the classroom without any hesitation. After he took out the elastic rope prepared in advance from his pocket, he carried Nini behind his back and quickly tied it up with the elastic rope. This moment. Lu Xiao, who felt Nini's body temperature and breath, really let go of her worries all night long. However, just when Lu Xiao was planning to carry Nini on his back, climb the wall behind the teaching building and escape from here, a flashlight suddenly shone through the door. "Who are you?" the man shouted angrily. Chapter 30. If you can't run away, then don't run away. Lu Xiao only felt his scalp numb at the moment. He really didn't expect that someone would come back so quickly and find him right away. There weren't many options left for him now. Or quickly climb out of the window and climb down. Or before others come over, break through the opponent head-on, and use the speed advantage to quickly escape from here. For the first option, Lu Xiao did not consider it. He is not alone now. If he climbs down from the third floor with the little girl on his back, he will not be able to resist if the opponent throws something from above and attacks her. If it hits the little girl, the consequences will be disastrous. "Boss! Come here quickly!" The moment Lu Xiao was thinking, the guy with the flashlight at the door started shouting to other places. All of a sudden, many beams of light came. Lu Xiao's face darkened. Does this mean to completely cut off his options? I remembered the tragic scenes I had witnessed in the life simulation, and the way the little girl was tortured by them. Lu Xiao's eyes were gloomy, and he quickly took out a stone from his pocket. Aha! He threw it towards the man at the door with all his strength. Let me ask, how powerful can a small stone be? How can you use a stone to make someone lose their fighting ability? Is this possible? Lu Xiao now gives an answer. It can be done. Ah! A scream of pain echoed through the night. The man at the door instantly squatted on the ground, covering his face with his hands and screaming in pain. Blood kept seeping from the gaps between his fingers, which was very scary. Advanced stone throwing skills, experience value +10, current progress, 10/500. Lu Xiao ignored the reminder in his mind. I have no intention of going to see it either. He walked over quickly and gave the man a hard kick, sending him flying 2 meters away. Then, he picked up the flashlight on the ground. Fourth, what's wrong with you? Talk. Fark. Come on, everyone, come here, this is so Gee bloody, I'm going to kill him. How dare you attack the 4th child? This man doesn't want to live anymore. Darn it, where did this guy come from? The sounds came from different directions on the 3rd floor, and everyone was extremely angry. Lu Xiao was already standing in the long corridor at this time, and he did not run away again. Instead, he looked towards a corner. Someone was going to come here first, he judged. Only 3 seconds passed. There were really 2 people rushing out from the corner of this corridor. Fark! Someone is really coming. Fark him. Don't let him get away. Both of them were holding a steel pipe. When they saw Lu Xiao, they angrily scolded him and rushed over. Lu Xiao did not take action immediately. Instead, he held the flashlight that was not turned on and calculated the distance between the 2 sides in his mind. 8 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. It's now. When the 2 sides are only 5 meters apart. Lu Xiao immediately turned on the bright flashlight in his hand and pointed it at the 2 people. The sudden light caused the 2 of them to move. That is this moment. Lu Xiao's right hand moved. Swish! He threw 2 stones at the 2 men with all his strength. Only 2 muffled bangs were heard. Ah! The screams of slaughtering pigs sounded again. The 2 men fell to the ground face to face, covering their faces with their hands and rolling around on the ground. Blood also spattered from the gaps in their palms. Advanced stone throwing skills, experience value +12, current progress, 22/500. There are 6 more people, 4 men and 2 women. Lu Xiao ignored the prompts in his mind and muttered softly. Since I can't run away, I won't run away for now. Advanced stone throwing skills, with a 90% hit rate, are not just statistics. Coupled with Lu Xiao's current strength attribute of 33 points, to be honest, he himself doesn't know how much power a stone can burst out. But he must give it his all. He didn't need to think about the consequences if he fell into the hands of these traffickers. Fat man, a bin. What's going on? Don't just scream. How many people are here? Fatty and the three of them can't defeat each other? Boss, what should we do? Xiaowei, please look in and see what's going on over there. From both sides of the corridor on the third floor, the traffickers were heard discussing in panic. They really don't understand. Without even seeing whether the other party was a human or a ghost, 3 people on his side had already fallen. Apart from screaming, these 3 people couldn't answer anything they asked. Lu Xiao naturally heard their discussion. He didn't move, but stood where he was. Turning off the flashlight, he held a stone tightly in his right hand and held it behind his head, as if he was ready to go. The next second, a beam of light shone at him from another corner. Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked over, and swung his right hand out as fast as lightning. Whoosh! The pebbles made a sound in the air. Then, there was a muffled sound, coupled with the horrific scream of a woman. Ah! My eyes! Ah! The woman's screams broke. Fark, let's go together. There's only one person. But be careful and turn off the flashlight. He seems to have a slingshot or other weapon in his hand. The warning and reminder from another man came from beside the screaming woman. It seems that the situation on Lu Xiao's side was clearly seen when the flashlight shone over just now. Just one person? Darn it, give him face. When I catch this guy, I will make him look good. We are just one person together. Even if he is injured a little, I will let him pay with his blood. Several black shadows rushed out from both sides at the same time and rushed towards Lu Xiao's position. They were only 7 or 8 meters away from Lu Xiao, and it would take less than 3 or 4 seconds to rush over at full speed. But the moment they showed up, a bright flashlight was shined on them. Then there was a whooshing sound through the air. Ah! My eyes were hit by him. Me too. Ah, it hurts me to death. Fark! Ah! Flashlight, this guy has a flashlight. There were 3 more screams in the dark night. Lu Xiao shook his head unsatisfied. 4 people had just appeared, 3 of them hit, and 1 missed. It was just a hit on the arm. But his tense mood finally relaxed now. Counting the 3 men he knocked down this time, he hit a total of 6 men and 1 woman. 9 traffickers in total. Then there is still a man who was guarding the door downstairs, and the woman who just lost her way. After thinking for a while, he retreated to the classroom. 1 in each hand, he lifted the other 2 children up and clamped them in the middle of his arms. Seeing Lu Xiao walking out again, those who were lying on the ground covering their wounds wanted to grit their teeth and rush forward again. If you don't want anything to happen to the other eye, get away. Lu Xiao's cold voice came out. When these traffickers heard this, they trembled all over and had goosebumps all over the floor. Never had they seen such a cruel guy. One person almost wiped out all of them, and no one believed it. I'm scared. They are not desperados, they are just human traffickers. The trafficker who fell on the ground saw Lu Xiao approaching and hurriedly rolled into the classroom next to him, fearing that the other party would take action again. When Lu Xiao carried 3 children to the first floor, I also saw the last human trafficker. The other party stood there honestly and did not dare to rush over. He could clearly hear the screams and conversation above. Originally, he was the most timid and doorkeeper among this group of traffickers. How could he dare to deal with this guy who walks like a gangster? Lu Xiao glanced at this man and walked straight towards the gate of the old campus. After walking several meters, he threw the stones clenched in his hands on the ground. A layer of cold sweat on the back was blown by the cool breeze, making people feel ice cold. Chapter 31 I am not a human trafficker. After successfully bringing the 3 children to the gate of the old campus, Lu Xiao felt a little dizzy and her whole body felt weak. In everything just now, it seemed like he had the upper hand and dealt with the traffickers simply and easily. But looking back now, I feel full of fear. If those traffickers had changed their fighting methods, such as picking up tables and chairs as shields, or throwing heavy objects at him from a distance, the outcome might have been different. Even if he had advanced stone throwing skills, he would still have to kneel on the spot. After all, he is only one person. But it's okay. Everything is finally over. He saved the little girl. Dad, I want to eat marshmallows, it's so delicious, the little girl on the back muttered. Lu Xiao thought the little girl was awake, and turned around slightly to look, only to find that she was still sleeping, just talking in her sleep. It seems that the anesthetic effect has almost worn off, and I have now entered a state of light sleep. Okay, NI, continue to sleep. When you wake up, Daddy will buy you marshmallows. Lu Xiao coaxed softly. The little girl didn't answer, just rubbed her little head on his back and fell asleep. Lu Xiao smiled. When he looked down and saw that the two little boys he had brought out were already awake, he put them down. These two little boys were both 1 or 2 years older than NI, and the ropes on their hands and feet and the seals on their mouths had not been removed. Their eyes were full of horror and they didn't understand what was happening. But what they experienced these days made the two little boys dare not resist. Lu Xiao knelt down and untied their ropes and seals. Shoo! Don't scream, Uncle is the father of this little girl and is here to save you. Follow me now and I will take you home. Lu Xiao whispered to the two boys. The two boys' eyes burst into ecstasy at the words that they could go home and come to save them. The younger boy cried even more and covered his mouth to prevent himself from making any sound. Among the two, one didn't sleep at all, and the other was frightened and woke up when someone screamed. After witnessing the whole process and Lu Xiao's kind smile, the two naturally believed each other's words. Lu Xiao didn't say anything more and motioned for the two of them to follow him. But just after he took 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. His brows furrowed slightly. It had nothing to do with the two kids, but his phone was missing. He originally wanted to turn on his phone now and make a call to Chu Yuhua and the police. Unexpectedly, when I touched my pocket, my phone was gone. He must have fallen in while climbing the wall or rescuing someone. This. Lu Xiao was speechless for a while. He really didn't notice that the phone fell. But it is absolutely impossible for him to go back and look for it now. Just out of the tiger's den, a fool would go back. If those traffickers were on guard and figured out how to deal with him, he would have thrown himself into a trap when he returned. For a mobile phone, it's not necessary. Fortunately, the car keys are still there, so let's go back first and put the 3 children in the car. Let's go, follow me. Lu Xiao whispered to the 2 little boys behind him. Yeah. The 2 little boys nodded quickly. However, just when Lu Xiao led people more than 10 meters out of the old campus, Lu Xiao suddenly felt chills all over his body, and he felt like he was being spied on. And there's more than one person. Just when he put his hands into his pockets and took out a few stones, a dozen people quickly rushed towards him, and beams of low-light flashlights shone over him. When Lu Xiao saw the clothes of these people, his brows widened. He did not resist and dropped the stone in his hand. It's considered one of our own. It came much faster than he expected. Don't move. Police. Squat down, squat down. Be careful, there are 2 children behind this person, and there is another one on his back. It only takes a few seconds. 3 young police officers restrained Lu Xiao's hands and feet, and the 2 little boys were also protected by other police officers. Because there was a rope tying the two together, the little girl still slept soundly on Lu Xiao's back. She was not awakened by the anesthetic and her father's breath. A middle-aged police officer walked up to him and looked at Lu Xiao with uncertainty. What's their name? Are your other accomplices still inside? He asked seriously. Lu Xiao felt helpless, but replied, Comrade, I am not a human trafficker. I was the one who called the police and told you that there was a trafficking gang here, and then quickly hung up the phone and turned off the phone. As soon as these words came out, all the surrounding police officers were stunned. What? Is this the caller? Not a human trafficker? In fact, they had just arrived at the scene and were preparing to investigate and explore the old campus when they spotted this strange combination of a senior, a junior and a junior sneaking out quietly. Although they were a little confused and puzzled, it did not prevent them from taking immediate action. When the middle-aged police officer heard Lu Xiao's words, he believed that this must be the person who called the police. Because the other party told all the characteristics of the police. Trafficking gangs, hanging up the phone quickly, and turning off the phone immediately. He still remembered that the police officers who received the call were very surprised when they received the call, so when he transferred it to them, he specifically mentioned this situation. But even so, under certain circumstances, the person who called the police cannot escape the suspicion of being a human trafficker. Don't let the police encounter too many bizarre things. The middle-aged police officer thought for a while and asked a question. Can you prove that you are not a trafficker? He asked in a low voice. When Lu Xiao heard this question, he just thought about it for a moment and figured out how to answer it. In Mingyue community on Jinxing Middle Road, someone called the police at around 7 o'clock this evening and reported that a 3-year-old girl was missing. The girl's name is Lu Xinyue, her mother's name is Chu Yua, and her father's name is Lu Xiao. I am Lu Xiao, and I have a handful in my pocket. The car key was a Haizhong white car that I parked in a small forest in the southwest 1 kilometer away. The car had my ID card and trip records. The driving recorder contained all my daily trips. It's enough to prove my innocence. Lu Xiao finished what he said in one breath. After acquiring the Shuaba skill, he felt that not only his learning ability was greatly enhanced, but also his thinking logic and language organization skills were much stronger. These words made the surrounding police officers stunned for a moment. This person is not an ordinary person. If it is true as he said, it can definitely prove that he is not a human trafficker. The middle-aged police officer also took a deep look at Lu Xiao, and then gave a look to the colleague next to him. The colleague nodded immediately and understood what the captain meant. He turned around and started to verify whether what this person said was true or false. Comrade, I think your main task now is to catch those human traffickers in the old campus. I just rescued these 3 children from inside, but I also want to alert the snake. If you don't take action, they might run away. There are 9 people in the human trafficking gang, 7 men and 2 women. They are most likely still hiding on the backside of the 3rd floor of the old teaching building. Middle-aged police officer? The other police officers? Chapter 32. I'm just trying to protect myself. All the police officers stared blankly. Who is this person in front of me? He looks to be in his 20s, polite, of good height, with average strength, and good looks. Normally, he should be an ordinary office worker. But what he said now and his calm behavior completely exceeded their expectations. 9 traffickers? 7 men and 2 women? How did he know? Etc. At this time, the police officers suddenly realized an extremely strange problem. If there were 9 human traffickers on the other side, how did this person rescue these 3 abducted children from those people? This is completely unreasonable. Xiao Zhao, Shaolin, you 2 are watching him here. On, go to the place he said to see if there is that car. If there is, bring over the ID and driving recorder memory card. The rest of you, follow me, and sneak into the school. The middle-aged police officer should be the captain of these people, and he immediately issued the order decisively. Just like what the other person said. Catching human traffickers is the most important thing now. Once the opponent is let go this time, it will be even harder to catch these people than to reach the sky. Yes, Captain, all the police officers responded. They moved very quickly. After leaving 2 people to guard Lu Xiao and the 3 children, the rest of them acted quickly as ordered. Just a few seconds. The scene became quiet. The 2 little boys were nibbling the bread and water handed over by the police officers, devouring them hungrily. They had been hungry for who knows how long. Of course, this food was not given to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao didn't want to ask for it either, he wasn't hungry yet. Comrade, can you borrow your mobile phone and call home to report that you are safe? Lu Xiao thought for a moment and asked aloud. He was afraid that Chu Yua would be too worried. After all, so much time had passed since Ni was abducted. The 2 policemen next to him heard this, glanced at Lu Xiao, shook their heads and said, "Sorry, I can't borrow it. This is our rule. But when our captain comes back, you can apply to him." That's okay. Lu Xiao didn't speak, expressing his understanding. When doing things with official seals, I am afraid that in their eyes I have not been cleared of suspicion. Anyway, it shouldn't take long for those police officers to come back. With the current strength of the human trafficking gang, it is impossible to resist the double-team charge of more than a dozen police officers. Really? 10 minutes passed. Not long after there was a commotion in the old campus, the middle-aged police officer led a group of people and slowly walked out from the gate of the old campus. The police officers behind him were detaining an individual. The men were handcuffed, most of them had painful expressions, and one of their eyes had a blood-red bandage. The 2 policemen next to Lu Xiao were stunned when they saw this scene. It's over so soon? The point is, they counted exactly 9 people detained behind the captain, 2 of whom were women. This is exactly the same information as the man in front of me said. If you put it this way, is this man who calls himself Lu Xiao really not a human trafficker? After the middle-aged police officer led the team and the traffickers back. A police officer next to Lu Xiao couldn't help but said in surprise, "Captain, you are a bit cruel, everyone is blushing." The middle-aged police officer did not answer his words. Instead, he walked up to Lu Xiao and looked at him in surprise. "Were all the injuries on their bodies caused by you?" the middle-aged police officer asked. It's just to protect myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get out of this old campus, let alone save my daughter. Lu Xiao admitted frankly. He couldn't hide this kind of thing. There are too many witnesses. When the traffickers who were detained saw Lu Xiao's figure, their eyes were frightened and their bodies were shaking slightly. I dare not look at him at all. When the middle-aged police officer saw this situation, he asked people to take them all away. The look he was looking at Lu Xiao now was even more complicated. Lu Xiao, right? Come on, come back to the station with me, said the middle-aged police officer. Can I go home first? After I send my daughter to her mother, I will follow you to the bureau. Lu Xiao said a little confused. I'm afraid that's not possible for the time being, but I can call your wife to come to the station to pick up your daughter. The middle-aged police officer said. That's okay. Lu Xiao nodded. At this time, the police officer who had just been sent to look for Lu Xiao's car also ran back. Captain, I contacted my colleagues in the Xinqing division. It is true that someone called the police at 7 o'clock tonight and reported that a little girl was missing. They are still looking for it together. All the circumstances are the same as what this person said, and the ID information is also correct. On. The police officer handed the documents and the driving recorder memory card found in Lu Xiao's car to the middle-aged police officer. Okay, sorry for the trouble. The middle-aged police officer patted the other person and said. Then, he compared the ID card with Lu Xiao's, and they were completely consistent. How about it, comrade, do you look like it? Lu Xiao shrugged and joked. The current evidence can indeed prove that you are not a human trafficker. But you still need to go with me to the bureau to make a record. The middle-aged police officer explained. Okay. Lu Xiao did not refuse this time. He untied the little girl from his back and moved her into a raccoon hug in front of him. This will make her sleep more comfortable. By the way, comrades, did you pick up a mobile phone at the scene? It's a Huawei 40 model with a yellow cartoon pattern. When I went in just now, I accidentally dropped the phone inside. Lu Xiao asked the middle-aged police officer. The middle-aged police officer took out a transparent bag from his pocket. In the pocket was Lu Xiao's lost mobile phone. Seeing that the other party didn't mean anything to him, Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. I'm afraid this is another way to prove that the phone is yours. That's it. When you turn on the phone, the lock screensaver will be a picture of my family of 3. Or should I memorize a few phone numbers from the address book? Lu Xiao said. The middle-aged police officer smiled. This time he did not embarrass Lu Xiao and gave him the phone directly. Let's go, just share a car with me. I'll let others drive your car to the police station. The middle-aged police officer said. Okay. Lu Xiao responded. The two quickly got into a police car not far away and headed to the station. At this time, Lu Xiao turned on the phone. As soon as I turned on the phone, a reminder text message was sent. You have 26 missed calls while your phone is turned off. Lu Xiao looked at it and saw that it was all from Chu Yue. The time started when he turned off his phone and ended 10 minutes ago. Keep fighting. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately played a video. Chapter 33 Injury Report of Human Trafficking Gang. As soon as the video was connected, Chu Yue's haggard face appeared, his eyes were red, and he had obviously been crying for an unknown amount of time. Lu Xiao. NINI hasn't been found yet. The police said that NINI may have been abducted. What should I do? Whoa. Where is NINI? Chu Yue shed tears again in 2 lines. Come out, devastated. Honey, stop crying, look. Lu Xiao felt very distressed when she saw Chu Yue like this. He quickly pointed his phone at the little girl who was sleeping soundly. Moment. The crying on the other end of the video stopped abruptly. NIMI. It's NIMI. Husband, why is NINI at your place? Great. It's great that NINI is fine. Chu Yue cried with joy and cried again. But this time, I was completely relieved. Honey, I'm in the police car now. I need to go to the police station to make a record. Can you come and pick up NINI? Lu Xiao asked. This matter is difficult to describe, and he did not explain much. Ah. Police car? Taking notes? Husband, what's going on? Are you okay? Chu Yue was startled when he heard this and became worried. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just assisting in the investigation. Lu Xiao comforted. Okay, I'll take a taxi there now. Which bureau are you in, husband? Xu Yuha asked. Exist. Lu Xiao glanced at the middle-aged police officer next to him and gave him a questioning look. Changnan branch. The middle-aged police officer mentioned a place. At the Changnan branch, we'll wait until you come over to discuss everything. Lu Xiao said. Yeah, I'll go over now. Xu Yuha replied immediately. The two hung up the phone. The host rescued Nini, and Xu Yuha burst into tears. He also knew that he had misunderstood the host before, and his intimacy level was +8. Lu Xiao smiled. When I rescued Nini before, I sent a message to my wife and then turned off her phone, so my intimacy level was reduced by 2 points. Now I have replenished myself by 8 points all at once. The return on investment is quite high. He took another look at his current marital intimacy level, which had reached 48 points. Now that I have completed the 2 points, I wonder if there will be any reward. The young couple have a good relationship. The middle-aged police officer beside him said. That's for sure. I'm a good citizen, a good family man, abiding by the law, and willing to help others. Lu Xiao put several labels on himself. The subtext is, I'm such a good person. Don't be so nervous. This time you not only called the police, but also helped us catch the entire human trafficking gang. But you have done a great job. I will apply for a bonus for you when I get back. If you don't have 100,000 or 80,000, there will definitely be 40,000 or 50,000. The middle-aged police officer praised Lu Xiao and said. No, I'm just a passerby. Forget about bonuses and stuff. It's all your hard work. You don't need to give it to me. Lu Xiao refused directly. 180,000 is really nothing to him now. The important thing is that he has a lot of secrets and doesn't want to get too involved with the police. If the police wanted to question him, he really didn't know how to explain it. Lu Xiao, you are very special. My name is Wei Tai, captain of the Criminal Investigation Team 1 of the Changnan branch. Originally, this matter was not our responsibility today, but we just happened to pass by after our mission, and we unexpectedly caught such a big fish. Wei Tai said with a smile. Lu Xiao was stunned for a moment. Passing by? Criminal Investigation Team? Or captain? No wonder the police came out so much faster than he expected. It turned out to be that way. After knowing that the other party was the Criminal Investigation Team leader, Lu Xiao chatted even less. If you talk too much, you will make mistakes. It is better not to say anything. The car suddenly became silent. When Wei Tai saw that the other party knew his identity, he didn't want to say anymore. The eyes looking at Lu Xiao were even more full of curiosity and interest. The police car drove for an hour and finally entered the Changnan branch. Lu Xiao followed Wei Tai out of the car and was greeted by other people in police uniforms as soon as they got off the car. Old Wei, you're awesome. We captured an entire human trafficking gang along the way. Your performance this quarter is worthy of second-class merit. The police officer said with a smile. Go ahead, what you said is too harsh. Moreover, if this mission is successful, we can only count it as a mistake. It's just good luck. Wei Tai did not take credit and was very modest about this incident. After all, they really didn't do much. Just tell the truth. Ignoring the colleague's teasing, he said to the driving team member, Xiao Zhang, take Lu Xiao to make a transcript. Yes. Captain. The team member responded immediately. By the way, take Lu Xiao to a separate office on the 3rd floor. Wei Tai added. Receive. After the team member finished answering, he took Lu Xiao upstairs. What's wrong with this young man holding a child? Special care? What's his background? The colleague next to him looked at Lu Xiao's back in confusion and asked. No, he's just an ordinary person who just helped us take down the human trafficking gang. Wei Tai said lightly. I believe you, who would allow ordinary people to go to the 3rd floor? The colleague didn't believe it at all. Wei Tai rolled his eyes at his colleague and said speechlessly, didn't you see someone holding a sleeping child? The 3rd floor is quiet, and there is no one around at this time, so why can't it be done? After saying this, Wei Tai stopped talking and walked quickly towards the bureau. The colleague was left looking at Wei Tai with some suspicion, and then at the 3rd floor. Could it be that I am overthinking and just want to be quiet? On the 3rd floor of the Changbei branch, Lu Xiao was holding a sleeping little girl while taking notes with the police officer next to her. For what happened tonight? He used vague explanations such as coincidence, luck, a blind cat meeting a dead mouse, etc. After all, when he rescued Nini, he didn't think so much. At the beginning, the best outcome in his mind was that he would quietly rescue Nini without taking any credit or fame. However, reality is reality. In addition to his success in sneaking into the old campus, which was expected, what happened next was beyond his expectations. Even after he finished writing the transcript and read it himself, he felt it was outrageous. Fine. The police officer in front of him did not make things difficult for him, nor did he ask too many questions. It's just that the look in the other person's eyes is the same. You make it up, you continue to make it up. I won't ask, I won't tell, I will just record it silently. After the transcript was completed, Lu Xiao asked, "Comrade, can I leave?" The police officer opposite said simply, "That's not possible for now. You still need to wait here. However, there are sofas and mineral water over there. If you are hungry, I will get you some food. It's okay, you can go about your business." Lu Xiao sighed. Really? It's not that simple to let him leave. The police officer who finished taking notes for him did not leave. Instead, he lowered his head and sorted the files, seeming to have been watching himself from the corner of his eye. On the surface, they are working, but are they really supervising? This is a little trouble for me. He looked at the time and he estimated that he would arrive in more than half an hour. When Lu Xiao finished writing the notes, the captains and deputy captains of the first and second criminal investigation teams gathered together in the conference room downstairs. Brand new injury reports appeared in front of them. Yes, except for the 2 uninjured traffickers who were taken into custody in the newly captured human trafficking gang, the remaining 7 people were sent to the nearby hospital for emergency treatment of their injuries. These injury reports belong to those 7 people. Chapter 34. The person who called the police has serious suspicions. What a good guy. Blind in the left eye, blind in the left eye, blind in the left eye. Old Wei, you guys are really cruel. That's all you need to do to call us over. Then I'm afraid your second-class merit will be lost. This is already considered a failure in law enforcement. No. Old Wei, you are usually the calmest, but at this juncture when you are about to be promoted, such a mistake is not your style. After reading the injury report in their hands, the 3 captains and deputy captains all stared at Wei Tai in shock. All 7 traffickers were blind in their left eyes, which was irreparable and were classified as 4th-degree disabled. There are 10 levels of disability, with level 1 being the most severe and level 10 being the lightest. Therefore, this level 4 disability is already quite serious. Wei Tai smiled bitterly and confessed, "I didn't do this." The 3 captains and deputy captains were a little stunned. "Wasn't it you? It wasn't you? Could it be someone from your team who did it? This shot was really heavy. I'm afraid he has a life-or-death feud with the trafficker. Do you have such a strong person in your team? Why don't I remember him?" Wei Tai was a little helpless. If someone from his own team had done it, he wouldn't have called these 3 guys over. Our team received the alarm notification when we returned from the mission today, and then quickly went over to eliminate this human trafficking gang. Wei Tai said. The other 3 people all nodded. They already knew this. They could only say that this team was so lucky that they couldn't envy them. The one who beat these 7 traffickers like this is the one who called the police. Wei Tai said. Wait, why didn't I understand? I'm a little confused too. Are you missing a few paragraphs? Is there something wrong with my understanding? The person who called the police beat 7 traffickers into 4th-level disabilities? Old Wei, are you right? The 3 captains and deputy captains stared at each other, confused by what they heard. Why did Wei's 2 sentences seem to be totally irrelevant? Wei Tai spread his hands and said nothing. The meaning in his eyes was very clear, and there was nothing wrong with what he said. No, why did the caller beat up this human trafficking gang like that? Besides, how many people did he have? Don't tell me he beat 9 of them, the captain of the second team asked speechlessly. The other 2 captains frowned, equally confused. This human trafficking gang is codenamed Firefox. It has numerous criminal records, vicious methods, and high anti-reconnaissance capabilities. After they fled to our city, they have successfully abducted 3 children. Tonight is the 3rd one, and all the children have been rescued. This Wahoo human trafficking gang is quite cunning. They usually stop and move after abducting 4 to 5 children in each city. Therefore, they have been committing crimes for so many years and still have not caught them. When the 3 captains and deputy captains heard this introduction, a piece of relevant information came to mind. They knew some information about the Wahoo human trafficking gang, but they didn't expect that the human trafficking gang caught this time was this Wahoo. But at the same time, they were speechless. What they are asking now is why the caller beat 7 traffickers to disability. Why did Old Wei change the subject? He didn't wait for them to ask questions. Wei Tai continued, the Wahoo human trafficking gang abducted a 3-year-old girl around 7 o'clock tonight. And the person who called the police was the little girl's father. As soon as these words came out, the 3 captains and deputy captains were dumbfounded. What? Is the caller who beat those 7 people crippled the father of the abducted girl? This reversal is a bit fast. Are you sure you're not making this up? They stared at Wei Tai seriously for several seconds before they had to admit that what the other party said should be true. With Lao Wei's temperament, there was no need to deceive them. If this is the case, the problem is a bit strange. No wonder the 3 of them were called over. Old Wei, how did the person who called the police know where the human trafficking gang was? The captain of the second team asked in confusion. I don't know. Wei Tai replied. Is he alone? Or does he have other people helping him? Otherwise, how could he beat 9 and maim 7 of them? When we arrived at the scene, there was only one person who called the police, and he had already walked out of the old campus with 3 children. When we rushed in, the 7 traffickers had already fallen to the ground. The others are not known yet. Is the caller injured? There are a few bruises on the arms and legs, but no other injuries. After a few questions and answers, the 3 captains and deputy captains became even more confused. Who is this person who called the police? It's too fierce. Moreover, there are too many doubts in it. Unless a premise is met, everything will appear reasonable. The premise is: the person who called the police knew these human trafficking gangs in advance. That's why he knew so early that his daughter had been abducted in the den of the human trafficking gang. At the same time, it can also explain why he was able to cause 7 opponents to become disabled while being nearly uninjured. Acquaintance. Only when the 2 parties are acquaintances and these human trafficking gangs are unprepared for the caller rises up and attacks them. But, this isn't right either. Even if it suddenly breaks out, 1 against 9, and 7 are seriously injured, it is unreasonable. Even the special forces may not be able to do it. The more they thought about it, the more confused they became, and the more they thought about it, the more something was wrong. Wei Tai understood deeply when he saw how troubled these people were. He also had no idea at all. It was because he had so many scruples, suspicions and doubts that he did not go to Lu Xiao to ask questions at the first time. Instead, he called these comrades first to discuss it. After waiting for several minutes, the 3 people could only frown. Wei Tai had no choice but to ask, 3 of you, what do you say? The water is a bit deep. I haven't explored it carefully, so I can't be sure, said the captain of the second team. Captain Wei, didn't you bring back the person who called the police? I don't think we should let him go for the time being. It's too suspicious, said the deputy captain of the second team. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the conference room door. Captain Wei, the 2 traffickers are not in a good mental state and are still interrogating them. We have brought the transcripts and information of the person who called the police, Lu Xiao, came a voice from outside the door. Wei Tai stood up and walked over and took the things over. When the 3 captains and deputy captains heard that this was the transcript and information of the person who called the police, they quickly gathered around. They were also very curious about the person who called the police. Maybe you can dig out more things from it. All criminal investigators are like this, always suspicious of everything. However, after they saw Lu Xiao's information first, including Wei Tai, the 4 of them frowned into the character Sichuan. Judging from the information alone, there is nothing suspicious about Lu Xiao. This is an extremely ordinary common man. And when they looked at Lu Xiao's transcript, the 4 of them started to roll their eyes. This is the transcript? Isn't this pure nonsense? Chapter 35. I asked you to take notes, but you are writing a novel with me. Lu Xiao's transcript. After I received a call from my wife saying that the little girl was missing, I didn't rush there immediately. Because I know that even if I join the search team in the past, the effect will not be obvious. So, I immediately turned on the computer, hacked into the host computer of Mingyue community, and checked the surveillance video at that time. After repeatedly watching the surveillance video several times, and my wife said that the little girl's body was not found in the community at all. I felt that this was not a missing incident, but an abduction incident. So I checked the entrance and exit of the community during this period of time. Vehicle, and finally found a suspicious white van. The entry and exit time of this van exactly matched the time when the little girl disappeared. I followed the clue of the white van and after much hesitation, hacked into the police traffic control system. I admit that this is illegal and shouldn't be done. But in order to save my daughter, I couldn't care so much at that time. After checking the surveillance and tracking of the white van along the way, I found that he was driving in the direction of the southern suburbs. And that area, with complex terrain and no surveillance, was probably the den of the human trafficking gang. So I didn't hesitate anymore and drove. So I went out and hurried over there. After arriving in the southern suburbs, I had no idea where the white van went, so I had to park the car somewhere and then search around. Maybe I was lucky, and I quickly found myself in an old campus. Found the white van. At this time, I called the police. But I was really worried about my daughter's safety, so I wanted to go in and see if there was really a trafficking gang and if my daughter was really inside. So I turned off my mobile phone to prevent sudden calls. Or bright light or whatever. I sneaked into the old campus quietly and didn't dare to go through the main entrance, so I went around to the back of the old teaching building. When I noticed that there were lights on the third floor above, I climbed up from the back wall. I stood outside the window on the third floor and saw my daughter. I wanted to trick the traffickers and rescue my daughter secretly. But I didn't expect that the traffickers were alerted. They surrounded me and my 3 children. Wanting to harm us, I was so anxious that I picked up the rocks on the ground and started to fight back. Maybe I was very lucky today. I defeated those traffickers quickly. I knew that I couldn't miss this opportunity, so I quickly picked up the little girl on my back, grabbed the other 2 children, and escaped quickly. That's when I met your criminal investigation team. Lu Xiao's transcript contains thousands of words. Wei Tai and the other 3 captains and deputy captains looked at it with twisted veins and white eyes. Where is the record? This is simply a crime-solving drama, the kind with superpowers. Pull. That's ridiculous. I was just suspicious just now, but now I am sure that there is something wrong with Lu Xiao, and the problem is not as big as usual. The captain of the second team affirmed. He also hacked the community host and hacked our police traffic control system. Has he read too many novels? Moreover, I found that there were too many places in this record that were vague and did not tell the truth honestly. Yes, especially some key places, he just skipped them. Why he was able to quickly find the den of human traffickers, why he was able to beat 7 human traffickers to disability in a very short period of time, none of this is included in this record. Wei Tai stared at the transcript in silence, frowning, and did not speak. The 3 criminal investigation captains and deputy captains beside him started discussing. They have never met Lu Xiao in person, but they can tell from this transcript that this person definitely concealed a lot of things. If analyzed from their perspective, this Lu Xiao is most likely an accomplice of the trafficker, a traitor, or an upper and lower line. Because the 2 parties were at odds, the Huahu human trafficking gang kidnapped Lu Xiao's daughter. Because her daughter was kidnapped, Lu Xiao went to the police, and then went directly to the traffickers' den to negotiate with them, and finally it ended like this. This is the most reasonable, isn't it? Listening to the 3 old guys talking more and more outrageously, Wei Tai finally spoke up. Okay, don't think too much. This matter may not be as complicated as you think. I met Lu Xiao and chatted a few words along the way. My intuition told me that he did hide a lot of things, but it has nothing to do with human trafficking gangs. Wei Tai expressed his opinion. Captain Wei, if he had nothing to do with the human trafficking gang, why did he conceal the facts? If he didn't trust our police, why did he call the police again, asked the deputy captain of the second team. Wei Tai rubbed his eyebrows, his head hurt. I don't know. Lu Xiao can let it go for now. However, we can split up and interrogate the traffickers one by one. After getting their confessions, we can compare them with each other. By then, there should be further information. It's the result, Wei Tai said. The 3 captains and deputy captains all nodded. Yes, this method is the most correct and appropriate. Okay, anyway, there are no tasks tonight. Our second team will also work overtime to help you solve this matter. The captain of the second team said with a selfless look. In fact, he was also very interested in tonight's matter, especially Lu Xiao. He wanted to know what the other party was hiding and why. Okay, I'll trouble you, Team 2, and we'll split up. I'll go up and say hello to Lu Xiao first, stabilize his mentality, and prevent him from leaving the game for the time being. Wei Tai said. The 4 captains and deputy captains of the 2 teams quickly reached a consensus and took action. A few minutes later, Wei Tai took a box of rice and drinks and came to an office on the 3rd floor. He gave Lu Xiao the food, and after another round of polite words, he left. The general meaning is, please Lu Xiao, please stay away from the game for the time being, and wait until everything is settled. Lu Xiao happily accepted the opinion. He naturally knew that after reading his transcript, the other party must not believe it or be full of doubts and even more doubtful. But there is no way. What happened tonight, no matter how you explain it, is extremely outrageous. You may even accidentally put yourself in the position of a suspect. It's better to tell the truth. At most, it will expose a little bit of your ability. Is it wrong to be a little bit better at computer skills, a little bit better at parkour to climb over walls, a little bit more accurate at throwing rocks? As for beating all 7 traffickers blind, Lu Xiao was not worried anymore. When a victim is violated by a violent crime that seriously endangers his or her personal safety, the victim may use unlimited rights of defense. If he hadn't taken action at that time, it would have been a question of whether he could leave alive. Therefore, the condition is established. Not long after Wei Tai delivered the meal, Lu Xiao heard anxious footsteps outside the door. He raised an eyebrow. It seems that my wife and the others should have arrived. Chapter 36, Intimacy reaches 60, triggering upgrade mission. Bang! The office door was opened, and 2 figures rushed in quickly. Before the 2 of them could speak, Lu Xiao raised his hand and shushed them, whispering, "Yuhi, Mom, this little girl just fell asleep, don't wake her up." This made the 2 people who were just about to pounce freeze in place. The 2 people who came in were Chu Yuha and his mother. Both of them looked haggard, their eyes were red and swollen from crying, and their hair was a little messy. When they saw Ni in Lu Xiao's arms, their tears couldn't stop flowing down again. The 2 cautiously stepped forward and hugged Lu Xiao and the little girl Ni tightly. The feeling of happiness that was lost and found made the 2 of them not want to let go at all. Whoa! Ni, just hope Ni is fine. If something happens to Ni, I will definitely settle the account with her. Lu Xiao's mother muttered in a low voice, as if she hated iron. Chu Yuha next to her didn't speak for her mother. Her mother was fully responsible for today's incident. Not to mention other people, even she, as a daughter, can't forgive her. Fortunately, Ni was found, otherwise she would never forgive her mother in her life. Chu Yuha cried while watching Ni sleeping soundly and touching Ni's face. When she first received the video from Lu Xiao, she felt like she was hallucinating, but now she finally felt at ease. Okay, Mom, and Yuhi, please stop crying. We have all been found, and it would be unlucky to cry anymore. Lu Xiao comforted her quickly. The 3 women I love most in the world are all in front of me. Seeing 2 of them crying, although he knew they were crying happily, he still felt very sad. He couldn't stand to see a woman cry, especially his most important woman, and he couldn't change this problem. When Mom and Chu Yuha heard Lu Xiao's words, they also knew that now was not the time to cry. They both quickly wiped away their tears and forcibly resisted the urge to continue crying. You brat, what are you talking about? Bah, how can this be unlucky? Mom is so happy. Mom glared at him and scolded with a smile. Okay, Mom, just don't cry when you're happy. Are you 2 the only ones here? Lu Xiao asked. They're all here. Your dad and Yui's parents are here, but the police said not so many people can come here, so Yuhi and I are the only ones here, my mother explained. By the way, Lu Xiao, what happened? Why do you have so many bruises on your body? Does it hurt? I heard from the police that the little girl was really abducted. Chu Yuha looked at the bruises on Lu Xiao's arms and asked with concern. When she heard the police talking about this below, her scalp was numb with fear and she didn't dare to imagine it at all. If the little girl was not rescued today and the news of being abducted was confirmed, she would not know how to bear such a huge blow. It's a long story. I'll tell you the details when I get back. Probably after listening to your story, I felt that the little girl didn't seem to be lost, so I used various methods to find the kidnapped little girl. Place. After calling the police, the little girl was rescued. Lu Xiao extremely concisely summarized what happened today into one sentence. These words are very clever. Save whatever you can. At first glance, it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it, but I couldn't think about it in detail. When Chu Yuha heard this, she was slightly startled, and tears almost flowed out again. From the time they met to the time they got married, they knew each other quite well. She could tell that Lu Xiao had difficulties and seemed to have difficulty answering this question. But no matter what, Ni was rescued by Lu Xiao with all his strength. There is no doubt about this. The bruises on his hands and the dirty look all over his body should have been left when he rescued Ni. Fortunately, my husband took action today. Thank you, husband. Chu Yuhua leaned forward, hugged Lu Xiao, and kissed her affectionately. The host's behavior today completely moved Chu Yuhua, and the intimacy level was plus 12. Intimacy reaches 60, the relationship between husband and wife is completely improved, and the upgrade task is triggered. Lu Xiao stared, feeling the remaining warmth on his lips. The heartbeat was beating several beats faster. Chu Yuhua had already retreated, his cheeks slightly red. They were obviously a couple, but the last time they kissed, they no longer knew whether it was last year or the year before. It's too long to study. But now this kiss made both of them excited. Ahem, I think I heard your dad calling me. You go on, I'll go out first. Mom gave Lu Xiao a cheering look and walked out happily. Who said my son and daughter-in-law have a bad relationship? I think it's just nonsense. Isn't this good? Although she still wanted to see more of little girl and I. But when I thought about it, the little girl was already back, so I had plenty of time to see. Clang. Mom closed the office door, leaving only Lu Xiao, Chu Yuhua, and the sleeping little girl. Lu Xiao, let's go home first. Chu Yuhua's eyes were a little dodgy, and his actions just now were completely involuntary. Thinking about it now, it was really embarrassing to kiss Lu Xiao in front of her mother. Seeing his wife's shy look, Lu Xiao's heart felt as if a few sticks of dry firewood had been thrown into it, and the temperature rose sharply. But I can't go back for the time being. Lu Xiao said helplessly. Why? Chu Yuhua asked in confusion. Maybe it's because I am the one who called the police and participated in the arrest of the human trafficking gang. Therefore, there will be a lot of follow-up work that requires me to stay and cooperate with the investigation. Don't worry, maybe it will be over tomorrow. Lu Xiao comforted. When Chu Yuhua thought about it, there seemed to be nothing wrong with it, it was reasonable. Yuhi, little girl, I'll give it to you first. You should have a good rest. You must be tired after being worried and scared for so long. Go back and have a good sleep. Lu Xiao said with concern. Okay. Chu Yuhua carefully took over the sleeping little girl, her movements were very gentle, trying not to wake the girl up. The substitution went smoothly. The little girl lay on Chu Yuhua's shoulder again, still sleeping soundly. Good sleeping appearance and sound sleep are one of the little girl's advantages. Go back first, don't worry about me. There is food and drink here, and the treatment is pretty good. Lu Xiao pointed to the rice bowl and drinks on the table next to him and said with a smile. Yeah, okay, then we'll wait for you to come back at home. Chu Yuhua nodded and responded. Her husband's treatment was indeed pretty good, much better than she imagined. Chu Yuhua glanced at Lu Xiao several more times before leaving the office. Lu Xiao took a long breath and was in a good mood. Just as the system prompted, he felt that the relationship between the two had been completely restored. No, it should be said that it is better than the past 2 years. This feeling is so comfortable. Then, Lu Xiao focused on the prompt message just given by the system. The intimacy between the two reached 60, as if some upgrade mission had been triggered. Chapter 37. There's something wrong with the academic master's skills. The relationship between the host and his wife breaks through the passing line and triggers the upgrade task. Task content: 1. Raise all 3 basic attributes to 40 points. 2. Possess 5 advanced skills. The happiness value and other functions can be turned on after the task is completed. Lu Xiao was surprised and read the prompt several times carefully. Then he called up his own panel properties. Host, Lu Xiao. Physique, 38. Strength, 33. Agility, 32, the value for ordinary people is 20. Skills: beginner cooking skills, intermediate academic mastery, advanced parkour, advanced programming skills, advanced stone throwing. Props: none. Spouse: Chu Yuhua. Couple intimacy level: 61. Upgrade mission? It doesn't seem too difficult. 2 small tasks: one is to increase all 3 attribute values to 40 points. His current physical fitness has reached 38 points, and he can reach the standard with 2 more points. The strength and speed are both over 30 points, so it's not a big problem. Another small quest is to have 5 advanced skills, which is even simpler. I now have advanced programming, advanced parkour, and advanced stone throwing. I only need to upgrade the remaining 2 skills to advanced to achieve this task. Overall, if you give him a while, he can easily complete the upgrade task. Seeing that the system will increase the happiness value and some new functions after the upgrade, Lu Xiao is still full of expectations. Products produced by the system must be high-quality products. Overjoyed, Lu Xiao opened the rice bowl and started eating. This is a green pepper rice bowl. The green pepper is a little spicy, but it just suits Lu Xiao's taste. After working hard all night, I was really hungry. But Lu Xiao, who had just taken a few mouthfuls of rice and swallowed it, suddenly remembered something. That's wrong, he said secretly. The intimacy between myself and my wife was reduced by 2 points, from 41 to 39, at the gate of the old campus before rescuing the little girl because I turned off my phone after sending a text message. But it just increased by 12 points and became 61 points now. If the reward for reaching 60 points is to trigger an upgrade task. What about the gift pack reward when he reaches 50 points? There are gift pack rewards for 10, 20, 30, and 40 points. Are you afraid that the 50-point gift pack reward will be swallowed? It's not that Lu Xiao is greedy. Since the system has bound him, his host rights must be guaranteed. Right. This makes sense. So, system, where is my gift bag? Lu Xiao continued to cook rice while questioning in his heart. In fact, he was just complaining and didn't expect any response from the system. Because he found that his system seemed to have no consciousness, and it probably had no context. The 50-point intimacy gift pack will be exchanged for 1,000 happiness points after upgrading. Yo ho! Lu Xiao grinned. Although I don't know what the use of 1,000 happiness points is, it is much better than no reward at all. This system is really user-friendly. Give you a good review. System. After the small loss was found, Lu Xiaogan had more appetite for rice. I finished a whole box of rice bowls in 2 minutes, and there was still not enough to eat. Wait for a bottle of drink to be poured down. Full. After eating and drinking, Lu Xiao stood up and started wandering around the office. This office should not be for working, but for resting. It's about 100 square meters, and there's a table tennis table, some chessboards, some fitness equipment, and a bookshelf by the wall. Bookshelf? Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. Now he wants to see what will happen after the upgrade. Then you need to improve your skills. I am left with a junior cooking skill and an intermediate academic master. Culinary skills cannot be practiced here. There is no problem with the academic skills at all. As long as there are books, students with mastery skills can move forward bravely and advance all the way. Lu Xiao walked to the bookshelf and looked at the almost full shelves of books, his eyes shining. No need to sleep tonight. After scanning around, he picked one that interested him more. Basic composition and use techniques of firearms. Lu Xiao has not forgotten that when he was reading programming books in the office, he understood basic programming after reading it for more than an hour. Then if you read this book for a while, will you be able to understand basic firearms skills? With this in mind, Lu Xiao read through it with great interest. The moment you open the book, the intermediate academic skills start to take effect. His state instantly became focused and his mind was clear. After watching it like this for 20 minutes. Intermediate academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 16/200. The sound of experience value interrupted Lu Xiao, who was reading a book. In fact, after 20 minutes, he had almost finished reading this firearms book. The main reason is that the content of this book is not much, and pictures take up most of it. So with the help of Shueba's skills, Lu Xiao had already thoroughly understood this book in 20 minutes. He also has a basic understanding of the knowledge and use of firearms. But other than that, he didn't understand any skills. This. Lu Xiao frowned. Is it because I have seen too little, not enough, or that I cannot understand firearms skills through the skills of a master? Because it was his first time trying it, he couldn't make a conclusion yet. Lu Xiao had no choice but to put down the books in his hands and pick 2 more. Special Forces Hand-to-Hand Combat and Martial Arts Distribution Basic Training. These 2 volumes are much thicker than the one on firearms. Lu Xiao started a new round of attempts. 30 minutes later, he finished reading the first book. 40 minutes later, he finished reading the second book. After reading 2 books, Lu Xiao looked at the system prompt information. Intermediate academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 17/200. Intermediate academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 18/200. Lu Xiao smiled bitterly. I watched it for more than an hour and only gained 2 experience points. This is a bit slow. Is it because of my condition today? It seems possible. Moreover, after an hour, I didn't learn any other skills. Well. It seems that the last time I mastered programming skills, I was really lucky and ran into a dead rat. But even so, after reading these 2 books, he still gained something. My experience in fighting skills has increased a lot. When Shingon fights, his brain knows how to attack the opponent correctly and effectively. As for whether your body can do it, you will have to have a chance to try it before you know. Lu Xiao glanced at the bookshelf and stopped picking books. There's no difference anyway, and I can't understand the skills. Just watch it. So, he took a book down casually. When he saw the title of the book, Lu Xiao was a little dumbfounded. Infinite Life Sutra. Lu Xiao. Good guy. An introductory book on eating fast and chanting Buddha's name? Destiny, what are you hinting at me? That's all. Lu Xiao shook his head and said that was all. However, I just watched it for less than 10 minutes. Intermediate academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 19/200. Chapter 38 Ordinary People? Do you call this an ordinary person? Lu Xiao was a little confused when she heard the system prompt. Does this increase the experience value by 1 point? He had only watched it for less than 10 minutes? Then why did it only increase by 2 experience points after watching it for more than an hour? Is it possible that I really have a predestined relationship with Buddha? Is the system trying to force him to become a monk? Pooh. Lu Xiao feels that this is not the reason. After thinking for a while, he seemed to have a guess. Maybe it has something to do with the type of reading. Lu Xiao took another prose book from the bookshelf and read it. About 20 minutes later. The system prompts that the Shueba skill adds 1 experience point. Lu Xiao nodded slightly. It seemed that it really had something to do with the type of book. Anyway, I have plenty of time now, so let's try it out and see what type of books can increase experience points the fastest. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao randomly picked out several books of different types from the bookshelf and read them one by one. The other side. People from the Changnan Criminal Investigation Team 1 and 2 were interrogating the members of the Huahu human trafficking gang one by one. Catching a criminal gang with such a vile nature and great harm will surely attract the city's attention. That is to say, because it is midnight, the Changnan branch is still calm. After an hour of continuous interrogation, it was already early morning. The 4 captains and deputy captains of the first team and the second team integrated the interrogation results together, came to the same room again, and began to prepare for analysis. But judging from the facial expressions of the 4 people, it seems that the result is not optimistic. Seeing that the other 3 didn't speak first, the captain of the second team spread out the human trafficking confessions he had assembled on the table and spoke first. What are your expressions? Is the interrogation not going well? A few team members and I interrogated 3 human traffickers, and the process went extremely smoothly. They all truthfully confessed the evidence of the crimes they committed. As for the oral confessions, after ruling out the possibility of collusion, they were very consistent. The result is, Tai Ling people are weird. As soon as the captain of the second team said this, Wei Tai and the others blinked rapidly, and their expressions became even more surprised. You said everything I wanted to say. The situation here is almost exactly the same as yours. The trafficker cooperated with the interrogation. As for the confession, there is no problem with the previous criminal behavior, but there is something wrong with today's. Wei Tai, captain of the first team. He also expressed his own opinions. Captain, I'm the same as you and Team Peak. Captain Wei, me too. The 2 vice captains followed suit and made a ditto speech. This made the captain of the second team roll his eyes at them. Hey, stop making trouble. Although we have caught the Firefox human trafficking gang, there are too many related things to deal with next, so hurry up, the captain of the second team said speechlessly. Wei Tai seemed to realize something. Whoever made trouble with you, see for yourself. He also placed the confessions of the traffickers he interrogated on the table. The other 2 vice captains also came forward. After comparing all the human trafficking confessions, the 4 captains fell silent. Generally speaking, the confessions given by the people in the Huahu human trafficking gang are pretty much the same, with no major discrepancies. But only in tonight's confession, their description of Lu Xiao was very strange. None of the 9 traffickers, including the gatekeeper, knew when Lu Xiao sneaked into the old campus. When they found Lu Xiao was already in the abducted child's room on the 3rd floor of the old teaching building. Then, they claimed that Lu Xiao didn't say a word at all when he met them, and that when they met, he launched a vicious and deadly attack. Even the way Lu Xiao looked at them at the end was unforgettable for them, their scalps were numb, and their hair stood on end just thinking about it. This was very similar to the desperados they had seen. After reading all the confessions, the 4 captains frowned even more. Especially Wei Tai. He was someone who had really come into contact with Lu Xiao, But the feeling Lu Xiao gave him was different from what these traffickers described, so he was not the same person at all. Outlaw? He had seen 80 outlaws in his criminal investigation, not 100. But Lu Xiao doesn't look like this kind of person no matter which direction he looks from. Strange. Too strange. Old Wei, let me tell you, there is a big problem with Lu Xiao. Maybe we can dig something bigger out of him. The captain of the second team's eyes were bright, as if he had smelled a shocking case. Come on, this Lu Xiao is definitely not the person mentioned in the confession. It's not like him at all. Wei Tai still believed in his intuition and judgment. Tisk, TSK, you know people but not their hearts. Old Wei, you are not as decisive as before. Then let me ask you, if an ordinary office worker encounters such a thing and faces 9 extremely vicious criminals, would he dare to attack him? Would he attack him with his head? Not only did Lu Xiao get on the job immediately, but he also beat 7 criminals to cripples very quickly. Not to mention ordinary people. Lao Wei asked you to get in, how confident are you? Anyway, I admit that I definitely won't be able to do it. The captain of the second team had a serious tone, pressed forward step by step, and asked several fatal questions in succession. A few drops of cold sweat broke out on Wei Tai's forehead. He was left speechless by the question. Really? Let alone ordinary people facing such things. Even if he went up in person, he wouldn't be able to reach this point like Lu Xiao. This Lu Xiao is definitely not as simple as an ordinary office worker. The deputy captain of the first and second teams next to him saw the two bosses arguing with each other and did not dare to make a sound. Just looking at their eyes, they both sided with the captain of the second team when faced with Lu Xiao's question. Seeing that Wei Tai was speechless, the captain of the second team straightened his back several times. In the past, he was always beaten by Old Wei, but today he finally regained some of his strength, and he was in a pretty good mood. So how is Lu Xiao now? Is he still honest? The captain of the second team asked his vice-captain. Lu Xiao has been in the lounge on the 3rd floor. The daughter he rescued was picked up by his family. The deputy captain replied. Come on, let's go over now and see what this trafficker calls a desperado. The captain of the second team was very curious about Lu Xiao. Wei Tai took a step forward and stopped the captain of the second team. This made the atmosphere in the room suddenly tense. Ha! Old Wei, what do you mean? The captain of the second team frowned deeply. If this Lu Xiao is really a criminal, he will definitely show various abnormalities after entering the police station. I suggest that we check the surveillance room in the lounge first and see what Lu Xiao has been doing during the past 2 hours. It's also good to make some preparations for the next meeting. Wei Tai explains seriously the reason why he stopped the other party. These words made the 3 people, including the captain of the second team, nod in agreement. Indeed. Let's take a look at what the monitoring is saying first. According to criminal psychology, when a criminal is in an environment that makes him very nervous, after a period of time, the body's instincts will unknowingly reveal flaws and loopholes. Chapter 39 Joint Interrogation of 4 Captains. A few minutes later. The 4 captains of the Criminal Investigation Team No. 1 and No. 2 have arrived at the monitoring room. Xiao Wang, bring up the on-site surveillance in the lounge on the 3rd floor. Wei Tai said to the police officer on duty. Yes. Captain Wei. When the policeman saw the 4 captains coming in, he stood up straight. The eyes that were still showing off became extremely clear every second. Then, the live surveillance footage of the lounge on the 3rd floor was displayed on the big screen. This look. The 4 captains all widened their eyes. Because Lu Xiao in the picture is lying leisurely on the sofa at the moment, crossing his legs, holding a book in his hand, and looking intently. The 4th captain? Where are the promised desperados? Who the hell just said something about criminal psychology? Come out and get beaten. Ahem. It seems that Lu Xiao is also aware that we will check the surveillance. He must be using reading as a cover to hide his emotions. Xiao Wang, play all the surveillance footage at high speed, starting from the moment this person enters the lounge. The captain of the second team believed in his own judgment and asked the policeman next to him to play the surveillance video from the beginning. The police officer did not hesitate and immediately played all the surveillance videos from more than 2 hours at high speed. The 4 captains were very energetic and carefully watched the surveillance video. Because it was played at a high speed, it took just a few minutes to watch more than 2 hours of monitoring. The 4 captains who watched the surveillance had strange looks in their eyes. The eyes of the captain of the second team were filled with disbelief. During the surveillance, Lu Xiao handed her daughter over to her family and started eating. This was all normal, but soon Lu Xiao walked to the bookshelf and started reading. Once you see it, you can't stop at all. Later, he even took several books at once and lay down on the sofa to read. For 2 whole hours, Lu Xiao did nothing but read. Not even looking at my phone. It was because of this that the 4 captains showed such expressions. Old Feng, what do you say? Wei Tai joked. From this surveillance, he really didn't see anything suspicious about Lu Xiao. As for why those traffickers commented so much on Lu Xiao, I'm not sure there was any misunderstanding. No. I still feel something is wrong. The more I look at it, the more it feels wrong. The captain of the second team tilted his head and said something, then squeezed away the policeman, sat on the chair, and began to manually adjust the surveillance screen. Checked it again little by little. The vice-captain of the second team felt helpless when he saw his captain's tough-talking and stubborn temper, and wanted to step forward to persuade him. But his captain's bad temper is famous in the bureau. If a person is identified as suspicious, unless the other party can provide strong and absolute proof, the captain will not give up and pursue the source. This characteristic is the advantage of his own captain, but it is also a disadvantage. The boss has made many mistakes in the past, but who would have thought that he would become sick again today? Ha! Don't you think Lu Xiao is reading a little too fast? The captain of the second team suddenly said. All 3 captains rolled their eyes. They didn't answer, but their eyes meant the same thing. Is there any problem with reading quickly? Some people read quickly and some read slowly. Isn't this normal? Lao Feng/Team Feng, you are nitpicking. Team Feng, if you look at the surveillance camera at high magnification, you must feel that he reads books quickly. If it is adjusted to normal speed, it should be fine. The deputy captain of the first team said. The captain of the second team smiled, pointed at the multiple speed value in the upper right corner of the screen and said, I am playing at normal speed now. Ah! Wei Tai and the other 2 vice-captains were stunned for a moment. The 3 of them stared closely at the monitored speed value. It really is the normal speed. But the speed at which Lu Xiao flipped through the book in the picture seemed to have accelerated. It takes 2 seconds to turn a page. Whether a normal person can read 2 lines in 2 seconds is a question. They didn't notice this when they watched it at high magnification just now. Now watching it at normal speed, I noticed something was wrong. If Lu Xiao is not reading, what is he doing? You know, the other party maintained this page-turning state for 2 hours. There are many doubts. Don't think about it. Since we are all confused, let's go meet and chat together. If nothing else, Lu Xiao helped us capture the Huahu human trafficking gang. We, the police, should thank each other. Wei Tai said. Yes. I really want to thank you, then let's go. The captain of the second team stood up. The 2 vice-captains also had no objections. The 4 people walked out of the monitoring room and walked upstairs. Soon we arrived at the lounge on the 3rd floor. Boom! After knocking on the door twice, Wei Tai and the 3 of them pushed the door open and walked in. But when the 4 of them entered the lounge, they saw Lu Xiao still lying there, flipping through books, seemingly unaware of their arrival. This made the 4 of them a little confused. Was Lu Xiao too engrossed in reading and not noticing their arrival, or was he deliberately pretending not to hear them? If it were normal times, they would definitely be in mood, because the speed at which Lu Xiao flipped through the book didn't look like he was reading at all. However, when they saw Lu Xiao's condition up close, they changed their minds. You can pretend to read a book, but you can't pretend to look like you are focused on one thing. Lu Xiao's eyes are extremely focused now. When they look at the case files while handling the case, this situation will occasionally appear. This. The 4 of them stared at each other, a little confused. Is it possible that Lu Xiao is really reading? While they were in a daze, Lu Xiao also finished reading the book in his hand. Ha! Captain Wei, you are here. Sorry, I was reading and didn't pay attention. Lu Xiao greeted. It's okay. We just finished recording the confessions of those traffickers. These 3 are the other criminal investigation captains in our bureau. We are here now specifically to thank you for your assistance in the arrest this time. Without you, I'm afraid this Firefox human trafficking gang would never be caught. Wei Tai smiled and explained a few words, as if he really just came to thank him. What does this mean? Serving the people. I believe that no one who encounters such a thing will remain indifferent. Lu Xiao also answered calmly. When Wei Tai and the other 4 heard this, several black lines appeared on their foreheads. You are talking nonsense. No one would dare to do something like this directly. In fact, when Lu Xiao glanced at the other three people, he keenly noticed the deep doubt and distrust in the eyes of one of them. Lu Xiao disagreed. If he really came to thank me, it would be impossible for all four criminal investigation captains to come together to express his gratitude. The drunkard's intention is not to drink. He had expected this. At the same time, while reading, he also thought of a solution. Chapter 40. This is true, believe it or not. Captain Wei, I've taken the transcript. Have you finished examining the trafficker's confession? Can I leave then? Lu Xiao asked. Wei Tai knew that the other party would ask this question, and was just trying to find a reason to stabilize the other party. The captain of the second team next to him took a step forward and spoke first. Lu Xiao, we found some strange things from the trafficker's confession and your transcript. We hope you can cooperate with the answer. The captain of the second team said seriously. When Wei Tai saw that the captain of the second team was attacking head-on, he stopped speaking and planned to listen to Lu Xiao's answer. Do I have to answer? Lu Xiao asked. Yes, what happened tonight? Although you are the one who called the police and assisted in the arrest, the Firefox human trafficking gang is involved in too many things, and you cannot avoid being suspected. Today's case was taken over by our Changnan branch, but people from the General Bureau will definitely come down tomorrow, so in order to clear your suspicions, please answer truthfully. The captain of the second team stared at Lu Xiao and said seriously. In one sentence, he summarized all the advantages and disadvantages. If an ordinary person were to face the pressure of four criminal investigation team captains and be frightened like this, they would probably confess everything. But after hearing this, Lu Xiao just nodded lightly and said, okay, you can ask. This reaction surprised Wei Tai, the captain of the second team, and the other two vice-captains. Too calm. His eyes were calm. Didn't seem surprised at all. This Lu Xiao is more difficult to deal with than they thought. You knocked out the left eyes of 7 traffickers. It was indeed self-defense, but the weapons you used were control tools. Please hand them over. The captain of the second team asked the first question. Wei Tai and the other 3 were also a little curious about this. What kind of weapon did Lu Xiao use to accurately hit an individual trafficker in such a small space? If 9 people knocked down 7, the result shouldn't be too good. Moreover, all 7 of them were hit in the left eye. This kind of accuracy is definitely not something that a slingshot can achieve. It's also a homemade shotgun, or a highly simulated firearm. This kind of thing is expressly prohibited. But what they didn't expect was that after Lu Xiao heard this, he spread his hands and spoke helplessly. I didn't use a weapon, I just picked up stones and hit them. Maybe it's because I usually like to throw stones, so my hit rate is a bit high. Lu Xiao explained. The captain of the second team narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Xiao closely. Obviously, this answer did not satisfy him. Wei Tai and the others did not expect Lu Xiao to be so tough and refused to answer the first question. Why are you throwing stones at me? You are lying to me. It must have been lost somewhere, most likely near the entrance of the old campus. Because when Wei Tai saw Lu Xiao, he did not find any weapons on him. Now that it's summer again, everyone is wearing very light clothes, and it's easy to tell whether they are hiding anything or not. The captain of the second team turned around and gave his vice-captain a look. The meaning is obvious. If someone searches the area around the old campus where the traffickers were caught, they will definitely find something. The vice-captain of the second team replied, understanding the look he received. Lu Xiao, are you sure you insist on answering like this? The eyes of the captain of the second team have changed. The more you conceal it, the greater the price you will have to pay when the truth is revealed. Lu Xiao grinned lightly and said, Comrade, my greatest advantage is that I tell the truth and seek truth from facts. The captain of the second team glared at him. I thought in my mind, you fart. We checked your driving recorder and found that only 10 minutes had passed after you learned that your daughter was missing, and you drove straight to the southern suburbs without hesitation. Are you going to tell me that in just these 10 minutes, you have hacked the community surveillance system, hacked our traffic control system, and found the den of human traffickers? Do you think anyone would believe it? The captain of the second team explained the answers in Lu Xiao's transcript and their investigation. And gave Lu Xiao a look that said, you can figure it out. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiao still had the same faint smile as before and said, that's the truth. If you don't believe it, then there's nothing I can do. Lu Xiao said. You, the captain of the second team, choked. Now Lu Xiao is just a suspect, but there is no evidence to prove that he is related to human traffickers. Therefore, even if he was suspicious, he could not do anything to Lu Xiao. However, he believed it. As long as he is given some more time, he will definitely find evidence to verify his conjecture. The captain of the second team then asked a few more questions, but didn't get the answers he wanted at all. There was no other way, the four of them could only find a reason to drag Lu Xiao into the bureau, and then left angrily. Director Wei, can that computer be used? I want to check some information. Lu Xiao asked, pointing to the computer on the table next to him. Okay, just use it directly. There is no power on password. After Wei Tai said that, he left the lounge with the other three people. Computers in the bureau will only intervene in the police system if they enter the intranet. Otherwise, they will be just like home computers. If you want to enter the intranet, you need a password. Their bureau has a dedicated technical department to supervise and manage it at all times. Even if hackers invade, there is nothing they can do about the police system. Therefore, Lu Xiao's record that he hacked into the traffic control system and only used it for a few minutes is simply a fantasy. After they closed the lounge door, the captain of the second team asked in a low voice, Old Wei, what did you promise Lu Xiao to do? What if he uses that computer to deliver information to some people? To know about human trafficking organizations, it is not just about catching the human trafficking gang. Behind every human trafficking gang is a huge spider web that connects all kinds of sources of evil. Their mission is to rescue the abducted children as quickly as possible and eliminate the chains of crime. Wei Tai looked at the captain of the second team as if he were a fool and said, Lu Xiao is not a suspect, so the mobile phone was not confiscated. If he wanted to send information to others, he would have already done it on his mobile phone. Who would deliberately use us? The police computer is transmitting information to others, isn't it because the door has blocked the brain? The captain of the second team was stunned and had no words to refute. It really is. If the usual suspects were arrested, their cell phones would definitely be taken away, so he solidified his thinking. Allow Lu Xiao to use the computer, and we can see from the background what exactly Lu Xiao wants to do with the computer. Maybe we will make additional discoveries. Wei Tai said. When the two vice captains heard this, they nodded repeatedly. Team Wei was still thoughtful. The captain of the second team glanced over and said nothing. The four people turned around and came to the technical department on the second floor, and then asked their colleagues in the technical department to quickly call up the computer backend in the lounge. Now. Under their surveillance, the computer in the lounge had just been started up. Next, the browser is opened. A URL was entered. That is Tianya Haigeo Forum. Chapter 41. He wants fame, status, and influence. Tianya Haigeo Forum? What is this forum for? Never heard of it, the captain of the second team muttered, tilting his head. This made the colleague from the technical department next to him roll his eyes at him. If the other party hadn't been the captain of the criminal investigation team, he would have wanted to complain that it was terrible to be uneducated. Xiaohe, what does Tianya Haigeo Forum do? Wei Tai asked directly. Captain Wei, it's normal that you haven't heard of this forum, but in the eyes of us programmers, this is the Hall of Glory. Tianya Haigeo is the only place in China that has been officially certified and has settled in all the great minds, including graduates from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, professors and other big names. If you have any questions about programming, just throw it here and it will be solved for you in minutes. Of course, if you want the big guys to answer your questions, you usually have to pay a fee. When Xiaohe mentioned the Tianya Haigeo Forum, his eyes flashed with light. It was obvious that this was a place he longed for. After hearing Xiaohe's explanation, the four of them finally understood. No wonder they hadn't heard of it. It turned out to be a gathering place for programmers. Who among these warriors would go there? Lu Xiao's information shows that he is an employee of a software company. It's perfectly normal to go to a forum like this. Thinking of this, the four of them seemed less interested. I thought Lu Xiao would check something interesting, and maybe they could find some clues, but they didn't expect this. But Wei Tai and the captain of the second team did not leave. The two vice captains were sent out to perform tasks. Even if he couldn't understand it, the captain of the second team was still staring at the surveillance screen in the background of the computer. Maybe Lu Xiao just wanted to sneak into Chen Song, surfing the forum on the surface, and doing some tricks behind the scenes. Lao Feng, if anything goes wrong, just call me and I'll go take a rest. After Wei Tai spoke to the captain of the second team, he found a recliner nearby and fell down. Tired. It's a little early in the morning now. He was not on duty, so there was no need to keep an eye on him. Besides, there was someone watching. Why not rest if you can? Moreover, he had an intuition that Lu Xiao had nothing to do with human traffickers. Even if you keep watch all night, I'm afraid it will be in vain. Getting a good rest is the key. Tomorrow we have to deal with the huge impact of the Firefox human trafficking gang. The colleagues on duty in the technical department also took a few glances at the surveillance screen in the background of the computer. They just looked through the posts. There was nothing unusual. He just turned his head and went about his own business. Only the captain of the second team was left to persist. I couldn't understand it, but I was so determined to stare at the screen. After staring at it closely for half an hour, the captain of the second team lay on the table and fell asleep. Wei Tai was still browsing the short video when he heard snoring coming from next to him. As soon as he turned his head, he found that Lao Feng had fallen asleep. This made him curl his lips, stood up, and took a few photos of Lao Feng with his cell phone. Then he lay back down again and continued to watch short videos. 3 minutes later, Wei Tai dropped his cell phone on the ground and fell asleep. The other side. Changnan Branch, lounge on the 3rd floor. Lu Xiao turned on the computer on the table and stopped reading. It's not that he doesn't want to upgrade his intermediate academic skills to advanced ones. But, it's too slow. Intermediate academic skills, current progress, 28/200. In the past 2 hours, a total of 7 experience points were added. He tried reading more than 20 books of different types, but found that the introductory Buddhist scriptures at the beginning increased his experience the fastest. Every 8 minutes you can gain 1 point of experience points. As for other books, it takes 20 minutes at the fastest to increase a little bit. Even after he read through the introductory Buddhist scripture, he also learned new skills. Basic Buddhist theory, you have a preliminary understanding of Buddhism. When chanting Buddhist sutras, you can make your heart pure and your mind stable. When Lu Xiao realized this skill, he was completely stunned. He had read more than 20 books, but he just understood this one. Does this mean that there is God's will in the dark? Lu Xiao really wanted to find another Buddhist scripture to read, but unfortunately there was only this one on the bookshelf in the lounge. However, if you read the same book repeatedly, the experience value gained is pitifully small and can be ignored. If you count it this way, an average of 20 minutes, and you get 1 experience point. To collect the 200 experience points required for upgrade, it will take 3,400 minutes, which is 56 hours, more than 2 days. Forget it, let's find a way to get out of here first. When Lu Xiao was at the company, he had heard people mention the Tianya Haijiao forum. Today was his first time to go on it. Originally, he planned to go to this forum to see if there were other ways to make money after dealing with the program bounty loopholes. And now, the reason why he logged into the Tianya Haijiao forum. There is only one purpose. Visibility, identity, influence. He needs to be as fast as possible to add the above 3 tags to himself, and to amplify the tags as much as possible. Today's events have made him deeply aware of it. When encountering some emergencies, if you have the above 3 labels on your body, it will be very easy to solve the problem. You don't even have to explain yourself to others afterwards, and others won't regard you as a criminal suspect. You can't go back to your home or sleep in your bed. After Lu Xiao checked some posts in the forum, he discovered that the team he named He and I, had gained some popularity in the forum. It was because of the effect he had brought after solving all the bounty vulnerabilities of dozens of companies in the past 2 days. The effect is better than I imagined. But Lu Xiao knew that just this level of influence and popularity was completely far from enough. In this case, Lu Xiao did not continue to scroll through the posts, but clicked on one of the top posts in the forum. The top 10 unsolved questions in the programming world. This post is one of the top 5 click-through posts in the Tianya Haijiao forum, and it ranks first in popularity almost every year. It contains 10 puzzling topics in the domestic and foreign programming circles. Except for the last 3 questions, that is, the 8th, 9th, and 10th topics, a small part of the logical equations have been solved. The remaining 7 unsolvable programming topics are all defined as being at a level that humans cannot currently solve. Even for the last 3 programming topics, if you want to completely solve them, you don't know how many years it will take to solve them. At present, top programming bachelors and professors in various countries are working hard to overcome this problem, but with little effect. Lu Xiao directly downloaded all 10 programming topics. Then start checking it out. He has advanced programming skills and wonders if he can solve some of the smaller problems in these topics. Lu Xiao thought clearly. As long as he can solve a small problem in any of the big topics, his name will appear on the Weibo headlines tomorrow. Chapter 42 Fishing, whoever is willing will take the bait. I have to say that the configuration of the computer in the lounge is still acceptable. There are chicken games and other big games on the desktop, but even if the configuration is low, it cannot be played. The internet speed was not slow either. After all, there was no one using the police station in the middle of the night, so the entire internet speed belonged to him. It took less than a minute to download all the top 10 programming topics, which were about 20 GB in size. And when Lu Xiao read all the top 10 incomprehensible programming topics, even if he has the blessing of an intermediate academic master and advanced programming, his head still hurts. I closed my eyes and rested for 10 minutes before I finally recovered. Lu Xiao's conclusion for these 10 unsolved topics is, they cannot be solved. It is completely impossible to solve it simply by relying on intermediate academic masters and advanced programming skills. The difficulty of this topic has far exceeded this level. Lu Xiao smiled and was not discouraged. As he browsed the posts, he had already anticipated this outcome. There are so many things that senior talents at home and abroad cannot solve, and I want him to solve them at a glance. Isn't it a dream? However, Lu Xiao did not lose heart. The road had to be walked step by step and the meal had to be eaten one bite at a time. He has an absolute advantage over those senior talents. Skill support. For example, those high-level talents eat 2 or 3 meals a day, and at most 4 meals plus a midnight snack. But he can eat unlimited meals a day. After eating, he can digest it immediately, then eat the next meal, digest it again, and then the next meal. He can quickly absorb nutrients and bless himself. This is what he relies on. Without thinking anymore, Lu Xiao started to put it into practice. He opened the top 10 unanswered topics on the Tenya forum and looked at the message sections under this post. Even in the middle of the night, there are still many people interacting, discussing, and expressing their opinions in real time. For these research-obsessed programmers, the day is all about work, work, work. As for whether it is day or night, whether to sleep or not, whether to eat or not, and whether to go to the toilet, it all depends on physiological instinct. Soon, Lu Xiao found a comment in the comments below. For the subsequent analysis of the linear classification algorithm of the 8th topic, I think that the tree depth search algorithm can be used to trace back all the edges of node V to the discovery point, and then optimize DKS processing. Lu Xiao clicked on the message, which was more than 2,000 words long, and read it carefully. At this site, the concentration effect of Shueba's skill started to work, and he was directly immersed in it. Just over 2,000 words, Lu Xiao read it for more than 10 minutes. You must know that when he was just reading, 2,000 words only lasted a few seconds. After Lu Xiao processed and absorbed these 2,000 words in his mind, he calmed down. His eyes were a degree brighter than before. There was an extra sigh in my heart. Programming is really interesting. Lu Xiao checked the system prompt record. After just processing the 2,000 words, he vaguely heard the system prompt sound. Really? Really? Intermediate academic skills, experience value +2, current progress, 30/200. Advanced programming skills, experience value +15, current progress, 299/500. Oh. Lu Xiao looked at the 2 experience value prompts and was surprised. From the beginning of reading those 2,000 words to the end, only 14 minutes have passed. But the increase in experience points is much stronger than reading books or solving bounty bugs before. Is this the charm of the top 10 unsolved topics? Too strong. Lu Xiao clicked on the homepage of the user who just posted the message. It turns out that this is a big boss from the Chinese Academy of Science and Technology. No wonder his analysis of problems is so tricky and accurate. Seeing that the other party had published 2 programming papers, Lu Xiao was delighted and immediately clicked in. This is simply God chasing him to feed him. Eat, must eat. Lu Xiao was once again immersed in the ocean of programming. This time, he watched for more than half an hour before he stopped with unfulfilled interest. Then I spent another 20 minutes sorting out and reorganizing the various programming logics in my mind and quickly integrating them into my own understanding. The system sounded the experience value prompt, but he was still too focused and didn't hear it. He only saw it when he turned back the system records. Intermediate academic skills, experience value +9, current progress, 39/200. Advanced programming skills, experience value +32, current progress, 331/500. What does rocket-like speed increase mean? That's it. Before, I only gained 7 experience points after reading a book for more than 2 hours. But now I just spent more than an hour reading 2 papers, and gained 11 experience points. Moreover, this is not only the experience value of academic master skills, but also 47 points of experience value of advanced programming. Such a result can be regarded as a fruitful harvest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Xiao also realized it. Difficulty is a major factor in increasing experience points. Just like the books I read before, reading one easy-to-understand book will not increase your experience points. Books like Buddhist scriptures are inherently full of cryptic meanings, so the experience points increase quickly. After having this realization, Lu Xiao began to search the forum for papers related to the 8th topic. Look. Just over 2 hours have passed. It's quiet at night. Even the cicadas outside stopped chirping. Maybe it's because I'm tired, sleepy. But Lu Xiao, who was in the lounge on the 3rd floor of the Changnan branch, had a touch of red in his eyes and looked excited. Red is not an obsession. It is caused by excessive eye use and congestion. Anyone who stares at a computer for 2 hours without blinking will have red eyes. Lu Xiao leaned back, closed her eyes tightly, and did eye exercises. The feeling of soreness and pain made him shed a few tears. While relieving the discomfort in his eyes, Lu Xiao looked at the results of these 2 hours. Intermediate academic skills, current progress, 86/200. Advanced programming skills, current progress, for 84/500. The results of the 2-hour battle were 47 academic experience points and 153 programming experience points. There is still a long way to go before he can upgrade his skills. But it is not far away from breaking through advanced programming skills. Mainly because Lu Xiao has been wandering around the 8th topic. He has almost finished reading everything that should be seen. If you are looking for it again, you will have to look for other posts that do not explain programming topics. But Lu Xiao now has a very thorough understanding of the 8th unsolved topic. If you ask him to change the topic temporarily, he will definitely refuse given his temper. Lu Xiao has the right to speak out. After just thinking for a moment, Lu Xiao sat down on the computer again. The keyboard danced, and several messages were posted on the message board of the 8th topic. Wrong. I think the breadth-first algorithm is too limited and is not suitable for calculating structural weights at all. Instead, the single-source shortest path algorithm without negative weights is more suitable. In addition, the dynamic programming algorithm must have problems. When it comes to merging multiple subproblems and single subproblems, the overlapping nature of the optimal subproblems is a more important clue. The paths of ordered elements S and Z are not as complicated as you think. After adding them to the TQ group, it will. Lu Xiao wrote down several doubts in his mind about the 8th unsolved topic in a different and arrogant way. He is fishing. Once someone who understands this issue sees it, they will definitely take the bait. Chapter 43 Tianya Forum, Fighting with Scholars. In the center of the magical city, in an office on the top floor of a 100-meter-high skyscraper. Li Bing had just finished socializing and still smelled of alcohol. Instead of going home, he came to his office. When he is middle-aged, his children are studying in other places, and his wife doesn't like him drinking. If he goes back like this, he will most likely be scolded. It's better to be in the office, visit the forum, and chat with those friends. Although it was 4 o'clock in the middle of the night, he believed that there were a few guys who couldn't sleep like him. Li Bing is an ordinary name, and his appearance is also ordinary. But his experience is full of legends. Graduated from the National University of Defense Technology, he independently completed the WQS Office software 20 years ago and founded his own studio. At that time, he was known as the #1 programmer in the country. He did not disappoint, and continued to develop his own office software, which once overwhelmed the domestic market of industry giant Word. He is a national software representative who took off single-handedly, and is also a top idol among the older generation of programmers. Today, he is in his 60s. Although I am still paying attention to the developments in the programming world, I haven't done it myself for a long time. I have to admit that as I get older, my thinking skills are no longer as good as those of contemporary young people. He only has one dream left in his life. Solve one of the top 10 unsolved topics in the programming world and show it to foreigners. Their country, China, has never admitted defeat before and will never admit defeat in the future. Such a pity. This is just a dream. I'm afraid that when he lies in the coffin board, it will be difficult for him to see that day. Old man, have you slept? Li Bing sent it to a forum friend. The guy was a night owl. He was rarely there during the day, but he was always online at night. Sure enough, as soon as the message was sent, it was replied to instantly. Hey! Laoli, you are finally online. It seems you were shocked by what that guy said. Li Bing was full of doubts when his friend sent back an inexplicable sentence. What does this say? He just finished his drink and came here out of boredom. What remarks? Who is it? Li Bing asked in confusion. Ha! You don't know? Hurry up to the message board for topic 8, Come quickly, my friend quickly replied. Li Bing was even more confused. The eighth topic message board? Isn't that the topic he has been grappling with over the years? What to do there? He thought so, but his hand had already controlled the mouse and clicked in. As soon as I entered, I saw a heated discussion going on the message board. To be precise, they were arguing. A group of friends who looked familiar to him were besieging a trumpet named He and I. Do you understand? Breadth-first algorithm is the core element to solve this problem. Don't be arrogant just because you think you know a little programming. That's right. You don't even know what kind of forum this is. Anyone who pulls it out will beat you up. Boy, no matter whose new vest you are, I advise you to delete the remarks you just made. It's so ridiculous. After Li Bing looked around, he probably understood the reason for the matter. It turns out that this trumpet named He and I published several personal opinions refuting the papers of several big guys. The language is quite sharp and harsh, and the attack effect is indescribable. It directly aroused strong dissatisfaction among the forum members of the eighth topic. So he was besieged by the group. Li Bing took a look at several opinions expressed by this person, and one of them happened to refute him. Hey! He wanted to see how this person would refute him. Li Bing clicked in with interest. However, after he read the other party's point of view, a line of sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hands and feet kept shaking. Can we still analyze it from this perspective? It seems, maybe we can really find a breakthrough point. All of a sudden, Li Bing realized that the river mud trumpet in front of him was definitely a great master. A master of the same level as himself. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at the other party's other opinions, and the more he looked at them, the more frightened he became. These views are extremely bold, and the analytical directions are directions they have never thought of before. At first glance, this is nonsense and nonsense. However, if you really follow the other party's point of view and verify it, it will give people a feeling of a dark and bright future. Li Bing thought for a while, typed on the keyboard, and posted a message on the message board. The strength of the single-source shortest path algorithm without negative weights is okay, but obvious flaws will appear in the later stages. How should you solve it? As soon as Li Bing's speech came out, everyone paused for a moment at He's verbal criticism, and immediately turned their heads to compliment him. Wow! The God of War actually didn't sleep. Hello, God of War. It's my first time to be so close to a great god. I'm so excited. I don't have to sleep tonight. Xiao Xiuhai and I, our real great god has come, what should you do? I didn't expect that this man's ridiculous remarks would shock our God of War. The river mud will become muddy. With the addition of Li Bing, the crusade became more fierce. But at this time, Henny Xiuhao, who had been silent all this time, actually replied to the message Li Bing had just sent. It's very simple. Disorganize the entire array, and then use the single-source shortest path algorithm as the center. The key point is to iterate upward from the bottom, and each element is assigned a deputy node. When the friends saw this scene, they all laughed angrily. If I give you a chicken feather, it's time for you to shoot, right? Our God of War just asked politely, but this person really didn't know how much weight he had to answer. Moreover, they saw the river mud trumpet after answering this question. Actually, they even raised a question to their God of War. I have read your 3 papers and found at least a dozen errors in them. So, I would like to ask if you have any new papers or new perspectives on the 8th topic? What? Are there any errors in our thesis on the God of War? More than a dozen places? What the hell? Where did the keyboard warrior come from? Where is the boss of the forum? Get this person out quickly. They were so angry. But the next second, the God of War's reply made the excited friends instantly stunned. Yes, wait a moment, I will send it to you now. Then can you point out my mistakes? This. Why does it feel like something is wrong? The God of War didn't seem to be being polite to the other party, but seemed to really agree with the other party's point of view? Impossible. How could this happen? The views put forward by this river mud trumpet are simply contrary to the direction of their thinking. But after the God of War sent the file to the He and I trumpet, the two began to chat selflessly on the message board. The fans who were watching this were completely at a loss what to say. It wasn't until the two of them chatted for half an hour. The river mud trumpet suddenly said something. I think I got through, let's withdraw first. The God of War immediately replied. Don't go, brother, let's talk some more. But the river mud trumpet stopped talking. Chapter 40 for the first top skill, reaching the bottleneck. Brother! Really gone? You left like that, you really don't let anyone sleep. The God of War posted 3 messages in succession on the 8th topic message board, but received no reply from the other party. It seems that he is really gone. This scene made the onlookers shocked and completely speechless. This was the first time they saw the God of War chatting with others so enthusiastically, even chasing after others, but in the end they didn't have enough. After being stunned for a long time, they all asked out their doubts. God of War, what's going on? Is there any point in what this person is saying? Oldly, do you know this River Mud? Brotherly, today is not in line with your usual cold personality. Li Bing, who was in a high-rise office in the Magic City, was still looking through the chat history between himself and he and I. Boss. This he and I is definitely a powerful guy. He didn't understand other aspects, but just for the research on the 8th topic, this person was better than him, much better. Originally, the other party said that there were more than a dozen errors in his 3 papers, but he still didn't believe it. A lot of thesis needs to be defended and judged. It doesn't mean that you are wrong just because you say there is a mistake. I can use my point of view to reject your judgment. But when this River Mud pointed out the dozen mistakes one by one, and attached the reasons. After Li Bing randomly picked one out to check, he was really confused in front of the computer. Wrong. I was really wrong. Looking at the doubts of the friends on the screen and their curiosity about the River Mud. He slowly typed a few lines and went out. This he and I is a great god, and his strength is no less than mine. I have preliminarily verified that the views he put forward are indeed more direct and effective than other views in the current 8th topic. I won't sleep tonight. I'm going to correct my paper. You two can talk. After typing these lines, Li Bing closed the forum and opened his 3 papers. It seems that I will be busy for a few more days. If there is an error in the paper, it will involve many problems, which need to be revised and corrected. There are more than a dozen mistakes, and I don't know how long I will be busy. However, there was no irritation or anger in Li Bing's eyes. Instead, he was eager to try and excited. This is the life he wants. Tianya Forum, the 8th unsolved topic message board. After seeing the 3 sentences of the God of War, all the fans were completely dumbfounded. Is that River Mud Trumpet a great god? Isn't his strength lower than that of the God of War? How is this possible? Although the God of War is no longer taking action, his strength is still an insurmountable mountain in the contemporary wave. How ferocious it must be to be at a level that even the God of War recognizes. Forum friends did not dare to question he and I anymore. Instead, they looked through the various opinions expressed by he and I today and considered and verified them one by one. Today, it is destined that they will not be able to sleep peacefully during the day. The other side. Changnan Branch. Lu Xiao discovered that in addition to increasing experience points by reading the papers of these big guys, communicating and discussing with each other can also increase experience points. After checking Mr. Li Bing's new paper and communicating with him for half an hour, Lu Xiao's advanced programming skill experience points are finally full. Ding, congratulations to the host, your programming skills have been upgraded. With the clear and moving prompt sound, Lu Xiao felt a huge cool current pouring in from the top of his head, washing over his mind like an enlightenment. His eyelids, hands, and feet were trembling slightly, and the O******** M in his head was really more exciting than his body. It was like walking in the desert all day and suddenly jumping into an iceberg swimming pool when I was about to die of thirst. Extremely sour and refreshing. The fatigue of the night was all gone. And he also felt that his spirit, thinking speed, and logical ability were enhanced. Lu Xiao quickly checked his upgraded programming skills. Top programming skills, completely proficient in various programming technologies, and can quickly learn and accept all programming knowledge. Note, when learning programming-related knowledge, there is a very small chance of a critical hit. This. Little stars flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes. It is indeed a top skill. Just looking at the skill introduction, it is completely different from before. I don't know how powerful it is, it's so powerful. Especially the last tip, when learning programming-related knowledge, is there a very small chance of getting a critical hit? What does this critical attack mean? Can't figure it out. It seems that I can try more when I have the opportunity in the future. Beginner, intermediate, advanced and then top. So, is this the end of the top? Lu Xiao can only say, not yet. Because he found the upgrade frame for top skills below. Top programming skills, current progress, 1/10,000. Etc. 100,000, 10,000? Take less? 10,000 experience points? No, is this the wrong label? Advanced skill upgrades only cost 500, but your top level requires 10,000? It's increased by 20 times. What's wrong? Where can he find so many experience points? It was such a complaint, but Lu Xiao vaguely realized it after seeing such an exaggerated experience value. Above the top skills, there seems to be a bottleneck. If this bottleneck is broken, it is likely to reach a completely different realm. It's like those novels about cultivating immortals. Before you build the foundation, you are just a mortal, but after you break through to the golden elixir, you can fly into the sky and the earth like an immortal, and step on the clouds and waves. Top-level programming is already so powerful. What happens further up? A strong curiosity arose in Lu Xiao's heart, but it was just curiosity. Even if he soaks in the programming world every day, he may not be able to achieve these 10,000 experience points in a year and a half. Those who are content are always happy. Now that I have top-level programming skills, I can be completely satisfied now. For further things, don't think too much, don't be anxious, don't panic, and maintaining your mentality is the key. Lu Xiao put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and recited the introductory Buddhist scripture silently in his heart. Basic Buddhism, experience value +1, current progress, 2/100. The effect is really good, my heart is pure and my mood gradually calms down. When he looked at the 8th unsolvable topic again, the original feeling of being impossible and unsolvable disappeared. Inspirations and ideas kept popping up in his mind. Perhaps it is not possible to completely solve the entire topic now, but it is no longer a problem to solve one or two of the small issues. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao no longer hesitated. His hands began to dance rapidly on the keyboard. The 8th unsolved topic contains 9 questions. At present, 2 of them have been solved abroad. There are 7 left. Li Bing and several other big guys, through joint efforts, have solved one of the small questions to about 80%. If the estimated progress goes well, this small problem will definitely be solved completely within 3 years. At that time, we will definitely be able to win a breath for China. Chapter 45. The River Mud Boss looks quite young. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun is about to rise. Most of the office workers were woken up by the alarm clock and got up like zombies, getting dressed and washing in a daze. In a courtyard in the center of the imperial capital, Gao Lan also lazily got up. She doesn't work and is a homeless person. She occasionally goes to the army to give lectures and help the programmers. She spent more time hanging out in the Tianya Haijiao Forum. It's a lot of fun to brag, eat, go to the theater, and pretend to be a big boss. Because her other identity is the forum leader of Tianya Forum. Of course, this forum was not founded by her, but by her father. In the past 2 years, her father had been busy with research and had no time to manage the forum, so he left the forum to her. Gao Lan is quite confident about her programming skills. Not talking about foreign countries, just talking about domestically, there are definitely no more than 5 young people who are better than her. Those are all men. If it refers to women alone, she feels that among young people, no one is better than herself. Youth and frivolity are most vividly reflected in Gao Lan. After opening the forum, Gao Lan let himself go and wandered through every hot post. Although the Tianya Forum is a serious forum for the programming community, occasionally young people will talk about a few entertainment gossips, and they will stop at nothing. Gao Lan, the leader of the forum, caused a lot of heat as soon as he spoke. Many people have a good relationship with this altar leader. Unlike before, the Tianya Forum was all about research, which was boring and lifeless. After Gao Lan took over as the leader of the forum became a lot more active, and new blood joined frequently, which really made it full of vitality. Ha! When Gao Lan checked the background, she let out a cry of surprise. She was surprised to find that at around 4 o'clock in the morning this morning, the traffic in the forum suddenly increased significantly. The source of traffic is the 8th unsolved topic area? What are these guys doing so late at night without sleep? Without thinking much, Gao Lan clicked into the 8th unsolved topic area and started climbing the stairs to check the historical chat records from the early morning. It turns out that Uncle Li is online. Let me just say, who can have such a big influence? Oh, no, it wasn't Uncle Li who caused it. River Mud? Who is this? This is too arrogant. Not only there are so many people who are so tough, and they even challenge Uncle Li. It's interesting. After Gao Lan read all the chat records in the early morning, his impression of the River Mud Trumpet changed again and again. I originally thought he was an arrogant guy, but I didn't expect that there was actually something about him. But in the end, it was discovered that this man not only had something, but even Uncle Lee admired him. Suddenly, Gao Lan became extremely curious about this river mud trumpet. Who on earth created a small account and was struggling with these people so early in the morning? But from the tone of Henie's remarks, it seems that this person is not an old antique, but a young man. When Gao Lan guessed such a result, she was stunned. Young people? Explore the eighth unsolved topic with Uncle Lee? And it's still a dominant position? Impossible. She must have felt wrong. He is probably a big shot who is not young but has a young mentality. There are still many such people in the programming world. Thinking of this, Gao Lan knew that if she didn't figure this out thoroughly today, she might not be able to eat anymore. Just hesitated for a few seconds. She used the forum owner's background authority to retrieve Henie's registered IP address. This Henie trumpet is a new account, created in the early hours of the morning, which means it is probably at home or at work. Of course, it may also be a virtual IP set up by the other party. However, the big guys in the forum rarely hide their IP addresses, so there is no need. They are not afraid of anyone touching them either. After Gao Lan got Henie's IP, he started to touch it along the network cable. She tried her best to make her touch more formal and give others an upright feeling. In fact, most programming experts are very skilled in hacking techniques. Just like her, she is both the leader of Tianya Alter and a top hacker. If the Henie account had hidden its IP, she would also use hacking techniques to find out. At most, the other party finds out, and then the two people fight each other online. This kind of thing is too common. She touched him so openly now just to let the other party know that she had no ill intentions and was just out of curiosity. Just a few seconds. Gao Lan has already found the specific IP address of the other party. Along the way, Henie Xiaohao showed no trace of covering up or modifying her IP, which made her even more convinced that the other party was a real boss. However, the address displayed surprised Gao Lan. Zhongbei City, Chengnan Branch. Ha! After working on it for a long time, it turned out to be someone from the police? That's like being part of the same family with them. The military and police serve the people anyway, so it makes sense to say they are a family. Zhongbei is not a big place, but there is such a big boss like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Do you want to continue to investigate and find out the true identity of this river mud trumpet? Gao Lan hesitated again. So curious, so eager to know, so tempting. Ahem. Anyway, she had already arrived at the door of someone else's house, so she didn't have any bad intentions. She just quietly went in to take a look, which was not too much. The boss wouldn't be angry with her for such a small move. After Gao Lan persuaded himself several times in his heart, he planned to take action. However, at this time, a background prompt sounded from the Tianya forum website. That was the voice of applying for a friend. Gao Lan felt as if his tail had been stepped on. He puffed up his chest and minimized and hid his criminal evidence in a few tenths of a second. Then she opened the Tianya forum backstage seriously. Being a thief with a guilty conscience is nothing more than that. And when she saw the forum ID that applied to add her as a friend, the hairs on her back immediately stood up, and goosebumps fell all over her body. This ID is called River Mud. Depend on. No way. I just touched her and the whole thing was exposed? But she didn't realize that she was discovered? What is going on? This was the first time she encountered such an invisible counter-reconnaissance capability. This river mud trumpet boss is too scary. Gao Lan had complicated eyes and bit his lips, feeling depressed inside. Had she known it earlier, she wouldn't have been so curious. A classic case of curiosity killing the cat. After taking a few deep breaths, Gao Lan clicked agree. Alter Master, can I trouble you with something? He and I sent a message. The other party showed off their cards straight to the point. Gao Lan cried sadly. It's over, it's over. The other boss was angry. Do you want to tell her not to make such a big deal about IP tracking next time, or do you want to accuse her of her reckless behavior? Will this boss know his father? But he must never know his father. Boss, tell me. Gao Lan replied very politely. Just die. Let the storm be more decisive, and kill her with lightning. Chapter 46. The programming super boss was imprisoned? Gao Lan was a little panicked. Especially after she agreed, the river mud boss didn't respond. Is it because my attitude is not correct enough? Or is it because I didn't apologize first? How about you apologize first? Just when she was about to type it out, the river mud boss finally replied. In the 8th unsolved topic, I have solved the Dictra algorithm question and the dynamic FY planning algorithm question. Can you help me upload it to the forum? Posting in your forum requires 3 days after registration. I just finished it today. Those who are registered are not qualified enough. After reading this passage, Gao Lan's eyes, which were not small at all, almost popped out of his eyes. What? Have you solved the 2 small questions in the 8th topic? If these words came from other people's mouth, she would ridicule plus complain plus spray a few sentences. But just now she read all the chat records between Mr. He and I and Uncle Lee. I know that this River Mud Boss is a person who has a higher level of research on the 8th topic than Uncle Lee. Since he said he solved 2 of the problems, it must be true. Could it be that? Really solved? Is China already capable of solving the top 10 topics? If this is the case, it will definitely be a leap forward in the domestic programming world. Moreover, what this River Mud Boss said is a little question about Dictra algorithm and dynamic FY programming algorithm. The meaning of these 2 questions is, it goes without saying. Boss, I can increase the permissions of your forum, and then you can upload it. Forget it, boss, can you send me the test codes for the 2 questions? I want to experience this experience of witnessing history. Time. Gao Lan suppressed the excitement in his heart and expressed his request. If this is true, it really solves these 2 small questions in the 8th topic. Then she is a witness. By then, she will even have a presence in the history of the programming world. The River Mud Boss sent a reply at this time. Okay, do you want me to send you all the source codes for solving the problems? When Gao Lan saw this, he was confused at first, and then quickly sent a series of messages. No. Boss, please do not put the source code of the problem on the internet, or even transmit it through the internet. Now you'd better save the source code of the problem in a separate USB flash drive, and then completely delete any information about the source code on your computer without leaving any traces. This matter is very important, please do it quickly. After sending these messages, Gao Lan breathed a long sigh of relief. This River Mud Boss must be another programming boss obsessed with research. Has he forgotten that in addition to the military dark web, there are serious risks in other network environments? Especially for civilian networks, the risk factor is even more difficult to estimate. For ordinary people, you have no idea whether every message you send is being monitored or intercepted. Situations like this exist all over the world and are unavoidable. Therefore, when Gao Lan heard that Mr. Henny wanted to send over all the source codes for solving the problem, she was so frightened that she quickly sent out 3 consecutive words of advice. The River Mud Boss quickly replied, okay, wait a moment. After a few seconds, Gao Lan received a document from the River Mud Boss. With great excitement, she opened the file, which contained 2 sets of verification codes. She did not check immediately, but asked the River Mud Boss again. Boss, have you saved the problem-solving source code on your computer to a USB flash drive? Has the saved information been cleared? She asked anxiously. He and I, don't worry, it's all done. Okay, then I will check the documents sent by you, boss. Gao Lan said respectfully. If someone familiar with Gao Lan saw this tone, it would be incredible. Because apart from being afraid of her own parents, this girl has never been convinced or polite to anyone. But this time is different, this is the big guy who solved the 8th topic. Gao Lan quickly opened the 8th topic on the computer and found 2 of the questions. Then enter the inspection code given by the River Mud Boss. Next moment. As the computer displays, it has been successfully processed. Gao Lan's heart beat several times faster than usual, and his whole body became hot. She stopped after taking off her clothes to only a small vest. But even so, her face was still filled with blush. It's exciting. Gao Lan suppressed the urge in his heart to shout to the sky, downloaded the 8th unsolved topic from the forum again, and tested it twice. Without exception. All were successfully handled, and all 2 small questions were successfully handled. No error message appears. Done. Their country, China, finally did it. Gao Lan was in a surging mood, with tears in his eyes. Now she really wants to know what method this River Mud Boss used to solve these 2 small problems. But this process all exists in the problem-solving source code. Even if she wants to see it, she will never risk it being leaked. Gao Lan, who grew up in such a family, knows that the calculation of these 2 small issues is of vital importance to the country. It's not that she's too cautious. Foreign countries have solved the other 2 problems a few years ago, but the source code has not been cracked yet. From this point alone, you can feel how much foreigners attach importance to the source code of solving problems. Gao Lan wiped the excited tears from the corners of his eyes, turned around and sent the news of the successful test to the River Mud boss. Boss, you succeeded. You have broken the bottleneck in the domestic programming community. On behalf of the country, I kneel down to you first. Ors. He and I, the forum leader, is very polite. I am doing it for the country and at the same time for myself. I need this success to help me. So the forum leader should spread it to the forum quickly. If you can help spread the word, I will. It couldn't be better. Gao Lan felt a little puzzled when he saw the slightly anxious look on the part of the River Mud boss. Boss, are you having any difficulties? You might as well tell me, maybe I can help. The first thing she thought of was money. Not everyone who studies this topic is as rich as Uncle Lee, and some of them are indeed having a hard time financially. I persisted with all my passion. There are many such people in the forum. After a few seconds, the River Mud boss replied. Actually, I helped the police station catch a group of human traffickers yesterday, but at the same time, I was treated as a suspect and locked up in the police station because I couldn't explain it clearly. I have something to do today, so I thought about whether I could use the topic to crack it. Heat, get yourself out of trouble. He and I stated the reason straightforwardly. Gao Lan was immediately dumbfounded. What? The super boss who successfully cracked the topic was actually locked up as a suspect? What is going on? Under Gao Lan's questioning, Mr. Henny briefly talked about his invasion of the traffic control system to track down the whereabouts of human traffickers. After listening to what Mr. E and I said, Gao Lan had no doubts at all. I was moved and admired the big boss's character, but also angry at the Bureau's lack of pretentiousness and nonsense. Does a person who can solve the 10 major topics need to be so panicked? This is definitely a misunderstanding. Okay, boss, take a rest first, I'll deal with it right away. Gao Lan sent. He and I, it's troublesome. You're too polite, boss. This is what I should do. Gao Lan ended the chat after asking for the name of the River Mud boss. Then, she immediately picked up her phone and dialed a number. Mobile phone screen display. Dad. Chapter 47 Shocked. The 8th thesis is broken. Father Gao was angry. Gao Lan looked at his father's number, and after much hesitation, he dialed it. It seemed like a long time had passed since the last time she called her dad. It's been at least 2 months. This is not to say that the father and daughter are at odds with each other, but that for a person who is obsessed with research all day long, it is really difficult to contact him. Such a person is busy for several days at a time, and if you call him, he won't be able to answer the call at all. Unless there is something urgent, call his institute directly, otherwise you can only wait until he is busy. But even if people who are preoccupied with research are busy, they basically forget to call back. Over time, Gao Lan waited for her father to call her and ask about her current situation. Dad seems to be busy again recently, so he hasn't called her for 2 months. I don't know if I can get through this time. Do. The other end of the phone beeped 4 times but no one answered. It seemed that Dad was still busy. Gao Lan was a little confused, so he could only find someone else. What's wrong, Xiaolan, is there something wrong? Finally, when Gao Lan was about to hang up the phone, his father's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey! It actually got connected. I thought you were busy, Dad, so you couldn't get through. Gao Lan said in surprise. I was busy. I just stopped for a while. I had something to talk about. Seeing that you seem to be fine, I'll go and get busy first. Dad said quickly. Gao Lan rolled his eyes. I haven't talked to her for 2 months. No matter what happens or not, I can't just talk to myself for a while. I am afraid that my daughter is not picked up. Is she related by blood? Yes, something big happened. Gao Lan complained in his heart and hurriedly called out to his father. Otherwise, she had no doubt that her father would hang up the phone immediately. She has experienced this kind of thing more than once. Say. The father's words were concise and to the point, and he didn't even want to say the second word. The 8th unsolved topic, Dijkstra algorithm and dynamic FY programming algorithm have been solved. Gao Lan stopped talking nonsense and directly stated the key points. Clang. There was the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground on the other end of the phone. What did you say? Who untied it? From which country? When did it happen? Dad asked 3 times in a hurry. Dad, you're not busy anymore, why don't I talk to you again after you're done, Dad? Gao Lan said with a sneer. You girl, hurry up and say something. I'm going to make your dad anxious to death. Dad said helplessly. Gao Lan stopped teasing his father and said, it was not cracked by foreign countries, but by our domestic bosses just now. Even now, Dad, you are the second person to know. Clang. There was another sound of a heavy object hitting the ground from the other end of the phone. Hey, Daddy, hold your phone carefully and don't break it. Gao Lan reminded. It's not that the phone fell this time, it's that I didn't sit firmly. That's not the point. Tell me, who solved these two questions, Li Bing? Or Zhang Kaihong? Dad's tone was both excited and a little scared. I am afraid that this news is just a fantasy because it is too unreal. No, he's a rather mysterious boss. I met Uncle Li at the forum early this morning, and then... Gao Lan quickly recounted what happened today. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Gao Lan could only hear her father's rapid breathing, which seemed so uneasy. Are you sure it's really untied? You must not be careless about this. Forget it, send me a copy of the inspection code and I'll take a look at it now. Dad said in a very serious tone. Don't worry, Dad, can I joke about this? I checked it several times, it's absolutely correct. Okay, I'll send it to you. After Gao Lan answered equally seriously, he sent both sets of inspection codes. She said nothing more and waited quietly. He didn't hang up the phone, just kept in touch, and the sound of a keyboard crackling came from Dad's end. A few minutes later. Okay. Ha ha ha. Our country has finally caught up with this step, which is a big step. Ha ha ha. Dad's excited and hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. It seems that it has been tested. Xiaolan, please don't spread the word to the forum for the time being. I'm going to talk to those old guys now. I'll contact you after we've finished talking, the father said, suppressing his excitement. When Gao Lan heard this, he quickly said, wait a minute, Dad, I have something else to do. Huh? What else is going on? Could it be that you want to take credit and buy something unreliable? Dad asked suspiciously. It's not me, it's the mysterious boss who solved these two problems. He got into a little trouble. Gao Lan took advantage of this moment to tell the story about the river mud boss who helped arrest the human traffickers, but was treated as a suspect and detained in the police station in Jiangbei City. Moreover, when this girl narrated this matter, she also added a little bit of her own subjective thoughts. This made the right side of the whole incident completely biased towards the river mud boss. What? There's still this thing. Okay, I understand, you don't have to worry about it, I'll deal with this matter first. It's so outrageous. Dad hung up the phone angrily. It seems that he is very angry. Gao Lan shrugged, acting like it was none of my business, I was just a microphone, and I was very pragmatic. Then, she reopened the 8th unsolved topic and began to test it repeatedly. Even though she knew it was successful, her mood would get better every time she checked it. Ha ha ha. Whether you take away my land and country or abandon me, our country will never be destroyed. When a tiger is angry, 10,000 wolves appear, and the hegemony rises up and the world is destroyed. With 30 million lions at his command, he conquers the world and conquers me, the craziest. As soon as Gao Lan became nervous, he began to talk boldly and wanted to compete in the world. But just as she was thinking about reading a few more words, the door was kicked open, and a beautiful woman's figure that made people's hair stand on end stood in front of her. Darn girl, why are you having such a fit so early in the morning? You're 28 years old and you don't know how to find a boyfriend. You just go crazy at home every day. Do you have to pee ****** your mother off to death? Get up, now, immediately. I've made an appointment with 3 blind dates for you today. In 10 minutes, you can dress like an adult and come out in 10 minutes. Otherwise, all your cards will be frozen this month. All your personal money will be confiscated. I can't cure you, can I? Hearing the beautiful woman's continuous bombardment, Gao Lan, who was in high spirits just now, suddenly lost his smile. Cry, she wants to cry so much. The other side. Jiangbei City, Chengnan branch, within the technology department. It's already 7 o'clock in the morning. Wei Tai, who was lying on the armchair, and the captain of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team, who was lying in front of the computer, also woke up at this time. Mainly because the cleaning lady came to clean and accidentally woke them up. Otherwise, they will definitely be able to sleep until their work time at 8:30. By the way, how is Lu Xiao? Wei Tai stretched and asked. The captain of the 2nd team twisted his stiff neck and looked at the computer. The background monitoring on the computer showed that the computer in the lounge had been shut down. I don't know, let's go over and have a look. The captain of the second team stood up and said. Wei Tai nodded and stood up. At this time, his cell phone rang. Who? Early in the morning. Wei Tai complained and looked over. This look. As soon as his eyes widened, he became sober. Who is looking for you? The captain of the second team asked curiously when he saw this. Wei Tai's eyes were a little strange and he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned the phone screen to the captain of the second team. Shown above. Field Bureau. Chapter 48. Release him. Now, immediately, release it to me immediately. The captain of the second team saw that it was Tian Bureau calling. His eyes lit up, as if he had guessed something. The Tian Bureau must know that we caught the Huahu human trafficking gang and can't wait to reward us, the captain of the second team said with a smile. Wei Tai rolled his eyes at the guy next to him and said calmly, it's us, not you. Do you want to take the credit? Where does the face come from? When the captain of the second team heard this, he became a little anxious and refused. Old Wei, you have to speak with your conscience. Indeed, it was you who arrested the human trafficking gang in the past, but you didn't do anything in the past. Then, our second team was helping us last night interrogate the traffickers, and I will help you monitor Lu Xiao on the third floor overnight. It's hard work without merit. You can't burn bridges and be ungrateful. Wei Tai curled his lips and had to say that this was really the case. They didn't do much to catch the human trafficking gang. Okay, we're all from the criminal investigation team, so we'll take credit together. But, you owe me a meal, a big meal. Wei Tai said. It's easy to talk. I know you, Old Wei, are the most loyal. The captain of the second team put his arm around Wei Tai's shoulders and was in a good mood. He even admired himself a little. This is a great achievement for nothing. The bonus will be received next month. Wei Tai pressed the answer button. Release. The captain of the second team quickly whispered in his ear. Wei Tai rolled his eyes again and pressed the release button. Old Wei, where are you? Tian Bureau's voice came over the phone. The voice seemed a little low. But the two captains, who were still happy, didn't notice it. He's in the Bureau Tian. Wei Tai replied. I heard that you caught the Huahu human trafficking gang last night? Was it your team? Tian Bureau asked. Yes, it was us. We rushed over immediately after receiving the warning, and then quickly took down the entire Firefox human trafficking gang. No one was injured. Wei Tai said. The captain of the second team next to him was so anxious that he quickly gestured to Old Wei and kept pointing at himself. Wei Tai had no choice but to continue. After the human trafficking gang is captured and brought back to the Bureau, the people from the second team will interrogate and sort it out with us. Bureau Tian, my name is Zheng Feng. I took Old Wei to run around in the monitoring room all night. The technical department was busy and tormented us to death. Zheng Feng, the captain of the second team, said in a tired tone. Wei Tai gave Zheng Feng a look. Acting? Continue to act? You did a great job. Zheng Feng hurriedly returned the look. I'm telling you the truth, I was really busy all night and my neck felt a little stiff. However, Tian Bureau's next words made the two of them slightly stunned. Did you also capture a man named Lu Xiao? Tian Bureau, which has never been involved in such trivial matters in the past, received the news a bit quickly this time. It should be natural for Tian Bureau to know about the Huahu human trafficking gang. But it seems that only a few people in the two teams knew about Lu Xiao's anomaly. Could it be that someone secretly told Tian Bureau? Which guy in the team is the Tian Bureau spy? Old Wei vaguely noticed something was wrong. But before he could speak, Zheng Feng, the captain of the second team, had already answered the Tian Bureau's question as if he was taking credit. Tian Bureau, there is indeed this person. But he is not a human trafficker, but a caller, and he helped us catch the human trafficking gang. Originally, all this was good, but we found a lot of anomalies from his records. Don't worry. This person is currently in the Bureau and is still under investigation. Old Wei and I will bring him to the police as soon as possible. This person's situation has been found out. Zheng Feng promised Tian Bureau with a smile on his lips. I'm relieved. I'm so relieved. Okay. Wei Tai and Zheng Feng, you really don't think it's a big deal and you still want to investigate? Excuse me, you two have been investigating all night, and now Lu Xiao, has anything been found on him? Is there any evidence that he is related to human traffickers? Tian Bureau's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees, almost as if he was shouting into the microphone. Lao Wei and Zhang Feng were stunned. They stared at each other, not understanding what was going on. Tian Bureau seems to be on Lu Xiao's side. No, Tian Bureau, you haven't seen Lu Xiao's transcript. That's simply outrageous. It's not at all. Zhang Feng wanted to explain something, but midway through his words, Bureau Tian interrupted him even louder. Why haven't I read it? I just asked someone to send Lu Xiao's transcript and read it. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? My daughter was arrested. Isn't he the one who invaded the system of the community and the traffic police? Is it a trafficker? There was no damage or other impact after the incident, so it is reasonable and there is no mercy outside the law. Even in the end, he helped us catch the entire human trafficking gang. You are still detaining and investigating such meritorious people endlessly. I'll rush to the station right away. Let Lu Xiao go now, immediately. Go quickly. Tian Bureau's words were somewhat incoherent, and he even yelled in the end. I heard Tian Bureau's roar and this abnormal attitude. Wei Tai and Zhang Feng were stunned for a moment, and then they realized something. It seems that someone put pressure on the Tian Bureau to let him go. Both of them looked towards the lounge on the third floor. I just don't know who Lu Xiao found to put so much pressure on the Tianjin Bureau. Zhang Feng gave Wei Tai a questioning look. What should I do? Now. Wei Tai frowned. What else could he do? Let the person be released first. Zhang Feng's eyes, then, let him go directly? Wei Tai's eyes said, hold on, wait until the Farm Bureau comes. I got it, Tian Bureau, let's go and release him now. After the two people communicated with each other's eyes, Wei Tai spoke. Boom! The Tian Bureau immediately hung up the phone after hearing the reply, and seemed to be rushing over in a hurry. Chapter 49 A little surprise brought by elementary cooking skills. After Tian Bureau hung up the phone, Wei Tai and Zhang Feng were stunned on the spot. They have worked with Tian Bureau for several years, and they know each other quite well, and they are also very familiar with each other's personalities. Today is the first time they have seen such a big fire in the field bureau. Just because they detained Lu Xiao in the bureau and investigated it all night? Won't. This possibility is almost zero. After all, they just kept Lu Xiao in the bureau, with food, drink, a mobile phone and a computer, just to help the investigation. So if they say no one from above is putting pressure, they really don't believe it. Old Wei, who put pressure on Tian Bureau? It's a bit exaggerated. Zhang Feng asked in surprise. You ask me how I know, but it must be a big deal. Wei Tai really didn't expect it. Even if the city bureau came to suppress people, the director wouldn't be so angry. Alas! Lu Xiao's file information yesterday clearly looked like an ordinary person. How could he be so capable? Zhang Feng sighed. Wei Tai was also helpless and murmured, ordinary people? Can ordinary people determine the criminal's lair in 10 minutes? Dare to go alone? Dare to fight against 9? How can ordinary people let Tian Bureau mobilize so many troops? This Lu Xiao, it's probably scarier than we imagined. The more Zhang Feng listened, the more surprised he became. It really is. If this is an ordinary person, can he still be considered a human being? The two of them didn't speak anymore, and went upstairs to the lounge on the third floor together. After knocking on the door twice, they opened the door and walked in. I saw Lu Xiao leaning on the sofa and playing with his mobile phone. After seeing the two people come in, he looked up and said, Good morning, captains. I'm sorry, wait a moment, a ranking round just started. Prepare to fight, the whole army will attack. The sound of Game of Kings came from the mobile phone. It's okay. You can play first. We have nothing to do. Yes, I just wanted to inform you that you can leave. The tone of their conversation now was much more polite than last night. Especially Zhang Feng, he regarded Lu Xiao as a suspect last night. Lu Xiao heard that he could leave. I immediately turned off my phone, not caring about the game. One thing to say is that his level as a king is too average. If left to the computer, his winning rate might be higher. It seems that the two captains have found out? As I said, I tell the truth and seek truth from facts, and I am a good citizen. Lu Xiao stood up, stretched, and boasted a few words. The two captains looked at each other speechlessly. What has been found out? They just slept and the sky changed when they woke up in the morning. I can only say that you are awesome and everything you say is right. In fact, Lu Xiao was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that he would be able to leave so soon. It obviously took less than half an hour to send the document to the Tianya altar master. Public opinion formed so quickly? This is too efficient. Look, it's different when you have influence. Yesterday, there was an interrogation attitude that wanted to get to the bottom of things, but now it is completely different. This further strengthened Lu Xiao's intention to take this path to the end. If something similar happens in the future, I won't be locked up for another night. Lu Xiao, are you hungry? There happens to be a delicious steamed bun shop next to here. Let's go together. We'll treat you. Zhang Feng said quickly. A good man never suffers immediate losses. Lu Xiao in front of him probably has some background. Yesterday, he offended the other party quite a bit. If he didn't relieve the situation quickly, the trouble would be even greater. Yes, that restaurant tastes really good. We often go there to eat. Wei Tai agreed. Lu Xiao felt really hungry after hearing what the two said. He has been busy since yesterday and went to the toilet twice. The rice bowl he had eaten last night has long been digested. Mainly because it was too hard on the brain cells when solving the 8th unsolvable topic. My mind was busy and my stomach became hungry unconsciously. Okay, then I'll give the two captains breakfast. Lu Xiao said. Seeing that Lu Xiao agreed, Zhang Feng felt a little relieved and hurriedly started to lead the way. The three of them went downstairs and left the bureau. The bun shop was not far away, so the three of them didn't drive and walked to the place in a few minutes. It's now 7:20 in the morning, and this steamed stuffed bun shop seems to be doing a good job. It's already packed with people. But when Wei Tai and Zhang Feng arrived, many diners in the store greeted them warmly and gave up a table. Apparently they knew each other well. Wei Tai and the two were not polite. After thanking him, they took Lu Xiao and sat down. Boss, here are 4 steamed buns, 3 soy milks, and 3 fried dough sticks. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Feng skillfully ordered breakfast and paid for it. He also brought the things up one by one. This surprised many diners who knew them. Who is this young man surrounded by 2 very polite captains of criminal investigation? Looks like I haven't seen it before. The shelf is quite big. It is not easy to confirm one's identity by allowing the criminal investigation captain to run errands, serve food, and work. Lu Xiao was not polite. When the buns were served, he picked one up with chopsticks, dipped it in vinegar, and put it into his mouth. Don't tell me yet. The buns are soft and tender, with a fresh and not greasy taste. The juice splashes into your mouth when you take a bite, and when combined with a little vinegar, it makes people feel even more refreshing. And, I don't know why, I just took a bite. Lu Xiao seems to have analyzed the basic method of making this steamed bun. The skin and filling have some characteristics. In addition to the conventional method, a little lard is added to the bun skin to increase the aroma. The meat filling is very fresh, definitely not frozen, but freshly killed today, with a little white radish and black fungus added to enhance the taste. Aha! The business is good for a reason. Lu Xiao analyzed it in his mind while tasting the buns. Elementary cooking skills, experience value +5, current progress, 5 out of 100. Lu Xiao? Is this okay? If this prompt hadn't popped up, he would have forgotten that he still had the skill of cooking. Then the long talk about food experiences that came up when I was eating must have come from this cooking skill. He just said it. Why didn't I think so much when I was eating before? After eating a few more buns, Lu Xiao raised his head and shouted to the bun shop owner, "Boss, pack 2 baskets for me." No, 2 cages don't seem to be enough, my parents are here too. Boss, please pack 4 cages, plus 4 cups of soy milk. At this time, he and the little girl should be waking up soon. When Zhang Feng saw Lu Xiao ordering the steamed buns, he quickly grabbed the order and paid for it. Wei Tai originally wanted to grab the order, but unfortunately he was not as fast as Zhang Feng, so he had to give up. 2 captains, you don't need to be so polite. I understand what happened yesterday. It's official business and I didn't suffer any grievances. On the contrary, it better reflects the serious and responsible work attitude of your police officers. The people need such people. Please continue to do so. Lu Xiao said with a smile to the 2 of them. When Wei Tai and Zhang Feng heard this, they finally felt relieved. Just waiting for your words. The 2 of them quickly exchanged polite and modest words. Just when the 3 of them had eaten and drank enough, they walked out of the bun shop. A police bus drove quickly from a distance and stopped in front of the 3 people with a sudden stop. Then, a figure quickly opened the car door and ran out. Hello Tian Bureau. Hello, Director. Wei Tai and Zhang Feng quickly stood at attention and shouted. Chapter 50. If you offend him again, the three of us will go home and farm. The man who got off the police bus was probably in his early 50s and about 1.7 meters tall. She has a little belly, but for the sharpness in her eyes, she would look like an ordinary person in a crowd. He ignored the greetings from Wei Tai and Zhang Feng, and instead focused on the young man next to them. Lu Xiao, he asked tentatively. Lu Xiao was a little confused. From the titles of the two captains, he could guess that the middle-aged man in front of him should be the director of the Changnan branch. How does this director know him? I'm Lu Xiao. Hello, director. Lu Xiao said politely. Hello, I finally see you. Don't worry, Lu Xiao. These two captains detained you for one night without any reason. I will definitely report my criticism to them in front of the overall situation and then write an inspection. They don't want any more bonuses this month. I'm really p***d off. I heard about this early in the morning and rushed over here in a hurry. You obviously did a big favor to our bureau, but you still suffered so much. I apologize to you again. After Tian Bureau confirmed that it was Lu Xiao, the sharpness in his eyes disappeared. His tone was very sincere and his attitude was extremely correct. And after admitting his mistake, he bowed directly to Lu Xiao and apologized. There was no hesitation in this series of actions, and they were decisive and quick. Lu Xiao was stunned. Wei Tai and Zhang Feng were also stunned. Even a few diners who had just walked out of the bun shop after breakfast were stunned. They are all old customers and live nearby, so they naturally know the Tian Bureau. The position of a branch director is either big or small. But in the eyes of ordinary people, this is already the most senior official they can see. But now such a high-ranking official actually expressed such a big apology to a young man. What happened? Wei Tai and Zhang Feng quietly looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. It seems that although they have already overestimated Lu Xiao in their hearts, facts have proved that the energy behind people is much more than that. This should be so exaggerated. After Lu Xiao was stunned for 2 seconds, he quickly stepped forward and helped Tian Bureau up. If this was photographed, he might become famous. The police chief was forced to bow and apologize to a young man on the street. What is the truth behind this? Shock. A man with so much power could actually force a director to kneel down in the street. Lu Xiao doesn't want to gain notoriety. After all, nowadays internet rumors come easily. The editing method is beyond your imagination. It is obviously about helping others to help the old lady cross the road, but maybe it can be edited into a malicious bullying of the elderly, the young, the sick and the disabled. The director is serious. It's not that exaggerated. I just stayed in the lounge all night and didn't suffer any grievances. There is no need to be like this. Lu Xiao said helplessly. At the same time, he was surprised by his influence. Wasn't it just that the 8th topic of cracking was uploaded on the forum? The effect was much better than I expected. He pulled the director and walked towards the south branch of the city. His car was still in the bureau. Really? Fortunately, Lu Xiao walked quickly, and the passerby just took out his mobile phone, but didn't take any pictures. This hot button incident is over. Many people lamented that it was a pity that it did not catch a wave of popularity. Don't panic when something happens, just shoot a short video and send it to the platform's moments. This is already the way of life for contemporary people. The four of them quickly walked to the door of the branch. Along the way, the Farm Bureau was a little worried and kept admitting to Lu Xiao that it was their problem. Lu Xiao persuaded the Farm Bureau to believe that he was not angry and did not blame them. In fact, Lu Xiao had no objection to the Bureau's handling yesterday, let alone blaming him. From the perspective of a bystander, his actions were indeed too suspicious. The main reason was that I was eager to save the little girl and didn't think too much about it. If he were allowed to do it again, all doubts would be eliminated to the greatest extent possible. Finally, the Tian Bureau warmly invited him to have tea with the Bureau, but Lu Xiao refused directly. Even if it was serious tea, he finally came out, who would go back? In the completely different moods and eyes of the three people, Lu Xiao drove his car and left the station. It wasn't until the taillights of the car were no longer visible that Tian Bureau let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, I sent this brother away. Tian Bureau, what on earth is going on? The city definitely doesn't have that much energy, it shouldn't be the province. Only then did Wei Tai and Zhang Feng dare to ask their doubts. Keep an eye on this brother when you see him again in the future. Tian Bureau said quietly. Ah? What do you mean? Are you saying that Lu Xiao is still suspicious? Director, did you just have to let him go because of pressure? Zhang Feng thought he understood the director's words. Tian Bureau's forehead throbbed with veins, and he raised his hand and punched Zhang Feng on the shoulder. You are trying to judge a prisoner stupidly. I want you to keep an eye on him and never offend this Lu Xiao again. Otherwise, the three of us will go home and farm together next time, the Tian Bureau said angrily. Zhang Feng and Wei Tai were still confused. Seeing the stupid looks of the two of them, Tian Bureau looked around, then took a step closer and whispered, You and I can't move behind this brother's back. Speaking of this, Tian Bureau pointed to the sky in the north. Wei Tai and Zhang Feng's eyes suddenly shrank. Tian Bureau, you mean, the imperial capital? The two of them were shocked. Bureau Tian retracted his finger, walked quickly into the bureau, shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't say anything, you two have eaten, why don't you go to work? That Huovu human trafficking gang gave me a hard time, Judge, this time we must take down all the connections. Yes, Tian Bureau. The two criminal investigation captains instinctively agreed to the director's words, but their bodies remained where they were. Who is this Lu Xiao? The other side. As soon as Lu Xiao drove out of the car and waited for the traffic light, he flipped through the headlines to see how popular the eighth topic was. As a result, he searched around. Surprisingly, nothing was found. It's not right. Is it blocked? That doesn't make sense either. He checked the Tianya forum again, but there was still no news. Even the eighth unsolved topic section was as silent as yesterday. It seems, the topic he cracked was not uploaded to the forum at all. So how did he get out of the game? What about the director's attitude? Lu Xiao had no choice but to send his doubts to Tianya Altar Master, but the other party did not reply, so he was probably not online. Forget it, let's go home first. It's your own home. The chat history with his wife on his mobile phone ended at 1 o'clock this morning. The couple had already moved back to their own home. The little girl woke up once and was put to sleep again by Yuhi when she got home. Lu Xiao clicked on the last short video sent by Yuhi. It was the little girl who opened her eyes in a daze and shouted, Why hasn't Dad come home yet? The corners of his mouth curved into a smile, feeling that yesterday's adventure was completely worth it. He touched several boxes of steamed buns on the passenger seat. It's still hot before it's too late. Chapter 51 Review the past and learn the new. Lu Xiao galloped all the way and returned to his community before the morning rush hour broke out. He parked the car, put the buns on his back, and ran quickly to the door of his house. Seeing that there were several pairs of shoes under the shoe cabinet, Lu Xiao knew that not only her mother and daughter were back, but her parents also slept at home yesterday. After opening the door and entering, the curtains were still drawn in the living room, blocking out the sunny weather. It seemed that they were all exhausted last night, otherwise his mother would have had to get up early in the morning for a walk. Lu Xiao did not wake them up, but walked lightly to the door of his room, carefully opened it and walked in. I was afraid of waking up the big one and the little one who were sleeping inside. But when he went in and closed the door, a soft voice came quietly. Husband, you're back? It was Chu Yua's voice. Lu Xiao felt warm in her heart, and she was greeted with gentle words as soon as she returned home. This scene seemed to have happened before she was pregnant with the little girl Ni. This is the treatment if the intimacy level is 60, but how about it being higher? I rushed back as soon as the affairs in the bureau were settled. Are you hungry? I brought a few boxes of steamed buns, which are still warm. Lu Xiao also asked in a low voice. After his eyes slightly adjusted to the darkness in the bedroom, he vaguely saw that the little girl was still sleeping and Yuhi had already sat up. Husband, hug me. Chu Yua's voice trembled slightly, with guilt and fear in her tone. When I ran here just now, I was sweating a little and smelled a little bit. Lu Xiao was not used to his wife's initiative for a while. I don't mind. Come here quickly. I want you to hug me. Chu Yua sat on the bed and opened his hands. When Lu Xiao saw this, he didn't hesitate anymore, walked over and hugged his wife. The two felt each other's warmth. Chu Yua hugged Lu Xiao's waist tightly and leaned her head into her husband's arms. At this moment, she truly felt at ease, and her husband was full of security. That night, she barely slept at all. As soon as I close my eyes, I will think of the scene of Ni being abducted. Fortunately, my husband was there and everything was saved. It's still early, let's go get some sleep. Lu Xiao rubbed Chu Yua's hair and said softly. I'm not sleepy, I just want to hug you more. Husband, are you tired? Did you not sleep in the bureau? Chu Yua asked. I've been really busy all night, otherwise I wouldn't be able to come back today. Lu Xiao didn't explain much. Chu Yua raised his head at this time and looked at Lu Xiao, who was right in front of him, but had not been so close for a long time. Husband, thank you for your hard work. I know that I sometimes get emotional, but I will change it in the future. Chu Yuhua said seriously. It's already very good. I'm lucky to have such a good wife. And my problem is bigger. I usually ignore your feelings. Lu Xiao also apologized. There is so much right and wrong between husband and wife. Mutual tolerance and understanding are more important. After all, they are the only ones we want to walk through life with. The two pairs of eyes in the darkness both emitted a faint light. Both seemed to hear each other's heartbeat. My heart is pounding. Getting closer and closer. Lu Xiao slowly lowered his head. Boom! At this time, a small knock on the door sounded. Xiaohe, is Lu Xiao back? A female voice asked softly outside the door. She is Lu Xiao's mother. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. Mom! Are you a card point master? I couldn't have come earlier or later, but this time. Mom, it's me. I'll come out and talk to you later. Lu Xiao whispered back helplessly. Okay, just come back. Mom got the answer and left with satisfaction. And when Lu Xiao just turned around and came back, he thought the atmosphere was gone. Chu Yuhua had already stretched out his head and took the initiative to kiss Lu Xiao. The silver snakes were entangled, and it was difficult to separate them for a while. It was clearly not even 8 o'clock in the morning, but there was a cool breeze outside, and the air conditioner was still on in the room. The temperature began to rise little by little. When the lips of the two people separated, a thin transparent line gradually lengthened. The two of them looked at each other with a hint of charm in their eyes. Just as the two approached again, a small loach-like figure squeezed out from the gap between the two. Dad, you are back. NI has been waiting for you for a long time. The little girl didn't even fully open her eyes before she started acting cute. Lu Xiao. Chu Yuhua. Is this considered a failure of fate? That's all. There is ample time. Why rush it? Lu Xiao pinched the little girl's chubby cheeks and hugged her back. Chu Yuhua also lowered his head to straighten his slightly messed up pajamas and got up from the bed. Her ears were pointed but a little red and hot. NI, did you sleep well yesterday? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. No, I dreamed that my father was carrying me hiking on his back, but when I woke up, my father was not with me. NI was very sad. The little girl pouted and said unhappily. Lu Xiao patted her head. The whole family is afraid that you are the one who sleeps the most soundly. The little girl originally wanted to continue relying on Lu Xiao, but suddenly she seemed to remember something, and she asked, Dad, you promised NI something. What's the matter? Lu Xiao didn't think about it for a while. There are so many things promised to this girl, who knows which one they are talking about. Dishai, Dad, you promised me and Mom that you would go to Disney today to see Snow White and the Dwarfs. You. No. Yes. Isaac. Panic. Oh. The little girl put her head against Lu Xiao's ear and chanted each word one by one. This made Lu Xiao unbearable, and he quickly surrendered and begged for mercy. Okay, let's go, let's eat and then leave. That's all right. The ears are one of his vital points and are completely defenseless. Chu Yuhua watched from the side with a hint of cunning in her eyes. It seemed, she didn't seem to have launched an attack there. Seeing that her husband was at a disadvantage, she did not continue to sit idly by and ignored him. She hurried over and hugged the little girl. Dad is a little tired today. How about NI and her mother go to the park to play today, and then we go to Disneyland tomorrow? Chu Yuhua asked the little girl for her opinion. When the little girl heard this, her mood suddenly dropped. She did not lose her temper directly, but looked at Lu Xiao and asked with concern, Dad, are you tired? Although NI wants to go today, but if Dad is tired, we might as well go tomorrow. Chu Yuhua curled her lips. Why did this girl change her gender recently? She usually just opens her mouth and asks for things she doesn't want. Today she even started to care about her father. Lu Xiao was also a little surprised when he heard this. You're not tired. As long as the little girl wants to go, Daddy can play with you all day without being tired. Lu Xiao said, patting her strong body. Just spoil her. Chu Yuhua gave Lu Xiao a roll of his eyes. Isn't my daughter just for pain? NI, Dad bought you some delicious buns, do you want to eat them? Lu Xiao said with a smile. Yes. I want it, Daddy is the best, better than mommy. The little girl was very happy. Chapter 52. My husband has abdominal muscles. The little girl who liked to stay in bed put on her clothes and pants after hearing Lu Xiao promised that she could go to Disneyland. He also took the initiative to fold his own little quilt. By the way, I folded Mom's too. Chu Yuhua couldn't help laughing when he saw the little girl's naughty look. Mom, you said you should do your own thing, and everyone is a good example. After saying that, the little girl put on her slippers and ran to the toilet. Who does this girl follow? Chu Yuhua sighed. Lu Xiao showed an obvious look. Anyway, don't just follow him. When he was a child, his family was very strict and he never dared to talk back to his parents. Of course, because of this, there is also a lot less happiness in childhood. There is no such thing as the sharp teeth and cleverness of today's children. Ouch! Lu Xiaoqi screamed in pain. Chu Yuhua's hand was already pinched on his waist. The vicious face seemed to say that she was not as naughty as this little girl. But my wife's claws didn't pick up much flesh. In this way, the force-bearing area is small. It hurts even more. Husband, where is your belly? Chu Yuhua asked in surprise. When she hugged Lu Xiao just now, she felt something was wrong. Now I took a paw and found the problem. Lu Xiao's belly seemed to be missing. Honey, this is your problem. You usually don't care about me. I've been working out for a long time, and my belly has been working out for a long time. After Lu Xiao came up with a random excuse, he lifted up his clothes, revealing a rough outline of his six-pack abs. After your parkour skills are upgraded to intermediate and then advanced. His little belly fat disappeared and turned into his current six-pack. He also has a feeling that if he improves his parkour skills to the top level, he may not even have 8-pack abs. Wow! Is this true or false? After Chu Yuhua exclaimed, his hand had already touched it. Real. Really abs, or a six-pack. Although it is not particularly obvious, it matches well. Her husband has such a good figure. Chu Yuhua read Lu Xiao carefully from beginning to end, as if she wanted to get to know her husband again. At this glance, she discovered another small change. Before Lu Xiao could react, she took 2 steps forward and rushed into the other person's arms. Honey, why don't you wait until night? Lu Xiao didn't expect his wife to be so anxious. When he was about to say something, he was interrupted by his wife's words. Husband, you seem to be a little taller. You are almost 1.8 meters tall now. After Chu Yuhua marveled at these words, he bit his lip. His eyes were full of guilt and self-blame. In the past 3 years, how little she has cared about her husband. She didn't even know that her husband had abs, grew taller, and had so many other abilities. She shouldn't be. Thinking about it, Chu Yuhua's eyes almost turned red. Honey, don't think too much. This has nothing to do with you. You've done a great job. Now that our mortgage has been paid off, we don't have so much pressure. From now on, we can just be a family of 3 and live happily. Lu Xiaohu he tightened his grip on Chu Yuhua and comforted him. Yes. Okay, hubby. Chu Yuhua responded loudly. She likes this kind of atmosphere and wants to hold her like this forever. But it only lasted a few seconds. After going to the toilet, brushing your teeth and washing your face, the uninvited little girl came on stage again. Dad, Mom, you hug me, and I also wants to hug me. She moved closer and opened her arms to hug them both. It's just that the little girl's height is limited, and she can only hug 2 thighs. Seeing that the little naughty boy had ruined the atmosphere again, the two looked at each other and smiled. Eat first. Eat first. After Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua said in unison, they each took the little girl's hand and walked out of the bedroom. Dad and Mom were also awake and sitting in the living room waiting for them. Lu Xiao placed the 4 boxes of steamed buns he brought back on the coffee table, and put the vinegar in the vinegar dish. A few people started eating. Although the buns were a little soft when I brought them back, and the texture was a little off, the taste remained the same. Still got praise from 3 big ones and 1 small one. The little girl even ate 6.5 pieces in a row, then she touched her belly and burped. He said that in 2 days, he still wanted his father to bring such delicious buns back. Lu Xiao naturally agreed, since it wasn't far by car anyway. While watching a family having breakfast and answering various questions from several people, Lu Xiao suddenly noticed a problem. From the moment he entered the bedroom until the 2 of them came out, there was no hint of intimacy? This was so abnormal, he could clearly feel that the barrier between the couple had completely disappeared. Originally, Lu Xiao thought she was too focused, so she didn't hear the beep just like when she was reading. As a result, he now went to look at the system prompt records. Surprisingly, I discovered that there is really no intimacy prompt. On the panel, the intimacy value between the two is still at 61. No change. Strange. Could it be said that after the intimacy level reaches 60, the difficulty of obtaining it increases so much? Not appropriate. After Lu Xiao fought hard and searched around. Finally he found the reason. That was a tip from yesterday. The relationship between the host and his wife breaks through the passing line and triggers the upgrade task. Task content: 1. Raise all 3 basic attributes to 40 points. 2. Possess 5 advanced skills. After the mission is completed, the happiness value and other upgraded functions will be opened. In addition to these 3 lines of prompts, there is also a line of small words below. Note, before the upgrade task is completed, intimacy can no longer be obtained. The intimacy-enhancing behaviors that occur during this period will be compensated and converted into happiness points after upgrading. Lu Xiao. This system knows how to highlight important points. If he didn't notice such small words, he really didn't see them. After understanding the reason, Lu Xiao didn't pay much attention. Now the relationship between the couple is very good, and he is very satisfied. Whether the intimacy can go up again or not depends on fate. He who is content is always happy, isn't he? As for the upgrade task, he will still try his best to complete it whenever he can. This is related to physical health. Only when you are healthy can you always be happy. It makes sense. The family finished breakfast amidst laughter and laughter. The little girl was fine, and the parents planned to go back to work. Lu Xiao did not say anything about his ability to make a lot of money. He didn't want to hide it, but wanted to give the elders a surprise directly after he collected a sum of money. Originally, he wanted to take the second elder to the train station, but his mother said that he had just eaten and went out for some exercise. The subway station was right next to the park anyway, and he could walk there in a few minutes. Lu Xiao was right when she thought about it, the subway was faster and more convenient during the morning rush hour. As for Lu Xiao's family of 3, they packed some simple luggage and drove out. I plan to drive to the magical city of Dishini by myself. Jianbei City is more than 4 hours away from the magic city. If we go there now, we can enter the park in time at noon. And when Lu Xiao's family was driving out, a black military-branded bus stopped at the gate of the South City branch. Chapter 53. Do you have something important to do with my husband? Who are you? The time is now 8:10 in the morning, and people from the bureau are arriving one after another. After all, if you don't clock in at 8:30, even if you are late, your attendance will be deducted. Of course, now everyone uses DingTalk to check in. Some people ask their colleagues to punch in for them, while others come over in a hurry to punch in before going out for breakfast. Fishing is also a part of life nowadays. Who hasn't been a little lazy? Most leaders turn a blind eye to this and don't care. After a black military-branded bus stopped in front of the authorities, the attention of all nearby police officers and passers-by was attracted. Cars like this are not common on the road. And when 2 men with straight postures wearing uniform green military uniforms got out of the car, everyone's eyes narrowed slightly. Especially the police officers in the bureau, they are familiar with military uniforms and epaulets. So when they saw the epaulets of the 2 people clearly, they both showed incredible expressions. These are 2 colonels. Good guy. This is definitely a boss from deputy brigade level up. How could such a big boss appear in one of their branches? After being stunned, someone immediately reported the situation to the director. So when the 2 big guys walked into the bureau, Tian Bureau and Wei Tai Zhangfeng also hurried down. They had just agreed on a plan to clean up the mess of the human trafficking gang, and unexpectedly something like this happened. Hello, leader, may I ask the leaders, what's the matter with you? Tian Bureau wiped the sweat from his forehead and said respectfully. Although he and the military are not in the same system, his military rank is as high as that of his top boss. If it's not a leader, then what is it? Hello, the police caller named Lu Xiao was still here yesterday. We are here to see him on official business and will not disturb you. One of the middle-aged colonels said in a low voice. Tian Bureau and Wei Tai Zhangfeng were stunned when they heard this, and the 3 of them looked at each other. Really? As they guessed, they were here to find Lu Xiao. Sorry, boss, Lu Xiao left the bureau at 7 o'clock and went back. Tian Bureau said quickly. The 2 big guys were stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, it was too late. The middle-aged colonel thought for a moment, first showed his ID, and then said, Comrade, please give me Lu Xiao's information and contact information. After Tian Bureau glanced at the contents of the certificate, his breathing suddenly became tight. Okay, the leader will wait a moment and I'll get it right away. Tian Bureau gave Wei Tai a look, and Wei Tai ran away quickly. He didn't have Lu Xiao's information, but Wei Tai and the others handled one yesterday. In just 2 minutes, Wei Tai brought a file bag and handed it to the middle-aged colonel. It's troublesome, then we won't bother you. With the information in hand, the two middle-aged colonels said goodbye directly. The leader is too polite. Then leader, please go slowly. The three people from the Tian Bureau sent the two big guys to the car and watched them leave before relaxing. I have to say that after only a few minutes talking to someone at such a leadership level, I was already sweating. Too nervous. Bureau Tian, what does Lu Xiao do? Why have people from the military department been summoned? Wei Tai asked with confusion. When the colonel showed his ID, I didn't even dare to look up. It was too oppressive. Zhang Feng was still reviewing the feeling just now. Bureau Tian pulled the two of them in front of him and said cautiously in a low voice, as long as you know about the matter of coming to see Lu Xiao, don't spread it. Ah? Wei Tai and Zhang Feng blinked hard. The colonel just now is from the Engineering Academy of the Provincial Military Department. His military position is one level higher than other areas, and the confidentiality mechanism is very strict. Although he didn't say much, it is best not to spread such things. Tian Bureau's voice was so low that only the three of him could hear it. But such a small sound was like thunder in the ears of Wei Tai and Zhang Feng. The two of them froze on the spot as if they had been struck. The other side. On the military-branded bus that just drove out. One of the colonels concentrated on driving, while the other colonel handed the file bag in his hand to an older middle-aged man in the back row. If Tian Bureau and others see this person's epaulets, that would definitely be even more shocking. This is a university-level existence. Dean, who is this Lu Xiao? Do we need to drive all the way from the province to pick him up? The colonel also asked with a hint of confusion. Their action was suddenly initiated by the dean without any prior warning. It will be kept secret for now. It won't be too late to talk about it when we meet Lu Xiao. The senior colonel laughed happily and made a riddle. Then, he opened the file bag in his hand, with a little expectation in his eyes. The car should pull over for a moment. He frowned and said. The driver, the colonel, didn't hesitate at all. He immediately found the roadside, turned on the double flash, and stopped. What's wrong, Dean? Did I get the file by mistake? It shouldn't be possible. I got it according to your request. The colonel next to him felt nervous. The colonel did not answer the question, but after reading all the first information and the second transcript in the portfolio, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. It seems that we have met a genius. He is much younger than I thought. The senior colonel suddenly sighed. The two people next to me didn't understand. Xiaoyan, call this number and ask Mr. Lu Xiao if he is free today. Just tell him that our provincial engineering department would like to invite him over. The colonel pointed to a number and said to the colonel next to him. Yes, Dean. The colonel suppressed the doubts in his heart, took out his cell phone and dialed. And pressed the release button. Beep, the call was connected. But what came from the other side was a woman's voice. Hello, who are you looking for? Female? The colonel and colonel on the military vehicle looked at each other with strange expressions. Is this Mr. Lu Xiao? The colonel asked. It's my husband, what's the matter? The woman on the other end of the phone asked calmly. If it's convenient, could you please put Mr. Lu Xiao on the phone? I have something important to ask him. The colonel said calmly. Important things? He's not here right now. What can you tell me? When he comes back, I'll ask him to call you back. The woman's tone became obviously wary. The other party's tone made the colonel blink, feeling a little strange. But Lu Xiao himself was not here, so he couldn't say much, so he had to say, then please tell Mr. Lu Xiao that the provincial military department has something to do with him, and please call him back. Provincial military department? Do you have something to do with my husband? What is the specific name of your department? I want to check. The woman's tone became more vigilant. Just wait a moment. The colonel looked at the dean of the university next to him and wanted to ask if he should tell him our specific department. But as soon as he finished asking the other party to wait, the phone beeped and was hung up. The expressions of the two military bosses turned strange. I called two more, but they were all killed instantly. The two also realized that they were probably being regarded as liars. It seems that this genius hasn't realized it yet. Let's go directly. The colonel smiled bitterly and reported an address, which was Lu Xiao's community. Yes, the driving colonel responded and immediately drove off. Chapter 50 for the terrifying lineup. On the other side, Lu Xiao's family. After packing up and going out, we headed towards the Magic City at high speed. I wanted to drive directly to the Magic City in more than 4 hours at a stretch. But we just drove to the second service area and stopped temporarily. The reason is simple. The little girl Nini has to go to the toilet. This made Chu Yuhua roll his eyes. Before getting in the car, I told this little girl to pee, otherwise the car would be inconvenient. But the little girl insisted that she had just had S*X and that she could definitely last until Disney. In that way, the little head is raised in full of confidence. Result. The car had only been driving for 40 minutes when it hit me in the face. The little girl looked anxious and fidgeted. Chu Yuhua still didn't know what this little girl wanted to do. So, the car stopped at the second service area, and Lu Xiao took the little girl to the toilet. It would be nice if it was a little boy. An empty bottle would do it, Chu Yuhua thought. At this time, Lu Xiao's cell phone on the center console rang. It's a call. Chu Yuhua took it and took a look. The phone number was unknown and there was no display. Just seeing this, she frowned a little. She had received several numbers that showed nothing in the past. It's either a sales pitch or a scam, there are too many of them nowadays. But after thinking about it, if someone really has something to do with your husband, don't delay, pick it up first and then talk about it. But after just a few words of conversation, Chu Yuhua felt that there was something obviously wrong with the other party. She keeps saying she's looking for her husband, but doesn't say anything when asked. Finally, some kind of provincial military headquarters appeared? She quickly asked the other party what specific department it was in, but the other party immediately got stuck on his words and couldn't say anything else, and asked her to wait a moment. So Chu Yuhua was 100% sure that this was a scam call. She had seen several of these on short videos 2 days ago. It is said that your ID card has been illegally used by an overseas organization and you need to go to a certain local bureau to investigate. It is also said that the customs has detained a batch of your goods and you need to pay a fee, etc. Is it the turn of the provincial military headquarters this time? Nowadays, liars can't change their tricks. They just keep changing their tricks. Chu Yuhua was a little depressed, shook his head and added the number just now to the blacklist. A few minutes later. From a distance, she saw her husband carrying an Nini and walking here. The little girl still had a lollipop in her mouth. The whole family was talking and laughing, and she was very happy. When the young and old got into the car, they saw someone with a serious face. Mom, Nini is wrong. Nini will definitely persist until Dishini this time. Nini means what he says, the little girl said, raising her little fist and making a gesture of swearing. Lu Xiao looked at the two of them and felt funny and happy. The last time the family went on a trip was when Nini was 7 or 8 months old. I went to the city next door. I went there on the same day and came back the same day. She didn't remember anything at that time, so playing was in vain. If you are 3.5 years old now, you are at an age where you can remember things and learn more. It is always good to walk more and see the outside world. Therefore, Lu Xiao plans to stay in Magic City, the most prosperous place in the country, for 2 more days and enjoy the city. Husband, do you know anyone from the provincial military headquarters? Chu Yuhua still asked. Ha? I don't know him. Most people don't have the chance to know a place like this. Why do you suddenly ask this? Lu Xiao asked, confused. Just now you received a call on your mobile phone. There was no number displayed, and the words were stumbling. It claimed to be from the provincial military department. Chu Yuhua said. That must be a scam call. There are so many of them in China now that we can't even crack down on them. Lu Xiao disagreed. After the little episode, the family started over and headed to the Magic City. This time the little girl finally made people worry for once. Until they got off the highway, they didn't say anything about going to the toilet. Lu Xiao first spent more than 700 to find an internet celebrity B&B near Disney. Choose an internet celebrity store because such a store has been checked in and verified by many tourists, eliminating the risk of being scammed. After entering the room, Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua's eyes lit up. The decoration is simple, with a happy parent-child theme, and there is a small slide in the room of more than 50 square meters. The hygiene aspect is also completely okay. Although the price of more than 700 is a bit expensive, it is near Disneyland in Shanghai. Every inch of land is valuable. It's pretty cost-effective. The little girl played on the slide several times in a row and refused to go. It wasn't until Lu Xiao said that she would come back in the evening and let her have enough fun that she agreed to come down. After putting away their luggage and parking the car, the family took an online taxi and went straight to Disneyland. Why not drive over? The parking fee for one afternoon to evening is enough to take a taxi back and forth twice. The most important thing is that when you take a taxi, you don't have to find a parking space. You can park directly at the door. This is much better than driving there. However, when Lu Xiao's family came to the door of Disney, only then did Lu Xiao realize how well considered this quick trip to Disney was. At this point, there was still a queue like the Great Wall at the entrance of the park. Visually, there were not 2,000 people, but 1,700 or 800. Just to enter the park, you have to queue for about an hour and a half. Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua were both dumbfounded. Today is a working day, it's noon. Where do these tourists come from? Is Disney so popular? In fact, the two of them learned from passers-by that this point was already considered very good. If you come at 9 o'clock in the morning, the scene will be spectacular. Within 3 hours, I couldn't even enter the park. Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua were speechless. But there is an old saying that money can make the world go round. With Lu Xiao's current strength, if he uses top-level programming to make money, he can easily make hundreds of thousands a day. After paying the mortgage, he only has 20,000 yuan left. But I gave my wife 500,000 yuan before. The family doesn't have any big expenses, so he is not worried about money at all. If you can't get in the normal queue, then just spend money. You can't just wait in line today. But in fact, Lu Xiao thought it was simple. If you want to skip the line at Disneyland, there are only two options. One is to reserve the VIP exclusive service, which costs 2,700 yuan per person and includes 8 speed pass and queue-free items. They are a family of 3. The little girl doesn't need anything, so she needs 5,400 yuan. The price is really expensive, but Lu Xiao thinks it's worth spending it once. But after checking, I found out that the VIP service for the past 2 days has been fully booked, and this must be done in advance. The second method made Lu Xiao even more stunned. As long as you are a member of the Magic City 33 Club, you can skip the queue to enter the park and all the projects inside. If you want to join the Magic City 33 Club, you need an entrance fee of 800,000 yuan, and there will be an annual membership fee of 100,000 yuan in the future. Lu Xiao stopped talking. His family's current total income is not enough for 800,000 yuan. Alright. Isn't it just queuing? An hour and a half is an hour and a half. In the end, he only grabbed the speed pass and queue-free pass for a few projects, so that he could quickly play a few projects after entering the park. The family honestly started to line up. Originally, the two of them were worried that the little girl would be impatient, but there happened to be 2 children of the same age in front and behind their team. The 3 children were chattering and having a great time. Honey, you wait in line here first, and I'll go over there and take a look. I heard from the person in front that there is a Math Street challenge over there, and the prize is a set of VIP services for 2 people. Chu Yuhua got a temporary team card and said to Lu Xiao. Okay, you go ahead. Lu Xiao had no objection. After all, my wife's current job is related to mathematics and statistics. He remembered that when he was in school, his wife was a top student, but he led her astray in the end. Chapter 55. It is indeed a serious study material. Chu Yuhua left the team together with the parents of several children. Some want to see the excitement, and some of course want to take part in the challenge. A set of VIP exclusive services for 2 people is worth more than 5,000 yuan, which is quite attractive. The point is, as long as you win this prize, you don't have to line up outside at noon. However, only 10 minutes later, my wife and those people came back. So soon? Then the challenge is over? Lu Xiao asked in confusion. It's over, but it's not that they stopped showing off, but that the grand prize was won before we even had time to participate. Chu Yuhua sighed. Ha? Win? Lu Xiao blinked. This result is somewhat unexpected. He originally thought that when his wife came back, he would go over and take a look. With his intermediate academic skills, he might even take on the challenge, just in case he wins. Who knew this news would come? Then it seems that the question is not difficult enough? Lu Xiao said. No. Those people started setting up the challenge at 6 in the morning. It was a live broadcast mode math challenge. I heard that hundreds of people participated, but when we just passed by, one person won. And she's a young lady. She has a good figure and looks very good looking. If my husband hadn't been waiting in line, I should have taken you to see her. Xu Yuhua glanced at Lu Xiao and joked. Lu Xiao nodded seriously and sighed, yes, what a pity. You really want to read it? Xu Yuhua rolled his eyes, picked up the book in his hand and patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder. Ha, just kidding, no matter how good looking I am, can I be as good looking as you? I am an honest person, I am single-minded and have nothing else in mind. Lu Xiao said, ducked sideways, and took advantage of the situation to hold Xu Yuhua in his arms, who almost lost his center of gravity. Be careful, don't fall. You are such an adult, why are you so reckless like a little girl? Xu Yuhua was slightly startled, but she didn't expect her husband to react so quickly. The two of them were next to each other, and their heartbeats could not help but accelerate. The main reason is that under such a public gaze, many eyes have drifted over. Xu Yuhua's face turned slightly red, then he stood firm and pushed the book in his hand in front of Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao took a deep breath, smelling the faint familiar aroma emanating from his wife, and his mind wandered. It's so uncomfortable. As the saying goes, a long absence is better than a newlywed. Although the two hadn't been separated for a long time, they had ignored each other for too long. Now that we have finally restored our relationship, it's really uncomfortable to be so excited. Night. There must be a breakthrough tonight. Where did this book come from? Lu Xiao suppressed his emotions and asked, looking at the book in his hand. Basics of Engineering Mathematical Analysis? This should be considered a book in the Advanced Mathematics category. It was given by scanning the QR code in the challenge event just now. I saw that many people got a copy, so I also scanned a copy. Xu Yuhua also suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said with a smile. Honey, if I remember correctly, you are a liberal arts student. Lu Xiao muttered. Why? You can't study it when you have nothing to do. Even if you don't understand it, can't you take it back and put it on the corner of the table? Xu Yuhua snorted. Okay, wife, you can say whatever you want. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Anyway, now that the intimacy function is suspended, you can freely tease your wife. Even if she gets angry, just calm her down. Don't worry about anything else. Husband and wife need more communication. Teasing each other counts as communication. How long will it take? Why do I feel like we are motionless? Xu Yuhua looked at the endless team in front of him and sighed. Don't feel it, we did not move at all. Lu Xiao corrected. Ah. Didn't you say 1.5 hours? At this speed, even 1.5 hours would be difficult to achieve. Xu Yuhua was a little discouraged. If they had known this, they should have come earlier tomorrow morning. But now that everyone is here, the family's mood has also been aroused. If they want to retreat temporarily again. Not to mention that the little girl refuses, she is afraid that her mood will be different if she comes to play again tomorrow. Maybe the team will get up soon. Lu Xiao said. Hopefully. After Xu Yuhua finished speaking, he lowered his head and started chatting with Ni and the other children. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, took one look at the brand new high mathematics book in his hand, tore off the plastic ceiling film, and threw the garbage into the trash can next to it. If you happen to have time, let's read a book. Intermediate Academic Skills, Current Progress, 126/200. My academic skills are still 74 points short of experience points. The further back you go, the harder it is to get. When he is free one day, he will definitely go to the library for a day to improve his skills. When I opened the book Basics of Engineering Mathematics Analysis, I thought I would not be able to understand it at all. After all the things I learned in school have been returned to the teacher. But when he saw a page, the Shueba effect was activated, and Lu Xiao became more focused. The knowledge in my mind that was about to be forgotten all came out in pieces at this moment, reorganized, connected, and reappeared. I just turned 2 pages and read for 2 minutes. Intermediate Academic Skills, Experience Value +2, Current Progress, 128/200. Lu Xiao raised his eyebrows. It went much smoother than expected. The amplification effect directly affects the progress of reading other books. Also, the skills of being a master of learning should be used in serious study. The books I read before were at best amateur books. And this advanced mathematics is the most serious learning material. After reading a few more pages carefully, the Shueba experience value was increased by 1 again. This efficiency is amazing. Lu Xiao's originally depressed mood due to the long queue recovered instantly. I began to immerse myself in the ocean of reading. Zhu Yua chatted with the little girl for a few words and found that the long queue did not affect the little girl's mood at all. This little girl has already made a few good friends, and she also promised to play games together after entering the park. The qualifications of social cattle have been reflected since childhood. Then she was relieved. As long as Nini was happy, they adults could just endure some punishment. Zhu Yua turned around and wanted to chat with her husband, but found that the other party was reading a book. That serious look definitely didn't look like he was looking casually. Ha! When did my husband become interested in advanced mathematics? Seeing that Lu Xiao was reading a book seriously, Zhu Yua didn't bother him. He lowered his head to look after Nini and started to watch short videos. Lu Xiao sighed. The progress is very stable. Basically, reading 3 or 4 pages can add 1 experience point. The growth rate has been quite fast. When Lu Xiao was halfway through reading this advanced mathematics book, a special reminder sounded in his mind, interrupting him. After studying hard, the host understands the skills, including elementary and advanced mathematics. Elementary advanced mathematics is a basic science that is extremely abstract, logical, and practical. Add 1 point of strength, 1 point of constitution, and 1 point of speed. Note, each time you upgrade, the additional attributes will also be improved again. Lu Xiao was a little confused after seeing Gaoshu's introduction. The first half of the introduction is fine. But in the second half of the sentence, why do higher numbers increase attributes? Is this the charm of learning? TSK. While sighing in his heart, he continued to look through the book of advanced mathematics. I read a few more pages. Intermediate academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 164/200. Trigger critical hit of top programming skills, primary high number experience value +99, current progress, 99/100. Lu Xiao. Chapter 56 System Upgrade Task Accomplished. Lu Xiao was shocked. This is the most experience he has gained in so many days after awakening the system. 99 points? There is only 1 point left to upgrade the basic advanced math skills. This critical hit effect is so shocking. But here's the thing. This is a critical hit brought by top programming skills, how come it affects high numbers? After reading the sentence when learning programming related knowledge, there is a very small chance of getting a critical hit in the introduction to top programming skills. Lu Xiao can be sure. This so-called programming related includes advanced mathematics. When you think about it, it seems very reasonable. Programming is a computer language, and its essential core is mathematics. Whether you are solving problems or developing algorithms in programming, they are all based on various mathematical concepts, including combinations, sequences, and deductions. After thinking about this, Lu Xiao had to sigh again. Why didn't I awaken the academic master skill in my senior year of high school? In that case, you can just be a top scorer in the college entrance examination, and then upgrade all basic subjects to the top level to become the first bachelor in China. This kind of dream has a different flavor. Lu Xiao shook his head slightly, bringing his thoughts back to reality. The weather in mid-May is so hot. If you don't bring these 2 girls out, wouldn't it be nice to lie in an air-conditioned room, read books, watch movies, do sports, and play games? But after Lu Xiao took a look at the little girl's happy look, and asked him to choose 10 more times, he would bring the 2 of them out. He is not single and is not qualified to stay at home. Lu Xiao picked up the book again and continued reading. Intermediate academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 164/200. Ding, congratulations to the host, your high math skills have been upgraded. Intermediate high math, current progress, 1/200. After reading only 2 pages, the advanced math experience value was increased by 1 point. I gathered the experience needed for the initial stage and was promoted to the intermediate advanced math level. This should be the highest upgrade record, bar none. From understanding the skill to completing an upgrade, it only took less than a minute. Very comfortable. It would be great if skills could be upgraded so quickly in the future. Lu Xiao started to want to eat shit. Just read the book and that's it. After finishing his own book, he borrowed books from the people next to him who had just scanned the QR code and brought back books to continue reading. There are linear algebra, ordinary differential equations, probability theory and mathematical statistics, and so on. The books given out by scanning the QR code during the Math Challenge event were all math-related books, which made Lu Xiao particularly satisfied. Have to say, luck is such an unpredictable thing. After he finished reading his book, when he first opened it, he received a critical hit and gained 99 experience points. After reading all the following pages, there was no critical attack again. Then came the second book, now a third of the way through. There was also not a single critical hit. This probability is really pitiful. Sometimes, something will never come if you don't talk about it, but it will come when you complain about it. This is just like playing mahjong, you need to bid the cards. Yelling and yelling, the cards were placed. Really? This second trigger critical hit of top programming skills, intermediate high number experience value plus 66, current progress, 94/200. The corners of Lu Xiao's mouth curved, and he had a feeling. This intermediate high math skill will be upgraded to advanced level faster than the academic master skill. Lu Xiao reads very quickly, reading 1.5 books in 20 minutes. The long queue finally moved forward. But it didn't move far, only about 10 meters. Compared with this winding 1,000-meter long queue, Shimi seemed to be moving, but it didn't seem to be moving much. The tourists in front and on the left and right were sighing and complaining about why it was such a sunny day today. It would be nice if it was cloudy, or there would be some cool breeze. In this free shipping area, except for the frequent rains during the plum rainy season, it is usually sunny and clear. Lu Xiao doesn't think it's too hot. It's not because I was too focused on reading. But when he is hot, he will silently recite a few lines of the introductory Buddhist scriptures in his heart. When the mind is pure and calm, it will naturally cool down. Of course, you should sweat when you should and drink water when you should. It's not a fantasy technique. The spiritual energy is revived. This introductory Buddhist scripture has a somewhat auxiliary effect. Finished the second book. Intermediate academic master skills are still short of 20 experience points, and intermediate advanced math skills are still short of 80 experience points. Soon. Continue to the next one. Lu Xiao opened the third book and started reading. The two skills gradually increased. This time the luck was not so good. After reading the entire book, there was no critical attack. The intermediate academic skill is only 6 points short of full experience. Intermediate and advanced math has increased by 20 points, and is still 60 points short of experience points. Take out the fourth book and continue reading. Originally, Lu Xiao thought that the intermediate academic master was nearing the finish line, and that he would definitely be unable to catch up with the intermediate and advanced math students. Unexpectedly, I only read 3 pages when I opened the fourth book. Critical attack reappears. This is how luck takes care of people. Ding, congratulations to the host, your high math skills have been upgraded. Advanced high numbers, current progress, 3/500. A large stream of cold water poured in from the top of his head, washing in Lu Xiao's head and body at the same time. This time he actually felt cool. From inside to outside, from top to bottom. Because advanced math skills bring not only an enlightenment of knowledge, but also additional attribute points of physique, strength and speed. Countless mathematical knowledge was stuffed into his head, which made it slightly swollen. Lu Xiao closed the book in his hand and began to digest the knowledge in his mind. As he quickly sorted and absorbed that math knowledge, he didn't notice that the experience value prompts of the intermediate academic masters were also constantly ringing. Intermediate academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 195/200. Intermediate academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 196/200. Intermediate academic skills, experience value +1, current progress, 197/200. The two complement and complement each other. About 3 minutes passed like this before Lu Xiao came back to his senses. Originally, he was a little confused as to why he had broken through to advanced skills this time and improved more than before. As a result, I found out after checking. It turns out that when I was sorting out and absorbing mathematical knowledge, my academic skills also reached an advanced level. This is really surprising. Can it be considered a double blessing? However, surprises always come unexpectedly. A more special prompt sounded at this time. All upgrade tasks have been completed, and the system has begun to upgrade. After upgrading, happiness value and related new functions will be opened. Time required for upgrade, 48 hours. Chapter 57 different? You'll find out later tonight. Is the upgrade task completed? Lu Xiao was still in a daze. After checking his properties panel, he had to admit it. This wave can be regarded as unintentional. Host, Lu Xiao. Physique, 46. Strength, 41. Agility, 40, the value for ordinary people is 20. Skills, beginner cooking, beginner Buddhist theory, advanced academic master, advanced mathematics, advanced parkour, top programming skills, advanced stone throwing. Props, none. Spouse, Chu Yuha. Couple intimacy level, 61. The additional attributes brought by the advanced high numbers just made the 3 attribute points break through to 40 at the same time, reaching the second item in the upgrade task. Coupled with the achievement of 5 advanced skills, the first upgrade task is also completed smoothly. At this point, the system begins to upgrade. It takes 48 hours. 2 days is still very short. Lu Xiao is looking forward to what changes will happen after the upgrade. After reading a few more pages, Lu Xiao discovered that when the system was upgrading, experience points would not be given by reading the book. Then let's give it up, wait for the system to be upgraded, buy more books and keep them at home. Knowledge is power, and I still lack a lot. After Chu Yuhua saw Lu Xiao put down the book, he came over curiously. When did you become so serious? I never noticed it usually. Chu Yuhua asked. Hey, aren't you trying to improve yourself after getting back together with your wife? Lu Xiao said with a smile. You have a smooth tongue, and your whole person has changed. Chu Yuhua took a deep look several times. It's indeed different. You'll know it tonight. Lu Xiao took 2 steps closer and whispered. Bah! Chu Yuhua exhaled a breath of immortal energy with a somewhat evasive expression. She didn't hear what her husband meant. My heart was throbbing, frightened and panicked. Neither she nor her husband are the kind to let go. After being married for such a long time, even if they talk about business, they only send secret signals or code words quietly. Quite obscure. If the other party does not receive it and misses it, then we can only talk about it next time. Therefore, in front of so many people and receiving such a straightforward invitation from her husband, she did not accept it for a while. I also wonder, my husband has changed a bit. Honey, did you eat something secretly? Lu Xiao pinched her nose and asked in a low voice. Chu Yuhua quickly covered her mouth. Could it be that there is a taste in my mouth? But, she didn't eat anything with a strong smell today. Moreover, she had been chatting with the people around her just now. If there was a smell in her mouth, then, that would be too embarrassing. When Chu Yuhua thought of this, his hands and feet felt awkward. Seeing this, Lu Xiao took a deep breath and said, yeah. It tastes sweet, and I still like it very much. Lu Xiao. Chu Yuhua let out a squeak and rushed over. This time, Lu Xiao did not dodge and allowed his wife to rush into his arms. What's wrong? I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, let me hear it again. Lu Xiao leaned over. Naturally, Chu Yuhua would not comply with his wish. He tilted his head slightly and said fiercely, I will eat more stinky tofu, garlic, and onions in the evening, and then I will let you try it. Okay. Then I will be even more excited. Lu Xiao was not afraid at all, his eyes were shining. Chu Yuhua. The two hugged each other, and a sour smell filled the air. It didn't attract the attention of other people around. Most people are looking at their phones and waiting in line, so they are not in the mood to pay attention to other people. Mom and Dad, how much longer? I really wants to play on the merry-go-round. The little girl broke the atmosphere between the two of them. It seems that the freshness of the children has worn off and they are all tired and want to enter the park quickly. Chu Yuhua raised his head and glanced at the long queue. It would take at least another hour. Moreover, based on the queuing experience just now, it might take more than an hour. It's so difficult. We should be able to go in more than 40 minutes. Chu Yuhua deliberately shortened the time. 40 minutes? How long is that? Can I just count to 40? The little girl tilted her head and asked in confusion. I usually watches cartoons, just watch 6 more episodes. Chu Yuhua made an analogy. There are still 6 episodes of cartoons. It will take a long time. I wants to go in now. The little girl looked at the Disney castle in the distance and pouted. There's nothing you can do about it. Look at the people next to you. They are all like us, queuing up to get in. Chu Yuhua said helplessly. The queue was too long. She just wanted to say that if she came once, she would not come again if she was beaten to death next time. Even if you come, you have to buy all kinds of exclusive services in advance. In the past, she would have been reluctant to part with it. But based on the current conditions and for NI's playing experience, the exclusive service can be purchased. Before the little girl could be disappointed, Lu Xiao said, maybe I can get in earlier. Xu Yuha and the little girl both looked at Lu Xiao curiously. Wait a bit. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, he took a temporary team card and left the team. Mom, what is Dad going to do? The little girl asked. I don't know, but let's wait and see, maybe Dad will bring us a surprise. Xu Yuha patted Annie's head. Then, she saw her husband walking up to a group of people holding banners and cameras. Both sides didn't know what they were talking about. But it could be seen that the group of people were a little surprised and confused. Xu Yuha recognized it. Those people are the same people who were setting up the street math challenge just now. It seems that the event is over and ready to go back. Why is my husband looking for them? The grand prize is gone. After only a few minutes, the group seemed to agree on something. After a little preparation, the originally closed math challenge banner was opened again. A voice with a microphone came out. Everyone just welcomed our first round of math challenge, so we have now decided to start the second round of math challenge. This round is a cash challenge. You can come up with any solvable mathematical problem to challenge our anchor. As long as you can stump our anchor, you will win a grand prize of 10,000 yuan. Of course, this challenge requires a small ticket price. Any Disney Fast Pass can challenge the host. If you succeed in the challenge, not only will the Fast Pass be returned to you, but you will also receive the grand prize of 10,000 yuan on the spot. In addition, if it is a Fast Pass for a popular event, the bonus will be doubled. As soon as these words were shouted through the loudspeaker, a large number of eyes immediately gathered. The grand prize of 10,000 yuan? As long as the anchor can't solve the question, can he directly take away the grand prize? Even if the anchor unlocks it, will he only lose a Fast Pass? You know, the Fast Pass in Disneyland is only $100 a piece even if it costs money. Some Fast Passes, activities and points can also be obtained for free. Is this challenge real or fake? Chapter 58. It's so difficult, don't look down on others. It should be true, after all, so many people are watching. I just watched their first round of challenges. It was fair and just. The prizes include Fast Passes and VIP services, and they have all been won. Yes, we went there too, and each of us scanned a book for free. It's just the first round to participate. You don't need anything. Just like, favorite and follow their live broadcast room. The surrounding tourists started talking a lot. Not many people knew about the live broadcast team originally, but now everyone has a preliminary understanding through each other. With the blessing of 10,000 yuan in cash, a young man soon ran out and stood in front of the host of the live broadcast room. Hello, are you here to take part in the challenge? The host asked quickly. Yes, I want to use the Fast Pass to challenge. The young man had obviously never experienced such a scene and was still a little nervous. He has 2 Fast Passes in his hand, both of which are exchanged for points and cost no money. If you lose, you lose. There is nothing to feel bad about. The worst thing you can do is go in and queue up. What kind of topic do you plan to take part in the challenge? The host asked curiously. This is the last question in the mathematics college entrance examination in previous years. It should be considered relatively difficult. I would like to ask, if I pay for 2 Fast Passes, can I challenge it twice? The young man chuckled. If you succeed in the challenge twice, you will have picked up 20,000 yuan in vain, which is a great feeling. The host was stunned for a moment and looked back at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao nodded. Of course there is no problem. As long as you have a pass and have difficult problems, you can challenge whatever you want. The host smiled. After saying that, he took out a large whiteboard and black pen and handed them to the young man. The young man didn't say much. He pulled up the 2 Fast Passes on his phone and started copying the questions onto the whiteboard. People were constantly gathering around, and it was very close to the queue. Therefore, the number of onlookers was much higher than when they had the first live broadcast of the math challenge. Even the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room began to slowly increase. This made the live broadcast gang very happy. They had known that the first round would also start here. The onlookers heard that the young man was going to solve a difficult math problem for the college entrance examination. Curiosity rose. The math problems in the college entrance examination are no simpler than some advanced math problems. Even top college students find it difficult to solve such a problem. They wanted to see how good this problem solver was and how dare he boast in front of so many people. Among the crowd, there was one person who was confused. Xu Yuha. She looked at the man sitting in the center of the live broadcast room with great confusion. If it's not Lu Xiao, then who is it? What's going on? Is your husband going to face a math problem? If the answer cannot be found, a bonus of 10,000 yuan will be paid? Isn't this about giving money to others for free? How could she not know her husband's math skills? That is to say, it is an average level, not as good as my own, so what does my husband want to do? I've written it. In front of the camera, the young man quickly finished writing the 2 questions. Aren't you going to change it? Please confirm again. The host said. I won't change it, but I still want to know how long it will take him to solve the problem. The young man asked. This time, the host did not turn around to ask Lu Xiao, but had already discussed this issue. 5 minutes, if our problem-solving host cannot solve the problem in 5 minutes, then we lose, the host said. Okay. Then please start. The young man handed the whiteboard back. After the host took the whiteboard, he handed it over to the problem-solving host sitting on the chair, Lu Xiao. His eyes were also full of expectation. It was this young man named Lu Xiao who stopped them just now and hoped that they could cooperate in an event here. At first, they felt confused. But after hearing Lu Xiao's activity plan, he immediately agreed. The gimmick of paying a bonus of 10,000 yuan for solving a problem is enough to attract the attention of reality and netizens. This is undoubtedly more attractive than their first round jackpot. As expected. After setting up this second round of activities and changing the name of the live broadcast room on the platform, the popularity suddenly increased. In reality, it attracted countless tourists to stop and watch, and the number of people online in the live broadcast room also increased rapidly. Now they only hope that Lu Xiao can persist a little longer. Lu Xiao, who was sitting in the center chair, gave the host a confident look not to panic and then took over the whiteboard. Written on the whiteboard. First question. Known function f, x, equals e1x axle x, a1/4. If f, x, equals 3-2x, find a. Question 2. It's a geometry question. In a combination of a trapezoid and a quadrilateral, find the measure of a dihedral angle. The onlookers could not see what was written on the whiteboard, but the live broadcast camera was already focused on the whiteboard and Lu Xiao. After netizens saw this topic, the barrage has already flooded the screen. Hey, who came out with an English question? It's obviously a math question, but there are only a few numbers. No, it's almost the college entrance examination. Look at this question, I'm confused and panicked. This is definitely much harder than the last question on the last few mock papers we've done recently. I need to be quiet. However, Lu Xiao, who was in front of the live broadcast camera, just glanced at it, and the problem-solving ideas and process automatically emerged in his mind. There is no need for him to think at all. There are high-level academic masters plus advanced high mathematics skills in charge, such difficulty. All I can say is, don't look down on people too much. Lu Xiao raised his pen and started writing. It only took 30 seconds. Lu Xiao's pen stopped. Okay, you can let the challenger find the answer and compare it. Lu Xiao raised the whiteboard and handed it to the host. Everyone at the scene and netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. 30 seconds? 2 big college entrance examination questions? What's going on? You can't copy the answer so quickly, okay? But there is indeed a lot written on the whiteboard. Okay, our problem solver has finished writing, let's verify whether the answer is correct. The host reacted immediately after staying there for 2 seconds. The young man who challenged him obviously did not expect that the opponent would be so fast. His eyes were very confused and unbelieving. Even their math teacher needs to think for 2 minutes and write for another minute when he gets this question for the first time. And this problem-solving anchor only took 30 seconds? And it didn't solve a single problem. But 2 questions. How is this possible? Although the young man had doubts, he still found the answers to these 2 questions. At the same time, he also looked at the problem solution on the whiteboard. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned. Because the problem-solving process on the whiteboard is more simplified and simpler than the reference answers found by myself, and the answers are exactly the same. This problem-solving anchor really solved both problems. I lost, the young man said discouragedly. Chapter 59. She appeared. After the live broadcast host and the young man compared the answers on the whiteboard with the reference answers, the results were announced. I'm sorry, young man, our problem solver successfully solved 2 of your questions perfectly, so we will accept your 2 passes, the host said in an apologetic tone. I'm willing to admit defeat. Your problem-solving anchor is very powerful. I'm convinced. Although the young man lost, he still admired him. After the host showed the whiteboard to everyone, the visitors also applauded Lu Xiao. Some people understood the problem-solving process on the whiteboard, and more people said it was awesome. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it or not. If both the host and the person who asked the question say it is right, then it is right. Able to answer both questions within 30 seconds of seeing the question. This is already the level of a top student in the college entrance examination, at least a top student in mathematics. Mom, did Dad defeat that little brother just now? The little girl in the team was currently riding on Chu Yua's shoulders, shouting happily. Yes, your father won. Chu Yua said with a smile. Daddy is so awesome. Come on, Daddy, the little girl shouted while waving her arms. You girl, hold on tight, otherwise it will be very painful if you fall. Chu Yua patted Ni and told her. Seeing that the little girl had grasped it again, she looked at her husband. When did my husband's math level become so high? Lu Xiao's current performance once again exceeded her expectations. Live broadcast. As soon as the first young man who asked the question went down, the second person who asked the question quickly ran up. As the saying goes, there must be a brave man under the big reward, and there is a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. If you can get this, change your mobile phone, have a big meal, buy a few favorite games or game skins, don't be too happy about it. The second question maker brought a postgraduate entrance examination question. He confidently wrote it on the whiteboard and handed it to Lu Xiao. Different people, but the same result. Lu Xiao took one look and started writing. The entire thinking time did not exceed 3 seconds. This once again amazed fans in the live broadcast room and on-site visitors. This is amazing. It seems that this problem-solving anchor is not very young. Is he really that powerful? 20 seconds. The answer is written. This time it was faster than the previous question. The host and the second question maker compared Lu Xiao's answers. It was announced happily that the problem was solved successfully, but the person who asked the question failed to challenge again. The audience cheered again, and the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded the previous maximum number of people challenging. At the same time, this also inspired the competitive spirit of the visitors. They didn't believe it. How is it possible that someone can solve all math problems? Don't mention this kind of thing to the person in front of you. Even if a professor in the field of mathematics stood up, he would not dare to say such a big thing. But people also said that challenges can only be challenged with math problems that have solutions. Mathematical conjectures that currently have no solutions cannot be shown. I'm here to challenge, I don't believe this young man can still solve it. The third challenger came up. This is a middle-aged woman in her 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and formal clothes. This temperament makes people feel like they are back in high school class. I'm afraid this woman is not a teacher. Hello challenger, may I ask, what is your occupation? The host asked curiously. I am the teaching and research team leader of the Shanghai Mathematical Olympiad Committee. I welcome all the children and middle school students here to sign up and study with us. The middle-aged woman said with a smile, placing an advertisement for herself. Mathematical Olympiad Committee in Shanghai? This is a professional. Many of the people present brought their children to play, so naturally they had heard of this place. They have won numerous awards in senior mathematical Olympiad competitions across the country and have trained countless mathematical Olympiad geniuses. Regarding the difficulty of mathematics questions, the last big question in the college entrance examination is simply not enough in the face of the mathematical Olympiad competition. Mainly because the college entrance examination mathematics questions are stipulated not to exceed the knowledge range of high school students. But the competition mathematical Olympiad questions are different, there are no restrictions at all. Even if you call a university professor, you may not be able to solve an ordinary mathematical Olympiad problem. With everyone looking more expectantly, the female team leader for the mathematical Olympiad postgraduate entrance examination showed a fast pass and wrote her questions on the whiteboard. The host and live broadcast camera also moved over. Just glanced twice. The host felt his head hurt. If he can be the host of a math challenge, he must have some mathematical skills. But after reading the questions asked by the female group leader, he said he couldn't understand them at all. This was beyond his comprehension. In addition to 666 in the live broadcast room, no one can understand what this question means. Even people who understand it don't have the slightest idea to solve the problem. They could only sigh that the questions asked by professionals were really no small matter. Almost 2 minutes passed before the middle-aged woman finished writing the topic. After showing a wry smile, the host handed the whiteboard to Lu Xiao and gave him a look. Brother, wish yourself well. After all, this challenge is indeed a bit reckless. People are outsiders, heaven is outside heaven. There are still many capable people in the great demon city. Under everyone's somewhat eager eyes, Lu Xiao took the whiteboard and started reading. After looking at it twice, this time he did not write immediately, but began to think about it. When the middle-aged woman saw this, a smile appeared on her lips. She felt proud in her heart and started writing. If you can answer this kind of question within 3 minutes, you will have reached the level of a national second-level mathematician. It is easy to become a professor at Huaqing University and North China University. But this problem-solving anchor is only a few years old, and he looks like he is in his early 20s. Everyone present saw that the problem-solving host was starting to think, and they all thought that this time he would definitely fail in solving the problem. After all, it is a question raised by the Mathematical Olympiad group, so one can imagine how difficult it is. The middle-aged woman realized that the anchor couldn't write, so she smiled and said, "I stand up just to say that mathematics is a rigorous subject. Please don't use mathematics to sensationalize others, so." But she wasn't done yet. The scene was full of exclamations. It turned out that the problem-solving anchor had already started writing quickly on the whiteboard when she spoke. When the middle-aged woman saw this, she frowned tightly and couldn't speak anymore. She just wants to know now, is this problem-solving anchor writing randomly in a hurry, or does he really have an idea? It shouldn't be. How could one come up with an idea so quickly for such a difficult mathematical Olympiad question? Only a few seconds passed. Not even 10 seconds. The scene fell silent for a while. Everyone wanted to see if the problem-solving anchor could answer the question correctly. A minute passed like this. Lu Xiao handed the whiteboard, which was mostly filled with writing, to the host. His expression was still calm, with no mood swings. No one could tell anything from the face of the problem solver. The middle-aged woman walked up quickly and checked the answers on the whiteboard. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. That's right. The answer given by this question-solving host is even better than the standard answer. This. Who is this person? Are there such outstanding young people in the field of mathematical Olympiad? It seems like she hasn't heard of it. No, that's right. He answered it. Even though she was unwilling to give in, the middle-aged woman still admitted that the other party's answer was correct. The host's face was filled with a smile again. He glanced at the number of people online in the live broadcast room, and the smile on his face broadened. This Lu Xiao is simply their lucky star today. The scene burst into warm applause and all kinds of cheers continued. Everyone admired the ability of the problem-solving anchor. It was so strong, it was simply impeccable. Chu Yuhua, who was paying close attention in the long queue, also breathed a sigh of relief. She must be on her husband's side. Anyway, I am just waiting in line to sit idle. I hope my husband can keep winning. Plus, hubby gets a fast pass every time he wins. In this way, after entering the kindergarten, the little girl can play any small project repeatedly. Just when the cheers died down a little, everyone thought that after this episode, no one would dare to challenge him again. Even the head of the teaching and research team of the Mathematical Olympiad Committee can easily win over other problem-solving anchors, let alone ordinary people. I'm afraid you won't be given a fast pass if you go up there. However, the next second, a heroic figure walked out. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Especially those tall and long legs. Even the women present were full of envy, and many men had already focused their eyes on them. But when the host saw this figure, he frowned and said with a wry smile, "Auntie, why are you here to cause trouble again? Haven't you entered the park to play yet?" Some people in the team, including Chu Yuhua, recognized this beautiful figure. This is the beautiful woman who won the first round of Math Challenge VIP 2-person exclusive service. Unexpectedly, she appeared again. What? Why don't you let me participate? Don't worry, I just saw some hints of programming language in the question just now, so I want to ask your problem solver, do you dare to challenge the programming question? Chapter 60. That's it, let's see how hard it is for me to kill him. Amidst the discussions of some people around, everyone also knew that this woman was the winner of the first round challenge of the anchor team. I didn't expect it to come back now. When the water friends in the live broadcast room saw this woman, the screen was filled with barrage, and they couldn't even look at it. Ha, this female devil is here again. I have to say, this girl is so good-looking. If I had such a good-looking girlfriend, I would be willing to lose 10 years of my life. What sweet dream are you dreaming about? I'll give up my life for at least 20 years to get another one. Are you crazy upstairs? How can you change to this in 20 years? I don't know how this young lady is going to challenge the problem-solving host. This is a strong showdown. Who will win? I'm really looking forward to it. While the water friends were complaining and chatting, the host looked helpless. He was really afraid of this ant. During the first round of challenges just now, the atmosphere was quite good, and the team members thought they could hold on until the afternoon. I never thought that as soon as this ant came out, she would go straight through the level to the end. Even the most difficult math problems did not stop her, and she ended the challenge on the spot. Now this second round of activities has reached its climax, and this ant appears again. Did they have any conflicts in their previous lives? Programming question? Grandma, this is a math challenge. Why don't you go back and find a math problem before trying again? The host quickly advised. Call me Gaolan. I don't want to recognize your grandson who is so old yet. Gaolan smiled softly and continued, ask your problem-solving anchor if he is willing. I can pay for what I have just done. VIP Exclusive Service Award for 2 people. She was driven from the imperial capital to the magical capital this morning by her father. It was said that she was asked to discuss the 8th topic with Uncle Li Bing. But when I called Uncle Li Bing, the line was always busy. After contacting the other party's assistant, he said that Uncle Li Bing would be busy at noon today and would only be free in the afternoon. That's why she took some time to go to Disneyland, but unexpectedly she encountered a math challenge. Anyway, they were all what she was good at, so she was not polite and directly participated in the challenge and won the grand prize, which satisfied her little mood. I just made a phone call outside the park. After making the call, I was about to enter the park and start walking around. Unexpectedly, I met these guys holding a second activity. Then she won't be polite. And? Miss Gaolan, even if it's a programming problem, we don't have a computer. Do we have to write the code by hand? I think, or. When the host still wanted to give some advice. 2 voices interrupted him. One of the voices belonged to Gaolan. I happen to bring a computer with me. Gaolan conjured a laptop from nowhere and waved it in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, many people said 4 words in their hearts, come prepared. The other voice belonged to the problem-solving anchor Lu Xiao. Okay, let her give the programming question, I accept the challenge. Lu Xiao agreed. After he knew that this woman was the one who won the first math challenge grand prize, he couldn't help but take a second look. Not to mention, just like my wife said, he looks good. But no matter how good-looking she is not as good-looking as her wife. When my wife was a student, she was the class beauty. At that time, the 2 of them were sitting at the front and back tables, and he was sitting behind Yuhi. Every time I lay down to sleep, I would be woken up by Yuhi's ponytail. When he had a question, when he wanted to chat, he would reach out and poke forward a few times, and someone would immediately turn around and invite him to fist. Over time, the relationship between the 2 became closer and closer. Became a couple. At that time, my wife's appearance was still sealed by her long bangs. If he hadn't been in the right place at the right time and on a first-come first-served basis, it probably wouldn't have been his turn when his wife later showed off her amazing looks. Certainly. Lu Xiao agreed to the other party's challenge not because this young lady was pretty. Instead, the other party said that they would take out the VIP service for 2 people as a challenge coupon. The challenge is still programming. When Lu Xiao first heard this, his expression was quite strange. Instead of challenging math problems, challenge programming? This woman's luck is a bit unlucky. I'm afraid I don't know that my only top skill is programming. The host looked at Gaolan and then at Lu Xiao. Alright. One is willing to fight, the other is willing to suffer. What else could he say? Since our problem-solving host has accepted the challenge, let's ask Miss Gaolan to come up with the question. The host announced the start of the challenge without further persuasion. Gaolan smiled, very happily. She had just seen the problem-solving anchor solve the mathematical Olympiad competition problem easily, so she had this sudden temptation. This guy is definitely a math genius, but he just doesn't know how to program. If the other party also knows programming, then maybe you can really get a programming genius. The Demon City deserves to be called the Demon City. Talent abounds. Gaolan opened his notebook and found a programming question. This is a small question in the Dijkstra algorithm question in the 8th unsolvable topic. She had been studying this little topic for a long time before, but she didn't have any ideas. Until this morning, the river mud guy cracked the Dijkstra algorithm problem. She used the reverse reasoning method to finally solve this small problem that had puzzled her for half a year. It would be perfect to consider it as this challenge question. Hee, young man, it's not that I want to embarrass you. I just want you to understand that young people should not be blindly confident. There are many people who are better than you, just like the ant and me in front of you. Gao Lan suppressed the excitement in his heart and handed over the notebook. Chapter 61. Are you sure you want to use this question? The host looked at the notebook handed over by Gao Lan. If we talk about the previous mathematical Olympiad questions, he can still understand a little bit. The programming question that Gao Lan handed over now made people dizzy just by looking at it. People with trypophobia can't take a second look at it, and they will faint on the ground if they look at it again. What is on this computer screen? For people who don't know programming, it's like a dense swarm of black ants moving around, which is daunting. When the host handed the notebook to Lu Xiao, he whispered, "Brother, if it doesn't work out, we can still refuse. It won't be embarrassing. After all, we are a math challenge." Lu Xiao showed him a reassuring smile. "It's okay, I'm better at programming than mathematics," Lu Xiao whispered. The host blinked hard when he heard this. After confirming that the other party was not joking, he stepped aside with a surprised look on his face. Better at programming? Real or fake? This Lu Xiao doesn't look big, is he really that powerful? At first, when Lu Xiao came to them, they didn't take it seriously and didn't think of taking advice. If the other party hadn't promised a 10,000 yuan grand prize, they definitely wouldn't have staged the second math challenge. And it turns out, this Lu Xiao is indeed a math master. But now this big guy says he is better at programming. The host couldn't calm down for a while. Maybe Lu Xiao was just talking. The live broadcast room and the audience were not optimistic about this challenge. The person who asked the question was a woman who had just won the grand prize, and this time it was a programming question. Really? Everyone observed that the problem-solving anchor took over the laptop. After seeing the questions on the screen, his brows furrowed and his expression became uncomfortable. It's over, it's over. The problem-solving anchor broke his defense. This one is gone. It seems that a cash prize of 10,000 yuan is going to be paid out. Lu Xiao sighed. When he saw the programming questions on his notebook, he was indeed surprised. But what surprised him wasn't this topic just a small question in the 8th topic he just solved in the early morning? This woman actually took out this thing to test him? What a coincidence. Whenever he changed a topic that he didn't understand, he still needed to think about it for a few seconds. But this? Are you sure you want to use this question? Lu Xiao asked with a strange expression. Gao Lan looked over proudly and said with a smile, "What's wrong? You think it's too difficult? How about I change it to a simple one for you? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a provocation. It will not be replaced. What she wants is for the other party to bow his head and admit defeat." Lu Xiao glanced at her and didn't answer. His hands started dancing wildly on the keyboard. The speed was so fast that only the afterimages between the fingers could be seen, and there was no pause in the whole process. Gao Lan was stunned. The host was confused. The audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room were confused. Many people know that coders can type very quickly, but most people have never seen it. Today, their eyes were opened. The speed of typing on the keyboard is so crackling, you probably need to press more than 10 times per second, right? A dozen times? Can you see his fingers beating clearly? The speed is at least 30 or 40 times per second. Holy shit! This is too fast. Does he know what he is doing? Are all programmers so good? How is it possible? I am a programmer, but my typing speed is not even half of his. This problem-solving anchor is definitely a programming master. Those who are good at mathematics may not be good at programming. But those who are good at programming will definitely be good at mathematics. Laymen watched the excitement, while insiders watched the door. Gao Lan was shocked on the spot, his eyes full of doubts. This problem-solving anchor has already thought of a solution? Impossible. Even with her level of programming, this question would have taken several months. In the end, she had to rely on the conclusions of the River Mud Boss to figure it out. And now the other party just took a look and has an idea? Even if she were beaten to death, she wouldn't believe this fact. This problem-solving anchor should be verifying his ideas, and Gao Lan had a guess in his mind. She remembered that when she first saw this little problem, she thought it was no big deal and just did it. But after typing for a while, she found that the question had reached a dead end and failed to solve it. In the past few months, she didn't know how many times she had failed. After thinking about this, her mood improved a lot, and she stood there waiting for the problem-solving anchor to reach a dead end. Lu Xiao just typed on the keyboard quickly for more than a minute and entered an unknown number of lines of code. Day. After typing the last few lines of code, Lu Xiao took his hands off the keyboard and stopped. Gao Lan smiled. That's it? A minute and a half? The young man is small and handsome, with good height, but short and fast. What a pity. I'm done, please verify it. Lu Xiao stood up from the chair at this time, walked over and handed the notebook to the long-legged woman. When everyone at the scene heard this, they applauded and cheered. They didn't know how difficult the question was. They only knew that the question-solving anchor was so awesome that he solved another question. As for whether it's correct or not, judging from the way the problem-solving host is giggling, it's pretty much the same. Then, everyone turned their attention to the long-legged female top student, expecting the other party to announce the results. Gao Lan was dumbfounded again. What did this person say? Already done? What was accomplished? What she asked was a small question under a big topic in the 8th topic. A question that had troubled her for months. No, completing it does not mean it is solved. It must be verified to determine whether it is correct. Gao Lan said nothing, took the notebook and began to verify the other party's answers. Soon, a prompt box popped up on her notebook. But it wasn't the verification failure she imagined. But processed successfully. Succeeded? You actually solved this problem. How is this possible? Impossible. Gao Lan shouted. This moment. She was completely confused, shocked, disbelieving, and complex emotions swept her around. Lu Xiao didn't say much, but just walked to the host. She admitted that the answer is correct, so can you give me the 2-person VIP service? Lu Xiao took out his mobile phone and said. Before the challenge begins, each challenger will send an electronic ticket such as a fast pass to the host for safekeeping. After the challenge is over, the host will return it or send it to Lu Xiao. Now the long-legged female academic looked seriously frustrated and admitted that the answer was correct. Then this thing must be given to Lu Xiao. Brother! You are really my brother. Aren't you going to continue the challenge? The host saw Lu Xiao wanting to leave and said. No, my family is still waiting to enter the park to play. Lu Xiao refused with a smile. The harvest this time is still very good. I got VIP exclusive service and many fast passes. Once you get in, you can go through the fun items a few more times. My name is Dadong, I am the leader and host of this anchor team. Brother Lu will keep in touch when he is free in the future. If we hold such an event next time, please consider it. The host was very polite. Invited. Mathematics and programming talents like Brother Lu are probably very rare to see. It will definitely be of great benefit to you to build good relationships. Okay, definitely next time. After Lu Xiao got all the prizes he had won, he quickly left the crowd and walked towards the long line. On Gao Lan's side, he recovered after experiencing many shocks and blows in his heart. Genius. This man is definitely a programming genius who is even better than himself, and much better. Such people must not be let go. But when she looked up to find the problem-solving genius, she found that he was gone. Where is the person? Where is your problem-solving anchor? Gao Lan asked the host eagerly. Just left, we should be entering the park. The host pointed in one direction and said. Gao Lan put his notebook into his backpack and immediately chased after him. The host also thought that the other party was unconvinced and wanted to cause trouble for Lu Xiao. Just when he wanted to give some advice, he found that Gao Lan had run far away. Ha! Is this woman a runner? This speed is almost catching up with athletes. Chapter 62 The strongest support is online. On Lu Xiao's side, after receiving the VIP 2-person exclusive service, he picked up his wife and NINI from the queue. This long queue will take at least another hour if we continue to queue. They now have a lot of fast passes, and they can play a lot of things in an hour. Dad, you are so awesome. Everyone next to you is praising you. The little girl threw herself on Lu Xiao and said excitedly. Indeed, Dad has become more powerful recently. Chu Yua agreed following the little girl's words. When Lu Xiao heard this, he suddenly lowered his head and said in Chu Yua's ear, this sentence is very good. I suggest you, my wife, repeat it several times at night. Chu Yua didn't react immediately and didn't understand what it meant. But soon, she realized it with a blush on her face. Bah! Lu Xiao, can you be serious? There are so many people watching. Chu Yuhua lowered his head slightly and quickly pulled the two of them away. Has my husband been holding it in for too long? Today is particularly different. He always talks about whether there is something or not. Is there anyone more serious than me? Everyone else was paying attention to the beautiful women just now, and I was the only one who was concentrating on answering the questions and not being lewd, okay? Lu Xiao said with a proud smile. Chu Yuhua chuckled and asked quickly, so, is that beautiful woman just now good looking? Lu Xiao subconsciously answered his wife's question while holding the little girl in his arms. What's so good looking, isn't it just a pair of long legs? Ouch. It hurts. Lu Xiao realized something was wrong only halfway through speaking. There is a trap. But it's too late. His wife's ruthless iron claws had already been tightened on his waist, and she had even turned half a circle. Dad, what's wrong with you? Wherever it hurts, I will give you a puff, and it won't hurt anymore. The little girl in her arms asked with concern. Chu Yuhua quickly explained, it's okay Ni, your dad is just making faces with you to tease you. Yes, your mother is right. Lu Xiao felt that the claws on her waist were still wandering around, so she could only give in and fight. A good man does not suffer immediate losses. Wait. Let's talk about it after further research. Just when a family of 3 walked to the Disney ticket gate, an urgent voice came from behind. The problem-solving anchor just now, wait a moment. Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua both turned back in confusion and saw the person shouting to them at a glance. It was the long-legged female academic who had just lost the exclusive VIP service for 2 people. Why is this person? Could it be that she regretted it? This was the first reaction of Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua. Excuse me, what's the matter? Lu Xiao called back and asked before the other party came closer. I'm willing to admit defeat. I don't want anything back. I just want to add your V letter. Gao Lan took a few quick breaths and said. As soon as these words came out, Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua's expressions became even stranger. Chu Yuhua said nothing. She wanted to see how her husband would handle this matter. Moreover, this woman is too bold. Didn't you see her husband holding the child next to her? All I can say is that times have changed, and people nowadays are so crazy. Sorry, I can't add you. I have a wife and children, so you'd better find someone else. After saying this, Lu Xiao hugged Ni and pulled Chu Yuhua into the VIP channel quickly. Only Gao Lan was left stunned. What? What a wife and children, I'm not chasing you. You talk to me about all this nonsense. Feeling the many surprised looks from around him, Gao Lan felt ashamed and annoyed. He wished he could catch the problem-solving anchor and give him a military punch. Is there anyone who falsely accuses others? She is still single from birth, okay? It's not that she has the wrong orientation, there are always long lines of people chasing her every year. It's just that she hasn't met the one she likes yet. But anyway, this person must not be let go. The domestic programming world is about to usher in a turnaround, if more talents can join. That will definitely push China to a new level. As a child of the military, she must complete her mission even if she is risking her life. Despite this belief, Gao Lan was quickly stopped by 2 VIP channel staff. Excuse me, madam, please show me the QR code for the VIP exclusive service. This is a VIP channel. If you are a tourist, you need to line up at the back to enter the park. The staff said politely. Gao Lan. Can I buy VIP services? How much does it cost? She asked. You can only buy items 3 days from now. The staff member replied truthfully. Then are there any other ways to get into the park quickly? You can join the Magic City 33 Club. If you become a member, you can quickly enter the park. Gajajaj. I'll add it now. Then please operate it on your mobile phone. You will need to pay a membership fee of approximately 800,000. Seize the young master. This year's membership fee is 800,000, and the annual fee will be 100,000 in the future. Ahem, you're going to line up over there, right? Yes, I would also like to remind you that please do not purchase any scalper services. If found, you will be disqualified from queuing. In the end, Gao Lan gritted his teeth and glared in the direction of the VIP channel, then walked helplessly to the back of the line. Holy shit! This is hundreds of meters farther than before. She yelled. I didn't expect that my husband would be so determined that he would reject such a beautiful woman. Chu Yuhua praised. Although it was a compliment, Lu Xiao could hear the danger in it. What's wrong with my wife? Then I must refuse. Even if there are 10 beauties like this, I will not look away, sit calmly in my arms, and be a proper gentleman. Lu Xiao promised. Chu Yue glared at Lu Xiao, feeling that there was something wrong with what he said. Wow! Dad, Mom, there's Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck there. The little girl climbed off Lu Xiao and ran towards the big doll next to her. Lu Xiao naturally followed closely behind the little girl. Chu Yue looked at the happy father and daughter, then looked down at his own figure, with a sad look in his eyes. If compared to the female top student just now, she is inferior in terms of height, leg length, skin condition, grooming, etc. Only her chest has an advantage. There is no way, after having the little girl, coupled with the lack of exercise, it has indeed affected too much. She is now at least 3 or 4 pounds heavier than her standard weight. I'm slightly fat. I want to lose weight, but it's not that easy. Well. At this time, an emotionless electronic synthesized voice suddenly sounded in her mind. The most powerful auxiliary function, turn on. In 15 minutes, the first check-in task will be carried out. Chu Yue was confused. What happened? What is this sound? Is it an auditory hallucination? On the other side, Lu Xiao was taking pictures of the little girl and the big doll. A reminder also sounded in my mind. System upgrade function updated, remaining time, 47 hours. Lu Xiao didn't pay attention and murmured in his heart. Is it possible that this countdown should be reminded every hour? Chapter 63 The First Check-in Mission. When Lu Xiao patted the little girl, the father and daughter were just like they had just been released, full of laughter and joy. Chu Yue stood nearby, frowning slightly. After a few minutes of calming down, she was now sure that she seemed to have been touched by something. As soon as you close your eyes, you can see a countdown prompt. 12 minutes later, the first clock-in will take place. She searched the internet on her mobile phone. She couldn't find any serious information, but she found a lot of urban novels written by men. After taking a few glances, she seemed to understand the strange things that had happened to her. Awakened Goldfinger? A counterattack in life? It seems, not a bad thing. I just don't know what will happen in 10 minutes. Chu Yue became interested in this. As for whether to tell her husband what happened to her, of course she chose not to tell. Not to mention whether this golden finger is reliable or not. Even if it is true, she would rather change herself secretly and continue to surprise her husband. If it's a showdown, wouldn't it take a lot of fun out of it? Thinking of this, Chu Yue, who was worried about his figure just now, suddenly became enlightened. And let's go play the merry-go-round? Chu Yue shouted to the big one and the small one. Carousel, let's go, Dad, let's go play together. The little girl, who was about to take pictures with another big doll, immediately pulled Lu Xiao to play on the merry-go-round. And Mom ride a horse, okay, let Dad take pictures? Chu Yue said with a smile. Okay, Dad, then you must take good pictures of I. The little girl warned Lu Xiao. Don't worry, I looks good no matter how you take the photo, and my wife is just as good looking. Lu Xiao said halfway and quickly added his wife. Chu Yue rolled his eyes at me, counting on your last strike to be on time. The family of 3 went straight to the first project. With the fast pass they had obtained before, the 2 of them were not stingy at all. If the little girl wanted to play, she could just skip the line and enter. Just have fun. The game project is different from reality, please don't think too much about it. Walking into the express lane of the carousel and seeing the queue time of almost more than an hour in the regular lane next to it, Lu Xiao said that his previous decision was too wise. It would be nice to win a few more fast passes. You can have more leftover than you can use, but don't run out. But think about it, after he defeated the female top student, no one would dare to challenge him again. After just 1 minute of walking, the 3 of them were already on the carousel. The little girl was laughing and joking the whole time, smiling from ear to ear. They even put on a lot of moves when taking photos, and Lu Xiao had to take pictures of each one. The Trojan turntable stopped after 3 turns. It takes less than 2 minutes. Lu Xiao looked back at the ordinary team that was barely moving outside, and suddenly felt that the fast pass was too good. Otherwise, you would have to wait in line for an hour to play one event. This is still an ordinary event. If it is a popular event, it will take at least 2 or 3 hours. That way, even at the end of the day, you can only play a few projects, and they are all queued up. It's so fun, Dad, Mom, and I wants to play again. The little girl came out of the Trojan carousel, still not satisfied. There are many other more fun things here. We can play them all and come back and play the carousel again. Chu Yua gave a reasonable suggestion. When the little girl saw that her mother couldn't do it, she stared at her father innocently with her big eyes and muttered, "Dad and I hasn't had enough of this yet." "Okay, Daddy will play with you, and Mommy will take a rest here. How about that?" Lu Xiao asked the older one and the younger one. "Okay, then I'll wait for you here." Chu Yua agreed with this opinion. Fast Pass can save one ticket. Who knows what project the little girl might want to revisit soon? Yeah. Daddy is the best. The little girl felt tired for a while holding Lu Xiao, and the father and daughter entered the express lane of the carousel again. Chu Yuha withdrew her gaze. She didn't want to paint the carousel again, and there was another reason. After 1 minute, the first check-in will take place. My golden finger seems to be refreshing for the first time. She knows what clocking in means. But I don't know what the punch card in this golden finger means? After waiting quietly for a minute, the reminder in my mind updated. The first check-in location is Disneyland and the Ghost Mansion. Clock in time, within 30 minutes. Punch in task, automatically refreshed when arriving at the check-in location. Punch in reward, trait points x3. After Chu Yuha read these lines of prompts, she understood everything above, but she didn't quite understand the check-in reward. Characteristic point? What is this? As if aware of her doubts, an explanation emerged from her mind. Trait points, you can change your temperament, figure, charm, appearance and other attributes. Seeing this explanation, a bright light suddenly appeared in Chu Yuha's eyes. She immediately turned her head and looked in the direction of the merry-go-round, wishing she could pull the big one and the small one to the check-in point right now. Finally hit a golden finger, don't die before you start. Let her feel it anyway. She breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the two of them were already on the wooden horse. The mission lasts 30 minutes, so that's still plenty of time. Taking this opportunity, Chu Yuha walked to the park map next to him and checked the fastest route from here to the Ghost Mansion. By the way, what kind of place is this Ghost Mansion? 2 minutes later, one large and one small child walked out of the Trojan carousel very happily. "Ni, which project should we play next?" Lu Xiao walked over and asked the little girl with a smile. Before the little girl could think about it, Chu Yuha had already grabbed the two guys and walked in the same direction. "Honey, where are we going?" Lu Xiao asked curiously. He thought that Yuha had just prepared a strategy for the next project. "Ghost Mansion," Chu Yuha said firmly. "Ah." Lu Xiao looked a little strange when he heard the name and said, "Honey, that's a haunted house. Isn't this what you're most afraid of?" Chu Yua's forward movement came to an abrupt halt. Ghost Mansion? Haunted house? She just said there was something wrong with the name of the project. But when I thought about it, this was my first check-in point, and there was a check-in reward. What a haunted house for a reward. It's okay, I just want to challenge myself this time. Chu Yuha encouraged herself in her heart. Okay then, let's go. I told my wife this when I met her. Lu Xiao didn't try to persuade him again. He checked the reviews of this project, and they all said that this ghost castle is not scary, and there are no restrictions on children. As long as you're not afraid of the dark, there's no problem. The little girl is lively and cheerful, carefree, and really not afraid of the dark. But in my impression, my wife seems to be very afraid of the dark. What's wrong with me today? I have to challenge myself like this. Lu Xiao didn't want to understand. Under the guidance of Chu Yuha, the three of them walked for 2 minutes and arrived at the ghost castle. The building of this project is a super large vampire apartment with a mummy shape on it. As soon as the little girl saw this, she became very interested and shouted to go in quickly. She was so happy. When Chu Yuha saw this ghost mansion, the hairs all over his body stood up. Maybe, just punch in at the door. However, she was disappointed. Even though the three of them arrived at the door, the prompts in their minds did not change. This clearly means letting her in. Fight. Chu Yuha took several deep breaths before holding Lu Xiao's hand tightly and walked in through the express lane. As soon as she entered the ghost mansion, the prompts in her mind were refreshed. Chapter 64 Darkness makes people crazy. Chu Yuha's eyes widened when he saw this check-in task. Haunted house? Kiss? What's going on? How strange. But before she could complain in her heart, she felt that her eyes had lost the light and fell into darkness. After a little adaptation, they entered the express lane of the ghost mansion. Yes. The project has not started yet. This ghost mansion is one of the popular projects, and the average queue is at least 3 hours. Even if they come in with a fast pass, they still have to queue for 10 minutes to play. On the walls on both sides of the express passage, there are some shiny pictures hanging, including various vampire dukes, bats, ghosts, etc. None of these pictures are of the scary kind. Therefore, the little girl felt better after walking in. She kept looking here and there, asking what this was and what that was from time to time, showing no fear at all. On the other hand, Xu Yuhua, after the surroundings fell into darkness, she had unconsciously leaned against Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao liked this feeling very much. He stretched out his other hand and hugged his wife in his arms. At this moment, he was in a better mood than the little girl. My wife would never behave like this at ordinary times. It's a pity why they are in the fast track. The queue was completed in 10 minutes, plus the project process took 7 or 8 minutes, and the whole thing was over in 20 minutes. If you were in an ordinary queue, you would be plunged into darkness for at least 2 or 3 hours. Husband. At this time, Lu Xiao heard Xu Yuhua calling him. What's wrong, wifey, if you're scared, Just as Lu Xiao was halfway through his words, his mouth was sealed by a touch of softness. Is it so exciting? You must know that although it is dark now, the light emitting from the wall can still be seen clearly. There were people lined up in front and behind them, and Lu Xiao was really shocked by his wife's sudden attack. Darkness under the lamp can really make people twice as courageous. Feeling his wife's gentleness, he was about to respond. My wife quickly lowered her head and leaned closer to her. He must be shy. Lu Xiao looked at Xu Yuhua tenderly, without saying anything, and her mood was slightly agitated. Just keep the atmosphere going, as speaking out may ruin the feeling. The other side. Xu Yuhua was indeed shy. In such an environment with many people, coupled with darkness and fear, one would do such a thing. She felt that her heartbeat was much faster than usual. Check-in task, complete 10 different kisses with your husband, current progress, 1/10. Seeing that the clock-in task had been completed to a certain extent, Xu Yuhua was not happy, but instead became puzzled. This was just a form of kissing. What to do with the remaining 9 types? Where did the 9 kinds come from? Seeing the team advancing little by little, Xu Yuhua felt annoyed to death. She didn't even think of the second option. It seems that I have watched too few idol dramas and romantic dramas in the past 2 years. I must make up for it when I go back this time. After thinking for a minute, Xu Yuhua started his second action. Husband, my shoelaces seem to be untied, can you check for me? Lu Xiao, who was introducing the vampire duke on the wall to the little girl, heard his wife's words, responded and squatted down. If there is still light above, it will be dark after squatting down, and you can't even see your feet clearly. No wonder my wife doesn't dare to squat down and fix her shoelaces by herself. But Lu Xiao touched his wife's 2 shoes. The shoelaces were well tied and not loosened. Honey, you feel wrong, your shoelaces are all tied well, Lu Xiao's eyes widened. His wife had bent down and kissed him. The long hair tickled his face, blocking their faces. This kiss lasted a little longer than before. Lu Xiao responded, but his wife stopped and stood up straight. Oh, maybe I felt wrong. Xu Yuhua turned around and said vaguely. Lu Xiao was confused. Which one is this? To lure the enemy deeper, to give if you want to take it, or to let it go if you want to capture it. Every time I was given a favor, I just ran away. How could such a good thing happen? Lu Xiao also lost his temper, and immediately pulled Xu Yuhua into his arms, and kissed her under her astonished eyes. At first, my wife wanted to resist, but she soon stopped making any move. Lu Xiao was not a social cow, so naturally he did not dare to be too presumptuous. After his small revenge was successful, he let his wife go. And he gave his wife a look that said, don't blame me, you forced me to do this. I thought that my wife, who has always had stage fright in this area, would be defeated. Unexpectedly, the other party gave him a more provocative look, meaning, come back if you have the ability. Lu Xiao was stunned. The small flame that had been ignited in his heart suddenly jumped 10 feet high under the dual stimulation of his wife and darkness. He was about to attack again, but was stopped by his wife. This trick has been used just now, try another method. Xu Yuhua whispered in his ear. Lu Xiao blinked hard. Is the power of darkness so strong? If he hadn't been sure that this was his wife, he wouldn't have believed that his wife was so good at playing. In what way? Lu Xiao asked in a low voice. It's up to you. I don't know either. Xu Yuhua felt very embarrassed about this topic. Lu Xiao looked at the back of his team and saw those playing with their mobile phones, but no one paid attention to them. His heart suddenly crossed, he immediately picked up his wife and leaned against the wall. Before his wife could utter an exclamation, he leaned over and blocked her. It is more than words. 10 seconds later, there was a burst of whispers from behind the team. The two of them separated in a hurry, breathing quickly and heavily. "Mom, why are you jumping on Dad?" came the curious voice of the little girl. Chapter 65 River Mud Boss? It's him! Xu Yuhua quickly jumped off Lu Xiao and lowered his head to straighten his clothes. Lu Xiao laughed aloud and explained to the little girl, "Mom just saw a small flying insect and was shocked." "Mom, don't be afraid. Next time there is a flying insect, tell NINI. If NINI is not afraid, you can kill it." The little girl did not doubt that he was there. "Yeah, NINI is the best," Xu Yuhua praised. "But NINI is afraid of mice, they will bite people." After the little girl finished speaking, she continued to look at the pictures on the wall, listening to someone whispering behind them about what the two of them did just now. Xu Yuhua was even more embarrassed. But Lu Xiao looked as shameless as a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. What? No need to show affection anymore. After so many years, her wife finally lets go once, just for a kiss. If anyone dares to say something unpleasant, don't blame him for falling out on the spot. Fortunately, the people lining up at the back didn't have any bad words, most of them were just envious. After all, in this day and age, kissing two people on the street will only attract a few eyeballs. Not breaking the law. As soon as this little episode came out, the charming atmosphere just now disappeared. Lu Xiao secretly sighed that it was a pity. Xu Yuhua suppressed her shyness and checked the clock-in tasks. Check-in task: complete 10 different kisses with your husband, current progress, April 10th. Sure enough, my husband is better at this kind of thing. He thought for a long time before he came up with 2 options. As a result, as soon as my husband took action, he did both. Next there are 6 more. Xu Yuhua did not act too hastily this time, but took out his mobile phone and started searching. N ways to kiss. Not to mention, the search yielded hundreds of thousands of results. There are even some unsightly contents at the front. Xu Yuhua skipped these contents and clicked on a few he wanted to see. While she was checking her phone with a blushing face, she secretly glanced at her husband a few times to guard against him coming closer. She couldn't let others see this. There are still 20 minutes to clock in. Sharpening the knife will not make you a chopping wood. 10 minutes later. It was Lu Xiao's family's turn to be fast-tracked. Although Disney's Haunted Mansion is a haunted house, it is not the kind of free exploration haunted house. Instead, every 2 to 3 people sit on a small boat, and more than a dozen small boats are connected together. Then, the boat automatically sails around the entire ghost mansion. Along the tour route, there will be live vampire performances on both sides, ghosts mapped with 3D laser technology, and some weird things. This trip is mainly about experiencing the combination of technology and art. That's why this haunted house is open to children. If it's like one of those walking exploration haunted houses where 2 staff members pop out from time to scare you, then children are definitely not allowed to enter. After getting on the boat, the little girl sat on the far left, Lu Xiao sat in the middle, and Xu Yuhua sat on the far right. Both sides are the best places to view the ghost mansion. After the boat is launched, the guardrails will be lowered, so there is no need to worry about people falling out. After the staff checked that the safety equipment of each boat was normal, they announced the start of the project. It's finally started, the boat is rushing, the little girl waved her hands, with joy written on her face. As the first set of realistic 3D laser ghost shows appeared on both sides, the little girl's attention was immediately attracted. Lu Xiao was also here for the first time and was still interested in these performances. But he wanted to see it. Some people are not focused on these performances at all. After learning the secret manual of kung fu techniques, Xu Yuhua quietly whispered a few words into Lu Xiao's ear. Lu Xiao's eyes widened, as if he heard something shocking, and he still wanted to ask a few questions. Don't think about it, there's no time. Xu Yuhua pulled Lu Xiao over in one fell swoop. Inside the ghost mansion, the smell of dog food fills the boat. The Disney gate on the other side. But it was another scene of sighs and resentment. The long queue still has no end in sight. Gao Lan has been waiting in line for 40 minutes and is now in the middle of the queue. It is expected that it will take about 30 minutes to enter the park. She was feeling very irritable at the moment. This was the most depressing day for her in the past 2 years. In the imperial capital, no matter where she goes, even if she has to queue, she can find the relevant connections and enter directly with just one phone call. As for the Magic City, She had only been here a few times and was still unfamiliar with this place. If anyone tells me to come to Disney again in the future, I will definitely treat him as a target. Just then, her cell phone rang. Originally, Gao Lan was not in the mood to answer the phone, no matter who called. But when she saw the name of the caller, she immediately cheered up. Uncle Lee. The next second, she had pressed the answer button. This is Uncle Lee. The group of people standing at the top of the Magic City Pyramid. Asking Uncle Lee to help get Disney VIP exclusive service should be a piece of cake. Uncle Lee, I finally waited until you called back. Gao Lan looked extremely aggrieved when he spoke. I thought Uncle Lee would comfort her, ask what was wrong, and finally conjure a VIP ticket for her. But reality is always unexpected. You girl, the 2 sub-questions of the 8th topic have been solved. You don't even say hello to Uncle Lee about such a big thing, and you still think I am your Uncle Lee. The other end of the phone was a little angry. Gao Lan was stunned. Why was he counterattacked before he even started to suffer misfortune? The key is that the other party's reasons are quite good. Uncle Lee is one of the core people who researched the 8th topic in China. He did not inform the other party of this matter at the first time. Ahem, Uncle Lee. You really don't blame me for this. It's my father who told me not to let the news out for the time being. After all, the 2 solved questions are too critical. Gao Lan said awkwardly. Your father asked you not to mention it to outsiders, okay? You think your Uncle Lee is an outsider, right? The other end of the phone became even more angry. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it next time. Uncle Lee, don't be angry. I won't notify my father if there is any news next time. I'll just say hello to you first. Do you think that's okay? Gao Lan admitted his mistake in a second. Have no idea. Under other people's roof, you have to bow your head. What's more, she still needs Uncle Lee. Humph. It's good to know. Next time you have something like this, you must inform me first. You girl, my uncle always helps you a lot in real life and on forums. Li Bing muttered. Yes, Uncle Lee is the best to me. By the way, how did you know about this, Uncle Lee? Gao Lan asked curiously. Your father told a big shot in the military department, and the big shot came to me to verify the matter. I was shocked at the time, so I called and criticized your father, and then called you. Li Bing said angrily. Hearing that his father was being scolded, Gao Lan gloated and laughed. It is estimated that only people like Uncle Lee dare to talk to his father like that. Okay, stop laughing, girl. I called you to tell you that people from the Jiangnan military headquarters went to visit Mr. Henny, but they got a rejection and kept getting hung up on him when I called him. We tracked each other's mobile phone signal and found that Mr. He and I has come to Magic City. But we are afraid of causing the other party's bad mood. I heard from your father that you are in Magic City now, and you and Mr. He and I are in the forum. The conversation was pretty good, so I sent you over to make contact. If my guess is correct, Mr. Henny should still have the source code USB flash drive with him. How about it, can you do this task? Li Bing on the other end of the phone told him about this urgent mission. I can do it, I will definitely complete the task. Gao Lan subconsciously put his feet together, straightened his back, and said seriously. The sudden movement also aroused the side glances of the people around him. They discovered that the lazy beauty just now seemed to have suddenly changed into a completely different person, exuding a sense of vigor. This has been Gao Lan's habit for many years. When it's time to play, play happily, and when it's time to be serious immediately. Now it is an important task regarding the River Mud Boss and the source code USB disk, and there is no room for her to make any mistakes in this matter. Immediately, Gao Lan walked out of the queue that had been waiting for more than 40 minutes. Compared with this task, everything else can be put aside for the time being. Uncle Lee, do you have the contact information of the River Mud Boss? Gao Lan asked. It's coming from your father. I'll send it to you now. Remember not to be reckless. You should understand. Li Bing warned. Don't worry, Uncle Lee, I understand. Gao Lan affirmed. After the two hung up the phone, Gao Lan received a phone number from Uncle Lee. Gao Lan adjusted his emotions and suppressed his inner excitement. Although she and the River Mud Boss had a good chat on the forum, they had not spoken in real life, which inevitably made her feel nervous. After taking 2 more deep breaths, he pressed the dial button. The phone beeped twice and then connected. Hello. A very young voice came from the other end of the phone. This made Gao Lan frown. She looked at the number she dialed and the number given by Uncle Lee. That's right. Why is this voice so young? Excuse me, is this River Mud Boss Lu Xiao? Gao Lan asked softly. The real name of the River Mud Boss was also told to her by the River Mud Boss himself on the forum. Ah. Yes, I am. Are you? The person on the phone was obviously stunned. I guess I didn't expect that Gao Lan would ask this as soon as he started. Hello, Mr. Henny, I am the altar leader of Tenya Haijiao. We talked this morning. Gao Lan said quickly. You are actually a young lady? This is a bit beyond my expectation. By the way, the forum leader should have helped to resolve the matters in the bureau, right? Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be here now at the bureau. The other end of the phone thanked him. Boss, you're welcome. This is what we should do. I heard that the boss is in Magic City now, and I happen to be in Magic City too. I don't know when the boss will be free. Can we meet? And that share, are you still wearing the USB flash drive? Gao Lan said politely and respectfully. The USB flash drive is with me, but I'm still playing in Disneyland with my family. I'm afraid I won't have time until tonight, is that okay? Asked the other end of the phone. Ah? Boss, you said you were in Disneyland? Gao Lan was so shocked that he almost dropped his phone. This is too much of a coincidence. No, that's not right. Why does it feel like something is wrong? Just when Gao Lan was thinking about what went wrong, the other end of the phone said, yes, we just came in not long ago, so we should play until 6 or 7 in the afternoon. It's okay. Boss, please stay with your family first. We will contact you later. Seeing what the other party said, Gao Lan didn't bother him anymore, but made an appointment to talk in the evening. After the two said something else, they hung up the phone. When Gao Lan calmed down, the strange feeling in his heart became heavier and heavier. Especially the voice on the other end of the phone, which was obviously her first call, made her feel familiar. The River Mud Boss who solved the problem? A young man? Still with your family? Still in Disney? Next moment. The figure of the River Mud Boss in her mind overlapped with the figure of another person. That's a problem-solving anchor. Damn. I should have thought of this a long time ago. Gao Lan stomped his feet twice, feeling that he had made himself cry. She should have thought of this when the problem-solving anchor easily solved the logic questions she handed her. In this world, except for the River Mud Boss, who else can solve that problem in such a short period of time? I was playing a big sword in front of Guangong, and I bumped into the boss. In fact, I can't blame her. After all, in Gao Lan's mind, the River Mud Boss should be in Jiangbei City, and he is not that young. The real River Mud Boss in reality was very different from what she imagined. The River Mud Boss said that he might not have time until around 6 or 7 in the evening. But now she really can't wait any longer. Do not care. Let's go to Disney first, hoping to find the River Mud Boss among the crowd. However, as soon as Gao Lan turned around, he was dumbfounded. Just after she received this mission, she had already taken the initiative to come out of the team. She even forgot where she was standing. No more. Obviously, if you wait another 20 minutes in line, you can enter the park. If we reschedule now, it will take at least another hour to lay the foundation. Gao Lan wanted to cry. She had no choice but to take out her mobile phone and call Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee, it's urgent. Gao Lan said in a choked tone. Which play are we going to play? Butterfly Lovers or Chang'e Crying for Hoi? Be normal, otherwise I will hang up. Uncle Lee obviously saw through Gao Lan's pretense upon hearing this. Hey, let's get down to business, Uncle Lee, can you get Disney's VIP service? Gao Lan got to the point directly. Disney? Girl, you promised me just now that you would try your best to complete the task. Now you tell me that you want to go to Disney, no. Hang up. Uncle Lee sounded a little angry. Wait, Uncle Lee, the River Mud Boss is in Disher nearly now. Gao Lan said this very quickly. The other end of the phone was stunned for a few seconds and did not hang up. Are you sure? You're not joking? Uncle Lee asked in shock. Okay, I just finished the phone call. Gao Lan said. I'll send it to your phone in 1 minute. Uncle Lee said. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Gao Lan said. After the two hung up the phone, only 30 seconds later, Gao Lan received a QR code on his phone. Chapter 66 Chu Yu's 4 Attributes. Gao Lan looked at the QR code on his phone with tears in his eyes. I had been queuing for almost an hour, but someone else solved it in 30 seconds. Uncle Lee, is this QR code legitimate? It should be from a formal channel. Gao Lan asked weakly. Don't get it by hacking someone else's paradise. If she was found out, she wouldn't be able to explain. You don't want me to withdraw? Li Bing sent over. Yes, Uncle Lee is awesome. Gao Lan quickly saved the screenshot of the QR code to avoid losing it. Looking at the long line of people still waiting in line next to him, Gao Lan waved to them and strode towards the entrance of the garden. Excuse me. Madam, go ahead. It turns out that Uncle Lee didn't block her, and she successfully entered the park using the QR code. Gao Lan just wanted to sigh in her heart, it's not easy. Looking for someone. The entrance to the ghost mansion. Lu Xiao's family of 3 came out, with different expressions on their faces. The little girl was dancing happily, like a little butterfly, spinning around the 2 people. Lu Xiao wiped her lips and wiped off any lipstick that accidentally got on her lips. There was still unfinished content in his eyes, and he sighed in his heart that the time for this haunted house project was really short. Xu Yuhua looked down at her shoes, as if she had dropped her money or her shoes were dirty, and she couldn't raise her head for the time being anyway. When she returned to the sunlight, she realized how bold she was in the darkness. It's like it inspired another personality. Looking back, I can't believe that I did such a ridiculous thing. Wife. Lu Xiao called out. Stop, don't discuss these things in front of Nini. Let's talk about it later in the evening. Xu Yuhua stretched out his hand to stop Lu Xiao from talking. What are you thinking about? I mean, what are we going to do next? Lu Xiao couldn't help laughing when he saw his wife's nervous look. Sober? What about that bold gesture just now? Ah. Oh, ask Nini, what is she playing, and let's follow her. The blush on Xu Yua's face that had just disappeared appeared again. Okay, there's nothing to be shy about. We're an old couple now. I don't mind. Lu Xiao hugged Xu Yuhua and comforted. Xu Yuhua rolled his eyes. You don't mind, you just want to continue. Then, after asking for the little girl's opinion, the 3 of them walked towards the nearby Peter Pan Adventures in the Sky project. This project is a very popular project among children. The main experience is the wonderful lighting effects and the visual experience of soaring in space. The recommendation index is 4 stars. It's now past 1 in the afternoon, and the queue for this item is already endless. The queue sign has been put up for 3 hours. That means that if they don't have a fast pass, it will cost them 5 points to play this event. After entering the express lane queue, Lu Xiao accompanied the little girl to look around. Xu Yuhua finally had time to check the clock-in tasks just now. On the boat in the ghost mansion, she relied on the secrets she had secretly learned, and after much hard work, she finally completed the rest of the mission. The check-in task has been completed, you have obtained trait attribute points x3. The panel properties are as follows. Temperament, 24. Stature, 26. Appearance, 29, the value for ordinary people is 20. Skin, 21. Trait attribute points, 3. Skill, none. Props, none. Current auxiliary function, punch in and sign in, there are still 23 hours until the next punch in. If someone could see such a panel, they would definitely call it plagiarism. Xu Yuhua carefully read his attribute panel from beginning to end. I didn't expect there to be such detailed data division. If you are a male, see these data. You may think at the first time that the check-in task is only updated every 24 hours, which means that the next check-in can be done 1 day later. Or you just see that your skill column and prop column are empty, and you can't help but wonder why there are no skills and props revealed this time. But if a girl sees this data, he will keep a close eye on the 4 attribute values and compare and analyze them one by one. That's what Xu Yuhua is. She looked at her skin. The score was the lowest among the 4 attributes, only 1 point higher than the average for normal people. It is indeed a bit dry and lacks elasticity. Part of the reason for this is that I have been under a lot of pressure recently and my sleep quality is not very good. Another part of the reason is that as we age, our physical condition naturally declines. She is no longer the youthful little girl in her early 20s. There is also temperament. After giving birth to a baby, she has been a housewife for almost 3 years, how can her temperament be any better? The same goes for her figure. Before giving birth, she was sure she would have scored over 30 points, but now she only has 26 points, which is a bit low. After checking the 4 attributes, Chu Yuhua was not happy even though they were all higher than the average. Women, the pursuit of beauty, regardless of age, occupation, or where they are. Every woman hopes that she can stay young and beautiful forever. Of course, this is just a sweet dream. But Chu Yuhua looked at the 3 trait attribute point rewards he had just received, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The idea of eternal youth is too exaggerated and unreasonable, but he maintains himself better than his peers. It should be completely possible. Look at the little plus sign behind the 4 attribute values. Chu Yuhua thought about it and clicked on the plus sign behind the skin. The original value of 21 immediately became 22. Chu Yuhua also felt a soreness and tingling all over his body, as if he had been bitten by a small insect. It doesn't feel big. She didn't think much and directly added all the remaining 2 trait attribute points to the skin. The skin value reached 24. A sour and numb feeling came that was stronger than before. After adding all 3 points, Chu Yuhua felt the changes in his skin. It became whiter and became more delicate, as if I had applied a layer of skin care lotion. She pressed it with her hand, and the elasticity improved a bit. After tasting the sweetness and feeling such an immediate change, Chu Yuhua's mood suddenly improved. Just for the changes brought about by these 3 attributes, even if I gave her 1 million in exchange, she wouldn't change it. Chu Yuhua couldn't help complaining in her heart. How come there are still 23 hours before the next check-in? Alas! Time flies so slowly. NI, Mom will play with you in this project. Chu Yuhua hugged the little girl and kissed her. Lu Xiao was very surprised to see this. What happened to my wife today? Weird. Did you really drink it? But apart from the sweet taste, there is no alcoholic taste? No matter what, as long as my wife is happy. The family of 3 started having fun at Disneyland. They played like this until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the 3 of them had stomach growling. I originally planned to end my trip to Disneyland by having a meal there, but I didn't expect that Lu Xiao's cell phone rang at exactly 6 o'clock. Caller ID, Tianya Alter Master. Answer. Boss, do you have time? You should have chatted with Uncle Li Bing on the forum. He said that he would like to treat you as a landlord and treat you to a meal. We are already waiting at the door. Chapter 67 This battle? Don't just treat me to dinner. Lu Xiao was surprised when he heard what the Tianya Alter Master said. He originally thought that there was only one Tianya Alter leader, but he didn't expect that the big boss Li Bing was waiting for him at the door. Seeing that her husband was a little dazed, Chu Yuhua felt very strange and quickly whispered, "They are asking you something." On the way from Jiangbei City to Magic City today, Lu Xiao had already explained to her a series of things that happened in the morning, including the 8th topic and the Tianya Forum. I also found out that the Tianya Alter Master was the one who helped my husband get out of the situation. Therefore, Chu Yuhua still had a great impression of the Tianya Alter Master whom he had never met, even though the voice on the phone sounded like that of a very young woman. Lu Xiao quickly came back to his senses and said to the Tianya Alter Master, "Wait a moment, let me ask my family." Chu Yuhua nodded and expressed no opinion. Lu Xiao then replied to Tianya Alter Master and said that he would come out now. Hang up the phone. Chu Yuhua couldn't help but asked with some confusion, "Husband, who is Li Bing? You seem to be surprised." He is a top boss in Shanghai and a well-known entrepreneur in China. Lu Xiao explained, but seeing that his wife was still not impressed by the name, he had no choice but to say, "The WQS software you are using now was designed by him, and he is worth at least 40 to 50 billion. After saying this, Chu Yuhua suddenly realized. He turned out to be such a powerful boss. But now such a big boss wants to treat his husband to dinner? Just because my husband solved the programming problem? It's incredible. It seems that I still underestimated my husband. She didn't ask again, but led the little girl and followed Lu Xiao, all the way towards Dishini. When the family of 3 walked out of Disneyland, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. You know, Disney's parking lot is 2 kilometers away from the gate. This section of the road is a pedestrian section and can only be used by tourists and park-specific cars. And now, there were 3 large military brand off-road vehicles parked at the entrance of the park. This also attracted many tourists to watch and take photos. This was the first time they had seen such a battle. Everyone could not help but feel surprised and curious that a car from a non-park owner was parked here. Which military commander is performing a mission? Why did you come to Disney? Lu Xiao's family of 3 were also attracted by this scene. But very quickly, they saw a familiar figure, jumped off a large military brand off-road vehicle, and walked straight towards them. Hubby, it's the female top student who challenged you before. She seems to be coming towards you, tsk, how can you hide in this peach blossom garden? Xu Yuhua joked. Lu Xiao rolled her eyes and whispered back, honey, if my guess is correct, this woman should be the Lord of Tianya Altar. Ah? Her? Master of Tianya Altar? Xu Yuhua was shocked. Shouldn't those who engage in scientific research and programming look dull and dull, wearing black-rimmed glasses and so on? An impression came to her mind. And the female top student in front of me, who is beautifully dressed, has an extraordinary temperament, and has extremely long legs, is actually the leader of Tianya Altar? Is it true or false? Hello, Mr. Henny, I am the leader of Tianya Altar, Gao Lan. Gao Lan walked up to the three of them, stretched out his hand and said. Lu Xiao, but I'm not a big shot, I'm just a blind cat who encountered a dead mouse. Lu Xiao said politely, stretched out his hand to shake it, and quickly took it back. The boss is the boss, so humble. Gao Lan glanced at Lu Xiao with a look that said he believed you. If she was a little doubtful about the strength of the river mud boss before, was she really that strong? Is it true that a blind cat met a dead mouse? In the math challenge, she decided after Lu Xiao killed her in a few seconds. This Lu Xiao is a programming genius, a real genius. This beautiful sister should be the boss's wife. I'm glad to meet you. And hello, my lovely little friend. You can call me Sister Gao Lan. Gao Lan also hit Xu Yuhua and the little girl. Hello. Hello, thank you for helping my husband. But I would like to ask Miss Gao Lan, what zodiac sign is she? Xu Yuhua thanked her and asked with a smile. Me? I'm a rat, what's wrong? Gao Lan asked in confusion. I am also a rat, born at the end of December, so I should be a few months younger than you. Ni, remember to call Aunt Gao Lan, don't call her by the wrong name. Xu Yuhua touched the little girl's head and smiled said. I know, Mom, hello Aunt Gao Lan. The little girl nodded and shouted towards Gao Lan, very politely. Gao Lan was stunned. Aunt? Aunt? She was called Aunt before she was even married? This. Gao Lan couldn't accept this title for a while. Lu Xiao touched Xu Yuhua and didn't understand why his wife was so hostile when she first met him. Xu Yuhua raised his eyebrows, looking disapproving. This is called reciprocity. Who told Gao Lan to call her sister as soon as they met? Doesn't this make it clear that she is old? Xu Yuhua is very sensitive to age now, especially after coming to the Magic City and seeing so many beautiful young ladies. She felt a sense of crisis in her heart. When you are in a small city, you don't feel such a gap, but when you really come to a big city, it is still a core city like the Magic City, and people feel that there is a gap between themselves and the people around them. Gao Lan, please tell me, are you just treating me to a meal? Lu Xiao interrupted the melancholy Gao Lan. Do you need to dispatch 3 military-branded off-road vehicles to have a meal? Do you need to wait for them at the Disneyland entrance? You know, treat him to dinner. For those who didn't know, they thought they were trying to capture the traitors. Of course it's not just about eating. Boss Lu Xiao, don't worry, we definitely don't mean any harm. Gao Lan said seriously. I know, let's get in the car first. Lu Xiao saw that the other party was worried, and understood that it was not convenient to speak in public. Please. Uncle Li is also waiting for you in the car. Gao Lan turned around and led the way for the three of them. Ni, can Daddy carry you to that tall and big car? Lu Xiao picked up the little girl and said with a smile. Okay, this big green car is much bigger than Dad's car. The little girl was curious and happy about everything. Xu Yuhua followed closely beside the two of them. The two of them were not worried at all about this trip. In China, the most reassuring thing is the military. Chapter 68 How influential are these two algorithms? After Lu Xiao's family of 3 followed Gao Lan into a large off-road vehicle, the 3 vehicles started at the same time. One of the cars went first, followed by the car in which Lu Xiao was sitting, and the last car was behind. In the astonished gaze of everyone, the 3 military vehicles drove away. I just want to know who the family of 3 are. I have never seen such a pickup and drop-off formation. You're so handsome, aren't you? Originally, I thought that 3 cars would pick up a lot of people, but I didn't expect that it was just this family of 3. Didn't you notice? The front car and the rear car are all here to escort the car in the middle. This is definitely a heavyweight. The tourists were discussing it, and the comments became more and more outrageous. And the other side. After getting in the car, Lu Xiao met Li Bing, the boss of Shanghai Magic City. This person is definitely at the forefront of China in terms of both his worth and his contributions. But when the other party saw Lu Xiao getting on the bus, he was first amazed at Lu Xiao's young appearance, and then he extended his hand very politely and introduced himself. I am Li Bing, and I am also the leader of the in-depth research on the 8th topic. I am very happy to meet you, Lu Xiao. I didn't expect that you were so young, and the future of China is limitless. Li Bing's tone seemed very excited, and the more he looked at Lu Xiao, the more satisfied he became. You're welcome, sir. I was able to solve the 2 small questions of the 8th topic. It is indeed a matter of luck. Lu Xiao explained casually. This large off-road vehicle has 3 rows. The front row is the driver's seat and the passenger's seat. He and Li Bing sat in the first row at the back. Gao Lan and the little girl Yui sat in the second row. Lu Xiao didn't recognize the model of this car, but he could feel that the shock-absorbing effect of this car was very good, and he could hardly feel any bumps. It's incomparable to my own car. The little girl sat there looking around curiously, and kept asking questions in her heart. Gao Lan smiled and patiently answered the little girl's various questions about what is this and why. Seeing this, Zhu Yue's slight dissatisfaction with Gao Lan dissipated. People who like children and are patient with them are probably not bad. After Lu Xiao and Li Bing exchanged a few polite words, they got down to the main topic. I wonder how long Brother Lu has been studying the 8th topic? Li Bing asked his doubts. Lu Xiao was a little confused when he heard this question. What should I say? Honestly, 2 hours? That person definitely doesn't believe it either, and this answer is too outrageous. Forget it, put some water. Lu Xiao stretched out 2 fingers and was about to say 20 days. Only 2 months? Li Bing was shocked. Lu Xiao. The other party has said so, what can he do? He could only nod his head, indicating that the other party had guessed correctly. You boss, if you say 2 months, let's count it as 2 months. Seeing Lu Xiao nodding in confirmation, Li Bing didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He has been studying this 8th unsolved topic for more than 2 years and is now the leader in researching this topic in China. But before Lu Xiao solved the 2 small questions, he was still stuck at a certain step. He had a hunch that as long as he could successfully take that step, he would be able to break through the small problem he had studied the most. However, this card has not passed even for more than half a year. But the young man in front of me actually solved the problem that he had been studying for so long in 2 months. Plus another little question. While he was happy, he was also very ashamed. I am getting old, I really cannot accept old age anymore. Brother Lu Xiao, in fact, people from the military headquarters went to Jiangbei this morning to look for you, but they didn't meet you. You must be wondering why we are looking for you in such a big way, right? Li Bing came closer and said. I really don't understand. Is it because I solved 2 small questions in the unsolved topic? Lu Xiao still doesn't understand this. When he saw the military vehicle in Dashuni, he realized that those calls in the morning were not harassing calls, but that the military was really looking for him. I'll tell you the truth. The 2 algorithms you solved are related to the long-range interception rate of anti-missile cruise technology in our military's armed forces. I won't go into details. You should be able to understand why we are so anxious to find you. Let's do it. Li Bing didn't play any more tricks and directly showed the key points. This is also the reason why he is obsessed with studying unsolvable topics. These things are not just questions and data. But it can actually be used for national construction. Otherwise, why would so many people at home and abroad work day and night just for research and scientific research? Every work they do is purposeful and far-reaching. After hearing this explanation, it was Lu Xiao's turn to be confused. He never imagined that in order to get out of the predicament, he absorbed the paper experience of so many big guys in the forum, and finally cracked the 2 problem algorithms, which actually had such significance. No wonder this news was not made public immediately. If this becomes public, he is no longer on the hot search list. It's China television or international news. Well, then we shouldn't be locked up in some secret base now, right? After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Lu Xiao asked worriedly. After all, he is not alone this time, but with a family of 3. Put. Li Bing couldn't help laughing. Brother, you haven't missed watching movies. It's not that serious. Let's go have dinner first and then take you back to the hotel. But the superiors sent me here to discuss something with you. Li Bing asked seriously. Boss, tell me. Lu Xiao took a deep breath, knowing that the point was coming. Brother, the matter of cracking those 2 algorithms will not be made public for the time being. But in the circle of the Military Research Institute, it must not be hidden. Therefore, the higher-ups would like to invite you to come over, set a time, and give them 2 lessons. Take the class, answer some of their doubts, and just assume the role of technical instructor. There are quite a lot of benefits like this, in addition to salary subsidies and various benefits from the Military Research Institute. Even your daughter's problems from elementary school to college can be solved at the same time, and she will be given preferential treatment. After Lu Xiao heard this, especially the little girl could enjoy generous benefits, he had no reason to refuse. I understand. I accept the invitation. Even if there are not so many benefits and it can only increase the national strength, I will not refuse. Lu Xiao told the truth and immediately accepted. Ah, good, I really hope that China can have more people with lofty ideals like me. Li Bing laughed, looking forward to this young man even more. By the way, when do you have time recently? If you give them lectures and research, it should take 2 or 3 days. Li Bing asked. In 2 days, I want to spend some time in Shanghai with my family first, Lu Xiao explained. Actually, he had another reason. In a day and a half, the system will be upgraded. Maybe, we will discuss it with those researchers at that time. He can have some enlightenment and gain a lot of experience points. Chapter 69 The Sky High Price Noodle Restaurant, is it worth the money? It's good to spend more time with my family. When we were busy doing research, we were often scolded by my wife. It's not convenient to drive in the capital city. You are taking a taxi with you with a little baby, so let Gao Lan drive for you and ensure your personal safety. All expenses will be reimbursed, so you can eat and play as much as you want. Li Bing sighed and sold Gao Lan by the way. Gao Lan, who was chatting with the little girl and I in the back row, happened to hear about his mission. He could only smile bitterly in his heart and couldn't refuse. Big bosses like Lu Xiao really need to be protected, otherwise it will be a loss to the country if something unexpected happens. Ha? Do you have to send someone to follow? Can't you refuse? Lu Xiao asked. When Gao Lan heard this, he rolled his eyes inwardly. I didn't even refuse, but you actually still have an opinion. Li Bing spread his hands and said helplessly, as explained above, I think it's better for you to take someone with you. Don't worry, Gao Lan won't affect any of your actions, and she can be regarded as both literary and military, and she can't do anything with your little girl. It's great to talk. When you and your wife are busy, she can also help take care of the baby. Lu Xiao nodded and did not refuse. Now that he has chosen to accept this mission, don't think too much about it. Gao Lan cried silently in the back row. Didn't her father ask her to come to Shanghai to discuss programming issues with Uncle Li? Why is it now that he has changed hands and been assigned as a driver and nanny? What happened? Brother, have you brought that source code USB flash drive? Can you borrow it? After getting down to business, Li Bing finally couldn't wait to talk about what he was most interested in. Here. Lu Xiao took out a small USB flash drive from the inner pocket of his jacket and handed it over. Li Bing's eyes lit up and he took it with both hands. He was so cautious, for fear of accidentally losing the information in this thing. He took out a laptop and inserted the USB flash drive into it. Then, the big guy began to immerse himself in the programming source code and was completely unable to extricate himself. From time to time, he would slap his legs and praise him, from time to time he would frown and think hard, and from time to time he would sigh. If a few people hadn't known that this was Mr. Li Bing, those who didn't know him would have thought that there was something wrong with this man's brain and that he should continue taking medicine. At this time, it's rush hour outside. Even if they were military vehicles driving the road, they were not much faster than ordinary vehicles. But the 100% return rate is true. After driving for 20 minutes. Dad, Mom, I'm so hungry. What should we eat now? The little girl's stomach growled. Mr. Li Bing was also interrupted by this cute voice and continued to watch. He raised his head sheepishly and smiled apologetically at Lu Xiao and the others. It's an old habit. Once I see these, I can't stop. Li Bing apologized. Gao Lan interjected at this time and said, since we have come to the Magic City, I have asked Uncle Li to book a very special restaurant. I guarantee that you will be satisfied if you have never tried it before. It can be seen that Gao Lan was very confident when he said this. Li Bing glanced at her suspiciously and said, could it be that you wanted to eat it yourself, so you made a reservation with me in the name of brother Lu Xiao? Seeing the confused look of Lu Xiao's family of 3, Li Bing glared at the girl angrily. Ahem. I read the reviews and said that the restaurant tastes great, and I went to make a reservation, but they kept saying it was no longer available. Doesn't this make it seem like Uncle Li has great powers and can do anything? Gao Lan hurriedly made a reservation. Li Bing flattered him. Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua both understood. Gao Lan must have panicked and booked a restaurant in the name of Mr. Li Bing. This also made the two of them curious about what kind of restaurant they couldn't get reservations for even if they wanted to eat, and they still had to rely on big bosses like Li Bing to make reservations. Don't worry, brother, that restaurant is really delicious and unique. It's really worth a visit. Li Bing explained with a smile. After driving for another 10 minutes, the car finally arrived at the destination. Because the restaurant is at the entrance of an alley, parking is not easy. So, the group got out of the car nearby and walked over. There were two beauties, Chu Yuhua and Gao Lan, leading the way. They attracted many passers-by's attention along the way. The power of beauties is very attractive everywhere. Soon, they reached their destination. This is a shop called Yunha Noodle House. Whether looking at the door number from the outside or the interior decoration inside, they all look unremarkable. This museum actually exists. Noodle House? Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua looked slightly strange. Unexpectedly, the restaurant recommended by big guys like Li Bing is a noodle shop. What features does it have? This confusion lasted until the two of them entered the store, sat down and opened the slightly damaged menu in the store. Each page has 1-2 dishes. On the first page, Aolonta butter noodles, 3,888 yuan. Aolong 3 fresh noodles, 3,588 yuan. On the second page, Modu King crab noodles, 3,288 yuan. On the third page, Super Crab is Invincible, 2,888 yuan. The cheapest bowl of noodles is the signature 3 shrimp noodles, priced at 198 yuan. Lu Xiao, also felt that the price was a bit outrageous. It was just a bowl of noodles. Could it be that there was gold powder sprinkled on top? Li Bing should be a regular visitor here, so he was not surprised to see the surprised expressions of Lu Xiao and the others. The price is a bit expensive, but it's actually worth it. After Li Bing finished speaking, in the eyes of the two people with doubts, he skillfully ordered 2 portions of the most expensive noodles, as well as some snacks and side dishes. Desserts and side dishes arrived quickly, and the little girl liked these snacks more than the noodles that had not yet been served. After the 2 copies came, the 3 people, including Gao Lan, were surprised. A portion of noodles includes a platter of seafood ingredients and cooked noodles. Boss Li Bing also introduced the 3 of them at this time. The huge seafood platter consists of 70 peeled hairy crab legs, crab roe, lobster balls made from a whole Australian dragon, and 200 peeled river shrimps. The small plate next to the end is meat and vegetables paired with top-quality matsutake mushrooms flown in this morning. No wonder, this portion costs nearly 4,000 yuan. There is a reason why it is expensive. The 3 hungry people, including Gao Lan, were already showing off while listening to the introduction from Boss Li Bing. Then even the little girl was attracted and started showing off small bowls of noodles. It wasn't until her belly swelled that she stopped chirping. Dad, I want to pack a portion and eat it tomorrow. After dinner was settled, Lu Xiao's family of 3 were tired from playing for a day. Boss Li Bing did not take the 3 of them to visit the night market on the Bund or anything else. He got the source code, and tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After reading all the source codes, he immediately went to inform others about the class. Gao Lan took a business car with a Magic City license plate from Uncle Li and escorted Lu Xiao and his family back to the hotel, B&B. After she arrived at the place, she parked her car in the B&B parking lot and went to a nearby hotel to get a room. She was very tired and had no intention of wandering. The little girl had fallen asleep in the car on the way back. Even though Lu Xiao took her back to the B&B room, she didn't wake up. This was exactly what he wanted. Honey, then it will be our turn next time. Chapter 70. The two people in the B&B reunited in the old rain. The room Chu Yuhua booked was a double bedroom. Lu Xiao placed the little girl sideways on the bedside and completely isolated her with a pillow. This way, she won't fall. It will not disturb the next movements of the two people. Under the dim light, the atmosphere became increasingly uncomfortable. Honey, why are you looking at me? Go take a shower first. Chu Yuhua sat on the edge of the bed, lowering his head to arrange the little girl's clothes. What about you? Lu Xiao stared at his wife without blinking. I'll wait until you're done washing before washing. How about we come together? Bah! Go quickly. Really not together? Right. Lu Xiao couldn't resist his wife, so he had to go into the bathroom first and start taking a bath. Obviously Tianchi was so proactive and relaxed, but now that they were alone, he became shy. I really don't understand a woman's heart. In 3 minutes, Lu Xiao took a shower and came out with a bath towel wrapped underneath. Chu Yuhua glanced over subconsciously, and his eyes suddenly flashed several times. Really, 6-pack abs. And just the right amount of muscle groups around the abdominal muscles. My husband's figure is really a bit alluring. So fast? Chu Yuhua asked in surprise. All men take baths at this speed. It's 3-in-1 washing your hair, face, and brushing your teeth. 3 minutes is more than enough. Lu Xiao disagreed. Also, in the past few years, they have been taking baths in separate rooms. Before giving birth to the little girl, Lu Xiao would sometimes blow dry her hair, wash her face with facial cleanser, and apply some Dabao or something. Later, when the pressure increased, it was just as simple and quick as possible. How can I put so much thought into taking a bath? Lu Xiao sat next to his wife, just when his right hand started to feel dishonest. Chu Yuhua bounced up as if he had been electrocuted. Then, it's my turn to wash up. After saying that, she rushed into the bathroom. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly. Isn't it just that we haven't been intimate for a long time? As for being so nervous? I wanted to lie down and play with my phone, but I don't know what Lu Xiao thought of. He stood up and started to turn on his phone's camera. Of course, he didn't want to record a good life. Instead, he used the camera to scan the room. Look for something like a pinhole camera. This kind of thing is unavoidable in regular big hotels, let alone such internet celebrity B&Bs. Fine. After looking around twice and looking at all the details, I found nothing. Lu Xiao then lay on the bed and started browsing the video with peace of mind. This brushing lasted 20 minutes. Honey, did you faint in the bathroom? Lu Xiao made a joke. Because he could hear movement inside. Here we come, why are you in such a hurry? Chu Yuhua's figure came out. Waited another 3 minutes. Chu Yuhua just walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, with a thin blush on her face and a slight breath. There were a few strands of hair stuck to the water on her forehead, looking like a water lotus. When Lu Xiao saw this scene, his heart beat violently. It was a heartbeat feeling. I'll go get the things I need to prepare. Lu Xiao swallowed her saliva and planned to go to the bedside to take apart the little umbrella. They didn't buy it today. But the rooms in this internet celebrity B&B are well prepared and have many styles. 001, 003 or thread etc. are available. The brand is no problem either. Just wait until you check out to calculate the money together. No, there's no need for that. Today is my safe period. Chu Yuhua said in an extremely low voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao could no longer bear it. He rolled sideways on the bed and stood in front of his wife. He lifted the exclaimed wife onto the bed. Their bath towels fell to the ground. Honey, keep your voice down, don't wake up an I. Lu Xiao put her ear against Chu Yuhua's ear and whispered. The numbing feeling made Chu Yuhua tremble slightly. You are the one, don't make too much noise. I tried it just now. The bed is not bad. It won't affect it. Then, be gentle. Thousands of words omitted here. Drying fire, dripping water piercing the stone, day and night and day. The two kept tossing around until 1 o'clock in the morning. In the end, Chu Yuhua was defeated when he took the initiative to beg for mercy. While she was satisfied, she was even more surprised. My husband used to finish it in 10 minutes, but this time there were 3 rounds, and each round lasted nearly half an hour. She was able to resist at first, but after 2 rounds, she really ran out of energy. Before going to bed, she also looked at her 4 attributes. Why doesn't it have a physical attribute? Before falling asleep, the two of them didn't forget to put on their pajamas, and then fell asleep hugging each other. After all, there is a little girl beside me, so I can't stay naked until dawn. Before Lu Xiao went to bed, he also regretted something. If the system is not upgraded early, it will be upgraded late. I just upgraded today. Otherwise, how much intimacy would have grown during this night? Have a good night's sleep. The two fell asleep and it was morning. Didn't even get up at 10 o'clock in the morning. Ni was the first to wake up. After opening her eyes in a daze, she realized that her parents were actually sleeping. She first dressed herself, then went to the toilet, brushed her teeth and washed her face. These are basic skills learned in kindergarten, which are very simple for Ni. After doing it a few times, I learned it completely. Dad, Mom, the sun is shining in the sky, the flowers are smiling at me, the little bird said, early in the morning, why don't you get up? The little girl began to show off her beautiful singing voice, which woke them both up from their sleep. What time is it? Chu Yua felt so tired. It had been too long since he had worked. 10:30, why is it so late? Lu Xiao also sat up. He wasn't particularly tired. He was beyond the average person's physique. The amount of exercise he had done last night was just right. But you must know that he stayed up all night in the game the day before yesterday, and he managed to survive the whole day of Disney's game yesterday. If the little girl hadn't woken him up now, he would have slept until the afternoon. The phone has received N messages from someone in 3 missed calls. Boss River Mud, are you up? I'm awake and I'll be on call. The time is 6:50. Isn't it? You haven't woken up yet? What time is it? It's 8 o'clock exactly. River Mud Boss, you guys shouldn't go out to play by yourself. The time is 8:20. Lu Xiao, I'm at the front desk of the B&B. I said that you have been in the room and haven't come out yet. You are really good. You are still sleeping. Are you a pig? The time is 9 o'clock. Wow. It's 10 o'clock. Half a day has passed. Are you a family of 3 coming to the Magic City to play or to sleep in the Magic City? The time is 10 o'clock sharp. Lu Xiao smiled. Urgent, urgent. She was anxious. It turns out that programmers all wake up so early. Chapter 71 Check-in Mission, refreshed. Seeing the Tianya Altar Master's 10 fatal reminders on his mobile phone, Lu Xiao was embarrassed to lie down any longer. After all, people have been waiting for them. As soon as he stretched out his arms, he lifted his wife beside him and walked towards the bathroom. Ah! Put me down, what are you doing so early in the morning? The wife cried out. Brush your teeth, wash your face, and go to the bathroom. Lu Xiao chuckled. Dad, Nini also wants to be hugged. Nini stood up on the bed and begged for a hug. Of course Lu Xiao would not refuse. He turned around and carried the little girl on his shoulders. Put me down. The 2 of us are too heavy. I won't fall for a while. Chu Yuhua shouted helplessly. Don't worry, even if there is another little girl, I can do it. Lu Xiao straightened up and said effortlessly. Chu Yuhua rolled his eyes and said, Humph. 1 is enough. I don't want to suffer those kinds of sins anymore. Thinking of having a baby. She frowned. The little girl is cute and sensible now, but she is pregnant in 10 months and has constant morning sickness. I kicked around most of the night and couldn't sleep well for 8 out of 10 nights. It was even worse the day the little girl was born. She was originally planning to give birth naturally, but she endured the tearing pain, which reached behind her 5 fingers. Secondary pollution of amniotic fluid can easily cause lung infection in children without surgery. With no other choice, Lu Xiao signed an emergency cesarean section consent form outside, and then the little girl was born into this world. But because the amniotic fluid was contaminated, the little girl had high jaundice right after she came out, and was admitted to the neonatal ward. It took half a month to come out. During that period, it is not an exaggeration to say that it was torture day and night. Fine. Everything is over. Do it again? She was unwilling no matter what. Lu Xiao felt Chu Yua's sudden silence and understood what the other party was thinking. My wife has worked hard these past few years, and I promise that I will never let you suffer again from now on. Lu Xiao lowered his head and kissed her. After a kiss. Humph. I don't believe those sweet words. Chu Yua got down to the ground, muttered, and started washing and tidying up. Lu Xiao was carrying the little girl, but his eyes were very firm. This time, we do what we say. After the family washed and packed up, they dragged their luggage to the hall. Li Bing had already arranged their accommodation for the next few days yesterday, saying that Gao Lan would take them there today. After all, Lu Xiao still has to give a lecture, and I don't know how long this lecture will take. It's easy to stay up all night while giving lectures to those programming researchers. Boss. No, it's the boss. You are so awesome, this little girl is so impressed. A faint and sad voice rang in the lobby of the Band B. I'm sorry, Gao Lan, we were too tired yesterday, so we came together so late. Chu Yuhua explained to Gao Lan. The 2 women chatted for a while yesterday and became much closer. Gao Lan was a straight-tempered person, so he made a few remarks and took the 3 of them out in a business car. Lu Xiao's car stayed where it was. The foreign license plate was fine in the suburbs of Shanghai, but it would be restricted in the city. It can't be opened at all. You haven't eaten yet, right? Do you have any ideas about what we should eat now? Gao Lan asked while driving. Lu Xiao thought for a while and said, Modu's fried buns, pot stickers, and scallion pancakes seem to be famous. Do you know where they are delicious? Gao Lan happened to drive at a red light, and when he heard this, he couldn't help turning his head and glanced at Lu Xiao. Boss Henny, that's breakfast you're talking about. It's already 11 o'clock now. She yelled and continued, however, they are also available on the old street, and they taste good. Sit down, let's go first eat some of these and I will help you arrange lunch. Xu Yua looked at the way the two talked and felt interesting. This Gao Lan is quite good, but he is a bit sharp-tongued and is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. It sounded to her like it was already 11 o'clock. Without thinking, I checked my clock in tasks. After 53 minutes, the next check-in will take place. It was still early and there was plenty of time. Xu Yua had a feeling that check-in tasks were usually random nearby. It's impossible to give out an Imperial City mission while you're in the Magic City. Therefore, it is enough for soldiers to come and cover up the water and earth. Even if there is really no way to fail, there will be no reward. But when she thought of the changes brought about by the special attribute points yesterday, Xu Yua couldn't help but feel happy. If possible, no matter what, she would work hard to complete the check-in. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Gao Lan took his family of 3 to eat a Magic City-style breakfast such as old street fried buns and pot stickers. In fact, every city has breakfast like this. But after leaving Shanghai, the taste and style of these breakfasts have changed a lot. It was my first time to have an authentic local breakfast, both in terms of taste and atmosphere. It was pretty good. Obviously, Gao Lan can get 9 points just for finding delicious food. There are several places worth visiting in the Magic City during the day. Disney is one of them, they have been there. The second is the Oriental Ming Pagoda. The 9th tallest tower in the world, the iconic building of the Magic City. The next stop for Gao Lan and Lu Xiao is here. While waiting for the evening, she planned to take 3 more people with her. I brushed it twice, but at that time I just came to see the night view. Viewing it during the day and viewing it at night are two completely different feelings. But when Lu Xiao and his group parked the car and walked under the Dongfang Ming Tower, they were surprised again by the super long queue. The length of this team is not inferior to the popular events in Disneyland. Especially today's weather is better than yesterday, cloudless and sunny. Although it's not midsummer yet, I can't bear to be exposed to the sun all the time. Lu Xiao checked her phone and found that there was no exclusive queue-free service like Disney's. Wouldn't that mean we have to queue for 2 or 3 hours? Don't worry. Since I am a tour guide, I have already expected that there will be so many people. It's up to me. Gao Lan was very confident and led the 3 of them to the front of the team. She took out a black ID and handed it over. The person in charge took it, looked at it twice, made a quick phone call, and immediately let them in. His originally impatient attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant as he bent down and nodded. This made the tourists queuing behind them widen their eyes and shout why these people don't have to queue. The person in charge has already thought of his words. As long as tourists who have purchased the revolving restaurant package plus Pearl Tower 2-ball ticket can go through the dedicated channel. Tourists who don't want to queue can buy it now and skip the line. The person in charge shouted to them with a microphone. What he said is of course true. But when the tourists curiously searched for the price of this set of tickets, they were speechless. Get in line. Isn't it just a 2-hour queue? Our picture is one of no waste and no extravagant spending. Inside the Pearl Tower. How about it? It's not just the Pearl Tower. As long as it's a popular place in the Magic City, we can travel unimpeded these 2 days. After Gao Lan said proudly, he curiously looked at the inside of the Pearl Tower. It was also her first time to come in. In the past, when she came to the Magic City, she had to do things and leave immediately after finishing them. She had no time to play around. Today, she was a favor to Lu Xiao's family. Not only could she have fun for 2 days, but Uncle Li also gave her a special pass. To put it simply, the Pearl Tower is divided into a lower ball area of about 70 meters, a middle ball area of about 150 meters, an upper ball area of about 250 meters, and finally a space capsule ball area of 350 meters. Each floor has its own characteristics. But the higher you go, the more expensive it gets. There are fewer and fewer people. Reservations are required for the capsule ball area, and the number of visitors per day is limited. When a group of people walked around the middle ball area, a reminder sounded in Xu Yua's mind. Check-in location, Oriental Ming Tower, space capsule ball area. Clock-in time, within 30 minutes. Check-in task, go on a spacewalk with my husband. Check-in reward, 1 random skill plus trait points x2. Chapter 72 Husband, my legs are a little weak. Dongfang Ming Tower, Middle Ball Area. Chu Yuhua, who was watching the panoramic view of the Magic City with a telescope with the little girl, was stunned for a moment and quickly looked over. Check in and refresh? And this time it was in the Oriental Ming Tower. What surprised Chu Yuhua the most was this check-in task and reward. After experiencing the crazy kissing task yesterday, she thought that all future check-in tasks would be that difficult. I didn't expect that today's mission would be much simpler and fresher. I just need to take my husband for a spacewalk or something. Moreover, in addition to trait attribute points, the rewards also include skills. This seemed to arouse her strong interest. It turns out that check-in tasks not only reward attribute points. This time I rewarded skills, so there might be props next time. It's just around the corner. Husband, Gao Lan, why don't we go to the space capsule area to have a look? Chu Yuhua said. Lu Xiao said he had no objection. The midfield area was very big and there were quite a lot of people there. Just feel it out. If you want to be quieter, there are probably a lot of people in the golf course area. Might as well go directly to the capsule ball area. It is a VIP area and the number of visitors is limited every day. No matter how many tourists there are, they will not be affected. Go. Gao Lan, the tour guide, naturally focuses on Lu Xiao's family, who just want to eat and play. A few people got on the elevator and watched the numbers on the elevator getting bigger and bigger as they climbed up. After a few dozen seconds, they stopped at the 351-meter space capsule area. As soon as I got out of the elevator, someone was naturally checking the reservation code. Gao Lan's little black certificate was swiped again and passed smoothly without even being checked. Lu Xiao glanced over. Once your status reaches a certain level, you will have privileges no matter where you are. This is also his recent realization. Otherwise, taking the family out during the peak tourist season would be difficult because you have to queue up and make reservations everywhere. If you want to get privileges, you have to put in corresponding efforts. He knew that just solving the two small questions of the 8th unsolvable topic would not reach that level at all. The capsule ball area of the Pearl Tower is just like its name. The overall style is that of a spaceship cabin. The place is not big and there are not many people there. On the walls of the aisles, there are many human-computer interactive entertainment devices. The little girl fell in love with it as soon as she came in, and kept pulling Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua to play here. Not only the little girl likes it, but the big girl Gao Lan also enjoys it. After walking around the space capsule area, Chu Yuhua finally saw his check-in task item. Spacewalk. And her mood at the moment, after seeing this project, her whole body was directly charred, as if she had been struck by lightning. There weren't many things Chu Yuhua was afraid of. Black calculation is the same. Multi-legged bugs count the same. High counts as well. Of course, she could barely accept the height of 4 or 5 floors. With the height of Dongfang Ming Tower, when she walked around the middle ball area, she always walked against the inner wall. The little girl and Lu Xiao were not afraid at all, and they dared to lie on the window and overlook the scenery below. She really didn't dare to look at it, her legs felt weak after looking at it. And here is the so-called spacewalk project. It means walking through a specific passage and wearing safety ropes and equipment. Then he walked outside the Dongfang Ming Tower, stood at an altitude of more than 300 meters, and walked around in the strong wind. The circle is not long, only more than 200 meters. And this is a paid item, 788 per person. Except for some people who challenge the limits, or the program team, or anchors, ordinary people basically will not play this project. Walking 200 meters, you have to pay 800 yuan? Stealing money, right? Lu Xiao saw his wife suddenly froze on the spot, and couldn't help but follow her gaze. Spacewalk? I didn't expect there to be such an exciting project on the Oriental Ming Tower. Lu Xiao sighed. Especially seeing that charge amount. 800 yuan just to go out and experience the height of 300 meters and the roaring wind? If it were him, he would rather go to the bookstore to buy books. After buying 20 or 30 books, he could read them all day long. Online shopping is cheaper, and a 40% discount is not too much. Why not increase your experience points while reading a book? Just when he wanted to continue playing with the little girl, Chu Yuhua grabbed his hand. Husband, let's play this project once. When Chu Yuhua said this, his tone was quite unnatural. Nonsense. Can it be natural if it is forced? Lu Xiao glared and looked at his wife up and down several times. That's right. It's my wife. The issue is. Honey, aren't you afraid of heights? Lu Xiao asked in surprise. Obviously, I didn't dare to look down at the mid-ball area of more than 100 meters just now, but now I have to challenge the high-altitude walk 300 meters outside. He was really, completely confused. I just don't want to leave any regrets. Life is both long and short. Then in my limited time, I will create more anchor points that can be remembered deeply. Chu Yuhua said with some stumble. Honey, you're definitely not reciting your lines, you're being a bit deliberate. Wait, was it the last time your unit organized a physical examination at the hospital? What did you find out? Lu Xiao seemed to suddenly realize it, and couldn't help but look at Chu Yuhua worriedly and asked. This made Chu Yuhua roll his eyes fiercely and snorted, I don't have any disease. I'm healthy. If you don't believe it, you can see for yourself, the electronic results of the physical examination are all on the phone. With that said, Chu Yuhua found out the electronic results of the last physical examination. Lu Xiao took it and took a look. Except for the low blood sugar, everything else was normal. I just want to challenge myself. Just tell me whether I want to accompany you or not. Seeing that he was so weak, Chu Yuhua hugged Lu Xiao's arm and refused to let go. The hard food has begun. Stay with me. I'll accompany my wife even when she goes to Daoshan, okay? Lu Xiao simply surrendered and agreed. I don't know why my wife has been on a whim these past 2 days and always likes to challenge unknown areas. He must have stayed in Jiangbei for too long. The 3 years of raising a baby were indeed too stressful. Even after returning to work, the depression accumulated before is still hidden somewhere in the body. Being released in this way now is good for the mind and body. Yes, that's definitely the case. Lu Xiao also read some psychological books when he was at the police station. My wife's condition is considered to be some basic mental disorder. It's not serious, but you must not ignore it. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Staying happy and optimistic is the best way to face life. Gao Lan, can I ask you a favor? Lu Xiao said to Gao Lan, who was not far away. Say it. Gao Lan raised his head and asked doubtfully. We want to challenge the spacewalk. Can the little girl help look after us for a few minutes? Lu Xiao asked. The space capsule ball area is considered a closed space, and Gao Lan is also an acquaintance, so there is nothing to worry about asking her to help take care of a little girl. Spacewalk? Ha! This project is good. You go quickly, and when you come back, I will do it. Gao Lan couldn't wait after seeing this project. And listen to Aunt Gao Lan later. Mom and Dad will go there for a walk and come back. You can see us through the window. Lu Xiao shouted to the little girl. Okay Daddy, and I will cheer you up later, the little girl nodded and said obediently. Then, wife, let's go. Go, walk slowly, my legs are a little weak. Chapter 73 The Reward for the Second Check-in. The word puzzled appeared on Lu Xiao's forehead. They are still in the capsule ball area. My wife, who was clamoring to do the spacewalk, only took a few steps out and moved 2 meters after 3 minutes. The spacewalk project 10 meters away seems very close and yet very far away. Honey, why don't you forget it? When you are ready, we can come and play again. Lu Xiao smiled bitterly and advised. No. Right now, I must succeed in the challenge. Chu Yuhua said firmly to Lu Xiao, saying this to himself at the same time. Lu Xiao blinked. It seems that my wife's psychological problem is a bit serious. When he goes back this time, he will definitely buy a few more psychology books and try to awaken a psychological skill so that he can treat his wife. After moving at such a snail's pace for another 2 minutes, the two finally arrived in front of the spacewalk project. Do you two want to challenge the spacewalk? We can walk alone or together as a couple. It costs 788 yuan for a single person and 1,588 yuan for a couple. The staff introduced to Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua. Before Lu Xiao could speak, Chu Yuhua quickly said, We want to go together as a couple. After saying that, she took out her mobile phone and scanned the QR code to pay, fearing that she would regret it. Lu Xiao couldn't help but shake his head, sighing in his heart that his wife was both good and wanted to play. Forget it, whatever challenge his wife wants to challenge, he can just accompany her. The staff explained the precautions and began to put on safety equipment for the two people. Lu Xiao listened to every word, and his attention was more on his wife. Chu Yuhua listened very carefully, looking like a chicken pecking at rice, and asked a few questions about safety from time to time. When the staff finished speaking, Lu Xiao asked Chu Yuhua in a low voice, Honey, do you know how often they replace their safety ropes? How long? Chu Yuhua replied nervously. Replace it if it breaks. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Chu Yuha was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and gave him a small fist. The tension eased a little. But when the two people put on safety equipment and walked into the special passage, Chu Yuha couldn't help but become nervous. Especially outside the Pearl Tower, which is more than 300 meters high. As soon as I stepped out, the cold wind howled. Even though she had put on a windproof helmet, she could still feel the strong wind shaking her. Chu Yuha glanced outside subconsciously, and immediately her calves softened and she pressed against Lu Xiao's body. Like a magnet, firm and tight. Sky. This height. Even ordinary birds can't fly up. If it falls accidentally, wouldn't it be? The more Chu Yuha thought about it, the tighter she held Lu Xiao's hand. Honey, relax, we are wearing safety equipment, we can't fall. Lu Xiao hugged his wife and shouted beside her. I have no choice but to speak louder. The environment is filled with the whistling wind and I can't hear the other party talking at all. I know, then, let's start the challenge quickly. Chu Yuha also shouted back. The words were shouted, but the feet could not move. It's as if the soul is left, but the body remains in place. The inner fear is not something that can be overcome easily. And in the next moment, she suddenly felt her feet leave the ground and her whole body was floating, as if she was about to be swept away by the strong wind. This scared her to the point of screaming. After screaming for a few seconds, she realized that it was Lu Xiao who had picked her up. Husband, stop, quickly, put me down quickly. Chu Yuha shouted in panic. Usually being held by my husband gives me a sense of security. But in the current environment, as soon as her feet left the ground, she felt like she was going to fly with the strong wind. It was really scary. Lu Xiao had no choice but to put his wife down. It seems that given my wife's condition, it will be difficult for her to complete this challenge. Should I give up? At this time, he suddenly felt a force pulling him forward. It's Chu Yuha. Although his hands and legs were still trembling, he had already taken steps, and his performance was much better than before. Chu Yuha didn't say anything, but held Lu Xiao tightly and walked forward without daring to look back or look anywhere else. Walking faster and faster, it seems that the fear has been forgotten. Yo ho! Lu Xiao felt surprised. His wife has worked so hard to overcome her fear, so he can't lag behind. The two of them walked quickly on the spacewalk track. Lu Xiao seemed to hear his wife mumbling something in her mouth. Her voice was very small and was covered by the wind, so she couldn't hear clearly. It only took 3 minutes for the two to walk around the space and complete the project. TSK. That's 1,600 yuan gone. Lu Xiao sighed in his heart. The moment the two returned to the Pearl Tower, Chu Yuha collapsed in Lu Xiao's arms. His little face turned white and red. It looked like he was quite frightened. Honey, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? How about we go to a hotel or the hospital to rest? Lu Xiao asked worriedly. Chu Yuha shook his head and showed a smile. I'm fine. The moment I succeeded in the challenge, I felt like I was reborn. It felt great. Her mood was ups and downs, and her breathing had not yet been adjusted. Lu Xiao saw that his wife's tone and mood were normal, and her face gradually returned to rosy, so she knew that nothing was wrong. By the way, honey, what were you saying when you left just now? Lu Xiao asked curiously. I didn't read it. You must have heard it wrong. Chu Yua's eyes dodged and he turned his head away. When Lu Xiao saw her like this, he knew she was lying. But if his wife doesn't want to say it, of course he won't force her. Mom, you are so awesome. The staff member said that very few girls succeed in the challenge. My mom is the best. The little girl ran up to the two of them and said loudly. Chu Yuha touched the little girl's head and said happily, when our Nini grows up, she can come and challenge her. Mom believes that Nini will also succeed. I will, Mom. The family of three started chatting, and Gao Lan also came over to praise Chu Yuha before walking into the spacewalk project. Chu Yuha also completely adjusted at this time, while the little girl was chatting with her husband. He opened this check-in task. The check-in task is completed. Random skills are being drawn. You gain the skill, Advanced Women's Self-Defense. You gain trait points X2. Chapter 74. What's the use of having long legs? I'd rather change them. Chu Yuha, who was still paralyzed in Lu Xiao's arms, activated the reward when he opened the mission information. The skill and trait points issued by the mission are instantly available to your account. She felt a warmth flow through her whole body, her originally limp body suddenly gained strength, and various fighting techniques appeared in her mind. The fear caused by walking in the air before disappeared. Chu Yuha quickly stood up. Although the eyes of the people around me were normal, they probably expected that some people would not be able to bear it after completing this project. But being in her husband's arms in full view of the public finally made her feel embarrassed. "Are you feeling better?" Lu Xiao asked with concern when he saw his wife standing up on her own. "Yeah. I was a little scared when it just ended, but I'm fine now," Chu Yuha explained casually. "It's already amazing. I really didn't expect you to be able to do all this. Now don't you feel that high altitude is not as scary as you imagined?" Lu Xiao said with a smile. "Yes, it seems that I am no longer afraid of heights." Chu Yuha nodded. She walked to the nearby window and looked down. "My legs are not sore, my feet are not soft, everything is normal. I don't know if it's the effect after challenging the high altitude walk or the effect after completing the mission. Maybe, both." "Then, do you want to challenge it again?" Lu Xiao joked. "No." Chu Yuha immediately stopped and refused. It wasn't because she lost confidence. "But it's such a waste of money. This is not how you throw money away." The little girl continued to play those human-computer interactive games on the side. Lu Xiao and Chu Yuha saw Gao Lan outside who was challenging the high-altitude walk. "I saw this woman, after strapping on the safety equipment, jumping around on the spacewalk without any fear at all." It was an absolute contrast to Chu Yuha just now, and the visitors at the scene all admired him. Lu Xiao knew that this Gao Lan was no ordinary person, so they were not surprised by this. After Chu Yuha took a look at it, he secretly checked the rewards of the mission. Advanced Women's Self-Defense? She clenched her fists. Although she didn't know how valuable this skill was, she now had an intuition. Even if she were to face 2 or 3 ordinary men, she seemed confident that she could win. "This. Do you want to practice with your husband when you have time?" Chu Yuha shook his head and got rid of the outrageous thoughts in his mind. Compared with this skill, she feels that trait attribute points are more practical. The 3 points last time were all added to the skin attributes. Then the 2 points gained this time. After thinking about it, she clicked the plus sign twice to assign the trait points to the body attributes. In an instant, Chu Yuha felt that her chest was slightly bulging, her buttocks were slightly raised, and the rest of her body had undergone subtle changes. Fortunately, this change was not big, and no one except herself noticed it at all. But this also made Chu Yuha realize that he should be more careful when receiving rewards or adding points in the future. Just because you can't see it this time doesn't mean you won't see it next time. If the change was too big, she didn't know how to explain it. Such worries disappeared in a flash. Chu Yuha was more excited and confident at the moment. The psychological anxiety originally caused by coming to the big city all disappeared at this time. She raised her head and raised her chest, her energy was different from before. Lu Xiao, who was beside him, also noticed this. He was a little confused. She was still his wife, but she seemed to have changed a lot. Crack! Amid a burst of applause and praise, Gao Lan ended his high-altitude walk. She didn't feel much about people's praise, she was used to it. At this level of difficulty, it is really far inferior to skydiving. Moreover, there are too many safety equipment tied to the body, which makes walking too cumbersome. It would be much more exciting if there were fewer safety ropes. Gao Lan didn't speak, but gave his evaluation and feelings in his heart. When she returned to the others, her eyes suddenly focused on Chu Yuha. "Ha! Miss Chu, you seem to have changed a lot?" Gao Lan exclaimed. Chu Yuha's heart thumped. The other party must not have noticed anything in the secret passage. "My temperament has changed and she looks more beautiful than before," Gao Lan said with a smile. "Oh? Really?" Maybe he succeeded in challenging himself and became more confident. Chu Yuha breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be like this. She also looked at her temperament attributes. The original temperament value was 24, but now it has become 27. A full 3 points more than before. But she didn't add any points to this attribute. That means that temperament attributes will change due to changes in oneself. Is a good thing. After Chu Yuha thought about this, he started playing with the little girl. Without her fear of heights, she and the little girl had a lot of fun in the space capsule area. But Gao Lan's eyes drifted to Chu Yuha from time to time. I don't know if it's her imagination. She always felt that Miss Chu's breasts were a little bigger than before. Look down at yourself again. What's the use of having long legs? She would rather trade a few centimeters of legs for a bigger body. That's all. The group happily played the Oriental Ming Pagoda, had lunch, and went straight to the next game. Ocean Park. It is said to be a park, but it covers a large area. Although it is not as good as Disneyland, it is much larger than the amusement parks in other cities. There are polar towns to see penguins, ice and snow kingdom to see polar bears and arctic foxes. See jellyfish in the extreme underwater areas, divers play with sharks, etc. What the little girl likes most is the killer whale show. She had seen a dolphin show before, although the two looked similar. But killer whales are much bigger than dolphins. After reading this, she decisively chose to support killer whales. Actually these killer whales are not as happy as they look. What they want most is to return to the sea. Performances like this will only become less and less rare in the future, because the earth is the home of mankind, and the sea and the animals in it also need human protection. Seeing this, Chu Yuhua took the opportunity to establish a correct view of right and wrong for the little girl. Although the little girl may not understand these words, as long as a seed of kindness can be planted, that is enough. Then when Ni grows up, she will definitely rescue them and help them return to the sea. The little girl's eyes were very firm. Another whole afternoon of fun. Even the little girl with boundless energy was hung up on Lu Xiao and couldn't walk at all. After having dinner, we took a look around the magic city under the sunset. Gao Lan drove the three of them to where they would stay tonight. Obviously the Great Demon City belongs to the plain area, but the further we drove, the more remote it became. After driving for an hour, the car has entered the mountainous area. If Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua hadn't trusted Gao Lan, they would have stopped the car by now. Gao Lan, what are you going to do? Yi Heifeng Gao, why are you going? Lu Xiao couldn't help but ask. Why, I am a little girl, how can I sell you to a big man? Gao Lan said with a smile. Is this going to some secret military base? Congratulations, you answered correctly, no reward. Reaching soon. Chapter 75 Going Astray. Lu Xiao and Chu Yuhua were stunned when they heard Gao Lan's words. We really went to the secret military base. Suddenly, both of them felt a little nervous. As an ordinary person, the military base is a place full of mystery and severity. Lu Xiao had no chance to serve in the army when he was in school. High school and college military training are also in school. Therefore, for such a place, the two of them had only seen it in movies and TV series. Feeling that the atmosphere had become tense, Gao Lan couldn't help but laugh. Don't think too much, you two. Mr. Henny is here as a technical director. Those guys in the research department are afraid to make you feel what passion is. Gao Lan said. Didn't you say tomorrow? Lu Xiao asked doubtfully. His system upgrade countdown still has 16 hours to complete. Tonight is just to welcome you. The lectures won't start until noon tomorrow. So, you still have one night and one morning. Gao Lan said. Okay. Lu Xiao understood. Gao Lan, what about us? Do you want to come together too? Chu Yuhua asked. No need. Those guys in the research department are very boring. They just sit down to talk about programming and work content. If you two go, Ni will definitely not be able to sit still. When we get to the camp, Mr. He and I will go over there, and I will take you go hang out nearby. Although this is a base, there are also a lot of fun things. Gao Lan is obviously familiar with it. He said something casually and attracted the little girl, clamoring to visit the base with Aunt Gao Lan. This made Chu Yuhua shake his head. I look like I had no energy just now, but now I feel energetic when I mention something fun. By the way, Mr. Henny, there is a summer army uniform in the trunk. Please change it. It is best not to wear casual clothes in the base. It will be very troublesome. Gao Lan said. As for the three of them, they don't have to participate in any activities tonight, so they don't need to change their clothes. Change now? Lu Xiao understood this. There were army rules in the army, and he would definitely abide by them if he entered. Yes, don't worry, I won't look at you. Gao Lan teased. Lu Xiao ignored her, found the military uniform in the trunk, and changed into it in the car. While changing clothes, Gao Lan said he wouldn't peek, but he still glanced. TSK. This figure is good. Lu Xiao quickly changed into his military uniform. Not to mention, people depend on their clothes, and their temperament is completely different after changing clothes. Putting on the military uniform, Lu Xiao looks a bit like a warrior with his current figure and head held high. This made Chu Yuhua beside him feel his heart beat several beats faster. At night, if I don't know what time my husband will be back tonight? If they come back too late, will they be able to get up before noon tomorrow? The three of them were each thinking about their own things. After driving for a few minutes, they arrived at a large green gate. There were two soldiers with guns at the door, standing there majestically and without squinting. The car had already been stopped before it reached the door. Of course, after Gao Lan showed the small black book of ID, the two soldiers immediately stood upright, saluted, and let them go. After passing the gate, the car drove for another 2 minutes before arriving at a row of buildings. River Mud Boss, it's time to get off the car. You just go directly to that White House and tell your name. Everything has been explained. It is estimated that their welcome ceremony for you will not be over for a while. I will take your wife and daughter first. Let's go play. After Gao Lan parked the car and got out of the car, he pointed to the White House not far away and gave some instructions. Ah? I'm going alone? You're not coming with me? Lu Xiao was stunned for a moment and said. He is not a Xinyu. He is unfamiliar with this place. What should he say when they meet for the first time? How embarrassing. Afraid? Gao Lan gave a provocative look. No, this has nothing to do with being afraid or not. How embarrassing is this? It's the first time we meet. Lu Xiao was speechless. Don't worry. When you get there, they will definitely be more enthusiastic than you think. They will be so enthusiastic that you won't be embarrassed at all. Moreover, I haven't even changed into my military uniform, and I can't get out of the car. Okay, hurry up, it's time to visit the base. Gao Lan urged after finding a reason. Obviously. She has been through this. I've experienced the enthusiasm of those guys, it's so annoying. If the River Mud Boss, who is now much more talented than himself, goes over, he may be dying of enthusiasm. When thinking of that scene, Gao Lan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Interesting for sure. Come on, Dad, and I will come to pick up Dad after playing for a while. The little girl had already waved goodbye to Lu Xiao. That's right, husband, be bold, you can do it. Chu Yuho was not worried about her husband at all. You? Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. We promised to unite as one. Why did the boat capsize just as it was about to capsize? In desperation, Lu Xiao had to get out of the car and prepare to say goodbye to his wife and daughter temporarily. But when he got out of the car, Gao Lan had already started the car before the door was closed. It was obvious that she really didn't want to stay here. It seemed as if she was afraid that those guys would jump out the next second and pull her in too. Lu Xiao took 2 deep breaths and resisted the urge to complain. Forget it. They are here, no matter how enthusiastic those people are, as long as the soldiers come to block the water and cover it up with the earth. Lu Xiao walked towards the White House dozens of meters away, already prepared in her heart. But as soon as he took 2 steps and touched his pocket, he realized that he had forgotten his cell phone. When I changed into my military uniform just now, my phone was still in the original pocket of my pants. Have to. I tried to contact my wife but they couldn't. I can only wait for a while and ask someone else to borrow a mobile phone. However, just when Lu Xiao was about to walk to the White House, suddenly, a dozen young men in their early 20s ran out from around the corner. They were all wearing military uniforms similar to his own, but they had helpless looks on their faces. When running past Lu Xiao, several of them just looked at Lu Xiao curiously and ran over in a hurry. Lu Xiao didn't take it seriously either. Just as he was about to continue walking towards the White House, a young man jumped out of nowhere, grabbed Lu Xiao, and shouted to, "Brother, which unit did you come from today? It's so fierce, you can't walk around over there. Why don't you run quickly? If the devil coach catches up, you will be finished." After saying that, the young man forcibly pulled the confused Lu Xiao into the running group just now. Chapter 76 Devil Weekly Training for New Recruits? Lu Xiao was frowning at the moment. This is nothing. He was going to the White House, so why was he taken away by a kind brother? Just when he wanted to break free from the pull of this kind brother and explain. A reminder sounded in my head. System upgrade reaches 50%. Trigger side mission, participate in Devil Week training. Task reward, several happiness points. The longer you persist, the more happiness points you will get after the end. Whether to accept? Ha! Can it still be like this? Lu Xiao was a little surprised. It can be imagined that the system I obtained is called the Perfect Life System. It is reasonable to experience the training of the military. Accept. Lu Xiao thought in his heart. There's a mission with rewards, why not accept it? Although the system has not yet been upgraded, it is still unclear what the happiness value is. But judging from various clues, the effect of this thing must not be bad. After thinking about this, I took on the task again. Lu Xiao stopped resisting and simply ran with the people around him. Brother, which army are you from? I didn't seem to see you before the gathering. The enthusiastic brother next to him asked curiously. I was standing on the edge just now. You may not have noticed. What about you? Which army are you from? Lu Xiao asked back. I'm from Sunan. Hee, I don't know if I can be left here this time. The brother sighed. I'm from Jiangbei, what should I say? Is the chance very small? Lu Xiao continued to ask. No one in your army told you, ha ha ha. It seems that you are not very popular. They just threw you here. Let me tell you. With the help of this enthusiastic brother, Lu Xiao finally figured out who these people were. To put it nicely, they are called special team qualifiers. To put it bluntly, they are recruits thrown in from various regions. These recruits have one characteristic, pricking their heads. They are all special members of their respective troops. They are either disobedient to discipline, arrogant, self-righteous, etc. Of course, there are also a few people who got into this team through their connections. They have to undergo a week of devil training in accordance with the most stringent special forces requirements. During this period, casualties and lesions may occur. But as long as you can persist, you will have the opportunity to be selected as a regular member of the Special Teams team. Special Operations team members are equivalent to the secret weapons in the military. 1 against 100, the best among the best, so it is even more difficult to enter, and the selection is brutal. They just arrived at this base tonight. After gathering, they didn't even see the people around them clearly. The devil instructor just asked them to run 15 kilometers over the mountain at night. This is an appetizer. The rules are simple, stick to them. It's okay to give up, of course, if you give up, just get out. Lu Xiao, what are you thinking about? Don't fall behind. The enthusiastic brother patted him on the shoulder. The name of this enthusiastic young man is Zheng Peng, and he comes from the army in southern Jiangsu. Among this group of thorns, there were only a few who came in to experience devil weekly training. It is an alternative way of guilding to add some experience to yourself. It can't fall. After Lu Xiao responded, he quickened his pace and rushed from the rear of the crane to the middle. Zheng Peng followed, wanting to persuade him that this was just the beginning. He had to conserve his energy in the early stage of night running plus mountain climbing, otherwise he would not be able to persist in the later stage. But think about it and forget it. This Lu Xiao looks a bit irritated, don't make others unhappy by making it self-defeating. Moreover, the people around him are not partners, but competitors. Every time someone is eliminated, their chance of being selected for the special teams team increases by 1 point. Zheng Peng adjusted his breathing and used skills to maintain output and physical strength. Whoosh! A white flare shot into the sky from the top of a distant mountain. Then an off-road vehicle drove up behind everyone. Hurry up, run faster, are you racing with a turtle? The place where the flares are located is your end point. If you don't reach there in an hour, you don't have to practice anymore and just go home. The devil instructor who was driving stuck his head out, yelled at these people, stepped on the accelerator, and sped out. F***K. I hate being provoked the most. Wait, I will definitely surprise him. Who are you looking down on in an hour and 15 kilometers? I really want to fight with this instructor, he's so crazy. You can't defeat him at all. This instructor is an official member of the Special Operations team. It's not as easy as you think. He, a member of the Special Forces? I really didn't see it. Just wait, after this week, I will also join the Special Forces team. You're dreaming, I want the special team spot. When these new recruits were stimulated by the devil instructor, they got a little excited and began to speed up. 15 kilometers an hour is not difficult for them at all. But after running 3 or 4 kilometers on a flat road, I saw the mountains in front of me clearly. These new recruits were dumbfounded. They thought there must be a mountain road over the mountain, but they didn't expect it to be an undeveloped mountain forest. This is really about crossing mountains and ridges. There are indeed roads next to the mountains. But from the foot of the mountain, you can see that the winding road is more than 20 kilometers long. It is absolutely impossible to reach the top of the mountain within an hour by road. There is only one way to go over the mountain. How are you going to climb like this? How can you climb through the mountains and forests under a black light and without even a light? It's really too difficult. Let alone an hour. Give me an extra hour and I won't be able to get up. I think it was the devil instructor who was unhappy with us and deliberately set it up. These new recruits complained one after another, feeling that this first challenge was too outrageous and difficult to complete. Of course, the challenge continues. But no one wants to be the first to take the lead. The first person to enter means that he will be the first to face unknown dangers and has the greatest chance of elimination. But this time, a figure rushed past them and entered the forest directly. Not a trace of hesitation. This made the other recruits stunned and frowned. Who is this? A conspicuous bag, isn't it? Pretending, right? As soon as they complained about how difficult it was, this person rushed over without hesitation. What are you showing off? Several recruits looked at each other, snorted twice, and quickly followed. With these people opening the way, the recruits who followed behind stopped flinching and rushed into the forest. Zhang Peng looked at the figure he faced first and was speechless. This Lu Xiao looks approachable on the surface, but he is more competitive than he imagined. Chapter 77 TSK, is this recruit a bit strong? With Lu Xiao leading the way, the new recruits followed one after another. He can be called a tough recruit, and he was thrown here by the army. Who doesn't have some ability and extraordinary ability? But when these people followed Lu Xiao's route for 500 or 600 meters, they were dumbfounded. The gap between the two sides widened, and after a few blinks, they could no longer see the back of the man's head. They were confused. The reason for this phenomenon is simple. This show-off guy is definitely a monkey. Jumping up and down seems random, but every step, every jump, every pull and tug is in the right place. It feels like something well rehearsed in a movie or TV show. The climbing movements are smooth, with nothing superfluous. And if they make just a little mistake, they will fall to the ground hard and be in great pain. So, the whole chase was over in just a few minutes. They were completely blown away. There was no other way, these new recruits had no choice but to bite the bullet, find their own way and start climbing over the mountains. Wait! Isn't it just that mountain climbing is awesome? The other side. Lu Xiao, who had climbed halfway up the mountain, had completely adapted to the darkness and mountain forest environment. After running for several kilometers on the road with these new recruits, he could tell that these people were not weak in strength. Although his various attributes have reached 40 and his physical fitness is better than theirs, it is not much better. Fine. In a complex environment like the mountains and forests, he has the blessing of advanced parkour skills, which makes him like a duck in water. Especially after getting familiar with the environment, his speed became faster and faster. Lu Xiao said in her heart that it was a pity. Now that the system has not been upgraded, there is no way to increase experience points. Otherwise, you should get a lot of parkour experience points by climbing such a big mountain. Every 10 minutes, a white flare is fired from the top of the mountain. This reminds them of both the time and the direction of their destination. I just kept climbing like this for 30 minutes. Lu Xiao finally climbed out of the forest area. Now he only felt that his chest was extremely stuffy, and there was already a faint taste of blood in his mouth. Using advanced parkour skills to cross mountains is very fast and efficient, but it takes too much energy. Even if his constitution reached 46, he could barely resist it. Whoosh! At this time, another illumination bomb was shot into the sky not far away. Okay, it's coming soon. Lu Xiao sighed in his heart, this happiness value is really hard to earn. He adjusted his breathing and ran towards the flare location. Under a big tree on the top of the mountain, the three veterans chatted happily and were in a good mood. Lao Yang, how many people do you think can complete this first challenge? One of them asked the devil instructor who drove up. 40 minutes have passed now. It would be nice to have half of it. The devil instructor chuckled. Don't be too strict. Our special team hasn't had a new member in half a year. Another veteran said helplessly. I would rather lack than waste. If you are not qualified, I will not accept one in a year. The devil instructor curled his lips and didn't care at all. Fortunately, I joined the Special Forces team early, otherwise it would have been your turn to supervise, Lao Yang, and I would have been in trouble, huh? The first veteran laughed. You said it would be interesting if the entire army was wiped out in this first challenge. Another veteran complained. Today's soldiers have a louder tone than ours, but their skills are just. Ha! Damn it! Here, someone is coming. How is that possible? It's only been 40 minutes, are you, F***K? You're really here. As soon as the two special operations team members turned their heads, their eyes were fixed in one direction, showing incredible expressions. Over there, a figure was running towards them quickly. This soldier can break this mountain's record in 44 minutes. I remember that the captain only set the record to 45 minutes last year. The devil instructor's eyes were also full of astonishment and sparkling. When the two companions heard this, they were even more shocked. A recruit can achieve such results when he comes here to challenge for the first time. But if you train a little more, wouldn't it be contrary to heaven? Thinking of this, the three of them looked at the approaching figure, their eyes sparkling. Is it over here? Lu Xiao, who was panting, saw the three people on the top of the mountain. He just asked and walked directly to the box of water next to him. He only glanced at these three people throughout the process, then opened a bottle of water in front of them and drank. The three special operations team members looked confused as they watched this process. Crazy enough? Quite prickly. Report not to fight. No salute. Don't call anyone. I just go my own way, right? Recruit, don't be so crazy. You must shout a report and salute next time. I won't argue with you this time, the devil instructor said expressionlessly. Lu Xiao, who drank most of the bottle of water, finally realized what he was doing. Forgot these military rules. He just felt that his throat was on fire, and he thought nothing of it when he saw the water. Yes. Lu Xiao responded. Okay, you can rest here. When the time is up and everyone is gathered, we can start the next training. The devil instructor did not ask any more questions. Although this new recruit performed very well, it was only the first day, so there was no rush. There are still 6 days left, plenty of time for observation. The other two Special Forces members kept looking at Lu Xiao. At first glance, they really couldn't tell how powerful this kid was. I don't know which military department it belongs to, but this is definitely a good prospect for special operations. Time passed little by little. Another 10 minutes passed, and the second person to the top had not yet appeared. The three Special Forces members couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that there would be many surprises today. Unexpectedly, it was this one next to me. Finally. After 55 minutes passed, the second, third, and fourth new recruits, Thornhead, appeared on the top of the mountain one after another. When they stepped onto the top of the mountain, they all stood at attention and reported to the three devil instructors before going to drink water. This is also a habit they developed in the army. A thorn is a thorn, and rules are rules. After the devil instructor released the water and gave him 5 more minutes, the first level of challenge ended. A total of 8 people successfully reached the top of the mountain, and the remaining people who did not reach the top were all considered failures and eliminated. You will be sent off the base directly in the evening. Enough rest. Next, let's start the next challenge. There is a quagmire area over there. You will put on 30 kilograms of equipment and crawl forward through obstacles. Don't worry, there is no elimination penalty this time, but whoever can't climb over within 10 minutes will have to climb again until he can climb over within 10 minutes. If he can't finish climbing today, he will keep climbing until tomorrow. When the few recruits behind them had just turned on the water, the devil instructor had already shouted to everyone. Ha! We just arrived and we haven't rested yet. Yeah. Can you let us take a breather? These new recruits immediately became dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, the devil instructor went over and snatched the water from their hands one by one. Mercy? The most harmful thing on the battlefield is mercy. If you show mercy for just 1 second, you may harm the entire company. The peace and tranquility you think we have are all obtained by our soldiers with every drop of blood and sweat. Get lost. Go to the next training now. Under the pressure of the devil instructor, these new recruits suddenly did not dare to speak. One by one, dragging their tired bodies, they started the next training session. When the Special Operations Devil Zhou continued to train without stopping. In the small White Room Research Institute at the base, many people have gathered at the door and are waiting anxiously. What about the programming guru? Why haven't you come yet? It's been so long, doesn't it mean it's already here? Old Jiangtu, go ask again. Has Lu Xiao arrived? What are you talking about? He came 2 hours ago, but we have been standing at the door for an hour.